Lin Bufang, you'd better hurry. Better what? Your profession. What if it's not as good as mine? How embarrassing would that be? So, at Shanghai City's People's Square, under the scorching summer sun, Lin Bufang sat beneath a large tree eating ice cream. Beside him stood a girl in a white dress with a black tie. Long dark stockings aloof gazed delicate features, drawing sidelong glances from surrounding classmates. Su Ran crouched down, her lively eyes flickering as she looked at Lin Bufang, a hint of evasion in her gaze, cheeks flushing slightly, her voice tinged with shyness. Just agree to be my boyfriend, okay? I'm not willing. Why, oi? First, your potential hasn't been determined yet. What if it's garbage? I'd be the one losing out. You're turning the tables. Second, Lin Bufang looked at Su Ran's chest, full and rounded, then reached out and grabbed, producing the sound of crumpled paper. Isn't that uncomfortable to have stuffed? Su Ran stood up in agitation, her usual aloofness gone, pointing angrily at Lin Bufang. Lin Bufang, do you have any idea how many times you've rejected me? Probably no more than 100. More? How many more? 8 or 9? That doesn't matter. Lin Bufang, don't you dare refuse what's given to you. If I, Su Ran, can't have you, will destroy you myself. Without me leading you, you'll be stuck in Shanghai City forever. You'll never get into the nation's best Qingyun University. I'll give you one more chance, yes or no. Su Ran was the school's universally acknowledged beauty, icy to the extreme. But Lin Bufang was a transmigrator. His looks ranked second only to the readers present. Indeed, many classmates thought he was even better looking than school beauty Su Ran. Originally, Lin Bufang thought he could coast by on his looks and hit life's jackpot, but Su Ran's clan was powerful and wealthy, and she had set her sights on him. Anyone who approached Lin Bufang inevitably suffered campus violence. Moreover, this world was dangerous. Monsters everywhere, mysterious rifts and temples. Half a year ago, a vehicless beast attacked Shanghai City, killing 175 people, including his deskmate. Of course, there were opportunities too. Defeating monsters brought upgrades, loot, and the chance to grow stronger, guard a region, or earn mountains of gold to do as one pleased. Thus, Lin Bufang prepared 2 plans. First, he spent 3 years training with a gun. Yes, the kind that made men equal through Colt's invention. The 6 professions were warrior, mage, assassin, archer, priest, and gunner. After choosing a profession, one's potential determined the grade EDCB, ASSS, or SSS. If professions were ranked by ceiling, air, manhole, and sewer, the gunner class truly lay at the sewer's bottom with no room to descend. But Lin Bufang went against the grain. He believed no profession was inherently good or bad. If a profession failed, it wasn't the profession's fault, it was the person's. If you suck, just practice more. Few gunners. That means less competition. It's a blue ocean. When others fear, I covet. When others wait, I go all in. After 3 years of hard training, Lin Bufang was confident he could carve a completely different path through sheer skill. His second plan: in the spare time from gun practice, he devoured theoretical knowledge of this world, accidentally scoring first in the city's theoretical exams. If being a gunner didn't work out, he could always be a support. Lin Bufang had no interest in Su Ran's Qingyun University. He knew his own limits. That school was like the Tsinghua and Peking of his previous world. He didn't aim high. A little fortune and peace were enough. Stability. He looked at Su Ran. Su Ran was stunning indeed, but her temper was a bit fierce and her nature a bit stubborn, to the point where if he married her, she might just crack his skull open. Also, she had small breasts. Lin Bufang believed that loving one person was small love, loving everyone was great love. One shouldn't be so selfish. Of course, watching Su Ran lose her cool gave him great joy. Lin Bufang stood up, leaned his lips close to Su Ran's ear, his voice like a devil's whisper. The 111th rejection. It hurts so much. Su Ran completely lost it, hopping, stomping, and shoulder barging. Lin Bufang, you're dead meat. Irresistible power. Totally insane. In the milk dragon. Hey, what are you doing? On stage, Principal Wang's voice came through the loudspeaker from time to time. Zhao Yang, potential grade E, profession unchanged. Kai Kunkin, potential grade D, profession changed to grade practice priest. Lu Huaqiang, potential grade B, profession changed to grade magic assassin. In the corner, a few elderly people were discussing their levels, frighteningly high, the lowest being LV60. The crop of students this year isn't bad. I saw some interesting professions. I think that Lin Bufang might surprise us. His sister made a stunning debut last year. That Su Ran is also impressive. I bet her potential won't be low. After a brief wait, Principal Wang called out Lin Bufang's name. Next, Su Ran and Lin Bufang. The two walked side by side toward the stage, each trying to outpace the other. Seeing them at loggerheads, Principal Wang revealed a knowing smile. Classmate Lin Bufang, though from a modest family, his sister was admitted to the country's best university, Qingyun University, last year. Su ran from the talented Su family. Needless to say, before you choose your profession, I must emphasize again, do not choose the gunner class. All right, you two may choose. Lin Bufang almost blurted out, I choose gunner. Don't you know your family's financial situation? Even in the early stages, to deal damage, you'll have to sell your house for a weapon. They'll give you one more chance. Gunner. Principal Wong turned to Su Ran. What about you? I also choose gunner. Fine. Su Ran was stunned. Principal Wong, why didn't you stop me? Can't stop you. You didn't even try. Your family is so rich. You don't actually need to choose anything. You could at least pretend to stop me. It's fine. What do you mean fine? Being a gunner is hard labor. Can I change my mind? It's already confirmed. No backing out. Now determining potential. Lin Bufang was excited, his hands burning hot. Su Ran was in despair, her hands ice cold. Both hands touched the crystal ball at the same time. Before the potential grade appeared, Lin Bufang's side first jumped a notification. System has arrived, seizing the source of heaven's Tao for you, granting talent. Heavenly Tao has been instant killed. Because your level is too low, only partial talent is obtained. Obtained Super God talent, offense only, no defense, 1 star. The following is the talent effect. Principal Wong sighed repeatedly. His words also meant for Lin Bufang to hear. The enemies hide themselves. Archers can directly lock onto targets, their arrows following an arc for pinpoint damage, while the bullets of gunners become completely ineffective. Effect 1 of attack only, no defense. X-ray vision automatically displays frames to lock target positions. Bullets can ignore all obstacles to directly strike the target. Gunner weapons have recoil, poor sustained combat capability, and prolonged use will damage the wrist. Effect 2, no recoil. For instance, the initial weapon of a gunner. If lucky, an automatic pistol. If unlucky, a revolver that requires manually loading bullets one by one. Effect 3, auto reload. When a gunner fires, the noise is loud. When encountering groups of monsters, all aggro is pulled, making it easy to die. Effect 4, silencer. Moreover, a gunner's defense is too low. That is a hard flaw. Effect 5, famous sword. For each target killed permanently, gain 1 famous sword, siming, no upper limit. Famous sword siming triggers only when receiving fatal damage. Upon trigger, consume 1 famous sword and become immune to all damage for 1 second, and no cooldown. All the above are minor issues. Archers have built-in armor penetration, gunners do not. Gunners mainly rely on economy. They must stack the best equipment and fully develop attack power, otherwise they can't deal damage. This is not something an ordinary family can afford. Effect 6, when using a gun-type weapon to hit a target, permanently increase attack power by 1, no upper limit. All the above effects can be upgraded. Hitting a target once equals 1 proficiency point. Upgrading improves all 6 effects together. Attack only, no defense, 1 star, 010000. Lin Bufang struggled to control his excitement. 3 years of hard work, plus a super god-level talent, X-ray vision, no recoil, auto reload, silencer, infinite stacking of death, immunity, infinite stacking of attack power. If he didn't become invincible, who would? The novice weapon gift pack will be distributed at midnight tonight. Please check in on time. Is there also a novice weapon? Lin Bufang glanced at the initial weapon in his hand, the one every student possessed. Damaged revolver, Lv1 white. Firing speed, average attack 510. It deals heavy damage to targets with defense below 5. Durability 50-50. He wondered what good stuff would be given. He really hoped for a Gatling gun. How satisfying would the tat-a-tat be? He was so happy that he even forgot to check his own job level, unable to suppress the grin. No matter what level, even if it was rank, as long as he could equip a gun and combine it with attack only, no defense, he could soar. Meanwhile, Principal Wong suddenly turned solemn, because an unidentified flying object appeared in the sky. It was a huge hollow white ring with metallic reflections barely visible along its edges. Boom! Suddenly a laser beam 1 meter in diameter struck Su Ran. Principal Wong was shocked, then ecstatic. Su Ran potential is strength job, changed to strength punishment gunner. Su Ran brushed away her previous gloom, wiped the lipstick at the corner of her mouth, and laughed. What is a punishment gunner? Still a gunner. Su Ran's vision darkened. Don't rush yet. Even this principal hasn't seen it. I took a rough look. This punishment gunner has massively increased lower and upper limits. This hidden job among gunners might be close to S rank. As long as you don't slack off, you're guaranteed to enter Qingyan University. Principal Wong tried to suppress the tremor in his voice. Rank. A job of this level hadn't appeared in years. Although gunners have many disadvantages, if you really spend money to develop them, killing monsters is extremely fast. The punishment gunner has high base stats, can fight early on, and its late stage is unimaginable. This pay-to-win job is perfect for someone like Su Ran, who is rich and a bit foolish. Afterwards, Principal Wong, Su Ran, and all the students turned to look at Lin Bufang. Principal Wong glanced at Lin Bufang's potential and sighed slightly. Lin Bufang, rank potential, no change in job, still a gunner. Principal Wang also felt sorry that Lin Bufang chose gunner. If he had chosen a warrior or priest, he could at least coast by on experience, but a gunner is impossible for an ordinary person to support. The crowd below murmured. What a pity. Lin Bufang was at least the city's top theorist. Listening to the principal was right. Shouldn't have wasted time on useless subjects like language and math. Lin Bufang's sister last year got a bank job and fought her way into Qingyun University. He still couldn't catch up to his sister. The probability of everyone soaring is very low. This is normal. Wait, why does Lin Bufang look so relaxed, still smiling? See, that's what you call attitude. I think he's just pretending to be relaxed. On stage, Principal Wang waved his hand in front of Lin Bufang's face. Bufang, you are a rank. A rank. Lin Bufang snapped back. Oh, a rank. A rank is fine. Principal Wang. Su ran. No, this is a rank. Oh, a rank. Oh no. Oh no. All right, can I go down now? Principal Wang smiled. Keep this good attitude. Turning around, he faced the microphone. All right, students with a rank may go home now. The following content is for the future pillars of the nation. It's pointless for you to listen. Lin Bufang thought. You're really something, using ordinary students to boost others' enthusiasm. But this was how the world worked. Only high-level strong ones deserved respect. Su Ran pointed at Principal Wang. Principal, you're so mean. Principal Wang shrugged flattery. Su Ran quietly looked at Lin Bufang. She felt she should be happy. In grades, marksmanship, or anything else, she was always second compared to Lin Bufang. This time in the potential test, she finally won once. Yet Su Ran's expression was somewhat lost, as she couldn't be happy. Winning. Why did it feel like losing? Lin Bufang walked toward the school gate and stood there looking back at the teaching building. 3 years passed here. When he returned in the future, what scene would he see? Would it be splendid and triumphant, or downcast and sorrowful? Just as he reached the gate, Su Ran caught up, panting slightly. Lin Bufang, it's okay. I can still do it for the 112th time. I want to enter Qingyun with you. She supported her knees and swept her hair aside that covered her ear. Are you willing? Lin Bufang smiled sincerely. First, thank you sincerely. But currently am not willing. I have my own path to take. UMLGB 112 times. Su Ran ultimately couldn't bring herself to curse at this moment. In the past it could be a joke, but not now. Moreover, he just said, currently not willing. That's a concession, essentially agreeing. An rank gunner can never develop. He'll be just an ordinary person from now on, easy to get. Lin Bufang hadn't taken many steps when, holy shit. What the hell? Sudden exclamations and screams erupted from the school, as if something incredible had appeared. Even Su Ran's rank job hadn't caused such a commotion. There was a student named Ming Mei who had awakened an extremely rare profession, not Srank, but even more extraordinary than Srank. Lin Bufang heard the principal's words. Student Ming Mei will be directly recommended to Qingyun University without needing the college entrance exam. Student Ming Mei, you are giving up the recommendation. Have you truly made up your mind? It's all right, you might be feeling down. Qingyun University said you are always welcome. Ming Mei was one of his many admirers. Lin Bufang still had some impression of her. She was reserved in personality. If not for Su Ran's competitive nature, Ming Mei would undoubtedly have been the top school beauty. It was simply because her figure was overwhelmingly generous. However, none of this had anything to do with Lin Bufang. He returned to the dormitory, intending to sleep until the next morning. This world was an era of turbulent warfare. The cities were not necessarily safe, and the wilderness was perilous. Colossal beasts would randomly charge into a city every so often to feast, like an Aleokaniate buffet. To become stronger, one could only level up loot equipment and strive to enhance their own power. For a novice like Lin Bufang, there was currently only one path to level up: enter the spatial rifts within the city. These rifts contained a large number of low-level monsters, and slaying them granted experience points, materials, equipment, and the like. However, entry was only possible at 6 a.m. the next day after the profession's awakening. Just then Lin Bufang's phone rang. It was his mother calling. In his past life, Lin Bufang was an orphan. This complete family filled him with joy. Bufang, it's okay to be a rank. Your sister will be a big shot in the future. In a few years she can find you a good job. Life will be the same. Just don't go into those dangerous rifts, all right? We only want you to be healthy and safe. His mother seemed to be talking to his father. Others favor sons over daughters, but you're the opposite. You favor daughters over sons. All the family's money goes to the 2 girls. So what? I had it harder in my day, and I got through it. A man must learn to endure hardship to grow up. You didn't hang up, did you? Ahem. I mean, Bufang, your sister has a heavy academic load, so she might not be able to look after you. You need to understand. Don't listen to your mother. Take the college entrance exam as you should, but if you encounter danger, you must run and not be reckless. Secondly, don't worry about your little sister's illness. I've got this family covered, it won't collapse. As for Lin Bufang's family situation, well, if the U.S. military came, they'd at least have to carry 2 barrels of crude oil. Therefore, he had been able to attend school up to this day, thanks to the 12-year compulsory education. His father's salary was meager, and Lin Bufang truly couldn't figure out how he managed to support them. The reason Lin Bufang had worked so hard over the past 3 years was also driven by harsh reality. His younger sister suffered from a rare disease that had already drained the family's savings, and the subsequent surgery would cost at least 5,000. To make money, quickly slaying monsters was the fastest option. Lin Bufang had never considered giving up. Even without a super divine talent, he would not abandon hope. The next moment, a notification flashed across Lin Bufang's phone screen. Ming Mei transferred 5,000 gold coins to you. Ming Mei, who had given up her recommendation to Qingyun University. Lin Bufang sent messages, but no one replied. He called dozens of times, but no one answered. He immediately got up from bed, braved the night, rode a shared bike through the streets and alleys, and arrived at Ming Mei's doorstep. Open up, water meter inspection. Oh, coming. Hearing the familiar voice inside, Lin Bufang breathed a sigh of relief. He had feared she might have sold a kidney for money. Ming Mei was an orphan. The only thing her family left her was this small house, which was worthless, unsellable, and leaking when it rained. Creak. The door opened. Seeing Lin Bufang, Ming Mei immediately tried to force the door shut. But Lin Bufang was prepared and barged straight in. Suddenly, the two were pressed close together. Ming Mei was wearing a thin nightgown, and Lin Bufang could even feel the soft warmth. Where did the money come from? Ming Mei lowered her head and said nothing. The small room had a drafty window. Lin Bufang went to the bathroom to wash his hands and found the faucet was broken. If you don't tell me, I'll exchange the money for gold coins and throw them into the river one by one. Ming Mei kept her head down, tears streaming down silently, still refusing to speak. Lin Bufang stepped out and took her keys with him. When he returned, he was carrying some groceries, 2 bottles of liquor, and items from the hardware store. He fixed the window, replaced the faucet, and then sat down. Want a drink? Ming Mei sat down, took a few small bites of food, and downed an entire bottle of liquor. Only then did she begin to speak. When I awakened, that rare profession, Xiao Fu transferred me 5,000, saying that if I became his girlfriend, he would transfer another 2,000. Xiao Fu was the son of the city's richest man, wealthy and powerful. Damn it, what kind of crap is that? Think money makes you special. Lin Bufang fell silent, raised his glass, and downed it in one gulp. So why did you give the money to me? You went to the hospital that day, and I secretly followed you. I asked the doctor, and he said your little sister couldn't wait that long. She would die. Looking at Ming Mei looked back at him and suddenly smiled. It was as if all the circumstances before her paled in comparison to Lin Bufang sitting in front of her. Lin Bufang's eyes reddened slightly. First, return the money. At any time, no matter how tough things get, we don't accept handouts. If a person can't even support themselves but still gives, it's essentially self-consumption or even self-destruction. Personal development takes priority over meaningless sacrifice. Second, I am 100% certain I can earn the money. Third, go to Qingyun University before they change their minds. Ming Mei swayed her head, drunkenly lowered it, her air bangs covering her long lashes. I want to stay in Zhanghai City with you, even if it's just watching you from afar. You go to Qingyun University. They'll go too, and we'll see each other every day. Promise me no one in this world is worth you doing this, including me. Ming Mei spoke with great seriousness. I disagree with your last 3 words. I believe it's not because of your appearance that I did this. I promise you. That night, Ming Mei returned the money to Xiao Fu and blocked him. She then followed the Qingyun University admissions office to the capital's Qingyun University. The future was bright and resplendent. In the darkness, Lin Bufang rode his bike, racing against the wind. The college entrance exam consisted of a theory test and a martial arts test, collectively known as the Gaokao. The theory test was over, and the martial arts test was 3 days away. To enter Qingyun University, there were hard requirements. Before the official start of the Gaokao, one had to reach level 15. Additionally, the minimum profession requirement was rank. Lin Bufang had an A-rank profession, so to get in he needed extra levels, level 18. He had to achieve this level within 3 days. A number that seemed utterly hopeless to other students. A number that also felt distant for Lin Bufang. At midnight, a prompt appeared before Lin Bufang's eyes. Novice weapon has been distributed. Obtain plastic Golden Vulcan Gatling Epic X1 node. Equipment quality is divided into white, common, green, fine, blue, exquisite, purple, rare, pink, legendary, gold, epic. Some rare and legendary items may be stronger than epic. Lin Bufang looked at the weapon in his equipment slot, which shimmered with a golden glow. He was now worried about one thing: this weapon's damage was too high, making it hard to stack attack power. After all, his attack power could stack infinitely as long as he hit a target. Plastic Golden Vulcan Gatling Epic. Rate of fire 6,000 rounds per minute. Durability 120-001-2000. Description: each bullet deals 1 point of damage, hitting a vital spot, may cause over 10 points, and at extreme probability 100 points. Level requirement none. Special effect: after equipping your attack power is locked to 0. Lin Bufang stared at the Golden Gatling gun in his hand, its design exaggerated and gleaming, 1,000 curses racing through his mind. This weapon was practically tailor-made for him. 6,000 rounds per minute meant stacking 6,000 attack power in just 1 minute. After all, many archers at level 10 didn't even boast such high attack power. And the attack power being locked to 0 meant this Gatling would remain useful even in the late game. Moreover, the weapon was incredibly light, liftable with just a finger. I lack nothing now. One shot permanently increases attack power by 1. He'll just go rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Lin Bufang opened his own panel. Name: Lin Bufang. Class: a rank gunslinger. Level: Lv1 0-100. HP 100-100, MP 30-30. Physical attack 5, magical attack 5. Physical defense 5, magical defense 5. Armor pierce 0, magic pierce 0. Speed 5, luck unknown. Free points 0. Talent: super god tier, only attack, no defense. 1 star 0-10000. Equipment: plastic Golden Vulcan Gatling epic. Skill: lethal strike 1 star. Super god tier talent: only attack, no defense. 1 star. X-ray vision, no recoil, auto reload silencer, eternal infinite stacking of famous blade, eternal infinite stacking of attack power. Lethal strike 1 star, consumes 10 MP. Next bullet deals 300 physical damage, cooldown none, proficiency 0-100. The initial skill was weak, but it didn't matter. Skill books could be dropped or bought with random class-specific skill books. You have forgotten the skill Lethal Strike. The skill has disappeared. Lethal Strike, don't contact me anymore. I'm afraid the Gatling might misunderstand. The next morning, Lin Bufang visited his sister at the hospital at 530, and by 600, he stood precisely at the entrance of the Goblin Rift. Within Zhanghai City, there were 3 rifts, but only this one satisfied the Lv1 requirement. The others were Lv5. Thus, it was the sole choice and the only option for the other students of Zhanghai City. The place was packed with people bustling with activity. Principal Wang patted his bald head and shouted loudly. Good news. Yesterday, after much remorse, classmate Ming Mei finally chose to be recommended to Qingyan University. She doesn't need the college entrance exam anymore, but you all still have to work hard. The exam is your only way out. The Goblin Rift is about to open. It's a public rift, and normally you might encounter other professionals trying to steal your kills, but since it's exam season today, only students are allowed entry with unlimited attempts and no charge. The college entrance exam has only 3 days left. Today's Goblin Rift is your sole chance to level up. Tomorrow it will become incredibly dangerous. So use all your strength to kill as many monsters as you can and gain experience. Reach level 10 within 3 days and you can enter a combat university, a level 11, a good one, a level 12, a key university, level 13, a top tier one, a level 14. The best universities will beckon you, a level 15. Qingyan University is not a dream. Of course, the Goblin Rift may be the lowest level rift, but the monsters inside are ferocious. If you encounter high-level monsters, elites, or bosses, you must teleport out immediately. The rift won't charge you, so don't risk your life. So it's best to enter in teams to look out for each other. Also, no stealing kills from each other. Settle any grudges after the exam. Finally, the exam has actually already begun. Every level you gain could boost your final ranking by tens of thousands of places. Pausing, Principal Wang continued, I noticed some E-rank professionals lingering here too, like classmate Lin Bufang. I want name you all one by one. As for E-rank professionals, I declare you graduated. Go home and enjoy those physics and math books. Have fun. Many E-rank professionals cursed Principal Wang 100 times in their hearts, but they didn't back down, determined to level up significantly and grind Principal Wang's face into the dirt. Lin Bufang walked toward the rift's coverage area with many classmates below Brank, holding up signs and shouting. Crank Super Defense Warrior, Drank Archer, need a priest. Guaranteed level 5 on the first day. Brank Priest leading the team, need 3 mages or archers minimum. Crank no gunners, no assassins. Drank Warrior looking for a team. As Lin Bufang advanced, many sign-holding classmates turned their heads away. Gunners were the bottom of the barrel. Even a crank would hesitate, let alone an E-rank. However, if he encountered a team of female classmates, they would warmly invite him to join. Lin Bufang, come with us. The 3 of us will carry you. I'm an E-rank, mage classmate Bufang, join me. Lin Bufang smiled and thanked them, continuing forward. Teaming up was out of the question. A team could have at most 4 people and experience would be split equally. Far too inefficient. Just then Su Ran approached with two female classmates, a warrior and a priest. The priest was quite exceptional with ample healing that could also boost Su Ran's attack speed. Team up with me. No. Why, oi? You're too weak. Su Ran was about to curse, but then remembered Lin Bufang's E-rank class, swallowed her anger, and held it back. She couldn't discourage Lin Bufang. Team with me, and it'll get you to level 5 on the first day. Sorry, I plan to reach level 8 on the first day. Do you know the highest record in Shanghai City's history? What about level 7? Su Ran was furious. She felt that even now Lin Bufang still acted like he was the center of the universe, utterly incomprehensible. Fine, okay. If your level isn't higher than mine on the first day, the 113th time you have to agree. Lin Bufang nodded this time. Alright, I agree. Su Ran froze, not expecting him to actually agree. She vaguely sensed a trap, but had no proof. Sure enough, Lin Bufang continued, "I'll raise the stakes. If I exceed level 8 and break the record from now on, whenever you see me, you'll call me Dad." You? Su Ran took a deep breath, then sighed. Even now, she couldn't bear to crush Lin Bufang. Right now, she just wanted to find someone to punch twice. Just then, from another direction, Xiao Fu, son of Shanghai City's richest man, approached, an E-rank professional. What's there to team up with? He's just dead weight dragging down the whole team. Su Ran, team up with me. Su Ran's aloof face carried a gentle, delicate charm, her two braids tied with green and pink hair clips adding to her soft, adorable look. Team up with your mother. An E-rank like you thinks you're worthy of teaming up with me, Su Ran. Get lost. Don't let me see you, Xiao Fu, in the rift, or I'll kill you first. Xiao Fu. Lin Bufang also glanced at him. Don't let me run into you either, or I'll kill you first. Xiao Fu. Not you. An E-rank dares to threaten me. Sheer audacity. I bet you can't even reach level 3 in a day. Lin Bufang entered the rift alone. Su Ran and her two teammates entered the rift. Xiao Fu and his 4 teammates entered the rift. However, Xiao Fu's situation was unique. He hadn't formed a team. Instead, he paid 3 classmates for a day to tank damage, buff him, heal, and let him land the final blows. This was a minor loophole, but one that ordinary people couldn't exploit. After all, Xiao Fu had given each of them 1 million gold coins. Principal Wang sat in the observation seats at the rift's entrance, where his level and status only earned him a spot in the second row. The first row was reserved for top professionals from major families and Shanghai City. Among them sat Su Ran's father Su Xiao and Xiao Fu's father Xiao Gaojia side by side. Su Xiao was a high-ranking member of the Su family in Shanghai City, wielding significant influence and considerable wealth. Xiao Gaojia was the local richest man. The two were the center of attention, with everyone closely monitoring the examinees' performances. This girl has been spoiled by me since childhood. Forgive her, brother Gaojia. Such a temper is the confidence of the strong. It's fine. By the way, Xiao Gaojia shifted the topic to Lin Bufang. Xiao Ran likes Lin Bufang. Everyone knows that. What's your take on this? Su Xiao chuckled. Young people, they haven't seen much of the world or met many people. Given time, they'll learn to distinguish right from wrong. An ordinary E-rank professional and a gunslinger at that. They won't go far. Soon Su Ran will see the gap between them. Such a gap will only widen with age, status, and the people around them. Eventually, they'll drift apart. Inside the Goblin Rift, Lin Bufang was teleported to a random point on the map. Everyone entered at random locations. To exit, one only needed to concentrate and think, return to city, to establish a connection with the outside and teleport out, provided they were not in combat. As far as the eye could see, there were countless towering trees so thick it would take 10 people to encircle them, with emerald vines hanging from the treetops and falling to the ground alongside shimmering sunlight, a scene straight out of a fairy tale. Beautiful things often harbor great danger. The random teleportation locations were also strategic. Lin Bufang had studied the map in advance. The Goblin Rift was divided into 3 areas: grasslands, hills, and forest. The forest area had the highest monster density and the best rewards. Indeed, the forest area was dominated solely by goblins. They were the absolute rulers here, having devoured nearly all other creatures. At the same time, goblins were the strongest in the rift, and higher-level ones offered considerable experience. They could also drop equipment. The only problem before Lin Bufang now was finding goblins. The forest was thick with vines and thorns heavily obscuring his view. X-ray vision activated. 3 rectangular frames appeared before Lin Bufang, located at 30 meters, 35 meters, and 50 meters. This is quite convenient. Although he could shoot the target directly, Lin Bufang still decided to check the target's attributes out of caution. He crept toward the nearest monster. Climbing up a small slope, he spotted a goblin below its body, about 1.5 meters tall. Its bronze muscles radiated explosive power, and the thick spiked club in its hand would surely cause severe bleeding if it struck him. Lin Bufang examined its panel. Name: Juvenile Goblin, level Lv1, HP 500, physical attack 30, armor 50 magic resistance, 50 skills, none description. Ah, I will. Kill them all. Lin Bufang focused only on the goblin's HP, 500 points. This meant he had to aim precisely. Otherwise, he might kill the goblin prematurely. The Golden Gatling could deal 10 damage if it struck a vital spot. Having practiced marksmanship for 3 years, hitting every vital point was a challenge for Lin Bufang. But deliberately avoiding them was far too easy. What's more, he had recoilless fire and auto-reload. On the slope, he pulled out the Golden Gatling. Silencer enabled, shooting from high ground gives me the advantage. Then Lin Bufang pulled the trigger. The golden barrel slowly began to spin, then accelerated to high speed. Rat-a-tat. The plastic Golden Gatling emitted a muffled sound, spitting out a dense stream of plastic bullets. The sound was faint, like someone sighing, and could not attract other nearby monsters. With the X-ray vision always active, Lin Bufang could flee immediately if any monsters approached. The Golden Gatling had a firing rate of 600 rounds per minute, meaning it could fire 100 bullets every second. The plastic bullets struck the goblin's waist, producing a pattering sound. That area had higher defense. Simultaneously, a series of notifications appeared before Lin Bufang. Permanent physical attack, 115. Permanent physical attack, 135. Permanent physical attack, 188. The goblin initially ignored it. The damage was too low. But the density was overwhelming. After 2 seconds, the goblin had lost half its HP. It turned its bloodshot eyes locking onto Lin Bufang on the slope. It charged, but halfway up its HP was depleted. Rat-a-tat. The 500th bullet, not one more, not one less. Goblin killed 1, EXP 1. Goblin dropped. Goblin, meet 1. Mingdao Siming permanent 1. The goblin let out a piercing wail, its body exploding into countless chunks that gradually vanished, the blood steaming away. A tiny piece of meat drop floated in place. Lin Bufang picked it up. The meat appeared in his hand, weighing about half a kilogram, edible, worth less than 1 gold coin. After storing it in his backpack, he immediately checked his attack power. Physical attack 0, actual 505. It worked. Killing 1 goblin added 500 attack points. This was incredible. It meant that without the Gatling, Lin Bufang could kill a goblin in 2 shots. At Lv1, killing a goblin with normal attacks was unrealistic. Goblins had decent speed and damage. Even a group of 4 had to be cautious. Now Lin Bufang could solo kill them instantly. Suddenly, 3 squares on his screen began moving rapidly toward him. Clearly, these 3 monsters had heard the goblin's cry and were attracted. Good news. Silencer disabled. Now Lin Bufang could kill a goblin in 2 shots and had 1 life-saving chance. There was no need to be so conservative. As long as it wasn't a horde of goblins, he could handle them easily. Soon 3 goblins arrived at the scene, looking up to see Lin Bufang aiming the Golden Gatling at them. Rat-a-tat. Permanent physical attack, 1,999. Firing preemptively, the 3 goblins didn't even make it to the slope before Lin Bufang took them down. Goblins killed 3, EXP 3. Goblin drops. Goblin meat 2. Goblin handbone 1. Mingdao Siming permanent 3. Current 4. Physical attack 0. Actual 2005. Now he could truly kill a goblin with 1 shot. The goblin would owe him 1455 HP. With 4 life-saving chances, Lin Bufang loosened up a bit and ran deeper into the forest. Found you. Stopping, he picked an unknown yellow flower, and 6 squares appeared before him. They were all within 50 to 60 meters. This meant Lin Bufang's X-ray vision range was 60 meters. Of course, without the trees blocking, he could see them himself. Fortunately, the X-ray vision could be upgraded. Moreover, it wasn't just vision. It was a conceptual effect. As long as a square appeared, Lin Bufang could shoot directly at it. Shooting the square would hit the target regardless of any obstacles in between. Raising the Gatling, Lin Bufang aimed the crosshair at the lower part of the square to avoid hitting the head for critical damage. Through several large trees and various plants, Lin Bufang pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat. The bullet struck the square, producing a string of 1 damage numbers. Since the plastic bullets had an effective range of 50 meters beyond which they would deviate too much and be wasted, Lin Bufang tried to get as close as possible before attacking. After all, each bullet cost 1 durability point. Durability could be restored with gold coins, and the cost varied by equipment level and rarity. Lin Bufang didn't know how expensive epic tier durability was, but that didn't matter. After all, machine guns weren't rare. If he couldn't afford to repair an epic one, he could just use another. The 1200 durability points were his starting capital, which would grant him 1200 attack points. Lin Bufang planned to use up the remaining bullets, earn some money, and buy a good green quality machine gun. Rat-a-tat. Auto magazine change successful. With no recoil, Lin Bufang's accuracy reached an astonishing 100. He had to admit firing the Gatling to stack attack power was incredibly satisfying. Permanent physical attack 1,188. Permanent physical attack 1,668. Permanent physical attack 1,888. The 6 goblins didn't even get within 5 meters of Lin Bufang before being killed by the extreme rate of fire. Goblins killed 6, EXP 6 goblin drops meat 4, handbone 2, old rifle 1 Ming Dao Siming permanent 6, current 10 physical attack 0, actual 5005, at 500 attack power, these goblins posed no threat at all. Even an elite monster could be one shot. A weapon dropped. Lin Bufang walked over to the drop location and picked up the rifle. Broken old rifle Lv1 white equipment low firing rate long attack range attack power 515 durability 5050. An ordinary white piece of equipment of little value typically used for decomposition worth about 1 gold coin. Lin Bufang continued forward. The wails of the goblins attracted over a dozen more encircling him. He returned to the small slope maintaining his elevated position and showered the approaching goblins with bullets. Auto-reload successful physical attack permanently 1x999 Ming Dao C Ming permanently 114. On his 9th Asanthodd shot, his Super God Grade Talent Offense Only No Defense also ascended to 2 stars. Super God Grade Talent Offense Only No Defense 2 star 1210000 increased perspective range by double enhanced recoil nullification faster auto-reload improved silencing effect permanently gain 2 Ming Dao C Ming per kill permanently gain 2 attack power per shot keep firing. Rat-a-tat-tat. The Gatling gun finally ceased its rotation. Your Golden Gatling gun epic has reached 0 durability. It's maxed out. Ming Dao C Ming count 36 physical attack 14316. The last goblin charged at Lin Bufang, its massive spiked club inches away. With 36 Ming Dao C Ming on him, Lin Bufang was much more composed. He didn't intend to use a single one. He stowed the Gatling gun in his backpack and drew his starting weapon, the broken revolver. He released the safety. In an instant he pulled the trigger. Bang! A thunderous roar erupted as the revolver's muzzle spat a serpent of fire. An orange-yellow bullet tore through the air, burying itself deep into the goblin's skull, piercing its cranium, and exiting from the back of its head, drawing a brilliant streak of blood. 11,955. A damage number utterly impossible for a Lv1 appeared above the goblin's head. It was instantly slain, reduced to a heap of flesh. Killed Goblin X 15 experience 15 level Lv1 25,100. Continuing forward, suddenly a larger blue frame appeared in Lin Bufang's field of vision. The previous frames were all white. White likely represented ordinary monsters. Blue was unknown. Carefully weaving through the underbrush, Lin Bufang halted about 10 meters from the target. Not far away in a clearing, a goblin wielding a bow, vicious in appearance, was cautiously surveying its surroundings. At its feet lay a corpse in a school uniform. The white skirt and long hair clearly belonged to a girl. Seeing no one around, it snapped off a black stocking thigh, crunching it in its mouth, occasionally bursting out red meat paste. Lin Bufang immediately checked its stats. Name: Juvenile Archer Goblin Elite Level Lv1 HP 10,000 Physical Attack 200 Armor 200 Magic Resistance 200 Skill Lock Triple Shot. Description: My blood is boiling. 1000 HP. For Lv1 classmates, this was an extremely terrifying existence. Its 200 attack power could one-shot an adult with a normal attack. With armor as high as 200, it was basically immune to conventional firearms. What's more, it had a skill. To take it down at Lv1, a tank to absorb damage, a healer, and DPS were all necessary, and even a single tank might not hold. But for Lin Bufang, he only felt this elite monster's HP was too low. One shot would finish it. However, this world had a peculiar mechanic. It could also be understood as realization. Damage was greatly reduced when hitting areas with high defense or non-vital parts. Simply put, a stab to the heart meant instant death, but a stab to the kidney could let one hold on for a while. Lin Bufang wanted to stack a few more shots of damage. So he drew the revolver, spun the cylinder. Snap! He aimed the sights at the elite archer goblin's chest. With a bang, the bullet instantly reached the goblin's right chest, where the sturdy armor Lin Bufang intended was. However, Lin Bufang's attack power was too high. The armor was utterly useless. With a squelch, the bullet pierced the armor, and blood blossomed like a misty flower from its back. 3,176. No way even a glancing hit does this much. Lin Bufang's attack power exceeding 14,000 would deal devastating damage no matter how he tried to avoid hitting the target fully. Bang! The second shot hit the elite archer goblin's left foot. 4,578. After 2 glancing hits, the elite was already crippled. Alright then. As the goblin drew its bow, a pale blue light appearing on the arrow before the locked triple shot was released. Lin Bufang casually fired a supplementary shot, aiming for the head. It dealt full damage. 14,526. It owed Lin Bufang plenty of HP. 3 shots provided 6 permanent physical attack. Lin Bufang was using the starting weapon. He could just discard it when durability ran out. Roughly speaking, it was a huge profit. Killed Archer Goblin Elite Experience 100. Congratulations, you have leveled up to Lv2 level Lv2, 25300, free stat points 10. After leveling up, Lin Bufang felt all his fatigue vanish, his skin even became fairer, his blood vitality surged, and his body felt lighter. He felt his overall strength had improved a tier. Seeing the elite monster give a generous 100 experience points, Lin Bufang couldn't help, but Psi Elites sure gave a lot. Encountering elites still depended on luck. These things spawned randomly and were unpredictable. Of course, even if an elite stood still for Lin Bufang to farm, it still couldn't compare to the experience from the temple. According to Lin Bufang's knowledge, there existed a temple outside Zhanghai City. It was said that one clear could raise several levels. It could also drop high guarantee materials, rare and godly equipment, skill books, and even top-tier gear worth hundreds of millions. Of course, the temple had a minimum level requirement of Lv10. Lin Bufang's current goal was to reach Lv10 as quickly as possible. Juvenile Archer Goblin Elite dropped Desert Eagle Green X1 Carbon X10. A good piece of equipment dropped. And it's for my class. As everyone knew, the gunner class was very niche and equipment rarity was one reason. Lin Bufang consecutively dropping 2 pieces of his class equipment at the start was truly an auspicious omen. In fact, Lin Bufang was still holding a few pieces of goblin meat. His backpack already contained the Gatling gun. The backpack was insufficient. This world did have portable backpacks, but they were expensive, costing 300 gold coins to unlock. However, the effects were truly enticing. It provided 36 initial grid spaces. Each grid could stack identical materials with no limit on quantity or weight. It also had features for on-the-go durability repair and an in-game trading post, saving Lin Bufang the trouble of running back and forth. Oh, and there was an auto pickup function. Unfortunately, even if Lin Bufang had $300, he wouldn't buy the backpack. He would continue to save for his sister's surgery. He was about to step forward to pick up the equipment when 2 people approached from behind. Lin Bufang had actually noticed them earlier and assumed they were classmates. Both were level 1 with his 100 attack power. Lin Bufang naturally didn't care about their presence. He just didn't expect to recognize these 2. They were Xiao Fuss lackeys who did evil deeds daily and loved bullying other students. They hadn't seen Lin Bufang yet and were chatting. I just wanted her to help us out. Why did she run so fast? It's not like we weren't paying. Exactly. Brotherly, I heard your dad bought you the key to unlock the backpack. Have you used it? Why would I use that thing? I still prefer the tactile feel of picking things up by hand. The rift is really great. No one can see what you do. Lin Bufang suddenly understood that the girl who died at the hands of the elite monster was chased here by these 2 brutes and accidentally fell victim to the elite monster. The 2 noticed Lin Bufang paused for a moment and then saw a piece of green gear floating beside him along with 10 black carbon pieces the size of apples. 10 gold coins for each piece of carbon, and there are actually 10 of them. Today we can enjoy a free goblin hot pot. Bang bang. Physical attack permanent 22. Famous sword destiny permanent 22. With 2 shots, the 2 collapsed in a pool of blood, one of them being a class warrior with over 2,000 health points at level 1, possessing a defensive passive skill that would allow him to survive dozens of regular bullets. However, they were sent off with a single shot each. In the next moment, a bag automatically floated above their bodies. This is the drop bag that appears upon killing a player. Inside the bag, it generally bursts out the most numerous items from the deceased. The drop rate is purely random and the quantity is also random. What if there are no items dropped? Naturally, an heir can be designated and those items will automatically fly to the heir's side. Lin Bufang chose his sister as the heir. Lin Bufang had heard that they had a backpack key on them. I wonder how lucky I will be. With an excited heart, Lin Bufang walked towards the corpse before him. Looking at the bloody scene in front of him, Lin Bufang felt a bit nauseous. This was his first time killing someone. Fortunately, the disgusting actions of the 2 somewhat dissipated his nausea. Suppressing the churn in his stomach, he opened the first bag. Inside, there was a bottle of Nonghua Ikong, 3 boxes of 0.01 small balloons, and 558 gold coins. With his eyes closed, Lin Bufang opened the second bag. Without opening his eyes, he could sense a flash of golden light. Opening his eyes, the first item in the bag was a golden key, the second was 2.6 gold coins, and the following 5 items were personal effects. Lin Bufang waved his hand, and all the gold coins automatically flew into his body. This is a function that everyone possesses, allowing gold coins to directly transfer into the account. Gold coin balance 20166. PK drop rates are high after all. 20,000 gold coins amounted to a fortune for Lin Bufang. Then he looked at the golden key. Backpack key artifact. After use, it unlocks personal backpack functionality with automatic pickup, online trading, and repair features, and comes with 36 slots. To increase additional space, one must unlock it through killing, exploration, or hidden achievements. 300,000 Ha. Lin Bufang's hand trembled slightly with excitement. Use. Backpack function unlocked. At the moment of unlocking, the scattered mineral water small balloons along with the distant green pistol and 10 pieces of carbon automatically flew into Lin Bufang's backpack. The first slot of the backpack contained carbon, and the top right corner displayed a number 10. This item is considered hard currency, with a stable value market price ranging from 8 to 12 gold coins, sometimes a bit higher, sometimes lower. Opening the trading hall, he initially had 10 slots available. The slots need to be crafted by oneself, but 10 should be enough. The current price of carbon was floating around 10 gold coins with a small range. He directly listed it for sale. Soon it was sold out instantly. You listed carbon 10 and sold 10, automatic deposit 100 gold coins, current balance 20266. The trading hall does not charge any fees, which is why many people make their fortunes or go bankrupt through it. Additionally, items like meat chunks and bones, which also take up considerable weight, can be picked up freely. After all, the same materials can stack without limit. While these materials are not worth much, individually accumulating them can yield a decent amount. Lin Bufang discarded all the useless items that couldn't be listed, keeping only the equipment he had acquired. Desert Eagle Lv1, excellent fast-shooting speed, capable of automatic fire with considerable recoil, attack power 918, durability 200,200. Lin Bufang placed the Golden Gatling from his backpack into the bag. He simply tossed the backpack into the bag as well. He tried the repair function and selected the Golden Gatling. Lv1 Epic Weapon, Plastic Golden Fire God Gatling, repair 1/0, durability requires 2 million gold coins. Lin Bufang took a deep breath. There was nothing to say. One must think from a different perspective. He had effectively gotten 2 million gold coins for free. Of course, for Lin Bufang, whose attack power had already accumulated, the Golden Gatling was not very useful anymore. If he were lucky, he might find a machine gun. Its firing rate might not compare to the Golden Gatling, but bullets are cheap. What if he couldn't find one? Well, he has the personal trading hall. Buying one wouldn't be expensive. The Golden Gatling's only current function might just be to lock its attack power at 0, equivalent to permanently converting 100 gold coins into 2 points of attack power. Once he achieves financial freedom, he could afford to play around like that. He then tried his revolver. Lv1 White Weapon, repairs 6, durability requires 12 gold coins. The revolver has 50 durability, meaning 1 gold coin equals 50 durability, which equals 50 rounds of ammunition. This price rounds up to being free. Of course, the revolver itself might not even be worth 1 gold coin, so repairing it is truly unnecessary. Unless Lin Bufang really runs out of durability on all 3 guns without coming across new weapons, he would consider repairs. Finally, Lin Bufang looked at the new free points that had appeared. Free points can be freely allocated to the attributes on the panel. Lin Bufang glanced at the panel, preparing to study it properly. Name: Lin Bufang. Profession: E-Class Gunslinger. Level: Lv2, 25,300. Health: 300,300. Magic: 50/50. Physical attack: 14526. Magic attack: 30. Physical defense: 10. Magic defense: 10. Armor break: 0. Magic break: 0. Speed: 10. Luck: unknown. Free points: 10. Health is not needed. Attack power is not needed. Magic attack is not needed. Defense is not needed. Luck cannot be allocated. Therefore, Lin Bufang only needs to choose between armor break and speed. Armor break is the ability to ignore the target's armor percentage. As long as the attack is sufficient, armor can be ignored. So speed was the only option left. In fact, Lin Bufang initially planned to increase his speed. Why? The speed attribute enhances 4 aspects: attack speed, casting speed, movement speed, and reaction speed. One could say that the speed attribute was perfect for Lin Bufang. With the famous sword Destiny, as long as he maneuvers skillfully and operates brilliantly, he can avoid any damage. Moreover, the famous sword Destiny provides him with nearly infinite margin for error. Given time training his skills in combat with speed, he would undoubtedly achieve an extremely high level of proficiency. Not to mention, Lin Bufang can increase his attack power by shooting targets. The faster he is, the quicker the accumulation. All points allocated to speed. Speed: 20. Lin Bufang felt his body become a bit lighter. Even walking felt floaty and incredibly comfortable. He left the 2 brutes' bodies for the goblins to handle while he dug a small pit to bury the girl. Continuing forward, as the range of his perception increased to 120 meters, the number of surrounding boxes also increased significantly. Lin Bufang could also choose a direction to advance based on the number of area boxes. Because generally the more monsters there are, the more will appear later. Bang. Attack power permanent 2 bang. Attack power permanent 2 bang. Attack power permanent 2. As Lin Bufang moved forward, he shot down a goblin with a single bullet. These ordinary goblins would die from even the slightest wound. Gradually, he noticed that the boxes to the north were becoming increasingly numerous more and more. Within his line of sight, the number of boxes had already exceeded 500. This was still within Lin Bufang's perception range. Beyond, that would be even more. Furthermore, at the very edge, there were several blue boxes moving back and forth, constantly disappearing and reappearing. Lin Bufang raised his revolver, thumbing back the hammer. The number of monsters was already sufficient. There was no need to lure more. Now came the moment of slaughter. Bang! Each shot required Lin Bufang to cock the hammer again. This old-fashioned revolver was indeed troublesome. But for a freebie, one couldn't be too picky. Soon the revolver's durability hit 0. Lin Bufang discarded it without a second thought, as a white-tire item with no durability left wasn't even worth selling in the auction house. He switched to an old-fashioned rifle, a Mauser M1871 model that required manual loading. Of course, Lin Bufang had autoload, skipping the loading step. Still, ejecting the spent casing required him to manually work the bolt. The rifle had a much longer range and higher accuracy. Within 120 meters, aiming at the target box, Lin Bufang's skill was such that even the revolver hadn't missed a single shot, let alone the more precise rifle. 3 years of practice hadn't been in vain. Bang! 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 Soon the old rifle's ammunition was depleted. Lin Bufang discarded it too and switched to the most convenient weapon, the Desert Eagle. The Desert Eagle was a silver-white pistol, fully automatic. Paired with auto-loading, it allowed for unrestricted movement. All he needed to do was pull the trigger. If one ignored the need to reload magazines, this was the gunner's overwhelming advantage over all other classes. Pull the trigger, and even with 0 initial speed, you'd leave archers in the dust. The 200 durability vanished swiftly. All free points were still allocated to agility. Lin Bufang calculated that only 15 minutes had passed since he entered the rift, and he had already reached level 3, with most of that time spent stacking attack power. The real grind for experience had only just begun. Who said I couldn't even reach level 3 on the first day? Moreover, because Lin Bufang's attack range was so great, most goblins had no idea where he was. Only a few spotted him charge forward and were shot dead en route. Not only that, but as Lin Bufang ventured deeper into the forest, the surrounding target boxes multiplied beyond count. The goblins he had slain earlier dropped plenty of good loot. Meat and bones aside for now, even common goblins dropped carbon, albeit with a low probability. Scattered here and there, he had collected 8 pieces. As for equipment, over a dozen white-tire items had dropped, 2 of which were for gunners. 100 free bullets. Suddenly a horn sounded in the distance. 3 blue target boxes appeared in Lin Bufang's vision. Elite monsters. An elite goblin had detected his position, blowing a horn to rally the surrounding goblins into a charge toward him. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots later, the 3 elite goblins were instantly slain. Lin Bufang had no idea what they looked like. He only saw the blue boxes vanish. Then 36 pieces of carbon, 2 green tier items, and 1 blue tier item flew into his inventory. The carbon was promptly listed for sale, occupying just 1 slot. One of the 2 green tier items wasn't for the gunner class, so it was listed directly. If no one bought it, he would discard it. The other was a pair of shoes wearable by his gunner class, boosting fixed movement speed. Donning the straw sandals, Lin Bufang felt a soaring sensation, his movement speed greatly enhanced. Though the 3 elites were dead, thousands of goblins had locked onto his position. Facing such a horde, Lin Bufang's gaze fell upon the blue-tier weapon in the 7th slot of his inventory. What more could be said? The more that came, the better. Lin Bufang climbed onto a tree branch, hefting the 50-pound machine gun, and sprayed bullets at the target boxes before him. Where the bullets passed, it was like a harvester reaping wheat. Rows upon rows of goblins fell in pools of blood. The machine gun's attack power seemed average, but its actual damage output was immense. Some nearby goblins were literally cut in half by the bullets, suffering fatal blows. Headshots caused heads to burst like watermelons. Both level-ups' free points were still allocated to agility. Upon reaching level 5, the number of goblins before him didn't decrease, but continued to grow. Bring it on. Lin Bufang knew this was a rare opportunity for a major leveling spree. His bullets were spent, the meat and bones in his backpack had piled up to over 200 pieces, each carbon exceeded 100, and various equipment had filled his inventory to the brim. Lin Bufang listed everything at once, meat and bones included. Soon notifications of sold items came in one after another. His balance increased by over 200 gold. Then his Browning machine gun ran out of ammunition. The repair cost for the blue tier item was slightly higher. But this machine gun was just too good, too satisfying. At 0.25 gold per bullet, it was practically free. Repair. As soon as the repair was complete, Lin Bufang immediately held down the trigger. When the bullets ran out, he instantly clicked repair again. The muzzle flash was like the scythe of death, continuously reaping goblins in the distance. Almost every bullet precisely struck a goblin. This required burst fire and skill. Lin Bufang had trained for 3 years, 1095 days, 6 hours each day over 6500 hours. He could remember the trajectory of every bullet, knew the angles of air temperature, humidity, and wind. He remembered the vital points of targets and the angles needed to adjust for their movement. These things were etched into his mind, into his blood. Thinking of his sister's Lv1 surgery fee, recalling the disdainful looks from others when they saw his rank gunner class, he thought, I don't aim to win, I just don't want to lose. Rat-a-tat-tat. More bullets, more precise bullets formed a net that crushed all goblins into minced flesh with overwhelming force. Lin Bufang's fingers were already aching severely. Every time he was about to reach his limit, he relied on the status recovery granted by leveling up to hold on. He had lost track of time, perhaps 30 minutes, perhaps an hour. Lin Bufang felt his entire body aching intensely, his 10 fingers completely numb. Under such high-intensity trigger, pulling the recovery from leveling up alone could hardly restore him fully. Moreover, Lin Bufang was giving it his all. Without the recoilless effect, he would have collapsed from exhaustion long ago. Without the tripod support, he wouldn't have lasted until now. Everything was just right. At that moment, the forest was eerily silent, and within his line of sight, there was not a single frame. In between, he had killed many elite monsters. He paid no attention, simply continuing the slaughter. He even encountered an elite goblin that had sneaked up from underground, which drained his health with a shadow strike, triggering the effect of a life-saving talisman. But they were all killed by Lin Bufang. Just how great was the harvest from this wave? Lin Bufang had no idea. He first glanced at his balance. Current gold balance, 56 gold. Over 200 gold had dwindled to just 56. He checked the time. Only an hour and a half had passed. What did this mean? In an hour and a half, he had fired 8000 bullets. Yes, 8000. Lin Bufang had been so immersed in battle that he hadn't had time to check his level. Level Lv1 270-002-8000. He was level 9 now. Just 100 more experience points, and he'll be kicked out of the rift immediately. Amazing, just amazing. What kind of concept was this? The highest record in Jianghai City's history was level 7. Lin Bufang had surpassed that by 2 levels, and he was about to exceed it by another. Lin Bufang allocated his free points to speed and opened his status panel. Name: Lin Bufang. Occupation: rank gunner. Level Lv1 270-002-8000. HP 3500-3500. MP 160-160. Physical attack 171-360. Magic attack 90. Physical defense 230. Magic defense 70. Armor penetration 0. Magic penetration 0. Speed 470. Luck unknown. Free points 0. Talent super god level offense only, no defense 2 stars 7650-110-0000. Equipment: Browning M1919A4 machine gun, woven straw sandals, goblin tunic, etc. 17000. Physical attack now. With 800 bullets fired, Lin Bufang's point shot accuracy rate was as high as 93.6. He was fairly satisfied with this level of performance. Although his fingers had gone numb later on, his speed attribute had increased, which also improved his accuracy. Lin Bufang then checked his count of life-saving talismans. Life-saving talismans, 161358. He had even used 2 of them. 2 dings. 16000 life-saving talismans. When would he ever use them all? Lin Bufang opened his inventory. In reality, scattered around him were quite a few white equipment pieces. These were items that had overflowed when his bag became full. He didn't even glance at white equipment. As for green equipment, he just picked a set to wear. Blue equipment was relatively rare. An ordinary blue item could sell for around 500 gold coins. During the college entrance exam sprint period, even unwanted blue equipment was easy to sell. Lin Bufang's 36-slot inventory held 33 slots of blue equipment. Among them, 7 items had already been listed. After all, carbon, meat, and bones each occupied a fixed slot. 40 pieces of blue equipment would amount to 200 gold coins. Among them was a blue desert eagle that Lin Bufang particularly liked. Its craftsmanship was exquisite, and he couldn't bear to put it down. He planned to use it as a backup weapon. His main weapon remained the Browning M1919A4 machine gun. Besides equipment, the quantity of meat and bones had already exceeded 1000. These items were cheap, but given the sheer volume, they could sell for over 300 gold coins. The biggest haul was carbon. A total of 8678 pieces dropped. That could sell for nearly 900 gold coins. Therefore, from this massacre, Lin Bufang had gained over 1,000 in profit. Lin Bufang was extremely excited. How could he not be? Even these low-level monsters between Lv1 and Lv5 yielded such incredible profits. If he went to the wilds or the sanctuary, he couldn't even imagine how lucrative it would be. Lin Bufang continued advancing deeper into the forest. There was nothing left to linger for in the Goblin Rift. The highest level goblin here was Lv5, and even that was only a boss level. And they only dropped Lv1 equipment. A real man needed to leave the city and head to the wilds. Several of your listed items have been purchased. Current balance 85758 gold. He waited on the spot for 10 minutes, sold over a dozen blue items at low prices, then picked up the blue items that had been left on the ground. He discarded the worthless green and white equipment. Then he pressed on. He planned to kill a few monsters to reach level 10 and then leave so he could gather his sister's medical expenses as soon as possible. However, after walking for over 10 minutes, he didn't see a single monster. Not only were there no monsters, but there were no students either. That's strange. Could it be that I've wiped out all the monsters in this area? Elsewhere in the forest, everyone was avoiding the area where Lin Bufang was. How can these Lv1 monsters cause a beast tide? Don't go to the north. It's too dangerous. Lin Bufang walked for another 5 minutes. Through the layers of trees, over a dozen frames appeared. They were green frames, clearly a group of classmates. Lin Bufang approached them, intending to ask where the monsters were more plentiful. As he came face to face, he saw a group of girls running frantically in his direction, panic written on their faces. When they saw Lin Bufang, they paused, then their faces lit up with surprise. Bufang, what a coincidence. You're here too. They immediately warned him, Bufang, run with us. There's a boss behind us. It's dozens of meters tall, taller than the trees. Its stats are terrifying, 3,00000 HP. Its attack power is over 1,000. Hearing about a boss, Lin Bufang suddenly smiled. Now he didn't need to grind monsters. Taking down a single boss would be enough. He pushed through the crowd and ran straight toward the direction they had fled from. Bufang, come back. It's dangerous there. Several female classmates hurried after him, trying to stop him from going to his death. But how could their speed match Lin Bufang's? With 470 points in speed, having allocated all free points to it, no other examinee this year could match Lin Bufang's speed. 3 seconds later, 120 meters away, a massive red frame appeared before Lin Bufang. He had to look up to see its full extent. In fact, even without using X-ray vision, he could already see the enormous pointed green ears of the creature. Name, dual-wielding goblin chieftain boss. Level Lv5. HP, 3,00000. Physical attack, 1,200. Armor, 1,000. Magic resistance, 1,000. Damage reduction, 20. Skills, summon goblin thrower, squad grab, take my myriad strikes. Description, roar. Someone's here to cause trouble. A mere 3,000 HP. A paltry 20 damage reduction. Before 1,700 attack power, this defense and damage reduction were virtually negligible. Lin Bufang found it laughable. Without a second word, he raised his Desert Eagle. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out. Every shot was a headshot. To be honest, even without his 3 years of grueling practice, hitting such a large target would have been difficult to miss. Of course, for other classes like archers, even a headshot would hardly finish off a boss. First, the boss had high defense. Second, it also had a health regeneration mechanism. Third, and most terrifying, the boss had a massive attack range. This demanded great skill from warriors in holding aggro and placed high demands on the cleric's operations. Although the Goblin Chieftain was only Lv5, the students' levels were also very low, and the maximum level allowed in the Rift was 10. It would take at least 20 people to take down this boss. A minimum of 5 warriors were needed to hold aggro. Insufficient clerics meant healing couldn't keep up. Demands on all other positions were high, and any fallen member needed immediate replacement or the entire team would collapse. The boss's health bar was instantly emptied. The moment the boss died, its health bar didn't stop dropping, flying from right to left. Only after the corpse evaporated into a bloody sea of waves did the health bar completely disappear. Whoosh! 1,000 blue lights flashed. It was carbon bursting from the boss's body. Then came a blue light. A refined piece of equipment. It wasn't over yet. Another streak of purple light flashed seemingly atop. A mage-class item by the looks of it. Lin Bufang's eyes lit up sharply. This kind of Lv1 purple equipment at normal times was cheap, around 500 gold coins. But this was the college entrance exam period. Below Lv10, you could only wear Lv1 equipment. So Lv1 rare equipment was incredibly expensive now. For a suitable class, it could sell for over 500 gold coins. Demand far outstripped supply. And the mage class was a popular one. Lin Bufang had just thought he hit the jackpot when unexpectedly a dazzling pink beam exploded in the distance. Something good really dropped. Lin Bufang was both shocked and delighted. Pink mint, a divine artifact with a drop rate so abysmally low it was rarely seen on the market. At least in these past few years, Lin Bufang had only seen pictures online. He had never even touched a divine artifact. A Lv1 divine artifact was also extremely rare, and during the exam period it was so scarce it had a price, but no market. Lin Bufang was about to see what this divine artifact was when suddenly in the distance a blinding golden light flared up. What the hell? What's this? From afar, Lin Bufang saw only a skill book floating towards him. A skill book? Skill books that dropped were usually character-bound. If the class didn't match, they could be used as experience fodder for other skills. Skill books sold on the market were random skills with a high chance of failure and outrageously high prices. The probability of getting a useless skill was also high. So for a good skill, farming it yourself was the only way. But farming was far from easy. The drop rate for skill books was second only to divine artifacts. With excitement, Lin Bufang first looked at the skill book. Take my Myriad Strikes 1-star gunner class exclusive, really a gunner skill. Lin Bufang quickly checked his body, afraid he had lost some organs. He couldn't check his lifespan, so he skipped that. He read the skill description. Description: the next bullet counts as 2 shots, next star 3 shots, no cooldown, consumes 10 mana. This skill is good, infinitely better than some deadly strike. It effectively tripled damage, and it seemed each level up doubled it. For a high-tack player like Lin Bufang, this was a massive boost. Lin Bufang continued to check the dropped divine artifact. Equipment and materials all flew into his backpack. One boss dropped 3,000 units of carbon. This meant the guaranteed minimum profit from one boss was 3,000 gold coins. As they say, risk comes with reward. A Lv5 boss required 20 people to fight. If they actually killed it, each person could get 1500 coins. Of course, this 1500 was just hard-earned money. After all, it was a life-or-death struggle, and equipment durability wore down. With luck, dropping a few pieces of equipment or rare gear meant a profit. If the team leader got a skill book, he would also send red packets to everyone. The Carbon 7485 you listed was purchased for 100 units. Automatically credited 1,000 gold coins. Current balance, 91,387 gold coins. The Ancient Cross you listed was purchased for 1 unit. Automatically credited 458 gold coins. Current balance, 91,845 gold coins. Just then, Lin Bufang sold a few blue pieces, freeing up space to store the divine artifact and skill book in his backpack. The rare mage top had overall stats that were above average plus an HP bonus. It was quite good. As for the divine artifact, Lv1 Goblin's Judgment Staff divine artifact, extremely fast casting speed, magic attack 40-80, magic attack 10, on attack 5 chance to summon 3 Goblin Decanus, cooldown 5 minutes, Goblin Decanus lasts 1 minute, durability 2500-2500. Top tier. Absolutely top tier. Its base stats were terrifyingly high. A top-tier weapon for levels Lv1 to Lv10. With a 10 magic attack bonus, it could even be used up to level 15. Furthermore, it could summon 3 Goblin Decanus for faster damage output. Imagine everyone is leveling up and you're wearing a divine artifact. You'd be far ahead of everyone else. Killed dual-wielding Goblin Chieftain, EXP, 1000. Congratulations. Your level has reached Lv10. Your level exceeds the maximum for the Goblin Rift. You will be automatically teleported to the Rift entrance in 3 seconds. Congratulations. You have achieved the unprecedented leveling speed feat. Condition: reach level 10 within 3 hours on the second day of class appearance. You will receive an additional 28 backpack slots permanent. Backpack space increased. Backpack space 64 slots. Then the scenery flashed before Lin Bufang's eyes, and he was teleported out. From another direction, the girls only heard 3 distant gunshots. Then they saw the massive head of the Goblin Chieftain explode. Holy crap. Lin Bufang killed the boss in 3 shots. They realized a problem: if they didn't hurry up and level, they wouldn't even be able to catch a glimpse of Lin Bufang's tail lights. At the entrance of the Goblin Rift, in the spectator stands, many big shots from Jianghai City observed the entrance. From time to time, students emerged from the rift. Some were injured, others realized their strength was far from enough to kill monsters and chose to give up. Of course, some students were going to the nearby equipment shop to buy gear. Su Ran's father, Su Xiao, shook his head slightly. Equipment: this all needs to be prepared in advance. Although entering the rift itself is free, going in and out frequently wastes a lot of time. You might get teleported to the edge of the map next time. Next to him, Xiao Fu's father, Xiao Gaojia, thought of Lin Bufang. By the way, Lin Bufang didn't buy equipment either. He's quite impressive, hasn't come out once in 3 hours. The people nearby couldn't help but chuckle. He's probably saving face and doesn't want to come out. A rank gunner entering solo. He probably can't even kill the most ordinary wild boar. I recall the top level on the first day last year reached level 7. That student also broke the historical record. I wonder if there will be any surprises this time. Xiao Gaojia chuckled. I think your daughter, brother Su, has a great chance. She's got a god-tier automatic pistol, and with her class her damage is maxed out. Pair her with a warrior and a damage dealer. 3 people get more experience than 4. My Xiao Fu isn't so lucky. His mage weapon is still rare grade. He couldn't snag a god-tier item. A faint smile curled at the corner of Su Zhao's mouth. You flatter me. I think your Xiao Fu might be the biggest dark horse. His damage is all area effect, perfect for leveling up. Area effect it may be, but the damage leaves something to be desired. Then Xiao Gaojia steered the conversation toward Lin Bufang. I wonder what level Lin Bufang is now. He's a gunner too. A gunner isn't something just anyone can handle. I reckon he'll struggle to reach level 2 in a day. Xiao Gaojia's tone now carried a hint of mockery. His intent was clear because Su Zhao's daughter Su Ran had feelings for Lin Bufang. He wanted to embarrass Lin Bufang in front of all these big shots. Thus he sought to make Su Xiao lose face. Indeed, an rank gunner. Shouldn't Su Xiao urge his daughter to stay away from him? Su Xiao looked around, shaking his head slightly, knowing he had to respond, or else the Su family's dignity would be utterly ruined by an rank gunner. Young people sometimes only see a pretty face, ignoring everything else. It's innocent, even beautiful, but no matter what Su Ran thinks, as long as I'm alive, Lin Bufang will never set foot in our home. Xiao Gaojia was now completely at ease. With Su Zhao's words, there was absolutely no chance of Lin Bufang and Su Ran becoming a couple, let alone husband and wife. Just then the rift flickered and a young man emerged, clad in black with hair like a waterfall and eyes blazing like torches. Xiao Gaojia recognized him at once. Oh, isn't this Lin Bufang? You actually came out. A sneer was plastered on his face, but as Lin Bufang drew closer, the sneer slowly faded, replaced by utter astonishment. Holy crap, his level is wrong. Everyone turned to look. Holy crap. Lv1. Lin Bufang reached level 10. It's only been 3 hours. How is that possible? Xiao Gaojia's face flushed crimson. Feeling the myriad gazes upon him, he covered his face with his hands, unwilling to let anyone see his expression. How mortifying. He had been running his mouth about Lin Bufang, and now Lin Bufang had thrown his level right in his face, making him look like a complete clown. Su Xiao was even more stunned. He glanced at the historical leaderboard by the rift's entrance. Sure enough, the top spot had changed hands. It was now Lin Bufang's name. What did it mean to reach level 10 in 3 hours on the first day? Not only had he shattered the historical record, he had surpassed it by 3 levels. Everyone knew that with each level the required experience increased exponentially. Surpassing by 1 level was impressive, by 2 it was total domination. Surpassing by 3 levels was beyond their wildest imagination. They simply couldn't fathom how Lin Bufang had done it. But the proof was right before their eyes. Barring any accidents, Lin Bufang would be a once-in-a-lifetime top-tier prodigy. Su Xiao now shot a venomous glare at Xiao Gaojia. He now wanted nothing more than to slap himself several times. How could he have been so careless with his words? If only he had said one less sentence or waited a dozen seconds, he would never have uttered that remark. Thinking of how his daughter had always liked Lin Bufang, he felt it was a testament to his excellent parenting. His daughter's taste, just like his. He stood up and greeted him warmly. Hello, classmate Lin. Lin Bufang glanced at him, then completely ignored him, leaving Su Zhao's outstretched hand suspended in midair. Lin Bufang didn't know him, nor did he know any of those leaders. If he didn't know them, why bother with pleasantries? What could he gain? Respect. This so-called respect was all bought with the power and potential Lin Bufang had just displayed. What he wanted was to sit in the front row, to be on equal footing with them, even to make them look up to him. Ignoring everyone, Lin Bufang walked up to Principal Wang. I heard you've always thought rank classes are worthless. Principal Wang's eyes were equally filled with shock. Level 10 was terrifying. Yet his expression remained contemptuous. I still think so. You might be lucky now, unstoppable in the Goblin Rift, but what about later? An rank foundation is too low, you won't get far. A few teachers nearby shook their heads, subtly saying nothing. Among the students who had walked out from under Principal Wang's tutelage, many who now held high positions in Daxiao were rank classes. Often it was those who had been crushed and trampled into the dirt who could blossom anew. Lin Bufang left. An elderly teacher looked at Principal Wang. Wang Pan, aren't you just making him resent you? Look at those students. None visit you on holidays. Why bother? Wang Pan's eyes were calm. Do I care about such things? Just in a rank class, he can't beat me, so what can he do? It doesn't matter who would love whom. But after Lin Bufang turned and left, he whipped his head around and wiped the sweat from his brow. This kid might actually be able to take me on in the future. The speaker was careless, but the listener took it to heart. Xiao Gaojia thought Wang Pan was right. Indeed, the ceiling for rank classes is too low. Lin Bufang is just lucky. Say Old Su. Old Su. He turned around to find Su Xiao already sitting 10 meters away from him, clearly distancing himself. As for Lin Bufang, he took a bus to the southern gate of Jianghai City, planning to head out of the city and get into a fight. He had sold all the carbon materials and blue-tier equipment on him. Current balance 141578 gold coins. Of course, he also listed a rare grade and a god-tier item on the trading house while on the bus. The rare grade item was a mage's robe. There wasn't an exact duplicate, but similar ones were priced around 300 gold coins. Occasionally one would pop up for 2000, but was instantly snapped up because it wasn't bound. This indicated that someone was deliberately manipulating the prices. Level 1 purple tire equipment normally cost 300 to 500 gold coins. During the college entrance exam period, profiteers had driven the price up tenfold. This worked in Lin Bufang's favor. He listed his robe for 500 gold coins to test the waters, planning to lower the price if it didn't sell. Then he examined the god-tier equipment. Level 1 god-tier equipment was the same, normally worthless, but prices had skyrocketed during the exam period. Everything was priced above 100 gold coins, though most were flashy with mediocre stats better suited as decorations. There were over a dozen mage staffs, but none matched the stats and attributes of the one in Lin Bufang's hands, yet the highest priced one had reached 2500 gold coins. Lin Bufang thought it over and simply listed his for 36000. Why 36000? Because with around 36000 gold coins, he could scrape together enough for his sister's surgery. He figured that at 10000 above market price, it wouldn't sell easily. Unexpectedly, no sooner had he listed it than he received 2 notifications within 10 seconds. The apprentice's tunic rare you listed has been purchased for 1 unit, with 500 gold coins automatically credited, current balance 191578 gold coins. The goblin's judgment staff artifact you listed has been purchased for 1 unit, with 360 gold coins automatically credited, current balance 551578 gold coins. Lin Bufang directly changed his route to the next stop, hailed a taxi, and headed straight for the hospital. Arriving at the hospital, Lin Bufang paid the 500 yuan medical fee for his sister, who lay comatose and emaciated with a nutrient tube inserted. The doctor assured him, "Don't worry, child. Leave the rest to us." Lin Bufang finally felt the weight lift from his heart. The doctors and nurses watching his weary back, and then the sister on the bed, were deeply moved. "You have a good brother." Leaving the hospital, Lin Bufang took a taxi directly to the south gate. He continued to monitor the trading house. Unexpectedly, the artifact staff he had just sold reappeared on the trading house. The price had increased from 36000 to 5000. In the Goblin Rift, Xiao Fu was hacking monsters while keeping an eye on the trading house. He had just spotted a newly listed level 1 artifact staff, but hadn't even had time to check its stats before it was bought. Then the price jumped by 14000. Damn it, those bloody scalpers. A level 1 artifact was only useful before level 10 to talk about using it until level 15 was for ordinary folks. Xiao Fu already had his level 10 equipment prepared at home. Now he had to waste 500 gold coins on a one-time level 1 item. By the next day, this equipment might depreciate to under 500 gold coins. Although Xiao Fu's family was wealthy, throwing money into the water was still painful. After much deliberation, he gritted his teeth and decided to buy it. He had no choice, he needed to level up. Who's making all this money? The scalper, perhaps the biggest beneficiary, did no fighting. Just clicked to buy and list, netting 140 gold coins effortlessly. But if he hadn't sold it, the equipment would be stuck in his hands, and as time passed, the 360 gold cost might just go down the drain. High returns often come with high risks. For Lin Bufang, however, there was no risk at all. He made a clean 360 gold coins. Thanks to these speculators, he could actually earn even more. The infinitely stacking attack power meant that high risks were trivial in his eyes. That meant infinite returns. As he left the city, the guard stopped him because he was too young and his ID was still a student card. "Don't you know students are forbidden from leaving the city on the first day?" Lin Bufang revealed the level above his head, Lv1. The guard exclaimed, "Holy crap. Permission to leave the city. That's possible, but, young man, be careful. Although the minimum level to leave the city is 10A, most level 10 professionals stick to slime rifts and cat demon rifts inside the city. Outside monsters of Lv15 and above are common. You might even encounter Lv20 or higher. Outside the city, there are no laws. Prioritize your own safety. If you want to go to the Holy Temple, there's a direct bus tomorrow. Are you really going? Alright, I recommend just wandering around the city gates. The rifts inside actually offer decent rewards. Are you really going? There will be a teacher accompanying you tomorrow. Are you really going?" The guard repeated the warnings over a dozen times tirelessly. The professionals waiting in line behind were growing impatient. "Hurry up, let him out. What's there to fear? The guard shot them a glare. He hasn't even taken the college entrance exam yet, and he's already reached level 10 on the first day. What are you yelling about? At those words, everyone in line widened their eyes, staring at Lin Bufang. Holy crap, he really is level 10. Doesn't this break the historical record? 3 levels ahead. 3 whole levels. A genius like this actually emerged from our Jianghai city. In an instant, the impatient professionals in line calmed down. Many joined in the persuasion. Young man, think more about your family. The outside is too dangerous. While the chance of encountering a giant beast is about as likely as getting struck by lightning, humans are the real danger. Robbery is minor, murder is casual. Yes, just grind in the city. There are 2 more rifts that can get you to level 13. Isn't it better to leave the city at level 13? Lin Bufang declined everyone's goodwill. Why grind low-level monsters when he could hunt high-level ones? Random killings outside the city. Perfect, he felt like killing too. Seeing Lin Bufang's determination to leave the city, 3 teams simultaneously invited him to join our team. If anyone dares to touch you, well, I'll go after them. What a crappy team that is. Handsome, come with us. Follow behind, sis, and we won't steal your experience. Lin Bufang politely declined one, and all truly surprised by everyone's enthusiasm. He saw a strange light in the eyes of these professionals, a glimmer of hope and favor. They saw Lin Bufang's attire and demeanor. He was clearly from an ordinary, modest family. In their eyes, Lin Bufang was just like them, ordinary people who struggled for a living and fought for their families. They too had once stood on the stage of the college entrance exam, but hadn't made it far. They didn't want Lin Bufang to die. They hoped he would go further, representing the ordinary people of Jianghai City. Representing them. In the end, Lin Bufang left the city alone, vanishing into the ruins and dust in an instant. How is he so fast? I'm level 15, oh, and I can't even see his taillights. I'll forget it. He has his own plans. Hope he goes smoothly. Lin Bufang wore a mask to block dust from entering his mouth and nose. Outside the city, what had once been a bustling metropolis now lay in ruins, ravaged by giant beasts. Among the ruins lurked various high-level wild monsters. In the shadows, professionals might also be hiding. It was extremely dangerous. Lin Bufang was already level 10, and even if he did nothing now, he could still get into a combat university. Having reached level 10 on the first day of the pre-exam sprint, his ambitions naturally extended far beyond that. He was determined to get into Qingyan University. Soon after walking 300 meters, a square frame appeared at the edge of Lin Bufang's X-ray vision. He approached the target, intending to check the wild monster's stats. At a distance of 15 meters, he stopped behind a broken wall and peered through a crack. He saw a massive green wolf standing in the weeds beside the half-melted asphalt road. Name: Green Wolf, level Lv1, HP 100 physical attack, 500 armor, 500 magic resistance, 200 skill. Win step description: a woo. Wild monsters were the real deal. The ones in the rifts were mere babies. A level 10 young green wolf, while only having 100 HP, had armor half that amount. With 200 magic resistance, it was basically immune to bullet attacks. With 500 armor, even artillery shells might not kill it. It was hard to imagine what humanity had gone through when these monsters first descended upon the world. A single green wolf could probably decimate an army. In such circumstances, universal professionalization might not have been the best choice, but it was the only one. Lin Bufang placed his index finger on the cold trigger of the Desert Eagle, aimed the sights at the green wolf's head, and gently pressed. Bang! How fast is a bullet? 470 meters per second. 37 times the speed of sound. Yet at such velocity, the azure wolf merely tilted its head slightly and dodged with ease. Then Lin Bufang only felt a gust of wind, and the azure wolf had vanished from its original spot. A chill ran down his spine. In truth, before the sensation even registered, his body had already moved, rolling forward several times and instantly swiveling his gun to fire 3 shots behind him. Sure enough, the azure wolf had crossed a dozen meters in an instant, flashing to Lin Bufang's rear. Had Lin Bufang not allocated all his free points to speed, he might not have known what hit him and would have had to endure the azure wolf's attack heat. His motley collection of green gear could withstand, at most, a single blow. This was precisely why those professionals had to venture out of the city in teams. The monsters in the wilderness were far too formidable. A warrior was needed to tank and hold aggro, a priest to heal and stand watch. Injury was the least of concerns. Carelessness could truly cost one their life. Of those 3 bullets, the first and second were dodged by the azure wolf. However, the third had precalculated its evasion path. Dodged the first 2 bullets. Sure, Lin Bufang allowed it. But in evading those, the third was inescapable. It had to be taken heed. A trace of disdain curled at the azure wolf's lips. So what if it had to take one hit? Mere trash bullets. Then the bullet tore through its pristine silky fur, piercing clean through its chest and drawing a crimson line of blood. 164,578. The Azure Wolf's deep, dark eyes were filled with disbelief. A Lv1 gunner wielding a blue-quality Desert Eagle clad in junk green gear had dealt over 1600 damage. Its health bar was only 10000. With a single shot, Lin Bufang had put it in the red by 15000. A woody Azure Wolf let out a mournful howl tinged with a hint of awe. It was warning its companions to steer clear of this area. There was a cheater here. Killed 1 Azure Wolf EXP 100 level Lv1 100 163600. From the Azure Wolf's body burst forth 10 pieces of carbon plus 1 wolf claw and a pristine white pelt. The Azure Wolf lay on the ground flayed and declawed, its body a bloody red. It did not vanish. Corpses in the wilderness never disappeared. The wilderness, though perilous, offered rewards that rifts could never rival. A single Azure Wolf guaranteed at least 10 pieces of carbon worth 100 units of currency. The wolf claw, razor-sharp and versatile, was worth 5 gold coins. The wolf pelt, imbued with magical energy, could be used in alchemy and was worth 15 gold coins. A 4-person team killing 10 such Azure Wolves a day would be far better off than working a menial job. If they were lucky enough to get good equipment or even a skill book, it would be a huge profit. But indeed, it was dangerous. Pressing on, Lin Bufang no longer bothered to observe the monster's appearances. He directly aimed at 3 boxes over 100 meters away and fired. Bang, bang, bang. 2 of the 3 shots missed. Clearly, the monsters in the wild were incredibly alert. Lin Bufang swapped a few guns to experiment. The common firearms for gunners were 5 types: pistol, shotgun, sniper rifle, and machine gun. Lin Bufang bought one of each from the auction and tried them out. He discovered an interesting mechanic. The rifle's accuracy was also hard-coded. Using it against fast-moving targets yielded a high hit rate. But the most accurate was the sniper rifle. As long as you aimed, it was virtually a guaranteed hit. Does it have anything to do with my speed? Lin Bufang took off his straw sandals. He fired the rifle and sniper rifle again, noticing a drop in accuracy and bullet velocity. So they really are linked. In other words, as long as Lin Bufang allocated enough points to speed, even an ordinary pistol could easily strike an Azure Wolf in the future. Lin Bufang had initially planned to use the sniper rifle as a stopgap, but then he discovered something even better: the shotgun. This weapon dealt splash damage. It could be considered area effect. However, in the hands of an ordinary gunner, it was hard to unleash its full power, because once a single bullet split, its damage decreased unless fired at close range for extra high damage. But the gunner was a ranged class by nature. Close-range shooting seemed counterproductive. However, Lin Bufang had X-ray vision, which not only showed boxes, but also allowed bullets to pass through walls. This meant that the bullets Lin Bufang fired were like a net. Not only would a single Azure Wolf find it hard to dodge, but the extra bullets could even strike other box targets. With a single bang, 1 bullet split into 11. Though each pellet's damage dropped to around 15000, it was just enough to one-shot an Azure Wolf. Lin Bufang hugged a white-quality shotgun aimed at 3 distant boxes and fired with a bang. 1 bullet split into 11, taking down 2 Azure Wolves in a single shot. The last one was also hit, though not lethally, but it was left with a sliver of health. Lin Bufang fired another shot. The bullets, like a grid, sealed off all the Azure Wolf's escape routes, leaving no room to dodge. Though he couldn't see the Azure Wolf, Lin Bufang still heard its despairing howl. Killed 1 Azure Wolf EXP 103 permanent fizz. ATK-2 the shotgun feels amazing. This shot truly satisfied Lin Bufang. The shotgun's drawbacks were its slow fire rate and limited range, but combined with X-ray vision against those fast-moving, quick-reacting units, it was a devastating advantage. Of course, the shotgun was also economical. 1 bullet could split into over a dozen. This was a nuisance for other gunners given the low individual damage. But Lin Bufang's attack power was so high that even after splitting, the damage was terrifying. So satisfying. 30 pieces of carbon, assorted materials, and a white-quality Lv1 piece of equipment floated toward Lin Bufang automatically, flying into his backpack. Lv1 Beast Hide Pants, Common Mage Armor 100, Magic Attack, 1 Durability 100100. Equipment was divided into 9 slots: helmet, top, belt, pants, shoes, ring, necklace, bracer, and weapon. Lin Bufang's full set of Lv1 green gear added a bit over 100 to armor and magic resist. Yet even that couldn't compare to a single piece of Lv1 white gear. Such was the gap in equipment. Lin Bufang advanced while studying the trading post, thinking about buying a good shotgun. But after seeing the prices, he decided against it. He had just over 500 gold coins left, all hard-earned through diligence and sweat not to be squandered. Lin Bufang didn't rely on equipment. His attack power spoke for itself. As he ventured deeper outside the city, the dust gradually mixed with yellow sand. A mask couldn't fully block it, so Lin Bufang bought a top-tier gas mask worth 1 gold coins, instantly feeling much better. It's good to be rich. Lin Bufang advanced while shooting at the boxes on the edge of his vision. Bang. Killed 1 Azure Wolf EXP, 100 permanent fizz. ATK, 2-2 bang. Killed 1 Adult Goblin EXP, 200 permanent fizz. ATK, 2-3 bang. Killed 1 Adult Goblin EXP, 200 permanent fizz. ATK 2-6. Yes, there were plenty of goblins in the wild, and these goblins were tall with considerable health, making them quite troublesome. But Lin Bufang still rarely got to see what an adult goblin looked like, because before he could even spot them, they were already dead. The density of minor monsters outside the city wasn't high. Lin Bufang's goal was to reach Dawn Forest as quickly as possible. Besides various monsters like goblins, there was a unit with extremely high health, the Minotaur. Deep within Dawn Forest, there were also sanctums for rapid leveling. The thought of the high-health Minotaurs sent a thrill through Lin Bufang. So much attack power to stack. Just then he noticed 2 boxes rapidly approaching him. Green boxes. They were human, no doubt. But whether they were truly human remained a question mark. Lin Bufang pretended not to notice and continued forward, stacking attack power and experience points without pause. Soon he heard movement behind him. 2 men crouching low charged toward him from the edge of the wire mesh. Lin Bufang turned his head, and the 2 men froze, astonished that their covert approach had been detected. Since you've seen us, we won't bother pretending anymore. Do you know who we are? The burly man in black pointed to his chest, where an exquisite brooch was pinned. A snow-white wolf howling with a line of small text beneath it, Wolf-Slaying Guild. Hand over everything you have, even your underwear, and we'll spare your life. Lin Bufang chuckled. He had heard of the Wolf-Slaying Guild. They ran legitimate businesses within the city, but outside they committed every atrocity, robbing and murdering without mercy. Or killing first, then looting. Lin Bufang whipped out his shotgun and fired at close range. Seeing the gun, the 2 men laughed. Naive, you think. A single blast tore their bodies apart, leaving their words unfinished as they perished beyond recovery. 2 pouches floated above the corpses. Lin Bufang approached, opened them, and found 2570 gold coins, over 300 carbon units, and various miscellaneous items. Lin Bufang pocketed everything. 2570 gold coins received. Current balance, 54725 gold coins. A single shot had earned him over 5000 gold coins. Killing is truly satisfying. Lin Bufang bought a barrel of gasoline from the trading post. He had planned to buy a lighter as well, but the gasoline came with a free lighter. He drenched the 2 bloodied corpses with gasoline, then flicked the lighter and set them ablaze. With a whoosh, all evidence was consumed by the flames. After walking for 5 minutes, Lin Bufang emptied both shotguns, tossed them into a nearby ditch, and bought another shotgun. He had stacked nearly 300 physical attack points. He reached the edge of the ruins, where rolling mountains stretched before him, lush with towering trees. The entire forest exuded a hazy aura, as if protected by some mysterious power. At the boundary between the forest and the ruins lay yellow sand. One side green, the other black, as if an invisible barrier separated 2 entirely different worlds. Lin Bufang had researched the area. It was said that long ago this place was also ruins. Then, due to the emergence of a temple, a strange force revived everything, causing the forest to sprout and grow within days, remaining unchanged for centuries. Compared to the Goblin Rift, this forest had wider gaps between trees, making movement easier with fewer thorns and weeds. However, the visibility was peculiar. Near large trees, the scenery became incredibly blurry, with only shadows visible beyond 10 meters. It felt like nearsightedness, yet different. No dizziness, but rather a refreshing, fantastical sensation. Lin Bufang had barely taken a few steps when over a dozen frames appeared in his vision. The nearest frame was visible to the naked eye. Name: Green Goblin, level Lv12, HP 8, physical attack 850, armor 0 magic resistance 5 skill, skin hardening. Description: a magical creature blessed by the Dawn Forest, possessing extraordinary defensive capabilities. This stat sheet was indeed outrageous. Even a single monster in the Dawn Forest was not something one person could challenge. Even average quality teams could barely scratch it, dealing negligible damage. A gunner without armor penetration would feel like they were giving a massage, and the goblin would complain about the lack of force. Those who dared to hunt in the wild were ruthless, and their equipment was never shabby. Goblins were average in speed, so there was no need to worry about fancy maneuvers. Lin Bufang switched to his pistol and fired a shot. He had expected the Green Goblin to withstand some damage, but to his surprise, the goblin 2 levels higher than him was instantly killed. Killed 1 Green Goblin. Experience 350. Lin Bufang glanced at the experience points, unimpressed. This was nowhere near what the temple offered. Checking the map, Lin Bufang saw he was still over 30 kilometers from the temple. It was 10:30 a.m. If he hurried, he could arrive before 2:30 p.m. So he picked up his machine gun and sprinted toward the temple, killing goblins with every shot. His attack power kept rising. Experience points kept climbing. Drops flew into Lin Bufang's backpack, and he continuously listed them for sale. His sister's surgery fees were no longer a concern, and the pressure on Lin Bufang had greatly diminished. Future expenses were nothing to worry about. With his attack power, it was all manageable. He sold all materials and equipment at the lowest prices, prioritizing space efficiency. Thus his gold coins kept increasing. 5 minutes later, he encountered his first Minotaur. Name Minotaur, giant level Lv13 HP, physical attack, 1-0 armor, 1-0 magic resistance, 1-5-0 skills, blood shield, heavy, / description, a magical creature blessed by the Dawn Forest possessing immense defensive power. Under the forest protection, it is virtually indestructible. Rat-a-tat, Lin Bufang pulled the trigger, unleashing a barrage at the 5-meter Minotaur. A blood-red shield appeared before the Minotaur, deflecting some of the damage. After 10 consecutive shots, the Minotaur's health bar couldn't hold out, and its massive body collapsed with a thud. Physical attack 210. One Minotaur gave Lin Bufang 20 physical attack points. Not bad. Lin Bufang continued forward, shooting at frames along the way. The machine gun had a 1-0-0 round magazine. Lin Bufang swapped magazines over 20 times. He had killed at least 5-0 goblins and minotaurs combined, but encountered only one elite monster. Moreover, as he drew closer to the Dawn Temple, the number of monsters dropped sharply. When he was just 5 kilometers away, he could barely see any monsters. Lin Bufang checked his level Lv14. He himself found his leveling speed terrifying. At this point, his classmates were still struggling to reach Lv5 in the Goblin Rift. Lin Bufang had already reached Lv14. He had achieved this level simply by slaughtering every monster along the shortest route from Jianghai City to the Dawn Temple. During this time, Lin Bufang also generously changed into a complete set of level 10 blue gear. This lightweight outfit consisting of 8 pieces granted an additional speed bonus of 50 points, making it quite comfortable. The trading post basically sold everything in bits and pieces. There was no significant time wasted in selling thanks to the 64 large bags. Current gold balance, 257,088. This was without obtaining any good equipment. For purple gear with this number of kills, only one item was dropped. Level 10 purple gear can drop in the wild, and it isn't cheap, starting at 1,000. Of course, after the college entrance examination period, it is treated similarly to level 1 purple gear, just a bit more expensive. However, level 10 pink artifact gear still holds its value, though the drop rate is extremely low. The drop rate in the temple is high, and it's finally getting close. Lin Bufang took a glance at his talent. 2 minutes earlier, his talent finally reached 3 stars. Your Super God level talent only attack, no defense upgraded to 3 stars. Super God level talent only attack, no defense 3 stars, 36100. The perspective distance increases to 300 meters. No recoil effect continues to enhance. Automatic reloading speed continues to increase. Silencing effect continues to enhance. Each kill grants 3 permanent name Dao Death's command. Each shot permanently increases attack power by 3. Name Lin Bufang. Profession E-Class Gunslinger. Level 14 12601860000. Health 118 501 2000. Magic 300,300. Physical attack 219652. Magic attack 220. Physical defense 3500. Magic defense 1580. Armor penetration 0. Magic penetration 0. Speed 860. Luck unknown. Free points 0. Talent Super God level only attack, no defense 3 stars, 36100. Equipment Browning M1919A4 machine gun, M200 intervention sniper rifle lightweight outfit etc. Skills Take My Billion Strike 2 stars. Next bullet counts as 3. Lin Bufang took one last look at the quantity of name Dao Death's command. Quantity of name Dao Death's command 209754. Unused, completely unused. Lin Bufang headed straight towards the temple. The density of monsters in the wild here is not as high as in the rifts, and with his level increasing, the experience points from these low-level monsters are diminishing. Therefore, to continue leveling up quickly, the temple is the only choice. The temple is located in another ruin, not in the sand-laden ruins outside Jianghai City. Instead, it is in the forest, a ruin that contrasts sharply with the surrounding forest. It occupies a large area with the edge of the ruin about 5 or 6 kilometers away from the temple. As soon as Lin Bufang entered the ruins, a warm breeze greeted him. Experience 1, Experience 1. A notification sound intermittently echoed above his head. It's actually true. As long as I stand within the temple's range, my experience points will increase on their own. However, at this rate, leveling up would take ages. Lin Bufang continued forward. At this moment, he noticed 5 or 6 green frames at the edge of his vision 300 meters away. At the center of the frames was a huge blue frame, an elite monster. Lin Bufang quickly approached the frame. Regardless of who it was, he wanted that elite monster. Soon he was only 50 meters away from the blue frame. An hour earlier, in a place of the ruins. In the position of the ruins, several hundred members of the wolf-killing guild surrounded 2 objects that only had scattered bones left, barely recognizable as 2 figures. Dare to touch us? Kill. Several hundred people moved in unison, pausing briefly at Lin Bufang's previous position before rushing towards the morning forest. They moved at great speed. 30 meters. Lin Bufang tightened his grip on the shotgun, contemplating buying a blue shotgun for 800 gold at the trading post. He didn't dare to buy a level 10 one, fearing it wouldn't sell. The gunslinger profession was still too underpowered, with few equipment options, high prices, and merchants deliberately controlling the prices. This shotgun fires 6 bullets in a spread, meaning reduced attack power, but each projectile can bear over 350 physical attack. 20 meters. At a distance of 10 meters, Lin Bufang finally saw the elite monster. To his surprise, this elite monster was actually humanoid. Moreover, the other party seemed capable of speech. Wait, this looks like a person. On the cracked cement ground of what seemed to be a parking lot, weeds grew resiliently from the fissures, while a 5-man team was desperately surrounding an individual. That person held a green blade long sword, moving steadily, his white shirt billowing, the sleeves tightly bound, making him appear clean and neat. With a swing of his sword, the hem of his clothing fluttered like snow, and when he jumped, his skirt swept the ground without touching the dust. At the moment the sword struck, his white shirt clung closely to his body, exuding a refreshing vigor. The entire area was enveloped in white shadows and sword light, slicing and piercing with no hesitation as the snow-like figure followed the sword's wind, flying. This person was wrapped in a mask, and though he had long hair, his gender was indiscernible. Lin Bufang could not discern the level of the opponent, indicating that the opponent's level was 10 levels above his own. Based on the destructive power displayed in battle, Lin Bufang deduced that the opponent's level was around 20. The 5 people attacking him were of similar levels. At this moment, the white-clad person under siege seemed to have reached their limit. A penetrating wound on her left chest bled, staining the white clothing half red, yet her attacks became even more ferocious, like a god of death. The 5 attackers, including warriors, priests, and damage dealers, were well prepared. Lin Bufang did not intend to intervene. It wasn't his business, and there was no need to get involved. He had just turned and walked a couple of steps when he was spotted by their damage dealer. Another expert. First kill the helper. We can't let him spread the word about this. At that moment, a purple glowing feather arrow struck Lin Bufang's back of the head, moving so fast that it offered no chance for him to react. Name Dao Death's command activated, reduced by 1. Remaining quantity 209,753. You are poisoned, suffering 2,300 poison damage continuously. Very good. Without saying a word, Lin Bufang rolled aside, and with a bang from his shotgun, he shot towards the direction of the 5 attackers. The group over there paused at the sound of the gun, and then that priest laughed heartily. I thought it was an expert, turns out it's just a broke gunslinger. However, the next moment, he could no longer laugh. This was because he was hit by 2 projectiles simultaneously. His health bar plummeted from 99 to 2. Both legs were broken, and he knelt on the ground. Damn, what the hell? The priest hurriedly waved his staff to heal himself. In an instant, his health was restored to 20. Over there, the man in white reacted swiftly, weaving through the rain of arrows. Seizing the moment when the other 4 were distracted, he swung his sword and decapitated the priest with a single stroke. One of the 5 was dead, and it was the crucial priest. The remaining 4 were stunned with terror. They had managed to suppress the white-clad man only because of that priest's exceptionally agile positioning and constant healing support. Now that the priest was gone, there was also a gunman lurking in the shadows whose damage output was utterly incomprehensible. The warrior had just suffered 3 shots, his health halved in an instant. Retreat. The warrior covered the rear as the others sprinted away into the distance. Lin Bufang had no intention of letting them escape. He had merely passed by for a glance, and they had immediately tried to kill him. The arrow was still lodged in the back of his skull, dealing 300 damage per second. Before long, he had lost another Mingdao Siming, leaving him with 209752. They all must die. Bang. Lin Bufang chased after them, without hesitation, firing relentlessly at the reticle. Bang. Bang. 3 consecutive shots turned the rearguard warrior into a sieve. His health bar emptied as he collapsed behind an abandoned car. Even in death, he couldn't understand why hiding behind the vehicle offered no protection against the damage. Physical attack, 3 Mingdao Siming quantity, 3 good the count, was replenished. The man in white stared at Lin Bufang in stunned silence as though deeply shaken. Seeing the poisoned arrow still jutting from Lin Bufang's head, the white-clad figure spoke with a somewhat androgynous yet melodious voice. "Brother, maybe we should retreat. You look like you're about to die." Lin Bufang ignored her and bolted off in pursuit. He aimed at the reticle and fired. Bang! The remaining 3, realizing the warrior was also dead, fled even faster. They were indeed swift, and they had chosen this open, obstacle-free area to corner the white-clad man. But now this flat terrain had become their graveyard. Soon a support and another warrior were felled by the shotgun. The support was instantly decapitated, his head nowhere to be found. The warrior was still breathing. Lin Bufang stood over him as he begged, "Boss, please spare me. I never laid a hand on you." With a bang, the warrior's head exploded like fireworks. The last one, the archer, had run over 100 meters, escaping the open ground to hide behind 1, 2, 3 walls, then behind 2 abandoned buildings. He leaned against a wall, gasping for breath. Finally safe. But Lin Bufang instantly switched to a Chaitak M200 intervention sniper rifle and fired at the upper edge of the reticle. From 100 meters away, combined with Lin Bufang's speed and the sniper's precision, it was nearly an unavoidable attack. The 27, 15-gram Chaitak, 408 caliber bullet pierced through 3 walls and barriers of steel and concrete, instantly passing through the archer's occiput and exiting through his brow. With a deafening blast, the immense force shattered his cranial tissue, splattering white and red across the wall. The archer's grip on his bow slowly slackened. Only then did Lin Bufang stop, his mood much improved. Those 5 didn't want him to reveal what he knew about them. Lin Bufang felt the same way. He turned back and found the white-clad figure staring at him with a hint of fear. She hesitated but didn't run, knowing she couldn't escape. "Brother, I think I'll forget everything I saw today and never speak of it. So can you spare me?" "Don't talk yet. Someone's coming." Even as Lin Bufang chose to kill the 5, he had already noticed over 100 people rapidly approaching his original position. Their intentions were hostile. By the time Lin Bufang finished off the archer, they were nearly upon him. Without a word, he climbed onto the hood of a truck and mounted a Browning M1919A4 machine gun. He pulled the trigger at the dense reticles 50 meters away. Rat-a-tat. Bullets mowed through them like wheat, yet the front dozen or so somehow withstood the onslaught. Corpse piled upon corpse as they surged forward, enduring the damage to reach 20 meters. Lin Bufang killed 14 of 15 warriors, yet instead of fleeing, they charged even harder. At 20 meters, Lin Bufang could see them clearly. Through the wind and sand, each black-clad figure bore the emblem of the wolf-killing guild on their chests. With such firepower, they must have great gear. Brothers, charge. Charge. Drawing closer, they saw only 2 people on Lin Bufang's side. Only Lin Bufang was dealing damage. Rat-a-tat. Under the machine gun's barrage, wave after wave of comrades fell in pools of blood, unable even to block the hits. Only then did they realize that such devastating firepower came from a single person. At this rate, even if they killed Lin Bufang, few of their 100 would remain. But the leading battalion commander was already bloodthirsty. Crowd control. Lock him down. At the rear of the formation, a figure raised a staff and channeled power. Soon a massive frost blade materialized and shot toward Lin Bufang from midair. Lin Bufang's heart leaped. If he got locked down and pummeled, wouldn't he lose hundreds of Mingdao Siming? He tried to shift position, but it was too late. Just then the white-clad girl flashed in front of him, taking the frost giant sword Hedon. Her body froze solid, immobilizing her. Seizing the chance, Lin Bufang ducked behind the truck with the machine gun, firing blindly while using the vehicle for cover. With an attack power of 1700, once the last tanking warrior fell, the rest became mere targets for Lin Bufang. Rat-a-tat. The wolf-killing guild's battalion commander, his right hand raised with a transparent shield, trudged step by step through the hail of bullets toward the truck. The final bullet pierced his skull. Staring at the truck so close before him, his eyes brimmed with disbelief. How could such a being exist in Zhanghai City? At last all enemies were eliminated. Lin Bufang stowed the machine gun and eagerly began looting, his gaze sweeping over the loot bags scattered across the ground. He moved from one bag to the next. The white-clad girl, now free from the control, followed behind him. "Brother, you're incredibly strong. Brother, your level doesn't add up. Brother, I can help you loot. Brother, why won't you talk?" 15 minutes later, Lin Bufang looted the farthest archer's bag, doused all the bodies with gasoline, and set them ablaze. Seated by the roaring fire, he finally turned to the white-clad girl. "You can go." The white-clad girl didn't seem relieved. Lin Bufang wasn't going to silence her. She seemed happy in a different way, gazing at Lin Bufang's gas mask, seeing only a pair of bright eyes. "I've known for a long time. If you wanted to kill me, I couldn't escape. I just took damage for you. Are you touched?" Lin Bufang glanced at her. Her face was hidden behind a mask, but her gaze was unusually rare, shimmering with a light that seemed to conceal deep melancholy. Thus Lin Bufang let his gaze fall upon her chest. When the girl crouched down, her figure was slightly revealed. Her waist was slender, and compared to Ming Mai's exaggerated proportions, the girl before him seemed more normal, yet still astonishingly ample. Moreover, it exuded a sense of strength and curves. The girl seemed to see through Lin Bufang's gaze. She pointed at the large bloodstain on her chest. "Don't worry, I'm fine. He'll recover soon." Lin Bufang chuckled. "I don't think we're thinking about the same thing." The girl's brows furrowed together, as if a sudden thought struck her, her eyes filled with astonishment. "Bro, not cool. You've still got an arrow stuck in your head, and you're checking out my chest. So what do you think? Are they big enough?" Lin Bufang sensed something amiss. This girl seemed a bit too outgoing, making even him feel embarrassed. The girl helped remove the poisoned arrow and cleanse the toxin's damage. Then she pressed close to Lin Bufang, gently pulled down her mask, revealing a face that seemed flawless. "So bro, do you think I'm beautiful?" Lin Bufang: "I am not sure how to answer that. I feel like I'm too reserved compared to you." "Oh, I get it. You prefer someone more demure." The girl put her mask back on, sat coyly not far from Lin Bufang, rested her chin on her hand, and gazed at him quietly. Lin Bufang felt his face redden under her stare. Then he heard a burst of laughter like a goose's honk. "Ha ha, ga ga ga. Are you blushing?" "No, I'm not." "Then why won't you look at me? You probably have things to do. You can leave now." "Why should I leave?" "Lin Bufang, why should you leave?" "Wait, why is this even a question? I still have the college entrance exam. I'm only level 14 now. I'm in a hurry." This time it was the girl's turn to be confused. "Wait, dude, you mean you're only 18 and still a high school senior taking the exam?" "What do you mean only level 14? It's only 1230 p.m. on the first day." "Well, geniuses are always different from the ordinary. I've seen many." The girl clasped her hands behind her back, looking as if she had seen it all, and she actually seemed quite convincing. "So how old are you?" 18. "Then shouldn't you hurry up and take the exam?" "Well, for ordinary people the exam is indeed the only chance to change their future, but not for me." Lin Bufang was deeply shocked by this. The pale blue frame around her every move she made hinted at her extraordinary identity. Although her peculiar behavior diluted it somewhat, Lin Bufang could tell she was no ordinary person. That noble aura came naturally to her. She simply didn't need the college entrance exam. She was born partying on the finish line that 99% of people strive for. She took a jade hairpin from her tied-up hair, and her long hair cascaded down like a waterfall. "Here, bro, thanks for saving me. Take this as a token of gratitude." Lin Bufang accepted the hairpin generously. A panel appeared before him. Isis hairpin's special divine artifact: when receiving a fatal blow, negate all damage for 3 days, but during this time cannot attack or use skills. One-time use item. Lin Bufang was somewhat surprised, but he had no interest in it. His own invincibility effect was not only better, but also without any restrictions. Seeming to notice the disdain in Lin Bufang's eyes, the girl grew a bit anxious. "Well, if you can't use it, you can sell it. Even though it was my mother's keepsake, it's fine. It's priceless. If you don't want to take the exam, this thing alone could secure you a life of comfort." Lin Bufang's expression turned serious. He carefully placed it in his backpack and cupped his hands toward the girl. "All right, miss. Let's part ways here." With that, Lin Bufang turned and left without hesitation. Watching him disappear into the hazy forest, the girl hesitated, then followed. She walked alongside Lin Bufang. "Bro, I still don't know your name. Don't you want to know mine?" "It's meaningless. You're from the upper class of this world. Perhaps I'll become one of you one day, but I believe the purpose of striving isn't to become part of the upper class, but to create a world where there is no upper class." Lin Bufang's words plunged the girl into melancholy. Her eyes became immensely lost, a sorrow that devoured all sense of reality like encroaching darkness. A faint smile played on Lin Bufang's lips. "I am Lin Bufang. I am Shanhaier. See you at Qingyan University. It's a deal." Bidding farewell to Shanhaier, they headed in opposite directions. From afar, Lin Bufang spotted the towering structure. It was peculiar, resembling a withered tree so massive that even 100 people linking arms might not encircle it completely. It seemed like a castle, or rather a fortress, built from a dead giant tree. Historically, castles weren't meant for fantasies of idyllic life, but for defense against enemies. Several windows were open high on the tree, revealing faint purple lights flickering within. Outside, countless vines climbed to the tree's summit, while others hung from its branches. From a distance, the dead giant tree seemed to be coming back to life. Lin Bufang sorted through his recent gains as he approached the Dawn Sanctuary. The 100-odd members of the wolf-slaying guild, including the 5 who had ambushed Shanhaier, were quite poor. They had come to kill, so they naturally carried little money. To avoid losing coins upon death, they would store their gold in other accounts. Thus the gold dropped wasn't much. Scattered here and there it totaled just over 260,000. There were also other good finds. For instance, equipment, a few level 20 purple pieces, and one level 10 pink item, plus some common carbon and rare materials. Lin Bufang sold everything outright, netting another 5,000. Current gold balance 927586. Lin Bufang could barely suppress the grin on his face. His sister's surgery was to be done in 3 phases. The first, the core procedure, cost 5,000 and had already been paid. The second phase, for postoperative repairs, reanastomosis, reconstruction, and managing complications, was around 3,000. The third phase was for recovery, the cost, depending on the individual's constitution, but generally not exceeding 2,000. Lin Bufang budgeted 8,000 for it all, which was more than enough. From now on, the money he earned was his own to spend as he pleased. He opened a new account and transferred the gold into it. Balance 9,000, remaining 27586 gold. This was an account set aside solely for his sister. Finally, Lin Bufang stood at the main gate of the Dawn Sanctuary. It was quite lively here with no monsters nearby, making it relatively safe. In fact, the Dawn Sanctuary had a dedicated shuttle bus from Shanghai City. It departed at 6 a.m. and returned at 6 p.m., making only 1 trip a day. This was because the road was still quite dangerous, preventing more frequent runs. The shuttle was meant to provide convenience for ordinary people and low-level professionals, and it was free of charge. Why? There were also quite a few stalls set up in front of the Dawn Cathedral selling fruit, snacks, and fast food. Before the shuttle buses were available, they had to risk their own safety to come to the cathedral's entrance. The journey was fraught with danger. It also provided some employment opportunities for ordinary people in Shanghai City. Professionals generally did not take the shuttle bus, primarily because the bus had to take a detour to avoid wild monsters along the route. Secondly, it was embarrassing. Therefore, the area in front of the Dawn Cathedral was quite lively. Within a 200-meter radius around the giant tree, vendors sold all sorts of things, making it even more bustling than the city. There were also many people here, a diverse crowd of professionals in various attires. The stall closest to Lin Bufang was a green onion pancake stand. A neat row of golden, crispy, and soft pancakes lay on an oil-drained rack. The aroma made Lin Bufang feel genuinely hungry. In the trading hall, one could generally only buy items related to professionals. Hot, freshly prepared food was simply not available there. Boss, how much for 1 green onion pancake? 45 for 1, 100 for 2. 45 for 1 pancake. Lin Bufang felt a sense of disbelief. Of course, the scene before him was also incredibly surreal. The vines of the Dawn Cathedral emitted a faint glow, cascading over the numerous stalls. The dreamlike beauty and the mundane vitality of the marketplace coexisted in perfect harmony. Given the scenery and the level of danger, selling them for 50 was a better deal than at a scenic spot, wasn't it? But the pricing didn't seem right. Why 45 for 1 and 100 for 2? The old man selling pancakes chuckled. My dough is almost gone and a few regular customers haven't shown up yet. I need to save some for them. All right, I'll take 1. With the warm pancake in hand, Lin Bufang took a bite while it was still hot. The outside was slightly crispy, while the inside consisted of layers of soft, flaky dough, its aroma released by the high heat and oil. It was also mixed with a savory honeyed sauce along with pickled radish prepared by the boss himself using Sichuan peppercorns, dried chilies, ginger, garlic, and other seasonings. After pickling, the radish had also been stir-fried. Its saltiness perfectly balanced the greasiness of the pancake, further enriching its flavor profile. One bite led to a craving for another. Even after finishing, Lin Bufang still felt a lingering desire for more. It must be said that even while setting up a stall in the dangerous vicinity of the Dawn Cathedral, the vendor did not cut corners. Perhaps because of the high price, the vendor was even more meticulous. Delicious. Lin Bufang continued forward, buying 5 sticks of gluten for 100 yuan, a cup of hot soy milk for 35, and a serving of only 8 pieces of stinky tofu for 120. He was barely a third full. With no other choice, he bought a squid wrap for 200 yuan, which brought him to only half full. He decided to stop there. Eating more would make his wallet ache. He still had a fight later, and eating too much wasn't good either. Within a 50-meter radius of the Dawn Cathedral, all stalls were carefully positioned right at the boundary, never crossing it. The stalls closest to the Dawn Cathedral were those dealing in materials and equipment, also offering some equipment and potions for sale. These were high-profit businesses, and the stall fees were correspondingly higher. That's right, there was a dedicated guild at the cathedral entrance responsible for maintaining order and protecting these ordinary people. The authorities did not get involved, mainly because if they did, they couldn't allow any injuries or deaths, as it would tarnish Shanghai City's reputation. However, the mortality rate around the Dawn Cathedral was still quite high. The 50-meter area surrounding the Dawn Cathedral was the zone for professionals to move freely and form parties. So many people. Lin Bufang pushed through the crowd until a prompt finally appeared before him. You have entered the Dawn Cathedral's perimeter. You may enter at any time. Someone explained to him. The last 3 days have been the college entrance exam level sprint, so over 100 guards from Jianghai City have been stationed at the cathedral entrance. These 3 days are absolutely safe. That's why there are so many people. If the dangers around the cathedral were eliminated, even more professionals would be willing to challenge it. After all, no one wanted to loot a good item only to have it stolen. Beside Lin Bufang, a guard who exuded an air of authority was maintaining order. From the reactions of those around him, it was clear that this guard was at least a squad leader or some similar rank. The others spoke to him with deference, and no one dared to meet his gaze. Tang Ping was the highest-ranking officer responsible for security at the Dawn Cathedral entrance during this exam period. His strength was unfathomable. He kept a low profile and was unknown to the general public, but among professionals his name carried immense weight. Tang Ping noticed Lin Bufang and gave him a curious look. So young and not in school anymore. Level 14, oh not bad young man. I thought you were only 17 or 18. Handsome. I assume this is your first time here. Come let me introduce you. The Dawn Cathedral has a minimum level requirement of 10 and a maximum of 20, but it has multiple difficulty levels. Normal, hard, nightmare, and hell. The higher the difficulty, the better the guaranteed rewards, the higher the drop rate, and the more experience points. The Dawn Cathedral was a rather special temple. It was rumored to produce a level 10 artifact ring called the War God Ring. Despite its low level, even many top-tier experts at level 50 or even 60 coveted it. This was because the War God Ring possessed a rare attribute for physical professions. It was said that this single ring was worth over 100 million gold coins. It even had a chance to drop from normal monsters. Lin Bufang didn't know the exact attribute, having only heard of it. It was like asking him what the winning lottery numbers were from the last jackpot. How would I know the numbers? I only know the amount. After all, I'm never going to win. And I don't buy tickets. Once you enter the Dawn Cathedral, you must wait 24 hours before you can enter again. Unless you can make it onto the leaderboard. Lin Bufang listened attentively. He knew a bit about the Dawn Cathedral, but he needed to ask others for more details. Now that someone was teaching him for free, it was a wonderful thing. Following Tang Ping's finger, Lin Bufang saw the leaderboard above the cathedral's main gate, which only displayed the names of the top 3. By using mental perception, one could view the complete ranking. The ranking doesn't differentiate by difficulty. It's based on a comprehensive evaluation score. Naturally, higher difficulties have a corresponding multiplier for the evaluation score, and mistakes along the way will deduct points. If you enter the top 100, the Dawn Cathedral's cooldown time will drop to 12 hours. Entering the top 100 reduces it to 8 hours. Reaching third place reduces it to 6 hours. Second place, 3 hours. First place, 1 hour. Upon hearing 1 hour, Lin Bufang's eyes lit up sharply. The highest level of wild monsters was level 15. To hunt level 15 monsters, one had to venture deep into the Dawn Forest, which was time-consuming. Moreover, as his level increased, the experience points these monsters provided would significantly decrease. If he could reduce the cathedral's cooldown to 1 hour, reaching level 18 would be almost a certainty. Perhaps he could even go further. Level 19. The reason Xinyun University set the admission threshold for E-class professions at level 18 was also to discourage those with E-class jobs, ensuring that good resources weren't wasted on ordinary people. Of course, historically, there was one person who had managed to level an E-class profession to 18. When Xinyun University made this rule, no one objected. See, someone has done it. It's not that we're not letting you in. But that person was a top-tier operator who appeared only once every few centuries. They relied purely on their skill plus a substantial financial backing from their family to barely reach level 18 with an E-class profession. Lin Bufang, thinking this, ignored the other names on the leaderboard and looked directly at the first place. First place, Gao Sheng's team of 4 hard difficulty 1 hour and 15 minutes. Second place, Su Lan's team of 4 hard difficulty 1 hour and 15 minutes. Third place, Xiao Yangya's team of 4 hard difficulty 1 hour and 16 minutes. The leaderboard mostly consisted of hard difficulty runs, indicating that nightmare difficulty was too challenging to score well, and due to its extreme difficulty, almost no one attempted it. As for hell difficulty, Tang Ping claimed that without being at least level 19, equipped with a full set of pink gear, and having teammates with top-tier awareness and mechanical skill clearing, it was simply impossible. Each difficulty allows a maximum party of 4. As far as I know, the number of teams that have cleared hell difficulty can be counted on one hand. At this level of difficulty, even the minor monsters possess overpowered stats, and the bosses come with unique mechanics, making victory an almost insurmountable challenge. We don't even know how to clear hell difficulty ourselves. Those mechanics were discovered by the most talented geniuses, and they're not about to share their secrets, as they want to secure their rankings. As for me, and it's no shame to admit it, I couldn't even get past the first floor. The most critical issue is the extremely high death rate and withdrawal rate in hell difficulty. Even if you manage to defeat the boss, if luck turns against you and a second phase triggers, you're doomed. You either die or choose to withdraw and suffer the penalty. So far, no one has ever recorded defeating the second phase of a hell difficulty boss. Lin Bufang nodded. I understand. Hell difficulty offered high drop rates, generous experience points, and substantial scoring rewards. So why choose anything else? Thus, Lin Bufang promptly selected hell difficulty and entered the sanctum. Meanwhile, Tang Ping was still explaining, so just challenge normal difficulty. Be sure to watch your teammates. Even on normal, a bad team can lead to a wipe. He turned around and found Lin Bufang had vanished. All these youngsters are always in such a hurry. Off to solo normal difficulty, I suppose. A little setback will do him good. At least on normal, he can quit anytime. He casually glanced at the challenge list, and his eyes widened in shock. Dawn Sanctum Challenger count normal 658 people, hard 124 people, nightmare 4 people, hell 1 person. Damn it, he actually went for it. How long did he last at level 14? What a shame, what a terrible shame. A guard nearby chimed in. Old Gao, I've been watching you ramble on about the basic rules, but you didn't say a word about the hell difficulty rules. Gao Xing thought for a moment and realized he hadn't been clear enough earlier. Well, aside from hell difficulty, you can withdraw from any other difficulty at any time. On hell difficulty, if you forcibly withdraw, you'll lose all your experience points, and your level will drop back to 1. Moreover, after defeating the boss on hell difficulty, there's a chance to unlock the boss' second phase where all its stats are at least doubled. Of course, the drop rates also become extremely high. I didn't mention that later because I was afraid if he heard about the high drop rates in the second phase, he might get reckless and choose hell difficulty. I never imagined he'd pick hell difficulty without even knowing the rewards. There have been records of solo clears on hell difficulty, but only when the boss didn't enter its second phase. And those runs required a specific skill to spell magic. That skill is so rare that fewer than 10 people in the entire Zhanghai City have it. At level 14, losing his level is the least of his worries. If he stubbornly tries to fight those monsters and can't bear to lose his level, a single basic attack will one-shot him. I hope he has the sense to give up his level and just survive. Dawn Sanctum Hell Difficulty. Lin Bufang now stood inside the great tree. There was no light around, yet the air carried a hazy whiteness that allowed him to see the interior clearly. It appeared to be the first floor. In the distance, a staircase led to the second floor, which could only be accessed after defeating the monsters on the first. The Dawn Sanctum consisted of 3 floors in total. Lin Bufang knew that on normal and hard difficulties, the first floor had 5 minor monsters, the second floor had both minor and elite monsters, and the third floor had only a single boss. He wondered what changes hell difficulty would bring. After all, almost no one had ever cleared the first floor on hell difficulty. A countdown appeared above Lin Bufang's head, the timer for the first floor's monsters to spawn. Upon the white tiles at the very center of the room, a figure gradually materialized. It was an ordinary-looking goblin wielding a spiked club with pointed ears, green skin, and small malevolent eyes gleaming. Just one. Before Lin Bufang could examine the panel, the goblin raised its club vertically, let out a roar, and began to grow in size. In no time, it had reached a height of 5 meters. A faint pale white radiance enveloped its entire form. Lin Bufang raised his pistol and fired a shot. A number appeared above the goblin's head, one he had never anticipated. 100. Check the panel. Name Goblin Hell, level Lv15 HP 1 physical attack, 5 armor, 1 magic resistance, 3 skills, grow bigger, get harder, Orondo, grant me strength Orondo, grant me protection Orondo, grant me damage reduction 30 description. An ordinary goblin of the hell level, Dawn Sanctuary, tall, tough, and immensely powerful. Lin Bufang didn't know whether to be happy or happy. He had the protection of over 2 name-saving blades. In other words, he was invincible. Dealing 100 damage per hit meant he could accumulate 3 points of physical attack through this goblin. With this in mind, Lin Bufang sidestepped while opening fire with his machine gun. He could also use a shotgun. The best shotgun he had found so far could fire about 15 pellets per shot. As for the Browning M1919A4 machine gun, it had a rate of fire of around 1 rounds per minute, approximately 16 rounds per second. Combined with Lin Bufang's constant investment in attack speed, this rate would increase even further. Its efficiency still surpassed that of the shotgun. The shotgun still had pellets that would miss, whereas the machine gun barely did. The goblin hardly dodged attacks, so using the machine gun guaranteed a 100 hit rate, maximizing efficiency. Rat-a-tat. Physical attack permanent 3x 33, physical attack permanent 3x 49 physical attack, permanent 3x 87. Roar. The goblin counterattacked. The space on the first floor was very small, leaving Lin Bufang with little room to evade. Since he hadn't invested in health or defense, he was incredibly fragile. A single touch meant death, even a graze was fatal. But that was fine. Lin Bufang had the name-saving blade. However, up until now, he hadn't used a single one. This was the purpose of his speed investment, to avoid using the name-saving blade unless absolutely necessary. He thought that if one day he could face a powerful foe without using a single name-saving blade, only then would he truly be considered a master. That would be a true powerhouse. Thus, Lin Bufang's battle with the goblin was extremely perilous. He was practically dancing on the edge of a blade. Of course, there were occasional mistakes. For instance, at this moment with no escape, he was sent flying by the goblin's club, crashing into the wall so hard, he was stuck, unable to be pried out. His health bar dropped to 0 instantly. With a ding, the name-saving blade was triggered. Name-saving blade 1, current 210870. The goblin thought it had already killed Lin Bufang, yet Lin Bufang, as if nothing had happened, continued running and shooting at it. Its eyes were filled with utter astonishment. With such excellent equipment, why bother farming me? Then it heard a second ding sound. A third. A fourth. The goblin's face bore an expression of profound bewilderment. Damn, he's cheating. 25 minutes later, the goblin's health was nearly depleted, with only a few hundred hit points remaining. In fact, given Lin Bufang's rate of fire, he could have killed the goblin in 10 minutes, but the temple goblin had an innate health regeneration mechanic. Thus, Lin Bufang essentially had to deplete 2.5 health bars. Lin Bufang dared not delay, as the first-place completion time was 1 hour and 15 minutes. Even though it was on hard difficulty, Lin Bufang thought that if he could complete the hell difficulty in under an hour, he could theoretically secure first place. After all, he was soloing. Rat-a-tat-tat. The final few bullets dealt over 130 damage, approaching 140. This was because Lin Bufang had stacked nearly 7500 physical attack points through this single goblin. The total damage output had increased by more than a third. Physical attack 285070. Consequently, the actual damage inflicted on the goblin had increased considerably. At last, the goblin's health bar was emptied. It let out a muffled howl of agony and collapsed into a pool of blood. Its body had been riddled with holes so much so that if one poured water into its mouth, it would become a showerhead. Killed 1 hell goblin experience 60000. Level Lv1 601260186000. Holy crap. Lin Bufang was deeply shocked. A single goblin had granted him 600 experience points. In comparison, Lin Bufang would need to kill over 200 minotaurs in the Dawn Forest. Not to mention whether there were that many minotaurs for him to slay. Even if there were, the time required would certainly exceed 25 minutes. And this was only the first floor of the Dawn Temple. There were 2 more floors above. With a splash, the goblin's corpse burst open, scattering into pieces of flesh. At the same time, hundreds of pieces of carbon burst from its body, along with 3 pieces of equipment. One of them glowed with a purple light. Level 10 purple equipment was quite popular, and even more so during the college entrance exam period. Even the cheapest piece could sell for at least 100 gold coins. All the loot flew into Lin Bufang's backpack. His inventory was practically cleared out. Apart from the Golden Vulcan minigun and Isis hairpin, he had sold everything else. He glanced at the amount of carbon. Exactly 5000 pieces, no more no less. That was the guaranteed drop from the goblin. 5000 gold coins. Adding the purple and blue equipment, a single goblin had brought Lin Bufang over 1500 gold coins. Awesome. Lin Bufang strode toward the staircase, stepping on the glass-like steps, and dashed up to the second floor. The layout of the second floor was similar to the first, except it resembled a study. The walls were lined with countless books which could be looked at but not touched, for they were protected by a magical taboo that would harm anyone who touched them. As the countdown ended, at the very center of the tables and chairs, a witch wearing a magical hat suddenly appeared. She seemed ancient, with a long nose and small eyes filled with a venomous malice. Lin Bufang's mind raced as he analyzed the witch's attributes. Her defense was low, but her health was immense. Her attack was also unremarkable. So where did her true strength lie? The moment she appeared, the answer was clear. 2 defensive skills manifested on her body: an exaggerated black armor and a pale blue barrier. Bang! 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 Lin Bufang fired his gun. The bullets passed through the blue barrier without hindrance, but were completely blocked by the black armor. The attack dealt only 1 damage to the witch. Lin Bufang continued firing, unleashing 100 rounds. The black armor on the witch shattered automatically, and subsequent bullets inflicted normal damage. With such damage, the witch's 2 million health points were hardly sufficient. Before dying, the witch cast a skill. It seemed to transform Lin Bufang into an old man while turning the witch into a young, alluring beauty. Her attributes soared while Lin Bufang's stats and speed plummeted. For an archer, this would have been a fatal blow, drastically reducing attack speed. However, a gunner's weapon had a built-in base firing rate, and automatic weapons had a locked minimum speed. Rat-a-tat-tat, the witch's health bar rapidly emptied. Her black cloak rustled as she transformed from a solid form into black smoke dissipating into the air. Lin Bufang cleared the first floor in 25 minutes. For the second floor, Lin Bufang took only 3 seconds. Theoretically, the second floor should have been harder than the first team used. The reason was simple: Lin Bufang's damage output was so overwhelming that the witch was slain before she could even unleash her damage skills. Thus, the witch's damage potential must have been high. This meant that for any normal team to clear the second floor, the only way was to eliminate the witch as quickly as possible by any means necessary. Otherwise, the witch would launch attacks that could potentially wipe out the front line or even the back row. This raised another issue. Damage dealers needed to prepare 2 sets of equipment, one focused on defense and another on offense. Otherwise, surviving in such extreme environments would be nearly impossible. But for Lin Bufang, his attack power was simply too monstrous. The witch dropped 5,000 pieces of carbon, along with 3 blue-tier items and 1 purple-tier item. The drop rate was decent, and the purple item seemed guaranteed. As Lin Bufang prepared to head to the 3rd floor, the witch's hat vanished, and a blinding golden light erupted from the spot. A golden skill book flew into his inventory. A skill book dropped. Lin Bufang was overjoyed. This item had an even lower drop rate than pink tier gear. He hadn't gotten any pink gear yet, but a skill book had appeared first. He opened his inventory and clicked on the skill book's description. Dispel Magic was a universal skill that required level 10 and consumed 100 mana points. It had a chance to remove 1 magical buff from a target. The chance decreased against higher level targets, but against lower level targets, it had a high probability of removing all buffs. Leveling up the skill increased the success rate. Lin Bufang studied it and concluded that it was undoubtedly a god-tier skill. For him, at least, it was a game-changer. The witch's magic armor and arcane barrier could be directly dispelled with this skill. Of course, the witch's magic armor seemed to block a set number of attacks, roughly 100 instances of physical damage based on what he had observed. If Lin Bufang used Dispel Magic on her, there was a chance to neutralize her magic armor, allowing him to eliminate her even faster. Most importantly, there was the ridiculously overpowered goblin on the 1st floor. It had at least 3 defensive and damage reduction buffs. If he could dispel those buffs, killing the goblin quickly would become a viable option. This would save a lot of time in subsequent runs. Moreover, the skill's success rate increased significantly against lower-level targets, and it could directly remove all magical buffs from them. Currently, the goblin was level 15 and Lin Bufang was level 14. The success rate against level 15 targets was normal, but against level 16 targets, it would skyrocket. Lin Bufang immediately learned the skill. This is a top-tier god skill. He praised it highly, feeling incredibly lucky. He sprinted into the 3rd floor. This floor was at the top of the giant tree with many windows, just as it had appeared from the outside. The interior was simple, a floor completely covered in red carpet, metal walls with wooden frames, and at the very center a semi-levitating golden magical array. Lin Bufang had just raised his pistol ready to test its damage when a prompt appeared before him. Congratulations. Your performance on the first 2 floors has earned the admiration of Orinder. You will receive 1 simulation opportunity. The simulation challenge lasts 1 hour. You may choose to abandon it without penalty. During the simulation challenge, all items, mana, and equipment durability consumed will be restored upon the battle's conclusion. Do you wish to proceed with the simulation challenge? Lin Bufang glanced at the time. Less than 27 minutes had passed. This simulation challenge could even be abandoned midway. Considering the hell difficulty, Lin Bufang was completely in the dark about the boss. If the challenge truly failed, Lin Bufang would be forced to exit the dungeon and his level would drop from 14 to 1, something he could not accept. The simulation battle had no cost. It was also a chance to hone his skills. Not bad. I choose the simulation battle. Simulation battle begins. A golden magic circle rotated into position, and a girl in a white gown with a red magic hat slowly materialized. In her hand, she held a staff embedded with a ruby, her entire presence ethereal and transcendent. Yet beneath her unparalleled beauty lay a danger of hell difficulty. Name, BO Thunder Hell difficulty level, Lv16 HP, 2 magic attack, 1 armor, 1 magic resistance, 1 damage reduction, 50 skill, summon light guardian, highest priority. Description. The hell difficulty Orinder's skills are entirely different from other difficulties. 5 skills vanish, replaced by new ones. Perhaps the hidden mechanic of hell difficulty lies within this skill. The stats were terrifying. 20 million HP was high, but not impossibly so. To be honest, these stats paled in comparison to the witch on the second floor, and even more so to the goblin on the first. However, that single skill made Lin Bufang's pupils contract. This skill had the highest priority, meaning that before Orander summoned the Light Guardian, no skill, including Dispel Magic, could be cast before hers. Orander's miniature staff twirled 3 times around her fingertip, and a simple magic circle instantly formed at its tip. 3 meters away, a guardian over a meter taller than Orander was summoned. In one hand, it raised an enormous shield, in the other a heavy greatsword. It wore armor seemingly forged of gold, and its heavy helmet left almost no gaps, revealing only a pair of resolute golden eyes. Lin Bufang opened its stat panel. Name: Summon Light Guardian, level Lv1 HP, 5 physical attack, 1 magic attack, 1 armor, 2 magic resistance, 2 skills. Light Shield, Bastion, Radiant / Holy Light, Domain, Aura, Dawn, Sacred Judgment, Blade, Sun, Saint, Body, Passive, Light Pact. Description: the Hell difficulty Orander's summon balanced in offense and defense with a self-buffing aura. It seems to have a mysterious connection with Orander. Since this was a simulation battle, Lin Bufang held nothing back and immediately opened fire on the boss with his machine gun. However, the machine gun round struck the boss without dealing any damage. 000 Lin Bufang studied the situation and deduced it was caused by one of the Light Guardian skills. Mana 100, Lin Bufang cast Dispel Magic on the summon. His mana pool was only 300 points, meaning he could only cast Dispel Magic 3 times. The Light Guardian had only 1 buff aura, so if the Dispel succeeded, even once it could break the boss invincibility effect. Famed Blade of Fate 1, Famed Blade of Fate 1, Famed Blade of Fate 1. While Lin Bufang was charging up boss Orander, and the summon launched a combined assault, bombarding him with various skills. Dispel failed, mana 100, Dispel successful. The massive aura centered on the Light Guardian, which had covered the entire 3rd floor, finally vanished. Unsure of the skill's cooldown, Lin Bufang dared not delay and immediately began dealing damage to the boss. Orander's defense was not particularly high, it was just her HP that was substantial. The machine gun's bullets rattled onto Orander, piercing countless holes in her splendid gown. 174,584, 161,248, 181,045. Lin Bufang's DPS had already exceeded 2 million. The boss HP was merely 20 million. There was no way she could withstand it. But the Light Guardian was no pushover. It raised its shield, firmly protecting Orander behind it. With the shield raised, Lin Bufang's damage was directly reduced by 90, and all damage was transferred to the Light Guardian. This method of blocking damage was undoubtedly a nightmare for ranged units. But it was not Lin Bufang's nightmare. Ranged units were weak in defense because they were ranged. Lin Bufang's defense was also weak, even weaker. But that was because he didn't need defense. He went face-to-face with the boss, pressing his machine gun against her head and firing. The famed Blade of Fate count dropped at a moderate pace, as each provided 1 second of invincibility. Only after that second would the next famed Blade of Fate trigger. The boss could be unscrupulous, and so could Lin Bufang. The attacks from the boss and the Light Guardian were completely ineffective against him. Invincibility, what could they say? Rat-a-tat-tat. When the boss HP dropped to 10, the Light Guardian's aura effect was ready again. It released the aura once more, reducing all damage to 0. Lin Bufang cast Dispel Magic again. This time it succeeded on the first try. If it hadn't succeeded, Lin Bufang would have been forced to surrender. He couldn't afford to waste time recovering mana. Lin Bufang thought to himself. In the future, he would need to find a way to get a passive skill that increased his mana cap, or equip an item that boosted mana. Someone might ask, why not allocate free attribute points to mana? Lin Bufang would apologize and say he had OCD. He couldn't waste a single free point. They all went to speed, and no one could change that. After the aura vanished, the boss HP began to plummet. Just as it dropped to 1, Lin Bufang suddenly noticed Orander flashing a sinister smile, and even the Light Guardian's eyes held a hint of mockery. Lin Bufang thought, I don't care about this or that. He instantly switched to the shotgun, aimed at the boss' head, and pulled the trigger. With a bang, Orander's head exploded, and she collapsed in a pool of blood. Lin Bufang stepped back a few paces. His sixth sense told him that the real mechanic was yet to come. Sure enough, in his view, an even more dazzling golden magic circle appeared beneath the Light Guardian's feet. Its height shot up from 2 meters to 5 meters. At the same time, the fallen boss Orander shook her head. Her injuries instantly healed, her HP restored to 100, and she stood up again. Lin Bufang frowned. Does this mean I have to fight a second round? He raised the shotgun and fired a round. The damage this time caught him completely off guard. 8 pellets hit the boss. Damage 0. 7 pellets struck the Light Guardian. Damage 0. He also noticed that above the health bars of both the boss and the Light Guardian 2 words had appeared. Invincible. No duration listed. That meant it was permanent. Damn it. Lin Bufang directly chose to abandon the simulation. Orlando and the summoned creature vanished simultaneously, the third floor returning to its just now tranquil state as the vines hanging outside the window swayed gently, as if the fierce battle that had just occurred had never happened. Lin Bufang's consumed health, mana, and bullets were all restored. At this moment, he silently retreated to the stairwell, his mind racing as he meticulously analyzed every detail. Hell difficulty was indeed hellish. The Dawn Cathedral had not betrayed its name. Those who could clear hell difficulty below level 20 were truly geniuses among geniuses. It was terrifyingly formidable. To be honest, even if he couldn't win, Lin Bufang could force an exit now without consequence. If you choose to force an exit, your level will drop from level 14 to level 1 with 0 experience points. Dropping to level 1 didn't matter either, since he could grind back up in half a day before he could certainly do it again in another half day. But Lin Bufang absolutely refused to let his efforts go to waste. So the key is that once Orlando is killed, her summon, the Light Guardian, becomes invincible. At the same time, Orlando will also resurrect, and they both become invincible together. So should I ignore Orlando and directly take down the summon? Lin Bufang thought carefully. Things were definitely not that simple. He had to perfect every detail, leaving no regrets. Even if he failed, he would have no remorse. I understand. To defeat Orlando, I must precisely control the health points and find the one and only opportunity from the most extreme output. Lin Bufang wanted to open the trading house to buy a top-tier gun with armor-piercing properties. But unfortunately, the trading house could not be accessed within the cathedral. Fortunately, the ampersand repair function was still usable. It's okay, it just means I need to be a bit more extreme. Lin Bufang checked his backpack and found a bracelet that added an extra 100 mana points, which he equipped. He abandoned the 50 speed points from his lightweight set. This gave him one chance for error with a dispel magic. He re-entered the third floor. The instant the countdown began, he swiftly dashed to the center of the golden magic array. However, he took one step too far. At this position, the moment the boss descended, he would find himself standing precisely behind it. The moment Orlando appeared, she instantly spun her magic wand and summoned the Guardian of Light. Lin Bufang pinpointed the position indicated by the magic array and stood behind the Guardian of Light. The instant the Guardian of Light materialized, he set a 33-second timer. Then he pressed the trigger without hesitation. A dense barrage of damage numbers erupted above the Guardian of Light's head. 8548, 84,524, 86,755. After 1 second, the Guardian of Light's health had dropped by 3%. Simultaneously, the Guardian of Light immediately unleashed the Holy Light Domain. Within this domain, both it and Orlando were immune to all damage. Mana 100 Dispel, failed. Mana 100 Dispel, failed. Mana 100 Dispel, failed. Mana 100 Dispel, failed. Lin Bufang. All 4 attempts failed. Lin Bufang was utterly speechless. If this had happened to any other professional, this battle would certainly have been lost. However, Lin Bufang had the name Slayer's fate. Ding, ding, ding. He simply stood there, besieged by the boss and the Guardian of Light. What could he do? He had no mana left. This world was not a conventional game. The trading house might have health and mana potions, but it was highly unlikely. At least Lin Bufang had never seen or heard of any. To restore health and mana, one had to rely on slow natural recovery. Lin Bufang was anxious, but he knew that for now he could not inflict any damage on either monster. After more than 40 minutes, Lin Bufang's mana was finally fully restored. He set the timer to 33 seconds once again. Moreover, he discovered that his luck was favorable this time. The moment his mana was full, the Guardian of Light's Holy Light Domain entered its cooldown. This meant he had an extra chance to cast a dispel. Without a word, Lin Bufang aimed at the Guardian of Light and pressed the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat, every bullet dealt over 8,000 damage. At the 11th second, the Guardian of Light's health dropped to 1/3. Its Holy Light Domain finished its cooldown and immediately released the aura. Lin Bufang swiftly cast a dispel on it. Dispel successful. He had no time to marvel at his luck. He immediately pressed the trigger and continued to attack the Guardian of Light. The Guardian of Light also possessed a shield skill which could block damage from the front. Therefore, every time it raised its shield, Lin Bufang would quickly run behind it. Of course, he never stopped dealing damage during this process. He focused his attacks on the boss Orlando to reduce its health as much as possible. At the 22nd second, the Guardian of Light released its aura again. Dispel successful. The second dispel was also successful. Lin Bufang felt that this time he would surely succeed. He continued to attack the Guardian of Light while also whittling down Orondo's health during the skill intervals. At the 33rd second, the Guardian of Light's health was down to just 1%. If calculated precisely, it was less than 0.5. The alarm clock rang right on time. At that moment, Orondo still had 1/3 of its health remaining. It was then that the Guardian of Light once again released the Holy Light Domain. Lin Bufang's palms were drenched with sweat. This was the decisive moment. With only 200 mana points left, if all attempts failed, everything would have to start over. In fact, had the Guardian of Light's first aura not entered cooldown on its own, Lin Bufang would have needed to succeed 3 out of 4 dispels. Such a probability felt like playing a game of Russian roulette, a single shot deciding life or death. Lin Bufang still had one chance for error. Mana 100 Dispel failed. The first attempt failed. Lin Bufang immediately used the second. Mana 100 Dispel successful. Mana 100 Dispel failed. The first attempt failed. Lin Bufang immediately used the second. Mana 100 Dispel successful. Lin Bufang fell into an absolute calm. Suddenly, he smiled, aimed his gun at the boss Orondo, and pressed the trigger without hesitation. Rat-a-tat-tat. Orondo's health evaporated in 3 seconds, dropping to 0 as it collapsed in a pool of blood. At the same time, beneath the Guardian of Light, whose health was now less than 1%, a dazzling golden magic array, tinged with red, appeared once more. Lin Bufang swung his gun toward the Guardian of Light. Die. Damage numbers appeared above the Guardian of Light's head. 8755 486,435 89676. Just as it was left with its last sliver of health, the Guardian of Light suddenly raised its shield. It attempted to block the frontal damage. Lin Bufang glanced at the time. There was no time left. The Guardian of Light was about to ascend, and after that it would enter an invincible state. Under this extreme pressure, a faint haze of gunpowder filled his eyes. The gun techniques he had painstakingly practiced in the past shattered entirely, and a new understanding was born from the depths of his soul. I see now, this is the way of the gun. Lin Bufang gently squeezed the trigger, and the bullet's trajectory became the sole path of the world. This bullet pierced straight through the Guardian of Light's shield. Though it was reduced layer by layer, lowering much of its damage, it still retained nearly 50 of its power. Not only that, but the bullet ignored most of the Guardian of Light's defenses, striking directly at its most vulnerable part, those golden eyes. 134,876. Kill Guardian of Light. Contract terminated. You have successfully slain Hell-level boss Orondo. Experience 100,000. Congratulations, your level has risen to Lv15. Free points 160. Level Lv15 54120642000. Indeed, Lin Bufang finally confirmed the mechanism for defeating Orondo. Mechanism rule: regardless of whether Orondo or the Guardian of Light is killed first, the remaining one will enter an invincible state, and the slain one will immediately resurrect. Both become invincible, leaving no way to deal with them further. The solution is that after killing one, the other must be slain within 1 second, or even less. How is this achieved? First, before deciding to kill Orondo and her summon, reduce their health to a point where they can be instantly eliminated. Then kill them both at once. Of course, this seems simple. But don't forget, the Guardian of Light still has its accursed Holy Light Domain. The cooldown of the Holy Light Domain is about 11 seconds. Therefore, sufficient time must be allowed. Lin Bufang, due to his high damage output, had a slightly larger margin for error. He killed both Orondo and the Guardian of Light simultaneously within 4 seconds, it giving him a margin of over 7 seconds. Looking at his mana value of 0, Lin Bufang smiled wryly. After leaving, no matter the cost, he must buy a mana set. This time he was incredibly lucky. Out of 4 uses of Dispel Magic, 3 succeeded. If the Guardian of Light's Holy Light Domain hadn't gone into cooldown, all 4 would have had to succeed. Difficult, too difficult. Lin Bufang rubbed his hands excitedly. Since it was so hard, what was the reward? First, the 1 million experience points directly leveled him up. Next, the boss body was still disintegrating. 3 seconds later, Orondo turned into countless golden specks of light and vanished. A dense clatter of carbon hitting the ground followed. Then, without any blue, 2 beams of purple light flashed up. The purple light hadn't even ended. Then came a pink glow. After that, there was no further movement. All the loot flew into Lin Bufang's backpack. He glanced at it. 1000 units of carbon had dropped. Adding the 5000 from each of the previous 2 floors, that made 2000 units worth 2000 gold coins. Combined with the 3 purple equipment pieces from all floors valued at 2000 plus 2000, that was 5000 in total. Lin Bufang finally looked at the pink equipment. Lv1 Thunderous MG6 Rotary Cannon Divine Artifact Gunner Class Rate of Fire 3000 rounds per minute. Light Attribute Attack 125 chance to trigger a lightning strike on hit, dealing light attribute magic damage to up to 10 targets. No cooldown. Attack 258, 369, Durability 6006000. Lin Bufang's first reaction was delight, but his second was that the lightning strike effect was mediocre, as no damage could compare to his normal attacks. Flashy but impractical. For other gunners it would be a top-tier divine artifact, but for Lin Bufang it fell short. It still had merits. Its rate of fire was 3 times higher than his main weapon, the Browning M1919A4 machine gun, with higher base attack and durability. But there was another issue: the cost to repair it was also higher. This is why rare equipment is so expensive. Blue gear retains its value, and even green and white equipment have a market. Rare and divine artifacts are a threshold. The repair cost for divine artifacts skyrockets. Lin Bufang tossed it into his backpack, not planning to sell it, but keeping it as a spare. Then he hurried out to sell the 3 rare equipment pieces. After all, their prices change hourly. The closer to the official college entrance exam, the cheaper they become. Upon clicking to exit the Dawn Cathedral, a prompt appeared before him. Congratulations. You are the first professional in history to solo clear the hell-level Dawn Cathedral. Reward 50 permanent free points, 1 permanent trading post slot. Free points. Current 220. Trading post slots. Current slots 11. An unexpected bonus. Lin Bufang had gained 160 free points from leveling up, plus these 50. He initially wanted to save some for mana, but after thinking it over he decided to stay consistent. Agility 1070. Exceeding 1000 points had a noticeable effect on Lin Bufang. His index finger could now vibrate at high frequency, and his hand speed had surpassed automated weapons. Mana could be obtained through other means, but reducing even 1 point of agility would make him utterly uncomfortable. Every additional point of agility brought him overall improvements: rate of fire, hand speed, reaction, speed, movement speed, casting speed, and even his understanding of the gunner class and insights into firearms. Just moments ago, in the critical battle with the Guardian of Light, Lin Bufang seemed to enter a mysterious state. He directly confronted the Guardian's layered defenses and fired a shot that dealt damage far beyond what was previously possible. Lin Bufang thought this was due not only to his own efforts, but also to his high agility. What is the ultimate goal of the gunner class? Lin Bufang didn't know. No professional no-gunner would ever invest all their attributes solely into agility. This was no longer extreme, it was madness. He only knew that he seemed to be racing down a path no one else had ever taken, with no one ahead of him. Leaving the Dawn Cathedral, a prompt appeared before Lin Bufang. Clear time 1 hour 8 minutes. His heart was both excited and a little nervous. Though his clear time was nearly 7 minutes faster than the first place, he had also taken considerable damage. On the first floor he lost several hundred copies of Mingdao Siming. On the third floor he lost at least 2000 copies. Mingdao Siming remaining 207852, indeed over 2400 had been lost. This kind of damage caused by pure mistakes would deduct some performance points. However, Lin Bufang was playing on hell difficulty, so the base score and clear score would both be higher. He hoped the two would offset each other. His current psychological expectation is to place in the top 3. As long as he secures a spot in the top 3, reaching level 18 is practically guaranteed. In 3 or 6 hours, he will be able to challenge the Morning Dawn Sanctuary for the second time. With better preparation, he believes he can complete it at an even faster pace. Turning around, he looked up at the entrance of the Morning Dawn Sanctuary. The leaderboard caught his eye. The position for first place had surprisingly changed to a different person. Who else could it be but Lin Bufang? First place, Lin Bufang, hell level 1 hour 08 minutes. Second place, Gao Xing's team of 4, hard level 1 hour 15 minutes. Third place, Su Lan's team of 4, hard level 1 hour 15 minutes. Lin Bufang glanced at the cooldown for the dungeon, and sure enough the cooldown had changed from 24 hours to 59 minutes and 56 seconds. Awesome. Lin Bufang walked towards the crowd. Not far away, Tang Ping, the overall safety supervisor of the Morning Dawn Sanctuary, unintentionally glanced at Lin Bufang's back. His brow furrowed tightly. Hey, that person looks a bit like that young fellow from just now. A captain beside him chuckled. It might really be him. It's quite normal to give up a level and come out of the hell level Morning Dawn Sanctuary. At this moment, a series of gasps suddenly erupted at the entrance of the Morning Dawn Sanctuary. Someone had noticed a change in the rankings at the entrance. The record for first place is simply astonishing. No way. The first place has changed. It really has changed. Hell level. It's a hell level clear, and it's first place. Those who could come to the Morning Dawn Sanctuary are all below level 20. Of course, some players choose to lock their levels at Lv19 to specifically farm this dungeon, only because they are chasing a dream, pursuing that elusive, only existing online, the Divine Warrior Ring. Just one drop could turn them from a nobody to a top-tier tycoon in an instant. Therefore, the bustling atmosphere around the Morning Dawn Sanctuary is largely influenced by the Divine Warrior Ring. It is precisely for this reason that the rankings at the Morning Dawn Sanctuary hold significant value. The top 3, the second and third places change almost every year. However, the first place has not changed in 5 years, as can be seen from the leaderboard. In fact, the previous first and second places both cleared at the hard level with the same clear time of 1 hour and 25 minutes. Same clear time, same difficulty, same number of people. So where's the problem? Skill, coordination, technique, execution, awareness. What makes the first place truly terrifying is not the clear time. In fact, there are several others on the leaderboard with shorter clear times than the first place. What makes the first place truly frightening is the teamwork and the ability to achieve a higher score through execution, compressing the clear time to the utmost limit. Every detail is calculated, executing the most extreme operations. This is the gold content of the previous first place. Yet now the first place has changed hands. Moreover, the new holder did not clear at the hard level. Instead, it was at the hell level. In between, there was also a nightmare level. Tang Ping and the others, upon hearing the commotion, were filled with immense curiosity and excitement. To be honest, many people using computers to simulate have been unable to achieve Gaosheng's score. In reality, everyone knows that surpassing Gaosheng at the hard level is simply impossible. He has already taken every point-scoring opportunity. Even if Gaosheng himself were to challenge it again, he couldn't surpass his own record. Therefore, over these 5 years, many have attempted to find new paths starting from the nightmare level, but due to the high difficulty of the nightmare level, if one becomes too fixated on the score, the clear time will significantly increase. Thus, this is essentially an unbreakable ranking. Gaosheng himself has revealed that the 4 of them made no mistakes throughout, allowing them to achieve such a heavenly result. Let's go see who this extraordinary player is. Tang Ping and 7 or 8 guards approached the leaderboard. Just a glance and Gaosheng's eyes nearly bulged out. Hell level clear. And it only took 1 hour and 8 minutes. How is that possible? Isn't the fastest clear record supposed to be 8 hours? Tang Ping's voice was filled with shock. At this moment, one of the guards beside him spoke with immense confusion. That's not right, Tang Zong. This record is incorrect. Why doesn't it show how many players participated? Is there a bug? He cleared it solo. Tang Ping's tone was calm, yet there was a slight tremor in it. Upon hearing this, the surrounding players seemed to be struck by lightning, experiencing immense shock, both physically and psychologically. Solo. Hell level. In 1 hour. Isn't that treating the boss like a nobody? I originally thought this was a team of 4 with extraordinary execution. I didn't expect this to be a one-man show. This person not only has top-notch awareness and execution, but also possesses an incredibly frightening personal strength. What do you call this? This is called crushing. He has completely crushed the previous first place underfoot. This record is likely to remain unbroken for the next 10 years. But who exactly is this Lin Bufang? We still don't know what the mechanics of the hell level are, and we don't know if he can share them with us. Tang Ping exchanged glances with a few others nearby. Only then did Tang Ping realize that it wasn't just an illusion. That person was indeed Lin Bufang. Let's go meet him. Lin Bufang was feeling hungry again. On one hand, it was due to extreme exertion. On the other hand, it seemed that entering such a state consumed a massive amount of stamina. This consumption seemed to bring about some distinct change. He vaguely felt that his thoughts were clearer, his blood circulated faster, and his body parts were more coordinated. However, he currently felt a burning hunger in his stomach. Yet he was quite picky and didn't want to eat pure carbohydrates no matter how hungry he was. He sat at a barbecue shop, first having a few skewers of grilled vegetables to tide him over and drank some free water to settle his stomach. Then he opened the trading post listing all the carbon and equipment for sale. The prices were set low, aiming for quick sales. Consequently, the gold coins arrived swiftly. You listed carbon 20,000, and 8,000 were bought, automatically credited 80,000 gold coins, current balance 82,888. You listed glimmer silver ring, and 1 was bought, automatically credited 95,800 gold coins, current balance 178,688. You listed carbon 12,000, and 12,000 were bought, automatically credited 120,000 gold coins, current balance 298,688. Due to Lin Bufang's low pricing, the price decreased every 3 seconds. Thus, within a minute, all the equipment was sold out. Current balance 502,786 gold coins. With a balance of 500, Lin Bufang found the grilled vegetables even more delicious. At that moment, a few people appeared in front of his stall. It was Tang Ping, who had previously introduced some rules about the Morning Dawn Sanctuary to Lin Bufang. Boss, put the meal for that little brother over there on my tab. Then they sat down beside Lin Bufang. Hearing that someone was treating him, Lin Bufang, without a second thought, ordered 100 skewers of squid, 100 skewers of lamb, and 100 skewers of beef. Brother Lin Bufang, would like to ask you a question. The surrounding diners, including the owner, changed expressions. Tang Ping was the highest-ranking official responsible for security at this year's college entrance exam in the Dawn Sanctuary. He was also one of the top powerhouses in Zhanghai City, having slain countless giant beasts. Moreover, the Via-level beast that invaded Zhanghai City half a year ago, claiming 1725 lives, was slain by Tang Ping and his team. He might not be the strongest in Zhanghai City, but he was undoubtedly a towering figure in the hearts of all professionals. Having him by one side provided an indescribable sense of security. Yet now Tang Ping was seeking advice from a youth of only level 15. Hold on, this is trivial. Let me eat my fill first. The crowd was even more astonished. This youth dared to disregard Tang Ping's question. All right, no rush. Take your time eating. Their jaws dropped, feeling as if they were dreaming. Lin Bufang simply left Tang Ping waiting, devouring his food with gusto. The barbecue stall owner's expression shifted from shock to a smile, from a smile to a grin that wouldn't close, and from that grin to roaring laughter. All because the bill in his hand kept climbing. 500 yuan, 5000 yuan, 1000 yuan, 18758 yuan. That was the cost of Lin Bufang's single meal. He ate nothing to stave off hunger, only meat and delicacies. He ordered only 100 skewers of beef and stopped there, because that stuff was too filling and felt like a waste to eat. Finally, Lin Bufang stopped when he was 70% full, noticing a trace of bitterness on Tang Ping's face. Clearly, the cost of this meal had exceeded his expectations. He was also astounded. How could anyone eat so much? Youth is wonderful at eating all that, and your stomach doesn't even bulge. Tang Ping remarked. Lin Bufang noted it was a peculiar thing. The initial food vanished as soon as it went down, seemingly instantly decomposed into energy that flowed warmly into his body. Only the later portions began to digest normally. Ask away. Hell mode, what's the mechanics? You don't have to answer, and well, respect your decision, since the top ranking must mean a lot to you. Lin Bufang chugged a 3.5-liter bottle of water and casually placed a sheet of paper before Tang Ping, detailing the rules, skills, and mechanics of every monster on the 3 floors of the Dawn Sanctuary. Small matter. The top spot matters to me, but it has nothing to do with the mechanics. Tang Ping paused, then his impression of Lin Bufang changed dramatically. First, he didn't ask for money, laying out the mechanics clearly in writing, merely treating himself to a meal. Second, he was arrogant. Utterly arrogant. Handing over the mechanics for anyone to share. Leaving the top spot up for grabs. Begged to be surpassed. Taking the paper, Tang Ping studied it intently. His expression shifted continuously. So that's it. No wonder you need dispel magic to defeat the goblins on the 2nd floor. I know the source of dispel magic. The witch is one of them, but the drop rate is very low. Does hell mode increase the drop rate? This boss is outrageously tough. If you can't lower the boss and the Light Guardian's HP quickly, it's impossible to defeat. At a minimum, all 4 must have dispel magic. This mechanics guide is genuine. Tang Ping confirmed. He had previously looked into some details of hell mode and even ventured in once himself. Brother Lin Bufang, which guild are you in? Why not join the Zhanghai City Defense Force? 200 gold coins a month, and as long as you don't make major mistakes, the position is yours for life. Lin Bufang declined. If he were to join the city defense, he'd at least have to be the overall commander. Taking a minor role held no appeal. Seeing Lin Bufang's firm refusal, Tang Ping said no more and left him a business card telling him to call if he ever needed anything. Then Tang Ping returned to his post, quickly compiled a strategy guide for the Dawn Sanctuary's hell mode, and posted it right at the dungeon entrance for all professionals to consult. At the top of the title, Tang Ping left Lin Bufang's name. The following guide is compiled by Lin Bufang for your reference. Instantly, Lin Bufang's name was etched into the memory of every professional nearby, all wondering who he was. Beside Tang Ping, a guard who had once glimpsed Lin Bufang at the People's Square for professional potential assessment was now uncertain. Old Tang, I think I've seen Lin Bufang before. Tang Ping was also intensely curious about Lin Bufang's background. Oh, where? At the People's Square yesterday. He's one of this year's examinees. Don't joke. This year's examinees are still grinding in the Goblin Rift. They won't reach level 10 until tomorrow morning at the earliest. This Lin Bufang is already level 15. Maybe I was mistaken. An hour later, Lin Bufang checked the time, 4:30 a.m. The dungeon cooldown had ended. He didn't want to waste time. Clearing it quickly meant he could farm it again sooner. During that hour, he bought a set of mana gear for the Gunslinger class. Another reason the Gunslinger class wasn't recommended was the scarcity and exorbitant cost of its equipment. Only big spenders dared to play this class. Vendors naturally seized the chance to jack up prices. Fortunately, gear was also sold at the dungeon entrance slightly cheaper than on the trading market. Scraping together bits and pieces, Lin Bufang finally assembled a full set of blue mana gear for the gunslinger. 8 pieces in total, costing him over 2,000 yuan. If he hadn't been in a rush, he could have gotten it for under 1,000. But Lin Bufang was in a hurry. The extra 1,000 was just paying for time. Lin Bufang had ample opportunities to earn far more than 1,000 gold coins. This mana set provided 500 mana points, but naturally no speed bonuses. 500 points meant 5 chances to cast Dispel Magic. For a professional with Lin Bufang's attack power, the margin for error was nearly maxed out. He entered Hell mode again, this time in full view of Tang Ping and the surrounding professionals. Their expressions remained exaggerated. Tang Ping had initially thought Lin Bufang was a scion of some family or a hidden expert fully prepared to storm the rankings. But you're already number 1. Why risk your life in Hell mode again? Doesn't he know that quitting resets your level to 0? I just told him, and also about the boss second phase. His reaction surprised me. He seemed not to know about it before, not even about Dispel Magic. Whoa, he's that reckless. Is he putting on an act? Doesn't seem like an act. Dawn Sanctuary Hell mode, first floor. Seeing the goblins again, Lin Bufang felt a wave of familiarity. Mana 100, he slapped the Dispel Magic right onto the goblin's face. Dispel success. When he fired again, the damage exceeded 1,000, roughly 10 times greater than before. He did not use the Thunderclap MG6 rotary machine gun, but instead held steadfastly to his loyal Browning M1919A4. 5 seconds later, the goblin fell. Goblin Hell level slain experience 6,000. 5,000 pieces of coal dropped into his backpack. And then nothing else, only coal. Lin Bufang followed the stairs to the second floor. The witch appeared quickly and died just as swiftly. Before she could even steady herself, a burst from Lin Bufang's gun took her down. Witch Hell level slain experience 8,000. Another 5,000 pieces of coal in hand. This time a blue equipment dropped. No rare equipment, no pink gear. Yet to his surprise, another skill book dropped. Moreover, this skill did not appear in the witch's skill description. Mana Spring level 1 general specialization available at level 15, increases mana cap by 100, a proficiency 0-100. Lin Bufang glanced at the skill and understood. It was a basic skill, one that any monster capable of magic might drop. Such skills were unique, money could not buy them. Spending gold only allowed learning class-specific skills. General specialization skills could only be obtained through hard work. Lin Bufang immediately clicked to learn, as this was exactly the mana he lacked. Learning successful. Mana cap 100. Returning to the third floor, his mood was different. Last time he gambled on every successful dispel and nearly failed. Now he returned with 500,330,100 mana points. When Arindo summoned the Light Guardian, Lin Bufang cast a dispel upon it. Dispel success. He switched to the Thunderclap MG6 rotary machine gun to test its power. The rotary barrel slowly spun, delivering an attack speed 3 times that of the M1919, continuously triggering lightning strikes. Blue lightning bolts struck both Arindo and the Light Guardian, yet little damage was done. Both were light-attuned with high light resistance. But in Lin Bufang's hands, the MG6's terror lay not in its effects, but in its base fire rate. Tripling the fire rate meant tripling the damage. What once took 30 seconds to whittle down now took only 15. That meant Lin Bufang only needed a second successful dispel to finish the boss. 10 seconds later, the Light Guardian's health dropped to 5%, and it cast Holy Domain, becoming immune to all damage. Lin Bufang simultaneously cast Dispel. Dispel failed. Dispel failed. Dispel success. Lin Bufang was now level 15, and the Dispel success rate scaled with his level significantly improving. He continued reducing health, this time with greater control. Not only did he lower the Light Guardian's health below 0.5, but he also brought Arindo's health down to 5%. Then with a burst of fire, he killed Arindo instantly. He immediately turned the gun on the Light Guardian and pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat. This time was different. Lin Bufang had learned his lesson and reduced more health in advance. Before the Light Guardian could raise its shield, its health bar was emptied. Light Guardian slain successfully. Boss Arindo Hell level slain successfully. Experience 1,000,000. Level 15,294,126,000. Indeed, the experience from Dawn Sanctuary did not diminish with level increases. It was fixed experience. Lin Bufang watched silently as Arindo's body shattered, countless golden light particles slowly fading away. Clatter, 1,000 pieces of coal dropped. With a crisp ring, a pink light radiated, and a small ring fell to the ground. But it wasn't over. A golden light flashed, and a skill book landed on the ground. All the spoils flew into Lin Bufang's backpack. At that moment, Lin Bufang couldn't help but smile. In truth, even if nothing dropped, it didn't matter. He had come for the experience. At minimum, he had 2 gold guaranteed. Anything extra was a pleasant surprise. Moreover, this time he had obtained 2 skill books and 1 divine equipment. Level 10 Guardian Ring, Divine General Class, Charm 1, HP, Physical and Magical Defense, Physical and Magical Damage 5, Damage Reduction, 10, Durability, 500500. Top tier. Lin Bufang could only offer this verdict. The equipment was a genuine divine item boosting everything with substantial stats and 10% damage reduction balancing offense and defense. He could use it himself or sell it. Of course, he would not keep it. Such fine gear was best left for his diligent classmates who were racing to level up. Leaving the sanctuary, he promptly listed the ring for 49999 gold, 1 gold below market price. Then he put the coal up for sale as usual. Coal was priced at 10 gold, though most sold for 11. 10 gold coal moved quickly. Thus, Lin Bufang also listed his coal at 11 gold, planning to sell more. With 480 gold still in hand, he was in no hurry to cash out. Leaving the sanctuary, Lin Bufang walked toward the nearest in a simple room assembled from several trucks, complete with water, electricity, air conditioning, and a large bed. The price was 300 gold a night. Not cheap, but not outrageously expensive. Lin Bufang paid 100 gold for lodging until the college entrance exam. Guardian Ring sold, gaining 499999 gold. Balance, 1047157 gold. Lin Bufang set an alarm, planning to take an afternoon nap and return to the sanctuary in an hour. He rested quietly on the comfortable large bed. Outside, chaos erupted, all because the sanctuary leaderboard had changed. The rankings themselves remained unchanged. But Lin Bufang's completion time had shifted dramatically, from 1 hour and 8 minutes to 59 seconds. I just saw that the first place Lin Bufang challenged hell again. Will he fail? Wait 59 seconds to clear hell. What the heck? Is he cheating? Nonsense, this is the sanctuary, not a computer game. Then how do you explain it? There must be some unknown mechanic involved. Either that or Lin Bufang really has the skill. Both possibilities are terrifying. Tang Ping and the others heard the commotion and gathered at the sanctuary entrance. One look left Tang Ping feeling utterly dejected. He's level 15, right? Yeah. To be honest, with that speed, if the Dawn Cathedral didn't have level restrictions, even a level 30 couldn't pull that off. We've still underestimated his strength. Thinking back to Lin Bufang's recent refusal to join the Jianghai City Defense Army, Tang Ping seemed to understand. The man truly had the confidence to back it up. With such power, he could casually farm the cathedral and watch the gold roll in. Why bother being bound by those rules? Tang Ping realized that Lin Bufang might well be wealthier than him. The gear he wore was likely the finest available. At level 10, you can still get epic equipment. The second form of a healthier boss drops it. The fact that he can clear it so fast means he probably has several epic items. Oh, so that's it. No wonder. Lin Bufang's background must be extraordinary. Tang Ping and his companions had essentially confirmed Lin Bufang's identity, likely a disciple cultivated by some top-tier powerhouse in Daxia, deliberately staying at level 15 to practice some secret art. Lin Bufang, oblivious to all this, slept for an hour straight. The alarm rang. He started work on time. On the trading post, a third of the coal he had listed was already sold. Not bad. Entering the Hell-tier Dawn Cathedral, once more Lin Bufang moved with practiced ease, one-shotting everything. This time he cleared it in just 58 seconds, breaking his own historical record for the second time. His attack power had stacked up a bit, but since this was a speedrun, he hadn't built it up much. This time the goblins and witches dropped nothing. The boss only dropped a single piece of purple gear. That was probably the true drop rate for Hell difficulty. Materials had a guaranteed minimum of 200. Purple gear had a high drop rate, but not that high. After killing the boss, Lin Bufang's level rose again. Congratulations, your level has increased to Lv16. Free attribute points 230. Level Lv16, 11412607500000. He allocated the free points to his loyal stat speed. Speed 1300. Exiting the cathedral, Lin Bufang continued to list a piece of purple gear and more coal on the trading post. Current balance, 117554 gold. Watching his gold steadily climb, Lin Bufang found it truly hard to calm down and rest. Who could understand this feeling of exhaustion mixed with exhilaration? Maybe I should head to the wilds and look for trouble, see if I can find a boss. No sooner said than done. Lin Bufang dashed eastward. His perception range had already reached 300 meters. Barely 50 meters out of the Dawn Cathedral, a dense cluster of frames suddenly appeared before him. The number was initially estimated at over 200. They were all green frames, indicating a human gathering. As he moved closer, he found even more frames appearing. The number exceeded 500. And at the very center of those frames was a massive blood-red frame. A boss. A field boss. Field bosses had tremendously high health pools, theoretically even higher than hell tier bosses. These kinds of bosses were typically dealt with by the Shanghai City Defense Army, as they could threaten city security. At the very least, it took a few hundred people to take down one boss. Otherwise, there was no way to beat it. Lin Bufang grew excited. He moved in for a closer look, and became even more thrilled. Those 500+ people were none other than the Wolf Slayer Guild. But reality quickly doused him with cold water, because as he approached, the boss had already been slain. He only saw dozens of purple beams, a few pink beams, and even a couple of golden beams, skill books all dropping and flying into one person. That person looked to be in his 40s, holding a bow, and his level was completely unreadable. Lin Bufang also caught snippets of conversation. "All right, the boss is down. Time to get to business. We've already investigated. The one who killed our captain is a gunner. First, we sneak up to the Dawn Cathedral. Once we confirm the target is a gunner, we leave no one standing. Kill them all. Don't worry, he can't escape. He's marked by our guild's brand. Unless the guild leader dies, he could run to the ends of the earth and we'd still catch him. When the time comes, everyone connected to him will die." Hearing this, Lin Bufang's gaze turned icy. So that's how they kept finding his location. He silently raised the Thunderclap MG6 rotary machine gun. The repair cost for this weapon was steep, but facing these experts and high-level professionals, he could no longer afford to conserve ammunition. After all, as long as he won, the enemy would pay for the bullets. How to avoid being controlled? Lin Bufang didn't know, but he was certain he wouldn't die. He had actually studied this problem long ago. He found a perfect solution. Let them control him. He pulled a reliable robotic vacuum from his backpack. In others' eyes, it was just a household floor cleaner, and not a very smart one at that. But if adjusted correctly for Lin Bufang, this thing was incredibly useful. He dug a pit on the spot, placed the vacuum inside flush with the ground. He covered it with some dead leaves. He had to ensure that before the enemy discovered the vacuum, he achieved his strategic goal, killing so many that they could no longer care about the vacuum. He stepped forward, standing right on top of the vacuum, and adjusted its mode, setting a precise timer and tweaking its movement pattern. Then he switched his auto repair to automatic mode. In this mode, unless Lin Bufang actively stopped the repair, the weapon would be fixed the moment its durability dropped by 1 point. Then he suddenly raised the Thunderclap MG6 rotary machine gun, aimed at the nearest frame, and pulled the trigger all the way. Rat-a-tat. The frame before him vanished in an instant. The next frame disintegrated just as quickly. In mere seconds, the machine gun's bullets mowed down a large swath of Wolf Slayer Guild members like wheat. The deaths were gruesome. Some were cut in half, others had their heads blown off, and some had their arms blasted away, flying into the treetops and dripping blood. Most terrifying of all was the barrage of lightning strikes filling the field of view. Each individual strike dealt low damage, but the trigger frequency was far too high. The lightning also took down many Wolf Slayer Guild members. Damn it, we're under attack. Brothers, charge. Let's get him. Kill him. Like a black tide, all of Wolf Slayer Guild charged toward Lin Bufang. The forest limited their vision. They only knew someone was attacking from that direction, but not who it was. By the time they closed to 50 meters, Lin Bufang had already taken out over 300 Wolf Slayer Guild members. Wolf Slayer Guild's leader Li Feiyong was so furious his eyes nearly split. His knuckles cracked as he clenched his fists. Their guild had never suffered such a loss. This full-scale mobilization was originally meant to take down the boss. The 100+ members Lin Bufang had killed earlier were one of their battalions, originally meant to rendezvous with the other 5 battalions. They never expected to be wiped out by Lin Bufang. The 2 who had robbed Lin Bufang earlier included Li Feiyong's own son. That was why a mark had been left to track Lin Bufang. Now Li Feiyong realized the mark was right before him. "I wasn't coming for you, but you dare to charge at me. Fine, old grudges and new hatred'll settle them all." At 50 meters, the ranged units of the Wolf-slaying guild began their counterattack. Skills soared like meteors and fireworks toward Lin Bufang. Frost flame, wind blades, lightning, all detonating around him in a chaotic storm. Yet the machine gun's barrage never ceased, proving Lin Bufang was unscathed. Crowd control. What the hell are the controllers doing? Lock him down. Boss, we've already used control, but it seems utterly ineffective. Li Feiyong watched as the bullets multiplied around him. Moments ago, it hadn't felt this intense. Now, all he heard was the whizzing of rounds past his ears. Drawing closer, he was stunned. Before him stood a man ragged and drenched in blood, holding a rotary machine gun with one hand, while the other floated midair, clutching a roll of tape. His right hand was bound to the trigger by the tape, impossible to tear apart. A true madman. That was Li Feiyong's first impression. This was absolute ruthlessness, willing to sacrifice his life just to drag them all to hell. But why could he still move despite being controlled? Li Feiyong couldn't fathom it. All he saw was Lin Bufang's body swaying left and right with a steady rhythm, the machine gun in his hand sweeping in a fan-like arc. This, of course, was the work of the cleaning robot. It had been set to rotate in place, thus spinning Lin Bufang along with it. In this state, no matter what control was inflicted, the gun would keep firing forward. This was the so-called weakness of the gunner class. Gunners couldn't lock onto targets. They could fire at empty air without a target. Archers could do the same, but archers had no trigger. At this moment, the weapon's inherent automation and mechanical structure became Lin Bufang's key to defeating his enemies. In truth, the wolf-slaying guild also had knockbacks and knockbacks as control skills. But unfortunately, those units had died in the first wave. It seemed that when the wolf-slaying guild did too many evil deeds, their luck turned sour too. Soon Lv1 reacted. Everyone spread out. He seems to only hit targets in front. Flank him from other directions. By now, fewer than 50 members of the wolf-slaying guild remained, the cream of the crop. Of course, Lin Bufang knew the guild well. None of its members exceeded level 35. That was why he dared to face them alone. The 50 approached Lin Bufang from other angles, but some were already terrified by the unprecedented bloody carnage before them. The control on Lin Bufang lifted for a brief moment. In that instant, he aimed at the control targets and unleashed a relentless barrage. In a flash, 24 of the 26 controllers were taken out. The remaining 2 swiftly reapplied control, finally subduing Lin Bufang. At a distance of 10 meters, Lv1 roared, "Charge!" Pin him to the ground. Except for Lv1, everyone rushed at Lin Bufang. Lv1 himself had taken many bullets, his health reduced to a third. He feared being one-shot too. Yet as they closed in, they suddenly saw Lin Bufang moving again. This was because the timer Lin Bufang had set for the cleaning robot had expired, and it now entered a random rotation mode, spinning unpredictably in any direction. With the trigger locked down, this firing mode was a gamble. It might hit no one at all. But Lin Bufang's luck far surpassed that of the wolf-slaying guild. Or rather, those guild members were exceptionally skilled at catching bullets. After just 2 sweeps, the remaining 50-plus members of the wolf-slaying guild were all slaughtered. Even guild leader Lv1 was struck by dozens of rounds. Of course, if he hadn't dodged, he would have taken only a single bullet. 3 seconds later, the control effect on Lin Bufang wore off. Even he gasped in shock. He picked up the cleaning robot from the ground and gave it a fierce kiss. This robot was more impressive than him. Tearing off the tape, the thunderous MG6 rotary machine gun finally ceased its operation. The barrels were glowing red, accelerating durability loss. But that was no longer an issue. Surveying the scattered limb fragments around him, Lin Bufang felt a surge of nausea. It might not have been so revolting, yet he had eaten too much earlier. He couldn't hold it in any longer and vomited profusely. Leaning against a tree, he saw a final square box slowly approaching him. The wolf-slaying guild's leader was on his last legs, barely visible even within Lin Bufang's square box. One could say he was already dead. As if clinging to his last breath to see Lin Bufang, he gazed at him and asked, "Why did you kill my son?" Lin Bufang stared at him calmly. "Guess." Lv1 stood there, slowly fading into silence, a single crocodile tear sliding down his cheek. He knew well how he had raised his son. Whether he had ever considered this price, he alone knew. Those who bully others will inevitably be bullied in return. Next, Lin Bufang strode with an arrogant swagger through the forest, gathering his spoils. Midway through, he noticed 2 people sneaking around to pick up his drops. "Seriously, with corpses strewn everywhere, you still dare to loot? Are you risking your life for money?" Bang bang, 2 shots sent them off. Lin Bufang gained 2 more pouches. Once all pouches were collected, he listed items for sale, while picking them up, selling everything at low prices. In cash and gold coins, he had earned over 1.5 million. Carbon and other materials along with equipment were beyond counting. Lin Bufang's hand grew numb from clicking the auction house. He estimated it could sell for over 5 million. Current balance 2697558 gold coins. Finally, he approached Lv1's corpse. He knew the drops from this field boss were all on the guild leader. Opening the pouch, there were only 50 gold coins. Even stingier than your son. As for equipment, there was none at all. Could he have listed all his equipment on the auction house before dying? However, there was one good thing: he hadn't had time to sort. A skill book. This couldn't be sold, and he hadn't had the chance to destroy it. The moment he saw this skill book, Lin Bufang knew this trip was worth it. In fact, the entire assets of the wolf-slaying guild paled in comparison to this skill book. It had dropped from the field boss, and it was exclusive to the gunner class. Pellet bloom passive gunner class. When equipping a shotgun, the maximum number of pellets increases by 10-11 at next level proficiency 0-100. Learning successful, this was a complete enhancement of the shotgun. At long and medium ranges against fast-moving targets, it was a nightmare. With one shot, nearly 30 pellets made evasion impossible. But that wasn't what Lin Bufang valued most. It was well known that pellet damage was reduced with total damage per shot being fixed. He had heard of a weapon, a level 10 epic shotgun, that prevented pellet damage reduction. He didn't know if it was true. Lin Bufang had always studied the gunner class. He knew someone had used this weapon to take off and eventually become a top-tier professional. Imagine this epic weapon combined with the pellet bloom skill. After leveling up, a close-range shotgun blast could instantly kill a boss. What a beautiful sight that would be. Thinking too much is useless. Oh, I've never even seen a picture of epic-grade equipment online. Go back, take a rest, have a shower, and continue leveling up. Lin Bufang returned to the hotel covered in blood, startling the owner into trembling. When the owner saw Lin Bufang pull out the room card, he finally hesitantly put down the phone he was about to use to call the police. In the room, Lin Bufang was whistling while selling equipment at the trading hall. On the way, he had already sold most of the gear and materials. Current balance, 3504870 gold, coins 3.5 million, and this includes the deduction for repairing the Thunder MG6 rotary machine gun, but it was all worth it. There was still over 3 million worth of good equipment left to deal with. Lin Bufang's backpack was full. He needed to process it quickly and couldn't delay the challenge at the Dawn Cathedral in 15 minutes. Amidst his busy schedule, he glanced at the time. It was already close to 6 o'clock. The thought of this time made Lin Bufang suddenly drop the soap. Now it seemed like it was only the first day of the leveling sprint. He was already level 16. 6 o'clock was also the time when the free period and safe period of the Goblin Rift ended. Tens of thousands of other examinees would also enter the second phase. Two options: those below level 5 could continue leveling in the Goblin Rift, but other practitioners from society could also enter the rift, doubling the danger. Those above level 5 could enter other rifts within the city. Upon reaching level 10, they could attempt to challenge the Dawn Cathedral. Generally, those with decent professions and backgrounds would challenge overnight to catch the early morning bus directly to the entrance of the Dawn Cathedral. Those who could catch the morning bus were considered geniuses. At the entrance of the Goblin Rift, Principal Wang Pan, Su Xiao Gaojia, and other top figures were staring intently at the rift's entrance. Lin Bufang over there doesn't need attention anymore. After all, he has already left the city. He left the city. Yes, if nothing unexpected happened, he should have reached the entrance of the Dawn Cathedral by now. That cathedral will probably surprise him. The difficulty is too high. Haha, after level 10, that's when the real beginning starts. Xiao Gaojia had been holding back his breath. Level 10 is the watershed. At this point, professions begin to show signs, and one can purchase random skill books to learn skills related to their profession. The value of random skill books is not something an ordinary person can afford. The failure rate is extremely high. If you invest 10 million, you might not learn a single skill. I've prepared 1 billion for our family Xiao Fu to ensure he gets good skills. Random skill books are sold by the state, which can also be considered a small contribution to the country. The people around couldn't help but be astonished. The richest are indeed the richest. They can casually drop 1 billion. Of course, who among those present wouldn't want their children to have a solid foundation? If they really had the money, they would spend even more. But random skill books are too much of a gamble. It's purely donating money to the state. The skills learned are all common ones that could be obtained through time. What Xiao Gaojia bought was a time difference. Looking back at the Goblin Rift, 99 of the students had already exited. Some rushed towards other rifts to level up. Some were not in a hurry. As for why they weren't in a hurry, nobody knew. They were just maintaining a good attitude. They stood by and watched who would be the last to come out, hoping to see if the leaderboard could be broken. Currently, there are 2 teams left: Su Ran's team and Xiao Fu's team. Both seem to be working hard. They all want to make a push for the leaderboard. However, it seems this leaderboard isn't easy to break. The first place is Lin Bufang. He is already level 10. I've heard the teacher say he came out at 9:30 in the morning. I didn't expect that despite his profession being weak, his personal skills are so impressive. I really underestimated him. As everyone discussed, the rift flashed, and Xiao Fu and the other 2 walked out from the rift. The 3 gently wiped the sweat from their brows, their faces showing relief. As soon as Xiao Fu saw his father standing not far away, he quickly jogged over, saying, "Dad, I didn't let you down. I broke the historical highest record. Oh, I'm level 8. Level 8. Xiao Gaojia felt somewhat embarrassed, or rather extremely embarrassed. Lower your voice. Stop talking. Just stop talking. Xiao Fu thought it was sarcasm, meaning his voice was too low in front of so many people. He needed to be more high profile. Louder. Xiao Fu immediately understood and raised his voice, declaring, "I, Xiao Fu, am level 8, having broken the historical highest level record. Everyone, don't be envious. Don't envy. Don't envy." Xiao Gaojia was completely flustered, unsure whether to cover his face or put his hands behind him. In short, he didn't know where to put them. He now felt that if there were a crack in the ground, he would perform a body-shrinking technique and directly crawl and sealing the gap while he was at it. This is too embarrassing. You've completely ruined my face, and do you know that? Xiao Jiaji's voice was very low, trying to save some face for his son. Xiao Fu sensed something was off. Dad, what do you mean? How could my first place bring you shame? You should. Look at the leaderboard. What's wrong with the leaderboard? On the leaderboard, my name can only be in first place. He turned around and glanced at the leaderboard. First place, Lin Bufang. Lin Bufang. Lin Bufang. Lin Bufang. How is this possible? Level 10. How could he possibly reach level 10? Xiao Fu's face instantly turned red. The A-grade gunner he had once disregarded had taken away the record that belonged to him and surpassed him by 2 levels. The experience requirement increases with each level. Level 2 is a total crushing. It's a complete massacre. Xiao Fu's face continued to redden, turning a deeper shade than a traffic light, then gradually turning purple. Him feeling a bit oxygen deprived. Gah! He suddenly felt blood rush to his head and collapsed onto the ground. Priest! Priest! Stretcher! The leaders around struggled to hold back their laughter, which was quite painful. Fortunately, there was a priest present. A healing and detoxification spell restored Xiao Fu's complexion. Hey, why isn't he waking up? Strange. In reality, Xiao Fu had already woken up, but he dared not open his eyes. It was too embarrassing. In the final seconds approaching 6 o'clock, the second place on the leaderboard changed. It became Su Ran's team. Su Ran and her 3 companions also exited the rift drenched in sweat. The 4 took a deep breath of fresh air, their faces bursting into joyful smiles. Finally, we did it. Sister Su Ran's output was so fierce, she directly leveled up to 9. So cool. Su Ran's smile could not be contained. A nearby girl glanced at the leaderboard and her face instantly turned green. Wait, the first place is gone. Level 9 isn't even first place. Lin Bufang. How is he the first place? The girl tugged at Su Ran's sleeve. Su Ran, do you want to take a look at the leaderboard first? No need, the leaderboard is for noobs to look at. We just need to stand tall on the leaderboard. Not to mention my dear old dad is over there. She spotted Su Xiao waving at her with a smile from a distance. Dad, I didn't let you down. I broke the highest historical record, level 9. Level 9. Level 9. The crowd around him was stunned. Why does that sound familiar? Deja vu, huh? Ha ha ha. This time many of the leaders couldn't hold it together, covering their mouths and roaring with laughter, with quite a few letting out audible chuckles. Su Ran's face stiffened. What are you all laughing at? I was just thinking of something funny. I just dreamed I dropped a God of War ring. I just dreamed I dropped a Dispel Magic skill book. Su Ran was speechless. Just as she was about to speak again, Su Xiao quickly stopped her. Daughter, let's talk nicely, but for now can you please not say anything? Su Ran furrowed her brows. It seemed she had thought of something. Dad, when did Lin Bufang come out? Su Xiao felt a wave of relief. This is my daughter. She spotted the key issue at a glance. He came out at 9:30 in the morning. Don't be too upset, it's fine. He's quite skilled and I rather like him. Su Xiao's words began to drift off topic. Su Ran didn't catch the rest. Whether Su Xiao was satisfied or not, Su Ran couldn't care less. If he disapproved of her dating Lin Bufang, she wouldn't hesitate to kick him out of the house. Don't ask if that could happen, or just ask if it's badass enough. Meanwhile, Xiao Gaojia nodded, repeatedly looked at his useless son, and sighed. Look at her asking about Lin Bufang right away. That's what I call caution. And you're not even as sensible as a girl. I'm so done with you. Xiao Fu still lay peacefully on the stretcher, motionless. Over there, Su Ran confirmed that Lin Bufang had emerged from the rift at 9:30 a.m., and a faint smile curled at the corners of her mouth. That's a relief. Coming out at 9:30, how many levels could he have gained? You little scrub, this time I'll put you in your place. Su Xiao sensed something was off and tried to stop her, but it was too late. Su Ran was already standing on the desk. I declare that from today onward the Goblin Rift shall be renamed the Su Ran Rift. I, Su Ran, am level 9, breaking the highest historical record, 2 levels above the previous record. This is pure dominance. I am the one and only god of the Goblin Rift. Everyone, you may now worship me. Gah! Su Xiao felt utterly defeated. His mouth twitched uncontrollably as he pulled Su Ran down. Sis, my dear sis, could you at least take a look at the records? What's there to see? If I dare to claim second, who would dare to claim first? Su Ran turned and glanced at the top of the list. Lin Bufang. Lin Bufang. Lin Bufang. He went out at 9:30 and reached level 10 in 3.5 hours. Lin Bufang, oh Lin Bufang. I hate you. They'll hate you for life, Lin Bufang. The surrounding classmates and teachers were in hysterics. Some were laughing so hard they passed out, still chuckling as they were carried away on stretchers. Seeing Su Ran's furious expression, Su Xiao comforted her. It's okay, daughter. You've done exceptionally well. Level 9 is just 1 level behind Lin Bufang. You can easily surpass him later. He paused and smiled. Besides, you'll be family one day. Su Ran raised a hand. Stop right there. I think you might need to consider another issue. What issue? You might end up with a sworn brother who's not related by blood. Su Xiao was taken aback. After inquiring about the bet they had made, he was utterly flabbergasted. Damn it, what kind of ridiculous bet is this? With the outstanding performances of Lin Bufang, Su Ran, and Xiao Fu, especially Lin Bufang's astonishing display, the other students became highly motivated. Almost no one rested. They all immediately descended into the rift. Especially those of rank and drank classes who had persevered. They were pumped. If Lin Bufang could do it, why couldn't they? The students are really enthusiastic. This is a good thing. I bet we'll see some promising talents this time. I wonder how Lin Bufang is doing. He's probably having a tough time leveling up. Over at Lin Bufang's side, he had already entered the Dawn Sanctuary, starting his fourth challenge, and instantly cleared the first and second floors. Now the Light Warden's health bar was also reduced to below 0.5. Arindo was taken down with a few shots. Bang! As the final bullet pierced the Light Warden's body, its health dropped to 0. Light Warden slain successfully. Arindo held difficulty slain successfully. EXP level Lv1 35487. This time luck was decent. A goblin dropped a divine bracelet for physical classes, providing a fixed 5,000 physical attack. It was somewhat useful to Lin Bufang, but not much. He had sold the previous rings, and this one wouldn't be kept either. The witch dropped nothing. However, Arindo gave Lin Bufang a surprise. It dropped nothing, not even carbon, because it had entered its second form. I've heard the second form has a high drop rate. Let's see how strong it really is. Warning, boss Arindo has entered phase 2. All attack frequency increased by 5 times. HP increased from 20 million to 80 million. Defense greatly enhanced. Summon Light Warden's HP and defense greatly increased. HP increased from 50 million to 200 million. Lin Bufang tested his damage output. Although his attack power had reached over 3.0, the Browning M1919A4 machine gun couldn't suppress the health bar at all. Because the Light Warden also had the Holy Light Domain. I have to go all out. Lin Bufang switched to the Thunder MG6 rotary machine gun, finally managing to steadily reduce the health of Arindo and the Light Warden. But the pace was still excruciatingly slow. It would take at least several hours, perhaps even longer, because Lin Bufang's mana wasn't sufficient. At this rate, factoring in the boss health regeneration, plus his own mana recovery, Lin Bufang calculated carefully. The time would stretch to about 6 hours. He could recover about 90 of his mana in an hour, but he couldn't let it fill completely. Because the Light Warden had a mechanic, every 40 minutes or so its domain would automatically go on cooldown once. That saved Lin Bufang 100 mana points. Yes, Lin Bufang was already level 16, and the Light Warden was level 15. Dispelling its buffs had almost a 100 success rate. Even so, suppressing the health was still difficult. During the 1 hour wait, it would recover half the damage Lin Bufang had dealt. 6 hours, 3 waves of damage. Anyone would have to fight it this way. Unless he had a teammate to restore mana. But Lin Bufang couldn't team up. There was no benefit to it. Why bother forming a party? He would just grind it out, burn through his money, and never team up. Soon 6 hours flew by. It was midnight. Finally, the Light Warden's health was critical below 0.1. In fact, just one more shot would finish it. Lin Bufang pushed it to the limit, terrified that some unexpected twist would waste all 6 hours. He also decided that after this run, he would never attempt hell difficulty again. The second phase was way too insane. Too time-consuming. 6 hours. Enough time to clear nightmare difficulty 6 times. And it cost a fortune. He had no idea how many times had repaired the Thunder MG6 rotary machine gun. His balance was nearly depleted. Over 6 million. All gone. No rich man could afford to grind like this. Such a waste of the Fate Blades. Over 2,000 Fate Blades had been used. 2,000. Lin Bufang thought had never used them all, but now had burned through more than 2,000 in one go. Now he had just over 196,000 left. Arindo was instantly killed. Lin Bufang swiftly turned his gun and finished off the Light Warden with a single shot. Even if I jump off the roof of the Dawn Sanctuary and die there, I will never challenge hell difficulty a second time. Light Warden slain successfully. Arindo held difficulty. Phase 2 slain successfully. EXP level Lv1 5948700. After the boss died, a blue light burst from its body with a swoosh, and a piece of carbon dropped out. Bro, I spent over 5 million, and you give me just a piece of carbon. I can't comprehend this. Suddenly, in the next moment, a pink glow Lin Bufang had never seen before emanated from Orinder's body. A pink so intense it verged on red. It was a ring emanating a powerful aura which Lin Bufang felt resembled some kind of Tao akin to the state he had entered before the Tao of the Spear. This one, he mused, should be called the Tao of Martial Arts. The ring flew into his backpack. Lin Bufang immediately checked its name, Lv1 God of War Ring artifact usable by all physical classes. Holy crap. Holy crap, holy crap. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. A God of War ring worth over 100 million. Before Lin Bufang could fully process his shock, another golden light burst from Boss Orander's body. This time it wasn't a skill book, but a gun. A shotgun. Lin Bufang didn't wait for auto-loot. He dashed over and grabbed the gun in his hands. He glanced at its stats panel. Lv1 Sovereignty Epic Gunner Class, extremely strong recoil, low fire rate, requires manual reloading, pellet count 20, no base stats, no special attributes. Sovereignty ensures that damage from all your pellets is not reduced. Each pellet deals damage equal to your attack power. Durability 100,100. Lin Bufang's hands trembled with excitement. This epic weapon was exactly what he had dreamed of. Its initial pellet count was the highest at the Lv1 standard bar none. What did it mean that pellet damage wasn't reduced? Lin Bufang's 6 hours hadn't been a complete loss. He had stacked quite a bit of attack power. Physical attack 501423. With 20 pellets, one shot would deal a staggering 10 million damage. Lin Bufang also had the passive skill Pellet Bloom currently at 1 star, granting an additional 10 pellets. That meant over 15 million damage. Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. Oh, and the God of War ring. What exactly did it do? Lv1 God of War ring artifact physical class increases final physical damage. Durability 500,500. The description was simple and brutal with no superfluous stats. It was somewhat similar to the Epic Sovereignty shotgun, but if comparing rarity, Sovereignty was still superior as epic drop rates were lower. With so many epic items and 6 classes diluting the probability, the chance of getting Sovereignty was unimaginably slim. But even if Sovereignty dropped, it had to be for the Gunner class. Since epic gear was mostly bound and untradeable, the chance of getting unbound ones was absurdly low. And even for a gunner, they had to know how to use it. Lin Bufang certainly did. So what was the point of the God of War ring's description? It was simple. Without equipping it, your damage output is dull and weak. With it equipped, the boss's health bar dances like at a rave. To pull off extreme one-shot kills, the God of War ring's approval was non-negotiable. As for why, don't ask. Lin Bufang had checked online, and there was a string of incomprehensible formulas. If you must ask, physical classes with the God of War ring and those without are 2 reproductively isolated species. If you must ask, that's how the code was written. Equip the God of War ring, and you could one-shot enemies. Without it, you'd just be tickling them. It was that simple. Lin Bufang's hands trembled as he held the Sovereignty epic shotgun in one hand and wore the God of War ring artifact on the other. The combined value of these 2 items had already reached several hundred million. So this is financial freedom. No, how could one God of War ring be enough? I'm only level 16 now, and I have 4 more levels to challenge the Dawn Temple. I've got to max it out. I have to wear one myself. Oh, I can't just sell it easily. So Lin Bufang cast a deeply apologetic glance toward where Boss Orander had fallen. Orander's second phase, I misjudged you. You smell so good. Wait up, we'll be back to shoot you again. As he stepped out of the temple, a notification popped up before him. Congratulations. You are the first professional to defeat Boss Orander's second phase. You will receive 100 free attribute points and a permanent 64-slot backpack expansion. Free attribute points, increased free attribute points, 100 backpack space, increased backpack space, 128. Though Lin Bufang had anticipated this, he hadn't expected the rewards to be this generous. 100 free points. No need to emphasize further. Free points could only be obtained through leveling up, and since it wasn't the early days of the server, achievements and hidden quests had already been snatched up by others. Having more free points meant a significant lead over others. Lin Bufang had previously gained 50, and now another 100, roughly equating to being a whole level ahead of his peers. All into speed. Speed 1,400. By the time he left the temple, it was already midnight. Lin Bufang couldn't sleep at all, tossing and turning. First, he sold all the materials and junk equipment. With no money left, he continued selling at low prices. Soon his gold coin balance began to rise rapidly. From a few tens of thousands of gold coins, it climbed to 150000. Those 1500 gold coins were meant for repairing weapon durability. Lin Bufang still needed to test the combined damage output of Sovereignty and the God of War ring. An hour passed quickly. Entering the Dawn Temple for the 5th time, he had only one goal. One shot. On the first floor, he first cast Dispel Magic on the goblin. The goblin had numerous effects like damage reduction and defense, so wasting bullets on it was pointless. Since Lin Bufang was already level 16, a dispel magic was almost guaranteed to succeed and could remove even more buffs. He didn't equip Sovereignty and the God of War ring at first, instead firing a shot with the loyal M1919 machine gun. 54875. Over 50k damage, pretty good. Killing it would just take a moment. Lin Bufang then switched to the Sovereignty shotgun without equipping the God of War ring. Aiming at the goblin's head from close range, he fired with a bang. A terrifying number appeared above the goblin's head. 1457548. The goblin only had 1 million health. With one shot, it would owe Lin Bufang 500 health. The goblin's health bar vanished in an instant, its body exploding into a mess of flesh. Goblin held difficulty slain EXP 600. 2 blue items dropped. Then came another golden glow. A skill book dropped. Orander's Grant of Damage Reduction Warrior Class. Shout Orander's name to gain 5 damage reduction. Proficiency 0 500. It was for warriors, so it was useless, but he could use it to upgrade other skills. Lin Bufang pondered over which skill to upgrade. He currently possessed 4 abilities. The first was Eat My Billion Strike, which allowed his next bullet to split into 2. This skill on its own was only moderately useful. However, it could also enhance shotguns by increasing the number of pellets by 1. Doubling was out of the question. If it doubled, this skill would be even more absurd than an epic weapon. Lin Bufang wished it could double too. Skill 2 Dispel Magic, when upgraded, increased its probability and effectiveness, but also consumed more mana. Skill 3 Mana Spring added a fixed amount of mana. Skill 4 Pellet Bloom started with 10 pellets and increased by 1 per level. Lin Bufang now planned to upgrade both Eat My Billion Strike and Pellet Bloom. Pellet Bloom had a higher baseline than Eat My Billion Strike, and their upper growth limits were similar, though the methods to train their proficiency differed. One could be used with any weapon, but required active activation, costing 10 mana at 1 star. The other only needed a shotgun to upgrade and was a passive skill. Both could be cultivated together. Thus, the newly dropped skill books could be used for these 2 abilities. Lin Bufang still chose to prioritize Pellet Bloom, as it was a passive skill that consumed no mana, required no active activation, and could not be interrupted by control effects. Skill book being Absorbed Absorption successful. Your Pellet Bloom has been upgraded to 2 stars. Pellet count increased from 10 to 11. Pellet Bloom 2 star, 589800. He glanced at his attack power. Physical attack, 501628. Now with a total of 32 pellets, Lin Bufang could deal over 16 million damage with a single shot. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Lin Bufang did not use the Sovereign. Such minor monsters were not worth wasting the epic weapon's durability. With a few shots from the M1919, the witch was instantly killed. The witch dropped nothing this time. Entering the 3rd floor when Arendo summoned the Light Guardian, Lin Bufang first dispelled its holy light domain. Then, without equipping the War God ring, he tested his damage. With a single bang, he blasted the soul out of the Light Guardian. 575488848. Its health bar bounced like a disco, instantly dropping from 100 to 0. One shot directly killed. Lin Bufang was startled, never expecting that even without using the War God ring, the Light Guardian would be destroyed. He quickly aimed his gun at Arendo and fired another bang. 876488845. Arendo, still mid-ascension, had half his body blasted into a mist of blood with that bang. His health bar instantly hit 0. Instant kill. Lin Bufang was stunned for a full second, then felt a rush of exhilaration from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. This Sovereign shotgun was incredibly satisfying. It thrilled Lin Bufang to his very core. 2 shots to kill the hell-level Arendo. This included an element of luck with the drop rate. Previous accumulations. Eat My Billion Strike. Pellet Bloom. The Sovereign. Stacked physical attack. Speed. And so on. All combined to create this scene. So what was the cost? Repairing 1 durability point on the epic Sovereign shotgun cost 100 gold coins. Lin Bufang had fired 3 shots costing 300 gold coins. Fortunately, given his earning ability, it wasn't too expensive. Killed hell level Arendo experience 100. Congratulations, you have leveled up to Lv17 free points, 240 level Lv17 848. He was now level 17. Just 1 more level to enter Qingyun University. However, Lin Bufang now felt somewhat reluctant to level up. Wouldn't it be great to spend some money, lock his level, and farm the Dawn Sanctuary forever? But Lin Bufang thought better of it. The world was vast, and there were other excellent equipment waiting for him to acquire. He'll try to get as much good gear as possible before the college entrance exam. Lin Bufang decided that if he could truly reach level 20, he would lock his experience at 99 of level 19. After the exam, he could return to farm until satisfied, then go to university. With a whoosh, 5000 carbon pieces flew into his backpack. Then nothing more. Lin Bufang left the sanctuary and returned to the hotel to wait. Having set a long-term goal, his mood stabilized considerably. He set the alarm for another hour, intending to sleep a bit to recover his weary body. He knew this routine was harmful to his health. He also knew that such an opportunity might only come once in a lifetime. He had to seize it. Subsequently, until 6:30 the next morning, Lin Bufang continuously farmed the hell level 5 times. During these 5 runs, Lin Bufang barely used the sovereign shotgun as the repair cost was too high. The M1919 remained loyal. In the interim, the second phase did not appear. This disappointed Lin Bufang slightly. The drop rate for the normal hell level was still a bit low. From 5 runs, he got 1 pink equipment and 2 skill books. Miscellaneous items sold for 1800 gold coins. Balance 1950 gold coins. The skill books were all used to upgrade Pellet Bloom. Pellet Bloom 3-star 750-2000. Currently, Pellet Bloom was at 3 stars, increasing the pellet count to 12. Meanwhile, Lin Bufang manually trained Eat My Billion Strike to 2 stars. His total pellet count had reached 34. Additionally, Lin Bufang leveled up again. Level Lv1 28412600, adding that to the level up at 1 a.m. Lin Bufang also allocated 540 free points to speed. Speed 1980. A massive improvement. Level 18 had reached Lin Bufang's goal. He could now enter Qingyun University. However, leveling up was no longer Lin Bufang's goal. Leveling up was easy. The War God Ring, however, could only be obtained below level 20. In the morning, with prominent dark circles under his eyes, Lin Bufang bought 2 cups of soy milk and 1 steamer each of plain and meat buns. Eating them in 1 bite each, he headed towards the sanctuary entrance. The entrance was noticeably more crowded than yesterday. It was livelier, and there were many familiar yet unfamiliar faces. Lin Bufang vaguely identified one group as experts from the Su family, likely arriving early to protect Su Ran and clear the way for her. It was good to be wealthy and powerful. He recalled when he first arrived here, he couldn't even grasp the rules. They even picked up every grain of sand to prevent it from touching Su Ran's noble little feet. From a distance, 3 huge buses carrying students drove towards the entrance of Dawn Forest. Lin Bufang ignored the buses and entered the hell-level Dawn Sanctuary. On the first floor, the M1919 remained loyal. On the second floor, the M1919 was the sun. On the third floor, the M1919. I write poems for you, stop for you, do impossible things. This time it was rather unexpected. Although no equipment dropped, 2 skill books were obtained in succession. Lin Bufang fed them to his projectile bloom skill, which directly rose to 4 stars, increasing the number of projectiles from 12 to 13. The total number of projectiles reached 35. Moreover, after the boss died, nothing dropped at all. Lin Bufang had experienced this once before. This signified the boss was about to enter its second phase. Arindo flew up on the spot with 2 enormous light wings materializing behind him. Warning: boss Arindo enters second form. All attack frequencies increased by 5 times. HP rises from 20 million to 80 million. Defense greatly enhanced. Summon Light Warden's HP and defense greatly increased. HP rises from 50 million to 200 million. Lin Bufang instantly switched to his sovereign epic shotgun and fired a single shot the moment the Light Warden appeared. The damage was merely average. Against such an absurdly high defense, high damage reduction monstrosity, the damage dealt by Sovereign was somewhat embarrassing. One shot only took off 3 of its health. However, Sovereign was not limited to a single shot. It could fire continuously. But Lin Bufang decided not to waste any more bullets. He finally equipped that item, the Martial God Ring. Holy Light Domain activated. The Light Warden also unleashed its Holy Light Domain. Mana 100 dispel successful. Simple as that. Lin Bufang was already level 18, and dispelling a level 15 monster had a success rate very close to 100. After dispelling, Lin Bufang leaped up on the spot, aiming Sovereign directly at the Light Warden's helmet. Bang! The 35 projectiles, originally black, now carried a faint golden luster after equipping the Martial God Ring. Lin Bufang did not enter that mysterious state again, but he could feel the projectiles of Sovereign resonating with his own body. It was a resonance born from the power contained within the Martial God Ring and Lin Bufang's conviction. For a moment, Lin Bufang felt as if he had returned to 3 years ago, having fully understood the numerous disadvantages of the gunner class, and when everyone else dismissed the profession, he relentlessly trained as a gunner for 3 whole years without looking back. 1,095 days and nights. Vaguely, Lin Bufang actually achieved a 3-way resonance with the Martial God Ring, the shotgun, and the projectiles. He entered that state once again. Boom. The 35 projectiles converged on the Light Warden's head. With a single shot, the Light Warden's health bar plummeted from 97 to 19. A terrifying damage value emerged. 999999999. This was the display cap for level 10 damage, by no means the true limit of the martial god ring's damage. The Light Warden was so frightened it immediately raised its shield. Lin Bufang was also taken aback. This damage came not only from the martial god ring, but also from the enhancement of his personal state. A prompt appeared before him. Gun Dao unlocked, currently stage 0, segment 0. 1. Trigger method unknown. Specific effects unknown. So the actual damage from the martial god ring might not be that terrifying. To play it safe, Lin Bufang did not fire all his projectiles at Orindo. If one shot killed her, he would be in trouble if the second shot couldn't finish off the Light Warden. Thus he aimed slightly off. Only half the projectiles struck Orindo. 9999999. Orindo's health bar instantly dropped from 100 to 0. Lin Bufang. Seriously, you couldn't even withstand half the projectiles. Granted, although Orindo's defense was greatly enhanced, there was still a vast gap between her and the Light Warden. After instantly killing Orindo, Lin Bufang had no time to think. He slid behind the Light Warden, and before even getting up, fired a shot at its back. Boom. 9999999. The Light Warden's health bar vanished, instantly becoming 0. Light Warden killed successful. Orindo Hell Mode Phase 2 killed successful. Experience 100 level Lv1 3.8. Lin Bufang then realized that during his gun down moment his damage might not have been that high. The martial god ring was incredibly stable. Nothing special about it, just instant kills. Simple and straightforward. Ding! Another piece of carbon fell to the ground. Immediately after, a dazzling pinkish red light blazed forth. With a crisp ding, a ring imbued with martial will dropped onto the ground. Lin Bufang hastily lunged forward and snatched up the ring. The name of this ring was Martial God Ring. Holy shit, a second one. This time I'm truly financially free. The Martial God Ring, as a tradable top-tier in-game accessory, could sell for hundreds of millions of gold coins each. Lin Bufang had previously thought this was just market hype. Now he realized it was truly worth that price. It was incredibly overpowered. Lin Bufang recalled that many had cleared the Dawn Sanctuary on Hell Mode. With such a game-breaking mechanic, if someone in the party had the Martial God Ring, clearing it honestly wasn't that difficult. Of course, that required having the Martial God Ring. Not a single one was available on the trading post. You couldn't buy it, even if you had the money. It would be snapped up the moment it was listed. This time no epic equipment dropped. Having the Martial God Ring is enough. Dropping the Martial God Ring twice in a row. A possibility occurred to Lin Bufang. Orindo in the second phase of Hell Mode might have a 100 drop rate for the Martial God Ring. If I get a few more Martial God Rings, will there be a hidden achievement? Lin Bufang couldn't find anyone to confirm this possibility because so far in history and across all of Daxiao, he was the only one who had ever killed Orindo in her second phase. So many had tried before, and among them there must have been professionals who owned the Martial God Ring when challenging Hell Mode and encountered the second phase. Some might even have worn epic equipment, even a lifebound epic weapon. Yet no one had ever defeated Orindo in her second phase. Lin Bufang suddenly realized he had overlooked one issue: physical attack. He possessed over 5,000 physical attack power and nearly 2,000 chances to cheat death. Without that physical attack, even the Martial God Ring couldn't deal such monstrous damage. Without Sovereign, the shotgun couldn't inflict high damage. Without Take My Billion Strike and Projectile Bloom, the projectile count would be insufficient. Each of these factors alone might not be very useful, but combined they could only be described with one word: obliterate. Returning with a full load, Lin Bufang was overjoyed, unable to suppress the grin on his face as he clicked to teleport out of the sanctuary. He continued walking towards the hotel. From afar, he saw the crowd separated into two sides by barriers. The students were lining up to enter the dungeon entrance, led by none other than the Dawn Sanctuary's security chief Tang Ping. Lin Bufang didn't avoid them and walked directly towards the crowd. From a distance, he spotted Xiao Fu and Su Ran. Although a few classmates separated them, Xiao Fu was tirelessly trying to strike up a conversation. Finally, at the Dawn Sanctuary. I'm already level 11. I wonder what level Lin Bufang is. Probably still level 10. Then he saw Lin Bufang. He looked up and saw Lin Bufang's level. Lv18. Xiao Fu's eyes nearly popped out. Holy shit, how is he level 18? Then he saw Lin Bufang. He looked up and saw Lin Bufang's level. Lv18. Xiao Fu's eyes nearly popped out. Holy shit, how is he level 18? Xiao Fu felt not only that Lin Bufang's level had soared to the heavens, but also that his own blood pressure had skyrocketed. He had only heard of Lin Bufang's feats before, but now seeing him in person, he felt the crushing frustration of a mayfly gazing upon the azure sky. His self-confidence had suffered a tremendous blow. It was only the second day, and he already felt that leveling up was meaningless. Hearing Xiao Fu's exclamation of astonishment, the other students also turned their gazes towards Lin Bufang. Their jaws dropped to the floor. Bro, it's only the second morning, and he's already level 18. Don't be too absurd. You call this a rank gunner? Even more shocked was the person in charge Tang Ping. Huh, is he really a candidate for this year's exam? So his class is only a rank. What kind of freak is this? Seeing Lin Bufang's level, Su Ran felt her vision go dark. Her body swayed, and she was about to fall. But her legs still didn't stop, and she plunged straight into Lin Bufang's arms. Lin Bufang sidestepped, dodging her. Seriously, meeting and immediately trying to pull a scam. Su Ran fell flat on her face, got up, and dusted off the dirt from her clothes. She didn't seem angry. In fact, there was even some excitement on her face. Lin Bufang knew Su Ran all too well. Whenever she wore that kind of smile, it definitely meant no good, as she had probably already thought of some mischievous scheme. Lin Bufang, you can level up so fast, you must know how to do it quickly. Take me with you. This time Lin Bufang did not refuse. Because of Su Ran, Lin Bufang had encountered no other troubles for 3 years. Although this was because Su Ran herself was the only trouble. But Su Ran was still a good person. Initially, she wanted to give him money, but Lin Bufang refused. Although his family circumstances were poor, he absolutely would not accept handouts. Realizing this, Su Ran then only sent food, necessities, and clothes. When she sent good things, Lin Bufang wouldn't accept them. So Su Ran learned to pick cost-effective items. The entire outfit Lin Bufang wore was bought by Su Ran. Lin Bufang thought that he currently didn't want to level up, but he also didn't want to give others a free ride. After all, his Mingdao Siming could be shared with others. He might as well repay Su Ran's kindness by taking her along to level up. He didn't need much experience himself. He would reach level 19 sooner or later. I can take you along, but all equipment and materials belong to me alone. Su Ran dismissed this disdainfully. Who do you think you're looking down on? Do you think I care about your petty gains? Then realizing something, she quickly added, no buts. There is a but. Lin Bufang wore a half smile as he leaned close to her ear, his voice like a demon's whisper, the Goblin Rift. Your level isn't as high as mine. You haven't forgotten our bet, have you? Lin Bufang originally thought Su Ran would be triggered by this, and he would just sit back and enjoy the show. Unexpectedly, Su Ran simply put her hands on her hips and shouted at the top of her lungs, Daddy. Lin Bufang quickly covered his face, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. The surrounding classmates and professionals were in hysterics. It seems I've fallen behind the times. You two are having such wild fun, huh? Lin Bufang hurriedly grabbed Su Ran because one shout wasn't enough for her. She called out several times in a row. Daddy, Daddy, look at my guts, Daddy. Daddy, Daddy, Daddy. Lin Bufang quickly covered her mouth. Keep your voice down. He felt immense pressure from Su Ran. Standing next to a social butterfly, he felt like a shy little girl. After waiting on the spot for an hour, Lin Bufang looked at Su Ran, who was still licking an ice cream, dragged her to the entrance of the Dawn Sanctuary, and pulled her into the party. Su Ran was still licking her ice cream, looking carefree. Daddy, what difficulty are we going to challenge? Call me by my name, damn it. All right, Lin Bufang, don't you dare challenge the hard difficulty, though I'm afraid of dying. Don't worry, how could I possibly challenge the hard difficulty? That's good. I haven't lived enough yet, I haven't finished my ice cream. Then a prompt appeared before Su Ran. Party leader Lin Bufang has selected Dawn Sanctuary Hell Mode, entering now. The ice cream in Su Ran's hand was crushed instantly. Lin Bufang, you bastard. I'll hate you for life. I'll hate you in my next life too. Dawn Sanctuary Hell Mode. Once she actually entered Hell Mode, Su Ran's mood calmed down considerably. Looking at the goblin's 1 million HP, various defensive buffs, and various damage reductions, she laid down on the spot, her expression peaceful, as if she had already passed on. Lin Bufang, I spent an entire day and an entire night without even blinking to get to level 11, and now you drag me into Hell Mode. Level 11 gone, just like that. My mood right now can only be described with one idiom. It's called tears without sorrow. My feelings towards you right now can probably only be described with one idiom, and that is. On Lin Bufang's side, he cast a Dispel magic, set up his loyal M1919, and let it rip with a burst of fire, instantly reducing the goblin's 1 million HP to 0. Goblin Hell Mode defeated. Both players receive 300 experience points each. Irresistible and overwhelming. Su Ran sat up as if from a near-death dream, rushed to Lin Bufang in a flash, and bowed deeply. Daddy, you've worked hard. Lin Bufang was instantly covered in black lines. Su Ran was perfect in every way, or she looked beautiful no matter how you saw her, but I really want to sew your mouth shut. Su Ran quickly stood at attention, pinched her index finger with her thumb, and made a shushing gesture. 5000 units of carbon fell into Lin Bufang's backpack. Coincidentally, a skill book also dropped, entering his backpack as well. Su Ran blinked, a bit surprised. The rewards were indeed high. 5000 units of carbon was 5000 yuan. Skill books couldn't be bought. They were a symbol of personal strength. Second floor. Still the loyal M1919. Before Su Ran could even see the stats panel clearly, the witch was already lying dead. Witch Helm mode defeated. Both players receive 400 experience points each. Whoosh, another 5000 units of carbon. Flash, a purple light shown as a piece of purple equipment worth 100 yuan flew into Lin Bufang's backpack. Su Ran shook her head slightly. The rewards were indeed considerable, but she still didn't care. Third floor, seeing the boss health bar. Su Ran was worldly wise. Lin Bufang, you must use dispel magic otherwise. Boom. The light guardian was dead. Boom. Arindo was dead. Su Ran's mouth hung wide open. She couldn't understand Lin Bufang's damage at all. She only saw a string of 9999999s one shot per enemy, instantly taking down the bosses. Yes, the moment the light guardian appeared, it hadn't yet released the holy light domain. Therefore, if the damage was enough to one-shot the light guardian, then it wouldn't have a chance to release its aura. Since Lin Bufang already had this kind of damage, there was no need to cast dispel magic. It was an instant kill. The boss still dropped nothing but the guaranteed loot. Stepping out of the Dawn Cathedral, Su Ran felt utterly dazed. After just one dungeon run, her level had shot from 11 to 13, and she was a hair's breadth away from reaching level 14. Turning around, she saw the dungeon rankings. First place, Lin Bufang 2 players Hell mode 39 seconds. Second place, Gaosheng 4 players hard mode 1 hour 15 minutes. Third place, Su Lan 4 players hard mode 1 hour 15 minutes. She murmured, so we're in first place. Suddenly, a realization struck Su Ran. Wait, you were always in first place before this, weren't you? Obviously, Lin Bufang replied nonchalantly as he walked toward the hotel. Where are we going? To the hotel to sleep. Well, run it again later. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? It's too fast. I'm not sure I'm ready. Inappropriate. How so? Wait, are you trying to freeload my room? Get your own. An hour later, they began their second run. After that, they rested intermittently, running the dungeon once every hour. From 6:30 a.m. to 1:00 p.m., they completed 6 runs. On the 6th attempt, Lin Bufang finally encountered the boss second phase. Seeing the boss second phase, Lin Bufang couldn't stop grinning. Su Ran, on the other hand, wore a grim expression. She might not know everything, but she knew that no one had ever recorded a kill on this second phase. The moment the boss Ornder summoned the Guardian of Light, Su Ran felt only despair staring at its 200 million health points. Lin Bufang, let's just leave. We still have a day and a half. We can farm the Goblin Rift and then tackle the Dawn Cathedral on Nightmare mode at level 10. We can probably still reach level 15 pretty easily. Then she witnessed a scene beyond her imagination. Lin Bufang raised his shotgun and fired at the Guardian of Light. A staggering 9999999 damage instantly reduced the Guardian of Light's health to 50. Before it could even unleash its holy light domain, Lin Bufang fired a second shot in a flash. Another 9999999 damage. The Guardian of Light's health bar was instantly depleted, slain on the spot. Watch out for Orinder. Lin Bufang then slid to evade Orinder's attack and fired another blast from his shotgun. Boom. 9999999 damage. Orinder couldn't even withstand a single shotgun blast. He was instantly killed. Guardian of Light slain, success. Orinder, Hell mode phase 2 slain, success, experience 5 level Lv1 134. Su Ran's mouth hung open in shock, wide enough to fit an apple. But this was only the beginning. She noticed a ring on Lin Bufang's left hand. Holy crap, the War God ring. Where did you get that? Let me see. Su Ran grabbed his hand, gently caressing the War God ring with a look of pure reverence. This thing. You can't buy it even with money. Suddenly a ding sound came from nearby. Su Ran instinctively looked over. There on the corpse of the boss Orinder lay a ring identical to the one on Lin Bufang's finger. Holy crap, we got a drop. Su Ran's eyes sparkled with joy, but she didn't move a muscle. She just watched as the War God ring flew into Lin Bufang's inventory. Then she looked at Lin Bufang with pleading, watery eyes. I want a War God ring too. Lin Bufang extended his right hand, revealing a War God ring on his index, middle, and ring fingers. I only have 3. If I give you one, I'll be missing one. I want to wear one on every finger. Holy crap, you have 3, eh? Are you running a wholesale business? Give me one now. I won't give it to you just to annoy you. Art. Just then a flash of golden light appeared behind them. What's that blinding thing? Su Ran put on her sunglasses and turned around only to see an epic-grade bracer flying into Lin Bufang's inventory. Holy crap, an epic. Lin Bufang quickly opened his inventory to check its stats. Lv1 Orinder's Epiphany Epic Gunner class, no other base stats, speed 1000, durability 500500. A perfect piece. It matched Lin Bufang's class and boosted speed. It was also a soulbound epic. The only downside was the exorbitant cost to repair epic gear. Lin Bufang placed it in the first slot of his inventory, intending to use it only when facing powerful enemies. Su Ran was fuming with impatience. Let me see its stats. It's for a gunner, none of your business. Boss, I'm a gunner too. Alright, but it's my gear now. Arg. The time that followed was spent in delightful speedruns. They farmed from noon until 6 p.m. the next day. That was the final moment for the college entrance exam level confirmation. During this period, Lin Bufang listed all the equipment and materials he dropped on the market. Almost everything sold. He made a cool 30 million gold coins. Balance 31655,789 gold. Why so much? Because Lin Bufang had run the dungeon 35 times. The guaranteed loot alone was worth 7 million gold. He also dropped plenty of purple and pink equipment. By capitalizing on the exam period, Lin Bufang made a huge profit. Equipment originally worth at most 5 million gold sold for over 20 million. Lin Bufang didn't know who lost out, but he knew he had certainly won. Furthermore, Lin Bufang encountered Orinder's second phase 6 times. 6 war god rings dropped. Adding the previous 3, he now had 9 war god rings. As for epics, 3 dropped. 2 were useless, meant for other classes and soulbound, so they were left to gather dust in his inventory, perhaps useful someday. How low was the drop rate for non-soulbound epics? Currently, there were no epics on the trading post. At least Lin Bufang had never seen one. The third piece was the Orinder's Epiphany Ring, a soulbound epic. It also granted 1,000 movement speed. He was still missing a necklace to complete the 3-piece set, wondering what bonus it would provide. With the 3-piece set, his movement speed would likely skyrocket, and combined with instant switching to the War God Ring, his damage output would also soar. Skill books dropped even more. There were over 20 of them. None were useful for him. Lin Bufang fed them all to his skill Bullet Bloom. Bullet Bloom was now at 11 stars. This passive skill provided 20 bullets, effectively giving Lin Bufang an extra shotgun. Additionally, he had manually leveled Take My Barrage to 5 stars, granting 5 more bullets. Therefore, Lin Bufang's total bullet count was now 45. Moreover, Lin Bufang's level had long since reached 19. To continue farming, he chose to spend 500 gold to lock his experience at 99. 9. After locking, he could manually cancel it. Later, when his experience was full, he simply stopped allocating it to himself, funneling all experience to Su Ran instead, which boosted her level to 19 as well. Name: Lin Bufang. Class: E-rank gunner. Level: Lv1 599 HP 1 Fizz ATK 512786 Mag ATK 490 Fizz Def Mag Def Armor Pin 0 Magic Pin 0 Speed 2370 Luck Unknown Free Points 0 Enlightenment Gun Dow 0 TH Order 0. First Stage. Talent: Divine Attack only, no defense, 3 stars 675 for equipment: Browning M1919A 4 Machine Gun Sovereignty War God Ring Mana Value Set etc. Skills: Take My Barrage 5 stars, Dispel Magic 1 star, Mana Spring 3 stars, Bullet Bloom 11 stars. After the final kill on Orinder, Su Ran dropped to her knees with a thud, clinging to Lin Bufang's leg and refusing to let go. Lin Bufang, I'm begging you. Give me one. Give me one. Lin Bufang felt helpless as he casually took out a martial god ring and handed it to her. Take it. Su Ran thought Lin Bufang was teasing her, that when she reached out the ring would vanish. So she lunged forward and snatched the martial god ring into her hands. Feeling its warmth, Su Ran froze. Now that she actually held it, a different emotion washed over her. For the first time, Lin Bufang saw seriousness in her expression. Lin Bufang, are you sure you want to give this to me? This is a martial god ring worth hundreds of millions. Money alone can't buy it. Lin Bufang, are you really giving it to me? Lin Bufang rolled his eyes. You could just transfer me 100 million. No way, I don't have that much pocket money. Got the ring, he. Su Ran turned her back to him, then suddenly looked back, tears of joy glistening in her eyes. Lin Bufang, shut up. Lin Bufang, I want to marry you. Lin Bufang pressed his sovereign directly against her temple. Bro, are you trying to get your hands on my other 8 martial god rings? Don't be too greedy. Exiting the Dawn Sanctuary, Lin Bufang and Su Ran headed toward the shuttle bus. The other students had already left the dungeon, with many seated on the bus. Just then Xiao Fu and his group emerged from the sanctuary, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Haha, I'm level 16. Level 16. I can't surpass Lin Bufang, but I can definitely surpass Su Ran. As he approached, he saw the level above Su Ran's head. Damn, how is she level 19? Damn, Lin Bufang is also level 19. Damn, has the world gone mad? Xiao Fu's mental defenses crumbled. Within a class job and 200 effort, he couldn't even touch Lin Bufang's shadow. His blood pressure spiked, and he was carried off on a stretcher stuffed into the bus luggage compartment. Standing on the bus steps, Lin Bufang looked back at the Dawn Sanctuary. The colossal tree seemed alive, countless red cards hanging from its vines carrying the hopes and longings of so many. After the college entrance exam, he'll come back to farm more martial god rings. Just as the bus was about to depart, Tang Ping, in charge of all examinees' safety at the sanctuary, abruptly changed expression, staring at the distant sky. Their dark silhouette was growing larger at a visible rate. It looked strange because the beast seemed still. It was an optical illusion. This phenomenon was called the flying star stillness, meaning the creature was hurtling toward you. Damn, the behemoth is coming. I knew this silence was too good to be true. Everyone protect the students at all costs. Tang Ping's eyes burned with fury, fiercer than in any previous year. Why? Because this year's crop of talents was too exceptional. Tang Ping had learned of Lin Bufang's identity, an E-class job from an ordinary family who had miraculously reached level 19. He guessed that Lin Bufang always challenged hell difficulty. This raised a terrifying question: had he encountered the boss' second phase? If not, his luck was incredible. If he had, that was even more terrifying. Such a genius must never be harmed by the behemoth. Tang Ping's reaction was swift, but others were slower. Tang Ping soared into the sky, shielding the students. The others were still rushing over. Gradually, the dark shape grew monstrous, nearly 50 meters in size. It resembled a giant black rhino with wings larger than its body, its hide covered in lizard-like scales. Tang Ping recognized the behemoth's level. A level 3 behemoth. Damn it, they're targeting the examinees. This thing could level a city. He cursed and was about to strike. But the level 3 black rhino suddenly accelerated, slamming him thousands of meters away. Perfect. Tang Ping was ready for a fierce battle. A kilometer away was safe for the students. Yet he spotted a miniature rhino near the bus. Damn. Save the students. This black rhino can summon. Its minion is at least level 1. The other guards wished they could grow extra legs, desperate to shield the students. But they couldn't make it in time. All they could do was watch the small rhino charge at the nearest bus. Small, as it was, it still exceeded 20 meters. One stomp would kill at least half the students in a bus. Behemoths were no ordinary monsters. Their defense and health were monstrous. It charged at the closest bus, its massive horn thirsting for destruction. Inside, several girls clung together, despair in their eyes. Outside, 5 meters away, so close yet the guards were helpless. No, just then, from the neighboring bus, a dark figure leaped out the window, rolling to steady himself. It was Lin Bufang. The moment he landed, he switched to the epic Orander set, boosting his speed to over 400, blazing fast. Even many level 40 speed-focused powerhouses couldn't match that. Lin Bufang flickered, crossing to the level 1 black rhino in 1 second. His sovereign was pressed against its chin. It wasn't that he didn't aim for the head. He simply couldn't reach it. Then he instantly switched to the martial god ring and equipped his magic set. Though he couldn't see the behemoth's health bar, he unleashed 9 dispel magics in a row. Buff or not, head cast them first. As it turned out, his instinct was right. Dispel successful, dispel failed, dispel successful, dispel successful, dispel successful. Mana 30, next bullet counts as 5. Lin Bufang pulled the trigger. As he fired, he manually reloaded. The automatic reload couldn't keep up with his hand speed, boosted to over 400. With a boom, the level 1 black rhino's neck snapped. Its body crashed sideways. Lin Bufang wasn't sure if it was dead, but it didn't matter. He leaped onto its belly, aimed at its head. Boom. Another shot. Flesh exploded. The rhino's skull was riddled with cracks. Boom. Another shot. This time its head burst open. Countless fragments flew in all directions, staining most of the bus with glowing blue blood. Successfully killed level 3 black rhino's summon. Hearing this, Lin Bufang finally relaxed. Blue blood streamed down his hair, blurring his vision. He turned to see countless eyes fixed on him. From below, from the shuttle bus, they watched him holding a shotgun, stepping on the black rhinoceros body, a look of disdain in his eyes. At that moment, the sky was gloomy, the forest silent, the ground a ruin. Before Lin Bufang lay the myriad lights of the Dawn Cathedral, while his body was drenched in the blood of the colossal beast, and beneath him lay its corpse. The classmates' eyes held only admiration. Previously, when Lin Bufang was mentioned, the female students were extremely excited. No one denied his good looks. After all, he was cast from the same mold as everyone present. But now in those admiring gazes, the proportion of male students had far surpassed that of females, showing an overwhelming trend. Soon Tang Ping had also finished his battle. The grade 3 colossal beast, in the face of an expert of his caliber, could only delay his time. He saw Lin Bufang kill a grade 1 beast with 3 shots. Though surprised, recalling that he had solo cleared the hellish Dawn Cathedral, perhaps it was understandable. Tang Ping found it absurd. If he told this to his friends, they would probably label him with senile dementia. Level 19, killing a grade 1 beast with 3 shots. Is it that I haven't woken up, or have I slept too deeply? That is the question. Tang Ping saw Lin Bufang still rummaging through the beast's corpse and smiled helplessly. Stop looking, it's a summoned creature, there's nothing. Then he took a huge rhinoceros horn from his backpack, though it seemed to be less than a tenth of its original size. Here, take this. It's from a grade 3 beast. Lin Bufang took the horn. What's the use of this thing? Tang Ping lowered his voice. Scrape a little off and soak it in water to drink. You'll know when you try. Oh, so it's useless. It can sell for at least 5 million. Nice. Thanks. Lin Bufang pocketed the horn, which was automatically weighed in his backpack. Based on the weight, it could be listed on the trading market. He sold it for 2 million gold coins. Balance 418575568 gold coins. Satisfaction. Boarding the shuttle bus, the journey was calm. Seemingly calm. On Lin Bufang's bus, he had already been surrounded by countless girls. It wouldn't have happened normally. Su Ran was in another carriage. Having experienced many battles and looking at the 40 million balance in his backpack, Lin Bufang's mindset had shifted. The praise and compliments around him seemed irrelevant. He only found it noisy. He should do something more meaningful. For instance, battle. Exhilaration. At 7 p.m., the east gate of Zhanghai City was tightly shut. On the city wall, Principal Wang Su Xiao Gaojia and others stood waiting. Meanwhile, leaders from major educational institutions, including the mayor of Zhanghai City, had also come out to wait here. Due to communication issues, Zhanghai City still had no idea what was happening at the Dawn Cathedral. The last cohort was the best in a decade, with the highest level reaching 16. That student successfully entered Qingyun University. Now she's about to start her sophomore year. Her name is Lin Xiangning, a brank class who carved out her own path. I know her teacher well. Currently, Lin Xiangning plans to join the city defense force due to her family's poor financial situation. I wonder what the highest level will be for this cohort. I think Xiao Jia Xiao Fu should have decent levels. Their family invested $1 billion, and Xiao Fu got 2 good skills. He should be at least level 15. Level 15 with his rank class. As long as he doesn't slack off, he's guaranteed a spot at Qingyun University. By the way, that girl from the Su family is a dark horse. Level 15 is no problem for her. Huh, why isn't anyone mentioning that Lin Bufang? Who is Lin Bufang? An rank gunner who reached level 10 in the Goblin Rift. Level 10, that's indeed incredible. And he did it in just 3 hours. Is he even human? Why haven't I heard that name before? Mr. Mayor, this Lin Bufang is too outstanding. We've been investigating him to avoid distracting you. His family background is average, but he works very hard. He might surprise us. Don't get your hopes up. Historically, only one rank class has reached level 18 and entered Qingyun University, but that was from a wealthy family that spent an astronomical amount of money. So, Lin Bufang might just be lucky. After level 10, it's a different world. Not to mention he's in a rank class and a gunner at that. It's hard to have any expectations. The higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. Everyone continued waiting. It was 7:30 p.m. Normally the shuttle bus should have arrived at the east gate by 6:30. Why isn't it here yet? Could it be they encountered a colossal beast? A moment of silence fell. If they encountered a colossal beast, it would be a disaster. Even if they did, if Tang Ping and his team can't handle it, no one can. Still, the bus delay made everyone's hearts pound. Finally, at the edge of the vast yellow sands, a huge shuttle bus broke through the sand barrier, coming into view. 1 bus, 2 buses, 3 buses. Over 300 buses drove in one by one, not a single one missing, and everyone finally relaxed. As they stepped off the buses, all students automatically connected to the network, and their levels were automatically submitted the moment they disembarked. Soon the levels and scores were tallied, automatically forming a ranking. Everyone could check their rank and score online. The mayor gave a speech, first acknowledging the efforts of the students' parents and teachers. Yes, there's no need to emphasize it. The college entrance exam actually started 3 days ago. Your level will also affect your exam score. Each level higher earns you an extra point. A single point difference could eliminate tens of thousands of people. Because you're not just facing the 500 candidates from Zhanghai City, but 8 million candidates nationwide. Now we'll read the names from last to first. Those called, please come up to receive your awards. Hearing there were rewards, the students perked up. Zhanghai City's economy has been doing well this past year. We'll also provide financial aid to some students with average family backgrounds, but good scores. Ranks 50 to 100 will receive a direct cash prize of 1,000. Ranks 11 to 49 will receive 2,000. Ranks 4 to 10 will receive 3,000. Third place, 5,000. Second place, 1 million. First place, in addition to 2 million in cash, will also have easy job positions arranged for all family members, ensuring they have no worries. Furthermore, among the top 100, some students come from well-off or even wealthy families. In such cases, the prize money will be considered donated and will go into Shanghai City's Education Reserve Fund to help other children from average families. He paused. The mayor began calling names starting from 10th place. Hearing the principal's announcement of the reward for the first place, Lin Bufang felt somewhat moved. This reward was truly heartfelt. In this chaotic era, finding a good job is a challenging endeavor. Money can't even buy stability. With the mayor's arrangements, Lin Bufang also had no worries. 10th place, Ji Guan level 14, 14 points. 9th place, Oding Liu level 14, 14 points. 8th place, Zheng Wang level 15, 15 points. Soon the students ranked 4th to 10th stood on stage, each with determined yet youthful expressions. Now we present the top 3. 3rd place, Xiao Fu level 16, 16 points. The mayor was astonished to see that level 16 was only 3rd place. Many people were surprised. What kind of extraordinary beings were ahead of him at level 16? Xiao Fu felt a bit dazed. He had exhausted all his efforts to secure 3rd place. With 10 billion spent, he barely managed to get 3rd place. This undoubtedly embarrassed his father Xiao Gaojia. After all, they had previously boasted extensively building up the hype, all aimed at achieving 1st place in the city. 2nd place, Su Ran level 19 and 19 points. Upon hearing the number 19, the mayor gasped, confirming it several times, fearing he had misread. But the fact remained that it was indeed level 19. A wave of astonished gasps erupted from the audience. What did level 19 signify? In the past, it would have definitely ranked 1st in the city. The highest record in Shanghai City had been level 18 for hundreds of years, and Su Ran had surpassed it by 1 level, breaking the highest level record in Shanghai City. Of course, on a national level, it might be difficult to make it into the top 10, yet it was still among the top contenders. In the province, it was also 1st. But how could level 19 only be 2nd? Who could possibly be 1st? At this moment, everyone's face was filled with expectant looks directed at the mayor, unwilling to miss a single word. 1st place, Lin Bufang. Level 19 and 19 points. This time the mayor was genuinely astonished. He could even say it was beyond comprehension. Su Ran was in level professional, level 19 could be justified. But Lin Bufang was in a level gunner. The difficulty of leveling up was not even on the same scale. Please welcome student Lin Bufang to the stage. Student Lin Bufang comes from an ordinary family, and he has a 6th sister in the hospital. He managed to reach level 19 as a level professional gunner. Just now we received news. At first I couldn't believe it, and now I'm still a bit dazed. Student Lin Bufang single-handedly stood in front of his classmates and defeated a level giant beast. He saved countless lives of his classmates. I believe this is the reason we strive to level up and enhance our strength to protect all that we hold dear. Can we give him a round of applause? At this moment, applause erupted for miles from the east gate of Shanghai City, and the name Lin Bufang was etched in the hearts of every student, teacher, and citizen. The mayor continued to introduce. Although both Lin Bufang and Su Ran are at level 19, Lin Bufang's experience points progress is very high. The exact number is a personal secret we cannot disclose. Currently, aside from our Shanghai City, the highest level in Jiangdong Province is only level 18. Therefore, student Lin Bufang's level is not only the highest in Shanghai City, but also the highest in Jiangdong Province, and on a national level, he could also make it into the top 10. Now let's hear from Lin Bufang. Please pay attention. Lin Bufang stood at the mayor's former position, studying the topic. Ahem, about the 2 million and the job positions, I want to thank the mayor on behalf of my parents. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The mayor smiled at the first thank you. By the 2nd and 3rd times he understood. He made a call. Arrange it now, immediately have him start work tomorrow morning. I don't care what Lin Bufang's parents will do, but just let them sit there, lie there with the highest standard of meals and benefits. What if they feel bored? Cleaning. Dust doesn't harm the lungs, does it? Understand? Good. Shanghai City Government transfers you 200 gold coins. Current balance 438575568 gold coins. Lin Bufang felt greatly relieved upon seeing the balance. Understanding. Ahem, I won't say much else. Everyone has worked hard, and the next step is crucial. The efforts of these years will be reflected in tomorrow's results. I don't know how many places you are aiming for, but my only goal is one. If I can't take 1st place, I will definitely shoot at the 1st place. I want the name of Shanghai City to resonate throughout the nation. As soon as his voice fell, the mayor yelled, "Good," leading the applause, and everyone else joined in. The mayor expressed that the 2 million was worth it. As mayor, no amount of reasoning could compare to Lin Bufang, standing here more persuasive than anything else. If a level gunner could take 1st place, shouldn't the faces of everyone present feel the sting? Returning to Shanghai City, Lin Bufang's emotions were complex. When leaving the city, he still had over 50,000 left. He paid 50,000 for his sister's surgery. Upon returning, he had already earned over 40 million. Although he had made a large sum by leveling up during the college entrance examination, such opportunities are not easily grasped by ordinary people. Between taking a taxi and the bus, he chose the bus. Watching the scenery outside, he fell asleep. Then he missed his stop. On Su Ran's side, she met up with her father, who was driving a Rolls-Royce with the accelerator pressed to the floor, feeling extremely happy. "I say, daughter, how much do you think is appropriate for the betrothal gift for Lin Bufang?" 880,000 for good luck. We're not materialistic people. There's no need for too much. Su Ran seemed not to hear, just twisting her middle finger. Su Xiao looked over, and upon seeing it was no small matter, a god of war ring. "Where did you get this? Did you steal my gold coins?" Su Ran glared. "Don't talk nonsense. Lin Bufang gave it to me." Su Xiao's expression turned serious. "Do you know how precious this thing is? Can it be taken lightly? You two haven't even matched your fates yet, and you dare to take such a valuable gift. What does self-respect mean to you? Are you unaware of how to write self-respect?" Su Xiao sighed repeatedly. "How is this kid like me a love-struck fool? How will life go on in the future? He still has 8 god of war rings." The dazed Lin Bufang, who missed his stop, took a taxi, spending 20 more than before. Upon arriving at the hospital, his parents were waiting at the door of the operating room. They were already aware of Lin Bufang's first-place achievement. Standing beside them was none other than the hospital's director, bending over, handing them water, showing such concern and warmth. Lin Bufang's parents did not know how much money he had, but it should not be less than 2 million. For them, and for the common people, 2 million is an astronomical sum. The two had nothing much to say, only one sentence: "Do not flaunt wealth." Father Lin Ding appeared somewhat flushed. He couldn't fathom how he felt when he received a call from the boss, while carrying a sandbag, saying that city leaders wanted to arrange work for him. "I have lived a rather hard life for half of it, so I want your sister to help you more. Now that you have entered Qingyun University, you may need to take care of her. You are a man, so don't feel psychologically imbalanced." Other than that, there's nothing more to say. "Oh, it's great." Most of the time they remained silent, but Lin Bufang's parents also showed a relaxed expression as they chatted with those around them. If they said one more thing, the three of them would hug and cry. What would such suppressed emotions bring? Uncertain. Perhaps there is an idiom to describe it. Resilient. With his parents caring for his sister, Lin Bufang could fully devote himself to the college entrance examination tomorrow. By 10 o'clock in the evening, he resumed training with various firearms. Facing equipment of different qualities combined with his improved speed, some of the previous training results had to be adjusted according to the actual situation. There are many types of weapons for gunners, with the main ones being handguns, rifles, shotguns, sniper rifles, and machine guns. If one were to list every subdivision of each firearm, it would take tens of thousands of words to complete. In addition, there are actually several other major categories, such as laser guns, cannons, hand crossbows, submachine guns, flamethrowers. These weapons Lin Bufang had never seen before, obviously not something a level 10 could come into contact with. With many weapons available, Lin Bufang's current focus remains on machine guns and shotguns. There are also many types of equipment. Lin Bufang's current emphasis is on speed sets and magic sets. At 10:30 p.m. Lin Bufang finished washing up and went to bed early to prepare for the next day. He hadn't rested well for 3 days, and this sleep was deep and refreshing. Early the next morning, aside from the students withdrawing from the college entrance examination, over 4,000 candidates, under the guidance of their teachers, arrived at the city's high-speed teleportation array. The high-speed teleportation array in Jianghai City is a small to medium-sized array that can economically transport to the provincial large teleportation array, which in turn can transfer to various parts of the country. Along the way, Principal Wang began to explain the rules of this college entrance examination. In fact, this matter has shown signs since last year. With the development of the economy, the increasing number of examinees, and the growing number of good professions, more students can reach level 15. Among them, the number of those in professions above grade B has actually exceeded 1/0, and there are also some grade C professions that have reached level 16, meeting the requirements to enter Qingyun University. Currently, the second university in the Great Xia that is comparable to Qingyun University has been established for 3 years, called Beishan University. However, the foundation of Qingyun University is undeniable, and Beishan University still pales in comparison. In summary, this year's college entrance examination rules have changed. As is well known, Qingyun University only enrolls 500 examinees each year. In previous years, the number of admissions has actually exceeded this limit, and a few extra candidates would not pose a problem. Last year, the excess was too great, prompting Qingyun University to expand. This year's college entrance examination will admit 100 examinees, and they are also seizing this opportunity to propose revisions to the examination. How should I put it? Everyone is well aware of this matter. Some examinees may have average actual abilities, but through this or that assistance, they have really managed to elevate their levels and gain entry into Qingyun University. It is unfair for those who lack the necessary capabilities to occupy resources that do not belong to them. Therefore, this year's college entrance examination, Qingyun University has temporarily decided to relax the level requirements a bit, providing some opportunities for candidates who perform well. The ranking in the college entrance examination will affect the criteria for entering Qingyun University. The top 100 candidates will be likely to gain admission even if their levels are somewhat lower. Thus, this year's college entrance examination is extremely strict, testing all aspects of personal ability. This also means that even if your level is average and everything else is ordinary, as long as your performance is good enough to secure a place among the top 100, you too have a chance to enter Qingyun University. Such news is highly encouraging for most students, each of them clenching their fists, eagerly anticipating the content of the college entrance examination. For those who appear strong but are actually lacking, relying on family support and equipment, this is undoubtedly a huge blow. Lin Bufang here has caught a key piece of information. It's about market trends. In the past, before the college entrance examination, equipment prices surged crazily largely to ensure one has good gear to dominate in the examination. Now that this news is out, equipment below level 20 will inevitably depreciate significantly. Lin Bufang's decision to sell off all the equipment that has been leaked beforehand is undoubtedly a wise one. As for why he wants to sell the Divine Warrior ring, it goes without saying that he doesn't want to face opponents wearing it during the examination. Regarding the difficulty of the college entrance examination, Lin Bufang is completely unconcerned. His 3 years of hard work will not go to waste, even if he is truly not allowed to use his main power in the Divine Warrior ring. His attack power of 5700 is not just for show. Upon arriving in the provincial city, many students curiously observe their surroundings. Most of them have never traveled far, and this is their first visit to a big city. Everything around them is fresh. They see many unidentified flying objects in the sky, suspended in midair, unaware of the power source they utilize. The examination venue is arranged next to the provincial large-scale high-speed teleportation array in a very spacious area. Above the venue, layers of protective shields are stacked, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a level 7 giant beast. As he formally enters the examination venue, Lin Bufang approaches Principal Wang and says, "I am now level 19. Do you have anything to say regarding A-level professions?" Principal Wang dismisses this with a sneer. "I have said it before, A-level professions are trash, and that will never change. I am surprised that you have reached level 19, but that is where it ends. The world above level 20 is something you have never seen. By the way, good luck with the exam." In 12 cities, 5800 examinees gather together. Lin Bufang stands in the southeast corner, gazing at the sky, his eyes filled with awe. There a staircase floats in midair, seemingly endless and pristine. In front of him is a prompt. The examination has not yet begun. Entry to Path of Ascension is not allowed. Many candidates also notice the prompt in front of them and exclaim in astonishment. Wow, the Path of Ascension. Isn't that a place only top-level professionals can enter? Can we enter it now? At that moment, a figure slowly materializes in the sky. In his 30s, he exudes an aura of authority. Without anger, his black robe billowing in the wind silence. "I am Pei Jin, the chief examiner of Jiangdong province. The place you are about to enter is not the real Path of Ascension, but a simulation designed through the efforts of countless predecessors. A part of the Path of Ascension has been replicated. This simulated venue has also been sponsored by Qingyun University. All 58 provinces nationwide can access it. The real Path of Ascension, if one were to challenge it to its end and become a deity, is a well-known fact. Thus, this is a projection of the replicated Path of Ascension. This simulation version exists only at Qingyun University nationwide. When you truly step into the ranks of top-level professionals, the simulated Path of Ascension can provide you with a margin for error. Only those who enter Qingyun University or make significant contributions can challenge the simulation version, as maintaining the operation of the simulated Path of Ascension is also quite costly. This college entrance examination has also invested heavily to select more outstanding talents and to provide some opportunities for ordinary candidates. Therefore, everyone must strive hard and not let down our expectations of the great Xia. I wish you all the best in your journey. Now I will begin to introduce the examination rules. Entering the simulated Path of Ascension is a single-person entry. Each person takes a path. With each step on the Path of Ascension, you will enter different spaces and face different monsters, with the difficulty increasing progressively. The college entrance examination provides only the first 10 levels. Upon reaching the highest tier, you will also see your surrounding teammates. Noise is prohibited in the examination venue, as are uncivilized behavior, nudity, dancing, singing, public urination, and any means of communication. Violators will receive a warning for the first offense, and a second offense will result in immediate disqualification from the examination and expulsion from the venue. before entering the 9th level. Carrying any equipment is prohibited. The initial weapon will be a level 1 white equipment of each profession, and wearing any armor is forbidden. Levels and attributes remain unchanged. Additionally, the examination will be live-streamed throughout with major TV stations providing online viewing. We will select some outstanding candidates as role models for live coverage. Finally, Pei Jin raises his hand to check the time. Now, I will announce the level rankings for Jiangdong Province. In the next moment, a large square screen appears in the center of the sky, visible from 4 angles. Jiangdong Province College Entrance Examination Level Rankings. First place, Lin Bufang, level 19, a level gunner. Second place, Su Ran, level 19, S-level Heavenly Punishment Gunner. Third place, Liao Shi, level 18, East level Sword Demon. The students see the rankings, but do not speak, as chatting is also considered a violation, yet their shocked expressions reveal their inner astonishment. Level 19 is already quite impressive. There were also 2 at level 19. Moreover, what astonished them most was that the first place belonged to an A-rank class, and not just any but the one widely regarded as the lowest of the low, the gunner. The top-rated television channel in Jiangdong Province opened live stream portals across various platforms, including short video apps, and instantly millions of viewers flooded in. Here they could speak freely, saying whatever they wished. Consequently, some harsh words cut particularly deep. Another ranking. Honestly, this level ranking has no credibility at all. It's just a list for those family science to gild themselves. Exactly. Qingyan University's proposal regarding the college entrance exam rules was absolutely right. Otherwise, all the good resources would be snatched up by these people. Just then, the ranking was revealed in the live stream. When they saw Lin Bufang's level and his rank class, the barrage of comments in the live stream instantly surged more than tenfold. Outrageous. This is too much. Tell me, forcing a rank class to level 19 is one thing, but pushing in a rank class to 19 is just blatantly wasting social resources, isn't it? He's not even trying to hide it. Just then, netizens from Jianghai City stepped up to defend Lin Bufang. Lin Bufang is from our Jianghai City. He's just an ordinary person. He earned his levels through sheer effort. Do you know about the Dawn Sanctuary? He soloed the hell difficulty in just 36 seconds. The guy's genuinely skilled. Don't think we're joking. We have proof. As images and videos were posted in the comments, the voices of doubt vanished, replaced by a screen full of exclamations and awe. Everyone has too much prejudice against classes. So what if it's in a rank? Even if you can't top the charts like Lin Bufang, you can still climb to the peak step by step by leveraging time differences. So don't give up on yourselves. Intense discussions raged in the live stream. The camera then focused on Lin Bufang, and in an instant the hot topics, whether it was his rank class or his first place ranking, all shifted to his appearance. How can anyone be this good looking? He's more beautiful than a woman. I think Lin Bufang streaming in women's clothing would be a hit. On the other side of the exam hall, Liao Shi, ranked 3rd on the level leaderboard, initially wore an expression of supreme arrogance, looking down on everyone. After submitting his level, he had even publicly declared to the entire province, "Not a single one of you can fight me." Now, however, he stared at the ranking board with a livid face. He at level 18, with the S-rank class Sword Demon, hadn't even secured 2nd place. He could only take the leftover 3rd. Level 19, huh? They'll just have to see your performance on the path of ascension. That's where true strength is revealed. As for me, I've undergone the most rigorous training since childhood for this very day. Levels are just my facade. Your technique is my instinct. High above Pei Jin checked the time once more. 9 o'clock sharp. All right, any student not yet present will be disqualified. If you can't even show up on time for the college entrance exam, what can you achieve? Now the provincial college entrance exam officially begins. Each floor will award points automatically based on performance and kills. The ranking only looks at points. Simply reaching and standing on the 10th floor will earn you 500 free attribute points. Hearing about the 500 free points, a glint of fervor shone in every student's eyes. Their fists clenched, yearning to fly to the 10th floor immediately. Please note, only the top 500 candidates from Jiangdong Province can enter the final competition, facing the best from across the nation. Strive hard, everyone. Please note the points you earn will be converted into university credits at a 1:10 ratio. These credits can be exchanged for various rewards. University credits are treasures you can't buy with money. Naturally, they can be exchanged for precious items, mounts, advanced skill books, epic equipment, and more that money cannot procure. Now you may enter. In an instant, almost every student clicked the click to enter the path of ascension simulation option before them. In the blink of an eye, the entire examination hall was nearly empty. Of course, some students, due to extreme nervousness or other reasons, couldn't figure out how to enter the path of ascension. Fortunately, most were assisted by teachers and staff to enter. As for those who still couldn't get in, there was little point in taking the exam anyway. Every second gained over other students could widen the score gap. After all, the highest scores at the moment belonged to Lin Bufang, and Su ran 19 points. Path of Ascension Floor 1. The moment Lin Bufang clicked to enter, he was propelled high above the exam hall, with people below looking like ants. The wind howled in his ears. He stood on the first step of the Path of Ascension. Looking up, the path seemed endless. Subtitles scrolled before his eyes. Vaguely he felt a force pulling him, shuttling him through an unknown space. How can such creatures exist in this world? A human body, elf ears, bestial instincts, a single-celled thought process. They eat ravenously. Plants, animals, humans, their own kind, and occasionally their own waste. Their vitality is tenacious. Undeniably, these beings called goblins are also guided by a great deity. Entering Path of Ascension Floor 1. Forest of Hunger. The scenery before Lin Bufang shifted. The next moment, he found himself in an empty arena roughly circular in shape. Surrounding him were massive pine trees forming the arena's boundaries. Within the pine forest, numerous green-skinned goblins brandished their weapons, shouting loudly. They seemed to anticipate a bloody, flesh-crushing duel. Directly opposite Lin Bufang stood a giant goblin over 5 meters tall in both height and shoulder width, clad in blue glowing armor, but carrying no weapon. Namescale Armor Goblin Level Lv1 HP 50,000 ATK 10 DF 500 MDF 500 Skills None Description Simulated Path of Ascension Custom Exam Monster. High HP, balanced defenses, extremely low attack power. 3 options appeared before Lin Bufang. Please choose from the following 3 basic weapons. 1. Damaged revolver, lightweight, low damage, fast reaction, average accuracy. 2. Rusty old rifle, heavier, average damage, high accuracy. 3. Worn Mauser sniper rifle, extremely heavy, high damage, very high accuracy, slow reload. Lin Bufang chose the first option mainly for its low weight. He didn't care much about the damage. With over 5,000 physical attack, what did it matter? Lin Bufang spun the revolver's cylinder using his speed of 2,370 to perform a manual reload. With the cylinder spinning at high speed, 6 bullets clicked into place with a snap. He raised the pistol, the sights locking precisely onto the center of the scale armor goblin's forehead. With a click, the revolver's cylinder alignment pin locked into place. Lin Bufang aimed at the goblin's head, his right thumb pulling down the hammer, while his index finger gently pressed the trigger. The compressed hammer spring instantaneously released its elastic potential energy, driving the hammer to strike the primer of the bullet. The roaring flames of high temperature and pressure burst through the flash hole into the cartridge. The bullet was propelled out of the casing, accelerating forward along the rifling with high speed and spinning rapidly. The following gunpowder gas erupted from the muzzle, instantly expanding and mixing with the air, creating a pale yellow flame. This 7.8mm bullet had fulfilled its mission, piercing through the armored head of the scaled goblin and exiting from the back of its skull. With the splatterblood found its escape route, spraying outward through the bullet hole. The scaled goblin emitted not a sound, its massive body collapsing backward onto the ground. Killing the scaled goblin grants 10 performance points. Completing the simulation path to Ascend Stage 1 with an overall score of SSS grants an additional 20 performance points. Current total score 49 points. After finishing off the goblin, Lin Bufang began to wait in place. According to the provincial college entrance examination rules, in the first 4 levels, everyone must wait for others to finish. From the 5th to the 8th level, there is no need to wait, allowing for a competition of speed. In the 9th level, all equipment can be worn. The 10th level is a race to enter. The first 500 to enter are basically declared finalists competing for a rank among the top 100 nationwide. Lin Bufang mused that since no equipment could be carried in the first 8 levels, not only ordinary professions would be eliminated, but also some higher-tier professions relying on family wealth and others to level up would face harsh lessons in humility. In the outside world, as Lin Bufang held the first place, many local TV stations focused their cameras on him. In the first level, seeing the goblin's health and Lin Bufang's tattered revolver, many spectators felt a pang of anxiety for him. He is level 19 with all his free points allocated to attack power, but his attack power won't be very high. In the first level, the challenge lies in output level, in discovering the flaws in the goblin to deal high damage. Lin Bufang might be in trouble. However, the subsequent scene caused all the viewers to exclaim in disbelief. Lin Bufang fired a shot directly targeting the goblin's hardest head armor. One shot, and it was an instant kill. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell is he cheating? The live stream began to analyze, but after a long analysis, they couldn't figure it out. Because Lin Bufang had done nothing but rely on numbers. A shabby revolver dealt 5,000 points of damage. Moreover, it struck the goblin at its most armored point. Does he really not even pretend to act? Lin Bufang must possess an extremely overpowered skill that allows him to deal massive damage to low-level targets. Indeed, this must be the only reason that makes sense. Compared to rational analysis, many viewers were lavish with their praise. Lin Bufang is amazing. I said, who else can kill a scaled goblin so quickly? Jiang Haisher is incredible. Due to Lin Bufang's swift kill, the camera could not remain focused on his handsome face. The scene shifted to another location. Su Ran. As another marksman and class judgment gunner, she was the perfect comparison to Lin Bufang. However, what surprised everyone was that while Lin Bufang could one-shot the scaled goblin, Su Ran of the same level could not achieve that. She chose a rifle which was more balanced and highly precise. After releasing a skill, she fired a few more rounds to take down the goblin. Weight and class judgment gunner can't even compare to an E-class Lin Bufang. Is there no justice? Lin Bufang is too overpowered. In another direction, the third-placed Liao Shi chose one of the warrior's weapons, a katana. As the only S-class profession in the province, sword demon Liao Shi's attention was once something Lin Bufang could only look up to. But now everyone's focus was on Lin Bufang. Even when the camera cut to Liao Shi, he had already finished. His moment of glory went unrecorded. As an S-class profession, Liao Shi possessed a very special ability. His weapon could be treated as two. One katana in his left hand instantly multiplied to a katana in his right hand. His skills were also interrelated, enhancing the effectiveness of dual blades. Thus, the moment the goblin appeared, he used just 3 slashes to kill it. No skills were even employed. A slight smile crept onto the corner of Liao Shi's mouth. What use is being first in level? No matter how high the level, true strength is what matters. And I have worked hard for so many years for this day. Soon everyone had completed the first level. First level number of eliminations, 245 people. Although the goblins were weak for some students who were genuinely unlucky or had poor output, it was still quite challenging. The moment the elimination prompt disappeared, a leaderboard appeared before all students. Jiangdong Province College Entrance Examination Scoreboard. First place, Lin Bufang, 49 points. Second place, Su Ran, 42 points. Third place, Liao Shi, 41 points. Upon seeing the leaderboard, disbelief filled Liao Shi's eyes. How is this possible? I only used 3 slashes. How could I not even make it to second place? 49 points. Did Lin Bufang really get a perfect score? The stark contrast made Liao Shi's chest rise and fall violently. He took a deep breath to calm his emotions. Very well, there really is something to him. However, as the levels increase, the monster's strength will also rapidly escalate. In no time, at level 4, I will leave you far behind. The Jiangdong Province monitoring room was right next to the examination hall. Thousands of exam invigilators focused on the screens before them, recording each student's performance. If there were any poor performances or violations, they would immediately intervene. After all, this was a nationwide live broadcast, and it was inevitable that some students might act out in abstract ways to attract attention. Just a moment ago, a robust student of class strength warrior disregarded the exam, pressed the goblin to the ground, stripped off his clothes, and engaged in some indescribable acts. Although the invigilators had seen much, they had never encountered such a perverse act before. Soon this student received a certificate of disqualification from the examination. As for Lin Bufang, not just one, but nearly all the invigilators noticed his extraordinary performance. How could they not yearn to see a student from Jiangdong Province rank among the nation's top? Yet the highest profession in Jiangdong was merely S-grade, while other provinces boasted many higher quality professions. Breaking into the top 100 seemed as arduous as ascending to heaven. However, Lin Bufang's performance ignited a glimmer of hope within them. This student, Lin Bufang, might just have a shot at entering the national top 100. An air-ranked gunslinger making it to the national top 100 would surely bring glory to our Jiangdong province. At that moment, Jiangdong province's chief examiner Pei Jin strode in. What's all this commotion about? The second stage is about to commence, and instead of keeping a close watch on these students, you're wasting time on trivial matters. Pei Jin's assistant hurried over. Though merely an assistant, his rank was equivalent to that of Jianghai City's mayor. Yet in the face of such a nationwide college entrance examination, even he could only serve as Pei Jin's aide. How are the top 3 faring? Chief examiner, perhaps you'd care to glance at the leaderboard. Enough, no need to elaborate. I can roughly guess. It can only be those few that won. Liao Shi, the S-rank sword demon. The assistant shook his head. It's not him. You really should take a look at the leaderboard. Pei Jin shook his head. What's there to see? It's either him or a few other S-rank professions, as it's always been. No, truly not. The current top spot is neither S-rank nor S-rank. Pei Jin's interest was piqued. A rank? No. Rank? No. Crank? Still no? Chief Pei, just look at the leaderboard directly. Pei Jin chuckled. If it's none of A, B, or C, what could it be? He settled by the window, took a sip of tea from his cup, and opened the leaderboard. First place, Lin Bufang, A-rank gunslinger. In an instant, Pei Jin spat out the water he had just swallowed, choking and coughing. Cough. Damn. A-rank. Pull up the recording of his first stage. Soon the footage from the first stage was placed before Pei Jin. At the start, a subtle motion by Lin Bufang could easily be overlooked, a lightning-fast reload of 6 bullets. This hand speed. It's simply not something a profession of this grade should exhibit. Did he actually achieve level 19 through genuine effort? Interesting, very interesting. Switch to his live feed. I want to see his performance myself. The first stage had only 1 goblin, but the second stage holds 9 monsters. The scenery before him spun, and Lin Bufang found himself standing once more on the steps of the path to deification. But unlike before when he could not advance a single step, he had now ascended to the second step. Dimly he perceived countless shadows also entering the second step. These were the examinees of his province. Lin Bufang looked at the text before him. We generally do not classify such beings as living creatures. Aside from possessing a human form, they bear no resemblance to the human body. They thirst for blood lurking in the darkness, and when they catch the scent of a living being, they will exert every ounce of their strength. They do not even need to eat, for they belong to the undead. Darkness enveloped Lin Bufang's vision, then 2 rows of candlelight flickered to life. He now stood within a sealed cave. Before him were 9 massive coffins, their lids slowly creaking open. 9 rotting corpses rose stiffly from their coffins, their blood-red eyes instantly locking onto Lin Bufang. Name: corpse level Lv1, HP 80,000, physical attack 100, armor 1,000, magic resistance 1,000, skill bloodlust. Description: simulated path to deification, college entrance exam, custom monster, all stats balanced and lowered. Lin Bufang had only half-scanned the stat panel when a corpse erupted with a bloody aura, its rotting lips dripping with foul liquid as it lunged straight at him with terrifying speed. Bang! A shot struck the corpse's head, and with a resounding blast its skull exploded into fragments. The first corpse staggered, its claws still grasping for a potential prey, before finally collapsing to the ground motionless. Killed 1 corpse, score 10. Lin Bufang gripped his revolver in his right hand, while his left hand swiftly and repeatedly pulled back the hammer, reloading entirely by hand speed. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the remaining 8 corpses were all shot through the head, collapsing onto the damp ground. Killed 8 corpses, score 80. Cleared simulated path to deification, first stage, overall rating SSS, performance score 100, current total score 239. At present, due to Lin Bufang's personal charm and strength, nearly 90 of all live streams had him as their focal point. In the second stage, they still witnessed no intricate maneuvers from Lin Bufang. It was merely 1 word: fast, and another instant kill. Wait, is the second stage really this easy? Consequently, many flocked to other live streams to observe how others were faring. And what they saw was startling. The corpses possessed a skill called bloodlust, which served no other purpose than to increase movement speed and restore some health when feeding on a target. This simple mechanic proved excruciatingly difficult for students with professions below rank or those of lower levels. Without the ability to instantly kill the corpses, they had to engage in a second wave of combat. However, once a corpse landed a hit, it began to regenerate health. In no time, many students were eliminated in the very first wave. Damn, so it's not that the second stage is easy. It's that Lin Bufang is just too strong. He really does just one-shot everything from the start, doesn't he? In the examination monitoring room, Pei Jin stared intently at the screen. This reaction speed is off. This reload speed is off. And this accuracy is even more off. Could it be that he didn't just pick up the gunslinger on a whim, but has been training for many years? Such skill requires at least 3 to 5 years of grueling practice. And this hand speed is terrifying. Did he allocate all his free stat points from leveling up to speed? Seriously, is he that extreme? But the most absurd part is the damage. No matter how you explain it, this damage is impossible for a level 19 profession, even in SS rank 1. So there's only one possibility. Pei Jin had already arrived at an answer in his mind. As a gatekeeper among the top-tier professionals of Daxia, he had witnessed many great spectacles and had essentially analyzed the reason behind Lin Bufang's abnormal damage. This child possesses extraordinary talent. However, I need to observe further to see how he fares in the subsequent stages. If he performs well, I must report this immediately. A genius like this will drive countless people wild, all vying to take him as their disciple. Jiangdong Province College Entrance Exam Score Leaderboard: first place, Lin Bufang 239 points, second place, Liaoshi 212 points, third place, Su Ran 208 points. In the second stage, Liaoshi was pounding his fists against a coffin in excitement. He believed he had been exceptionally fast. By drawing aggro and gathering all 9 corpses around him just as he was about to take damage, he countered with an AoE skill, a wild dance of twin blades that instantly slew all 9 corpses. His speed was considerable. Yet to his astonishment, he saw that his score was still 27 points behind Lin Bufang's. Did he really instant-kill all 9 corpses? As for advancing one place, Liaoshe felt no surprise whatsoever. He believed that was his rightful position, and Strength Gunner had no right to even compete with him. I refuse to believe you can score near perfectly on every level. As long as you slip up once, I will crush you. Then came the 3rd and 4th levels. With each ascending level, Lin Bufang could clearly sense the monster's strength multiplying several-fold or even dozens of times. He thought that the first 2 levels were merely appetizers, and the 3rd level was where true strength would be tested. However, due to Lin Bufang's overwhelming attack power, no matter how much the monster's strength increased, they could not withstand even a single shot from his gun. In the examination monitoring room, a peculiar student appeared on the 2nd floor. Seeing 9 rotting corpses, he was so terrified that he knelt and kowtowed to them. The invigilators were utterly speechless. They racked their brains, but could never have imagined such behavior. It had to be an act. Yet that student was not pretending. Without needing the invigilators to eliminate him, he had already eliminated himself. Of course, these 2 were not isolated cases. There were also those who acted absurdly, cursed the invigilators, and even blamed Pei Jin, the chief examiner of Jiangdong province, for designing unbeatable monsters. Pei Jin also witnessed this scene. He was baffled. What? The path to ascension wasn't designed by me. I'm just here to maintain order and oversee the whole process. Why are you cursing me? Of course, such trivial matters had already ceased to concern him. All his attention was fixed on Lin Bufang. Terrifying. Too terrifying. From the 1st level to the 4th, everything was instantly annihilated. What kind of talent is this so terrifying? Liaoshe muttered to himself, already suspecting that Lin Bufang had awakened his talent early. Talent grades like professions ranged from E to SSS, with even higher levels beyond SSS. Transcendent, divine, super divine. He guessed Lin Bufang's talent was no lower than Scrade, otherwise it couldn't be this outrageous. Of course, Pei Jin had never seen a talent above Scrade either, it was merely speculation. His performance across 4 levels is already proof enough of his strength. It's time to report this. Just as Pei Jin was about to report Lin Bufang's situation, the door to the monitoring room was suddenly kicked open. Pei Jin's face filled with displeasure, ready to slap whoever was so rude. But then he saw the man's appearance. A bald head and black leather jacket, looking like he had just been released after years in prison for murder. His face, so ferocious, it would scare any child. Pei Jin was almost frightened to tears. He hurriedly greeted him. Brother Shi, why didn't you tell me in advance? I had no idea you were coming. Please have a seat. Sit. How can you sit when your Jiangdong province has created such a mess? Hearing this, Pei Jin's heart skipped a beat. He had been in the monitoring room the entire time and hadn't seen a single problem. In an instant, many thoughts raced through his mind. Shi Tai was an elder of Qingyan University, one of the top professionals in the Xia dynasty, a name to be reckoned with. Pei Jin couldn't last a single move against him. He was also one of the overseers for this year's college entrance exam. Simply put, overseers were responsible for monitoring people like Pei Jin to prevent any underhanded dealings. To put it simply, students took the exam, teachers watched them, and Pei Jin, as the chief examiner of Jiangdong province, watched the teachers. As an overseer, Shi Tai was responsible for watching the chief examiners of each province. Among the overseers, there were also ranks. Shi Tai was the top authority whose word was law. With a single sentence, he could have Pei Jin pack his bags and leave. So what was this mess Shi Tai mentioned? Eliminating all impossibilities, only one possibility remained. His left and right brains were at war. Pei Jin carefully thought about which of the eliminated students might be related to Shi Tai or his faction. Yes, the only reason Pei Jin could think of was that some young master had been accidentally eliminated. Why did he say his left and right brains were at war? One of the proposals for the exam rules was actually spoken by Shi Tai himself. In reality, only a moment had passed. Pei Jin asked tentatively, "Brother Shi, the person you're referring to, I might really not know him." Shi Tai glanced at him, his face almost overflowing with anger. Who was he looking for? No one else but Lin Bufang. It was hard to imagine that during such a strict crackdown someone could brazenly exploit loopholes in the exam, colluding from top to bottom to boost in a rank professional's level to 19. This year was indeed a strict inspection. In fact, the leveling rules in Zhanghai City were also very stringent, even for the city's wealthiest. The Goblin Rift was forbidden for anyone other than students to enter for rapid, early leveling. The Dawn Sanctum also forbade those level 19 professionals wearing top-tier equipment from carrying these students. Only students could team up with each other. If any rule violations were discovered or exposed, it would lead to immediate disqualification from the exam. Shirtai was so furious because someone reported that Jiangdong province had produced a Lin Bufang, an A-rank gunner reaching level 19 in 3 days. For any other profession, Shirtai might have found some excuse, but a gunner, an A-rank gunner, they weren't even trying to hide it. They were practically slapping Shirtai in the face. Now, as the chief examiner of Jiangdong province, Pei Jin had Lin Bufang at the top of the level ranking, yet he claimed not to know him. Heh, Shirtai was practically laughing in anger. So you're the one backing him. At these words, cold sweat poured down Pei Jin's forehead. What are you talking about? Who is the person ahead of me? I really don't understand what you're saying. Please just be clear. This only made Shirtai angrier. His rage was easy to understand. The answer was right in front of him, visible to anyone with eyes. I've spelled it out, and you're still playing dumb. I wanted to give you a chance to repent out of old friendship, but I'm truly disappointed in you. Shirtai's emotions were complex, both angry and pained. He and Pei Jin had known each other for a long time, and they had once fought side by side. He thought he knew Pei Jin well, but now it seemed he didn't know him that well after all. I know people change, but sometimes I still cling to a sliver of hope. I believe that in this restless, desire-filled world, someone can still hold onto even a bit of idealism. In truth, we never demanded much from you. As long as you didn't cross the bottom line, we would turn a blind eye. But now the level ranking is right there, visible to all the people of Jiangdong province. Soon the whole nation will see it. Tell me, what should I say to you? What can I say to you? Shirtai waved his hand. Pei Jin, chief examiner of Jiangdong province, for bending the law and shielding a student. Arrest him and escort him to Qingyun City to await punishment. Shirtai waved his hand. Pei Jin, chief examiner of Jiangdong province, for bending the law and shielding a student. Arrest him and escort him to Qingyun City to await punishment. Shirtai waved his hand. Pei Jin, chief examiner of Jiangdong province, for bending the law and shielding a student. Arrest him and escort him to Qingyun City to await punishment. The two men behind the stone platform took out shackles and stood before Pei Jin. Senior Pei, please cooperate with our work. We grew up watching your achievements. You're our idol. But please cooperate. No, wait a moment. Pei Jin finally realized the gravity of the situation. His mind raced as he searched for answers. He caught the words ranking list and quickly shouted, "Is there a problem with the top 100? Shirtai said, "Cuff him, what are you waiting for?" Pei Jin yelled, "The top 10. I bet it's the top 10. Shirtai ordered, "Put the hood on him first." Pei Jin cried, "The top 3. It must be the top 3. Shirtai commanded, "Shackle his legs too." Pei Jin shouted, "Liao, sure. It's him, isn't it?" Shirtai said, "If he won't walk, can't you carry him away?" Pei Jin exclaimed, "Su Ran. It's definitely her." Shirtai took off his shoes and tossed his own socks over. "I don't want to hear him anymore. Gag him. Lin Bufang. It's him. Lin Bufang. The first place on the ranking list." Shirtai raised a hand to stop the two men. The air reeked of dead rats. "You finally admit it. Tell me, what's your relationship with this Lin Bufang?" Pei Jin was utterly bewildered. "Brother, I swear I don't know him. I swear on our 20 years of friendship. I've never even met him." At that moment, Shirtai seemed to understand. It was possible that Pei Jin genuinely didn't know Lin Bufang and was also kept in the dark. But the ranking list was right there. Shirtai, stationed in the capital Qingyun City, naturally had no time to focus on a candidate from distant Jiangdong province. Could Pei Jin really be unaware? "Since you've admitted it, let's see how you explain this." Shirtai revealed the anomaly in Lin Bufang's level. An E-class profession and a gunner at that, reaching level 19, and you didn't even report it. You'd better give me a reasonable explanation now. Legally, you're beyond saving. But I still have feelings for you. I don't want you to hide anything else and hurt what we have. Pei Jin finally understood. His face was nothing but a bitter smile. "This is all so absurd. I was just about to report it to you." Shirtai was speechless with Pei Jin. Truly a seasoned veteran. With one sentence, he had defused half the crisis. Indeed, the path to divinity had only reached the 4th layer, about to open the 5th. Pei Jin simply hadn't had time to report, not that he hadn't reported at all. At worst, he could be charged with severe negligence or delay in duty, but nothing more could be pinned on him. "I just transferred Lin Bufang's files from Shanghai City and finished compiling them. I guarantee these records are authentic." Taking the files from Pei Jin, Shirtai glanced at them and his face twisted. First day, he reached level 10 in a level 15 rift. Fine. Second day, he cleared the Dawn Sanctuary on hell difficulty and reached level 18. Fine. Third day, he casually brought Su Ran to level 19. Fine. Back at Shanghai City's East Gate, he accidentally killed an Ickless monster with 3 shots. Humph. Pei Jin, are you taking me for a fool? Pei Jin was no longer anxious, confident now. Records are just words and talk is cheap. Brother Shirtai, why don't we just watch his live performance? Shirtai pointed a finger at Pei Jin. You'd better train him to speed through the first 4 layers. If anything seems off, he'll revoke his college entrance exam qualification. They played Lin Bufang's recordings from the first 4 trials. In the first, the goblin still stood there. Seeing the worn revolver in Lin Bufang's hand, contempt filled Shirtai's eyes. What's there to see? An E-class profession and a gunner. Honestly, if he pulls off impressive moves, it just shows he's put in the work. Nothing more to say. Shirtai's judgment was sharp. The next moment, Lin Bufang performed a lightning-fast reload. Oh, that move does take skill, not just years of practice, but also maxing out the speed stat. Let's see the damage. Bang! 1 shot, and the goblin dropped instantly. 1-shot kill. At that moment, the examination room fell silent save for Shirtai's slightly rapid breathing. He said nothing, but all other emotions had vanished from his eyes, replaced by intense curiosity. Open the second trial. In the second trial, 9 rotting corpses appeared. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, Lin Bufang fired 9 shots, and all 9 corpses fell simultaneously. Instant kill of 9 corpses, damage completely overflowing. Continue. The third layer. 1-shot kill. The fourth layer. 1-shot kill. He watched all 4 layers in one go. Shirtai let out a long breath, as if expelling all the frustration from his heart. Not bad. This student Lin Bufang is not only extremely hardworking, but also exceptionally talented. He awakened his talent very early, soon after choosing his profession. Its rank is no lower than SS level, rare enough to be among the top 50 in the nation. His decisive choice of the gunner profession shows his far-sighted vision. You see, even with a talent, it doesn't always align with one's profession. This wasn't a gamble, it was absolute confidence. Even if it were a gamble, he won. Which family is he from? Pei Jin pointed to the files head given Shirtai. It's all there. Shirtai's mouth twitched. I didn't have time to look. Let me see. Oh, an ordinary family. An older sister. Lin Xiangning. That young lady is at our school. I've met her. Class profession, very hardworking, but unfortunately no good mentor. He also has a younger sister. What did the hospital say? Pei Jin smiled. Lin Bufang paid the first surgery fee himself, and the follow-up costs are fully covered by Jianghai City's government. This kid impressive, truly impressive. By the way, does this Lin Bufang not have a mentor yet? Pei Jin's lips curled slightly. 99. 9 sure he doesn't. Alright, I've read all his files. Don't report this further. I don't want anyone else to know until the college entrance exam is over. Pei Jin paused, realizing something. Brother Shirtai, you're hogging this. What if that person finds out later? Shirtai shrugged carelessly. I rushed here precisely to keep this from him. If it reaches him, your Jiangdong province is doomed. He wouldn't ask questions like I do. Head kill first, talk later. Luckily, it's all a misunderstanding. I'm claiming this kid. By the time he finds out, he'll have Lin Bufang secured. I don't care what he says. I doubt he can pry Lin Bufang out of my hands. Alright, that said, we still need to see Lin Bufang's future performance. If he's mediocre, we won't allocate too many resources to him. Alright, that said, we still need to see Lin Bufang's future performance. If he's mediocre, we won't allocate too many resources to him. At last, the 4th level came to an end. Those who had not finished were directly eliminated. Anyone who failed to clear it within the allotted time was deemed lacking in strength. This was not because the college entrance exam was overly strict. The 4th level allowed 1 hour of challenge time designed based on the average output, defense, and skill level of ordinary examinees. It ensured that over 99% of students could clear it within an hour. There was no need to make others wait for those who hadn't finished. Various TV stations in Jiangdong province. In fact, from the very start of the 4th level, all cameras were focused on Lin Bufang. Initially, some stations stubbornly tried to showcase students with impressive maneuvers. However, without Lin Bufang, no one was watching. Lin Bufang isn't here, let's go elsewhere, bros. Exactly what are we watching if he's not on screen? Thus, by the 4th stage, every TV station and live stream showed only one angle, Lin Bufang's profile. Yet the shot didn't last long. Why? Because Lin Bufang finished too quickly. 1 shot from his spear, and the game was over. If they kept the camera on him, there would be nothing to see but his face. So most broadcasts shifted elsewhere. Of course, one station went abstract, focusing solely on Lin Bufang even during the battle. That was Jianghai City's TV station. After all, Lin Bufang was from Jianghai City. The better he performed, the happier everyone in Jianghai felt. At Jianghai City Hospital, Lin Ying's surgery was a success. After many days in a coma, she finally awoke. Lin Ding and Wang Xianing held her small hand, sitting by the bedside. The 3 of them smiled as they watched the live broadcast. On the screen, there was only Lin Bufang. Brother, go for it. 4th stage ended 52455, eliminated, remaining 457241. Liao Shi, ranked 3rd on the leaderboard, hadn't checked the scoreboard since the 3rd level. Instead, he focused entirely on fighting and outputting, avoiding distractions. At the end of the 4th level, he couldn't resist taking a look. Jiangdong Province College Entrance Exam Score Leaderboard 1st place, Lin Bufang 589 points 2nd place, Su Ran 510 points 3rd place, Liaoshi 508 points. This sight nearly shattered Liaoshi's composure. I've worked so hard, and I've fallen another rank. How can Lin Bufang in 1st place be 81 points ahead of me? 81 points, what did that mean? It was roughly equivalent to an entire tier. If Lin Bufang was an elite student, then Liaoshi was merely average. A whole level apart. With an 81-point gap, Liaoshi could only catch up if Lin Bufang made a major mistake and lost an entire stage's score. Otherwise, catching up was utterly impossible. Realizing this, Liaoshi's mentality began to crumble. Yet he refused to admit it. There must be a chance to surpass him. There has to be. Path to Ascension College Entrance Simulation 5th stage, begins no waiting required. Sprint directly to the 9th level. Upon reaching the 9th level, wait for other students to finish the 8th before officially starting the 9th. In the monitoring room, Shi Tai and Pei Jin stared intently at the live feed. The camera locked onto Lin Bufang. Unlike recordings, live broadcasts showed real-time performance. There was no room for deception. The 5th stage featured an ice element behemoth with over 25000 health points. This creature, formed entirely of glaciers, was immune to some physical damage. A single gunshot rang out. The glacial behemoth exploded into countless ice shards, its health bar vanishing instantly. Killed. Glacial Behemoth Elite Performance 50. Cleared Simulation Path to Ascension 5th Stage. Overall Rating SSS Performance 100. Current Total Score 739. Shi Tai stared wide-eyed. This damage. At level 19. I was still smug about my own skills back then. And this Lin Bufang just one-shots it. Damn it, why is his output so high? Unfair, completely unfair. Pei Jin was speechless. You're already at the pinnacle of Daxiao, yet you feel unbalanced because of a level 19 Lin Bufang. Of course, Pei Jin himself was envious. If he had such output at level 19, he would obliterate anyone in sight. The thrill would be boundless. As the saying goes, fear both a brother's success and his excessive success. Next is the 6th level with 400 health. Whoa, another one-shot. Fine, the 7th level's elemental mage can withstand multiple hits. He one-shotted it again. He has Dispel Magic. Shi Tai looked at Pei Jin in disbelief. Pei Jin replied, Boss, I told you. He cleared the hell-level Dawn Forest. This shocked Shi Tai even more. You mean he soloed the Dawn Sanctuary on hell difficulty? Yes, so we still know far too little about his true strength. The 8th stage. This level was a gatekeeper designed to eliminate over 50 of students demanding exceptional skill. It required highly refined techniques, skills honed through years of practice. Students faced 3 elite monsters. One was a gunslinger using firearms. One was a priest who restored health. One was a combat master with supreme fighting techniques, a rare warrior subclass. The 3 elites coordinated, dealing damage, healing, resisting control, and blocking instant kill or burst abilities. However, their attack, health, and defense were not particularly high. With serious effort and 200 of one's skill, even the most common class had a chance to clear the 8th stage. But Lin Bufang simply used all his remaining mana to cast Dispel Magic, stripping away all buffs from the trio. Then he fired 3 shots. Eliminated. 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 Killed Priest, Elite Combat Master, Elite Swift Gunslinger, Elite Performance 180. Cleared Simulation Path to Ascension 8th Stage. Overall Rating SSS Performance 200. Current Total Score 1119. Lin Bufang stood on the 9th platform, waiting quietly. Looking around, there was no one. Below him, countless people. He was the first contestant to clear the 8th stage. Witnessing this overwhelming dominance, the entire city of Jianghai erupted in excitement. Lin Bufang, you're incredible. 999 in the livestream. Any ID from Jianghai City seemed to hold a higher status. In the monitoring room, Shi Tai and Pei Jin's eyes were filled with disbelief. Did the 8th level truly not delay him for even a second? The fastest student is still stuck on the 6th level. He is already standing on the 9th waiting. At that moment, Shi Tai was pondering another issue. The total score for the college entrance exam was only 3,000 points, although there would be extra points in the finals. But this was only the 8th level, and he had already exceeded 1,000 points. This had never happened in history. He had achieved a near-perfect score on almost every level. This meant his total score would be terrifyingly high. For a moment, even Shi Tai felt a pang of self-doubt. With such output and such skill, what need did he have for a master? He could thrive all on his own, farm whatever he wanted, defeat whoever he pleased. I'm starting to lose confidence. Even if I poured all resources into him, there's a chance he'd still refuse me. Pei Jin replied with a smile. No, how could he be that arrogant? Shi Tai sighed. With my attack power at level 19 OID, probably be even more arrogant than him. After much deliberation, the regret in Shirtai's eyes grew ever more intense. Finally, he seemed to make a decision that defied his ancestors. Lin Bufang, taking me as your master would be too great a waste of your talent. With me, he wouldn't benefit. Instead, he might be constrained. A prodigy like this should stand at the true pinnacle. As he spoke, Shirtai began to hum. All sorrows left behind on the day we parted, it's not forever that makes love complete. One person's sacrifice is better than 3 people's entanglement. Pei Jin felt a chill run down his spine. Not cool, buddy, you're on our side. That sudden outburst nearly scared my soul out of me. So what do you plan to do? What else? Sacrifice my own desire and have that person take him as a disciple. Pei Jin's body trembled violently. Suddenly Shirtai's bald head seemed remarkably agreeable. He no longer appeared so fearsome. How had he become so kind and benevolent? I don't know what to say, but I truly admire you. If you could take Lin Bufang as your disciple once he rises, the benefits to you and your family would be immeasurable. Shirtai sighed. You know, when I was 18, that old fool tricked me into becoming his disciple. I took the oath absent-mindedly, only to realize later that with my abilities I could have found a far better master and gone much further. That cost me many detours. So since we've been drenched in the rain, we shouldn't let the children get soaked again. Pei Jin gave a thumbs up. Now that's what I call vision. Shirtai smiled a genuinely happy smile, then pulled out his phone to make a call. Just then a thunderous crash echoed. The door to the Jiangdong Province Examination Monitoring Room was kicked wide open. A figure shrouded in a black cloak, its features indistinguishable save for 2 faint white flames, barged in. Shirtai and Pei Jin couldn't immediately see who it was. They exchanged a glance, their eyes mirroring a shared fury. Whoever it was, they'd beat them to a pulp first and ask questions later. But when they turned and saw the semi-floating black cloak, they dropped to their knees in perfect unison. Greetings, General Shan. The cry echoed twice. Hearing the commotion, thousands of exam proctors turned to look. At the sight of the black cloak, everyone shuddered. This man might not be widely known among commoners, but among professionals, he was an insurmountable mountain. The top professional of Daxia, his strength and contributions were universally acknowledged as number 1 without equal. Beyond the lurking giant beasts, countless other powerful creatures ravaged the world. The most direct threat to Daxia's territory was the terrifying undead race. Their numbers seemed infinite. A century ago, the undead army launched a full-scale assault, plunging into Daxia's heartland as if it were an unguarded land, shattering mountains and rivers, leaving devastation in their wake. General Shan Chuan, once merely a second-tier ordinary warrior, single-handedly led the army to battle the undead horde. That decades-long war was both spectacular and brutal. Every battle Shan Chuan fought was a textbook masterpiece. He even pulled a highly controversial move, luring the majority of the undead army to the Cherry Blossom Nation. Consequently, 90% of its population was devoured by the undead, becoming part of their ranks. The undead found the Cherry Blossom Nation ideal for necromancy, so they stationed their army there, tormenting the remaining populace day and night to refine undead power. Later, to completely drive the undead out of Daxia, Shan Chuan ventured alone into the Netherworld realm for 3 years. No one knows what happened there, but since then the undead army has never dared to set foot on Daxia's soil. The world lost a top-tier warrior. It gained a supreme necromancer. The changes to this year's college entrance exam rules, and even its fundamental logic, were largely driven by Shan Chuan uniting forces from all sides. With him as their safety net, Shirtai and others dared to act boldly. Seeing such a figure before them, many felt they were dreaming. They couldn't believe they were truly seeing Shan Chuan. Only after hearing Shirtai and Pei Jin's voices did they confirm that Shan Chuan himself stood there. A rustling sound followed as everyone knelt on one knee. Greetings, General Shan, the 1785 voices rang out. Shan Chuan's face was expressionless, or rather invisible. Only the faint flames within his cloak flickered. Then a voice like rusted iron plates scraping together emerged. Get back to work. Shan Chuan floated before Shirtai and Pei Jin. Without waiting for their report, he cut straight to the chase. Jiangdong Province is in such chaos, and you two seem rather pleased with yourselves, eh? Chaos. Shirtai was utterly bewildered. Pei Jin, however, felt a strange sense of déjà vu. I've heard this somewhere before. I trusted you, so I handed everything over to you, allowing me to guard the front lines with peace of mind. But Shirtai, you have deeply disappointed me. 1,000 thoughts raced through Shirtai's mind in an instant. Pei Jin quietly watched him, as if seeing his own past expression mirrored on Shirtai's face. Identical. No difference at all. Pei Jin guessed that Shirtai was probably thinking, could it be that an old friend's child was taking the exam in Jiangdong Province and was accidentally eliminated? Just as Pei Jin had anticipated, Shirtai spoke with a hint of frustration. General Shan, I truly might not know the person you're referring to. So you Shi Tai are his ultimate backer. The scene that followed seemed to replay a previous moment. Pei Jin wanted to explain as well. But in the presence of Shi Tai and Shan Chuan, he was like a mere child utterly unqualified to interrupt. It wasn't until Shi Tai was bound and stuffed into a sack that he finally caught on. I understand now. I understand everything. Pei Jin thought finally you get it. It must be a problem with the top 100 on the leaderboard. Not the top 100. Then it's the top 10. It has to be Liao Shi. Absolutely, it's Su Ran. Come on, now's not the time for process of elimination. It's Lin Bufang. Pei Jin couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. Shan Chuan and Shi Tai both turned to him. Is that funny? The overwhelming pressure from the two made it hard for Pei Jin to breathe. General Shan, brother, Shi Tai, hey race, what happened? Pei Jin recounted the entire situation in detail and handed Lin Bufang's file to Shan Chuan. Shan Chuan glanced at it. Fake. Shi Tai and Pei Jin slapped their foreheads. General Shan, give us a minute, let us reintroduce Lin Bufang to you. I'm just giving you another chance. This is the last chance. An A-rank class. And a gunner at that. Reached level 10 within 3 hours on the first day. Then cleared the Dawn Sanctuary on hell difficulty in the afternoon. And reached level 18 the next day. Don't you use your brains when making up lies? If he could reach level 18 on the second day with all that time left, why did he only get to level 19? Are you saying that he, Lin Bufang, and a rank gunner spent 500 credits to lock his level at 19 during the college entrance sprint just to farm the Dawn Sanctuary, hell difficulty a few more times? To get that elusive martial god ring. Hell difficulty has a second phase boss. Don't you know how insane that is? The Dawn Sanctuary's second phase has never been cleared by anyone. Didn't you bother to investigate? These words made Shi Tai and Pei Jin lose some confidence. Right, why did Lin Bufang stay at level 19? Indeed, his experience bar was just 1 point shy of leveling up. Why? Shi Tai and Pei Jin exchanged glances and suddenly realized Lin Bufang hadn't just defeated the second phase boss. Once gaining immense rewards, he had even given up leveling to pursue even greater gains later. At this thought, their scalps tingled. A ruthless one. Utterly ruthless. It seemed they had never found Lin Bufang's limit. Shi Tai now felt his decision was absolutely right. With such talent and potential in Lin Bufang, if he took him as a disciple, without meeting his conditions, he might end up being beaten by Lin Bufang later. However, they also noticed a small detail. Lin Bufang had indeed been clearing hell difficulty, even completing the second phase multiple times. They hadn't investigated. But it seemed Shan Chuan hadn't investigated either. Footage. Alright, let me see. They'll see how you arranged this for him. I designed this path to divinity simulation myself to prevent you vermin from polishing trash players. If Lin Bufang shows any irregularity, both of you are fired. Get lost. And Lin Bufang out too. The next moment the scene played. At the start, Lin Bufang performed a lightning-fast reload. Shan Chuan's gaze was immediately drawn. He put all his free points in his speed. Did you two teach him that? Can't even play well yourselves, and you're teaching others. The next moment a gunshot rang out, and a bloodline shot from the back of a goblin's head, and it fell in a pool of blood. 1 shot, 1 kill. This time Shan Chuan fell silent. Second phase. 9 killed together in 1 shot. So the speed boost was intentional. His damage output was already high enough, and he even had ways to increase it further. Speed was the most cost-effective choice. Third phase. Instant kill. Fourth phase. Instant kill. The first 4 phases are no challenge. I hope you've told him how to handle the last 4. Fifth phase, instant kill. Sixth phase, instant kill. At the 7th phase, Shan Chuan's expression finally shifted. Dispel magic. Did he really clear the Dawn Sanctuary on hell difficulty? And solo, added Shi Tai. 8th level, no surprise, instant kill 3 at once. The monitoring room was dead silent. Shi Tai and Pei Jin stood obediently waiting for Shan Chuan to speak. After a long pause, Shan Chuan slowly said, Shi Tai, why didn't you report this to me? Shi Tai had selfish motives, so his eyes darted. I swear I was just about to report to you when you showed up. Pei Jin also swore alongside him. Indeed, Brother Shi did want to keep Lin Bufang for himself, but after seeing his potential, he chose to let go. He was just about to report when you arrived. After that, I couldn't get a word in. Well done. Shan Chuan's approval relaxed them slightly. What's his family situation? Hearing the words family situation, Shi Tai and Pei Jin felt a surge of joy knowing Shan Chuan was interested in Lin Bufang. After reporting truthfully, Shan Chuan's cloak nodded slightly. The 9th level is about to start. Let him get into the top 500 of the province first. Soon the 8th level ended entirely. Not long before, a small incident had occurred. A rather regrettable one. Liao Shi, ranked third on the level leaderboard, had sworn a poisonous vow. While challenging the 5th level, he wouldn't look at the leaderboard until he cleared the 8th level. But when he reached the 6th level, he couldn't resist a glance. That glance was a mistake. He was on the 6th level. Lin Bufang had already cleared 8 levels and was standing on the 9th watching hundreds of thousands of examinees perform below. No, this is impossible. Liao Shi's mental state completely collapsed. He lost focus and made a series of mistakes. An S-rank class was indeed terrifying. Even after multiple mistakes, he still stood firm. But in the top 3, even a small mistake cost several points, let alone repeated mistakes. His ranking began to plummet. In an instant, he fell out of the top 10. Still, he managed to reach the 8th level. But due to a major mistake, the elite combat master locked him in a smooth combo, leaving him suspended in midair. He was one-shot killed. Liao Shi's score was finalized. Eliminated. Outside the arena, many viewers in the live stream were watching Liao Shi. After all, he was 3rd place. Later, through his skills, he caught up and surpassed Su Ran to take 2nd place again. 2nd place in the province was still quite prestigious. But on the 8th level, a major mistake took him out. He could have easily secured a spot in the top 500 of the province, even top 10 or top 5. But he was too arrogant. Who can always succeed? A true strongman, a true strategist with great vision, must dare to face failure. That is real courage. Lin Bufang is strong, but can he stay that strong? Find a chance to surpass him at the national finals. Path to Divinity College Entrance Exam Simulation 8th level completed. Remaining participants 95548. Peijin made an announcement. From the 4th to the 8th level, though most examinees were eliminated, you need to know that the 9th level will eliminate 99 of you. In the end, perhaps fewer than 100 will stand on the 10th level. And only the first 500 examinees to reach the 10th level will enter the finals. Of course, as long as you dare to stand on the 10th level, you'll get 500 free points instantly. And what you don't know is that the first one to enter gets an extra 500 free points. 500 free points. For any examinee, it was unimaginable, equivalent to being several levels ahead at the same rank. Even for Lin Bufang, it was a huge number. He would need to level up twice to get that many free points. And these were extra points, meaning a massive lead over others. As for the extra 500 points for the first to enter, even Lin Bufang was driven wild. That totaled 1000 free points, roughly equivalent to wearing a permanent Lv1 epic equipment. And it didn't overlap with other epic gear. He was determined to get those 1000 free points. Everyone, you have 1 minute to equip and organize your gear. The countdown begins. When time is up, you'll be automatically teleported to the 9th level. Countdown begins. Lin Bufang swiftly put on a full set of mana gear. He placed the speed set in an easily accessible position with the 2 pieces of Orondos Insight jewelry also in the quick swap slot ready to activate at a moment's notice. At that moment, Peijin added a reminder. The 9th level has only one boss. No resurrection, no special mechanics. Just pure defense and health. The boss doesn't move, but has high damage output. So it tests not only your combat skills, but also your sustained damage output. Remember, no matter how high your burst, it's useless. Burst is useless. Lin Bufang noted that. But then he slipped the martial god ring onto his left hand. In his right hand, he raised the sovereign epic shotgun. Take my myriad strikes, 5-star ready. Petal burst, 11-star ready. One shot would unleash 46 pellets. If I pull out the sovereign plus the martial god ring, how will you, sir, respond? In the 9th layer, Lin Bufang opened his eyes only to see countless human corpses piled beneath his feet, surrounded entirely by bones. This world seemed to be constructed entirely of bones. The sky was dark and the view was hazy. In front of him, a massive flesh worm was slowly wriggling. Whether it was its rear or mouth, it continuously oozed a milky, white liquid, birthing egg sacs the size of kittens. Name: Soft Segment Worm Mother Boss. Level Lv15. Health 50 million. Physical attack 1000. Magical attack 1000. Armor 5000. Magic resistance 5000. Skills: Wriggle Egg Sac Ejection. Total: Hatching Summon Flesh Worm Gastric Lockdown 10 times. Description: a custom monster for the simulation of the path to ascension with average defense, extremely high health, and average damage. Slogan: treat your weapons with care, extract the full value of your equipment, and channel your 3 years of effort into action. It is not impossible to defeat the Worm Mother. Lin Bufang was also quite interested in the path to ascension. He had researched some materials and could basically draw a conclusion. The simulation of the path to ascension before him was a flawed version of a flawed version, resembling a tower climbing game, where the strength of monsters increased with each layer. In reality, every stage of the path to ascension was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. For instance, the first layer did not contain just one goblin, but an entire world filled with goblins. To clear the first stage, there was only one way to slay the entire world. Naturally, the simulation of the path to ascension could not directly present 10 worlds as examination content. There was also not enough time, so a few distinctive monsters were selected to evaluate and test the candidate's abilities in various aspects. His thoughts drifted in an instant. Lin Bufang was already standing before the flesh worm. The divine weapon ring on his left middle finger flickered slightly, while the sovereignty in his right hand was already pressed against the head of the soft segment worm mother. He violently pulled the trigger. 46 projectiles were fired with a bang. The sound of projectiles colliding with the sticky, bloody flesh echoed. An astronomical number flashed above the worm mother's head: 99999999. Its health bar plummeted from the right side to the left side, like a free-falling elevator. Kill boss soft segment worm mother, score 500. Clear the simulation of the path to ascension 9th stage, overall score SSS performance score 500. Current total score 2,119 points. The prompt has ended, the soft segment worm mother is dead, and its health bar continues to decline. 3 seconds later, the health bar finally reached 0. Lin Bufang felt a rush of exhilaration, as if every pore in his body had opened up. The damage output was simply delightful. Then he returned to the outside world, standing on the last step, the 10th stage. Freedom points, permanent, 500. Congratulations, you are the first candidate to reach the 10th layer, receiving an additional permanent 500 freedom points. Freedom points increased. Current freedom points 1,000. All acceleration. Speed 3,370. The moment his speed increased, Lin Bufang felt his body become light, as if he was about to ascend. At this moment, outside the arena in various live streaming rooms, the perspective was locked onto Lin Bufang. Almost all the streaming rooms. Lin Bufang has entered. The boss on the 9th layer has 50 million health. Lin Bufang quickly approached the boss. Is he going to deal damage at close range? His main weapon is a shotgun. This shotgun is quite exquisite. I wonder what quality it is. The damage of the shotgun is the same as that of ordinary weapons. I don't understand why he would give up the advantage of ranged output. Oh, what the heck? Wait, where is the boss's health bar? 999, 9999. What the hell? Seeing Lin Bufang one-shot the boss, all the hosts went crazy. The bullet comments in the live stream went wild too. The bullet comments filled the screen with question marks. Due to the sheer volume, the visuals even lagged. Fortunately, there were no more battle scenes afterward, and the camera focused on Lin Bufang's smiling face. In the examination room, Shirtai and Pei Jin stared blankly at the live footage before them. Even Shan Chuan was stunned for a full second. He's at level 19, right? Level 19, dealt 1 billion damage. This doesn't seem to be his limit because he only fired 1 shot. Shirtai and Pei Jin were still immersed in shock. Shan Chuan had already discovered the reason. Divine weapon ring. Sovereignty shotgun. If I'm not mistaken, he has at least 2 skills that enhance the number of projectiles. In the wilderness of Zhanghai City, there is a boss that can drop the skill projectile bloom. In the Goblin Rift, the dual gun goblin leader can drop the skill book Eat My Billion Hits. I think Lin Bufang must have obtained these 2 skills. Hearing Shan Chuan's words, Pei Jin felt completely dazed. Are we really living in the same world? Just look at his 18 years. The divine weapon ring was obtained through his own efforts. Pei Jin thought if he obtained the divine weapon ring at 18, why would he even participate in the college entrance examination? He could directly sell the ring in live life, freely buying whatever he wanted to buy and doing whatever he wanted to do. Not to mention Lin Bufang had also obtained an epic heirloom weapon. Pei Jin recalled that he only truly touched epic equipment when he reached level 60, while Lin Bufang got his epic heirloom at level 19. The gap was simply astonishing. Shirtai immediately raised a critical question. Even if he has all these combined with the divine weapon ring sovereignty, he couldn't possibly deal such damage. Shan Chuan's candlelight flickered slightly in his cloak. You two being able to reach today, I think luck plays a significant role. Don't you calculate the damage yourselves, eh? Shirtai quickly nodded. Oh, we'll calculate it now. Basic physical attack multiplied by penetration. Right, the sharpshooter has no penetration, so we must add the final damage from the divine weapon ring combined with the damage from the sovereignty projectiles. So his projectile count. How could his projectile count be so high? Shirtai calculated an extremely exaggerated number. Based on Lin Bufang's damage, his projectile count had to start at over 1,000. Shan Chuan shook his head helplessly. There can't be that many projectiles. 3 days wouldn't be enough time. In the footage, his projectile count was at most 50. So his basic physical attack power should not be less than 5,000,000. Upon this statement, Shirtai and Pei Jin fell into a deathly silence. Pei Jin was utterly stunned. He had a transcendent level talent at level 1. Shan Chuan, on the other hand, shook his head slightly. It can't be transcendent level. I've seen transcendent level talents before, and none of them were on this level. At the very least, he must be divine level. Divine level. Divine level. Shirtai and Pei Jin widened their eyes in unison, their mouths agape, as if they could swallow a whole watermelon. The path of ascension leads to godhood at its end. This is common knowledge. This kid has directly obtained one of the prerequisites for becoming a god right from the start, a divine level talent. He's truly lucky. Shirtai and Pei Jin were both watching Shan Chuan. The candle flame within Shan Chuan's cloak flickered rhythmically. Those who knew him well like Shirtai understood that he had genuinely begun to take a deep interest in Lin Bufang. Regardless, it's quite remarkable for an rank gunner to have made it this far. Given time, he might even surpass both of you. Therefore, he still needs someone to guide him. That said, this year's batch produced a transcendent level profession. We'll see how they perform in the finals. Shirtai and Pei Jin were aware of the transcendent level profession. They also knew that if Shan Chuan had no intention of taking Lin Bufang as an apprentice, he wouldn't have brought up that transcendent level profession at all. He would have simply ignored Lin Bufang. Uttering those words meant Shan Chuan was already prepared to take Lin Bufang as his disciple. As long as Lin Bufang didn't make a critical mistake, even if he fell short of that transcendent level profession, Shan Chuan would still take him in. Shirtai teased, "General Shan, if you take that Gao Xian as your apprentice, I think I could serve as Lin Bufang's guide." Shan Chuan turned his head to glance at Shirtai for the first time. He said nothing yet conveyed everything. 2 hours later, the 9th level officially closed. Final level remaining candidates from Jiangdong Province 898, Jiangdong Province College entrance exam score ranking 1st place. Lin Bufang 2119 points 2nd place. Su Ran 1510 points 3rd place. Luo Wenshan 1495 points. Pei Jin continued his address. This is the final level, and you will represent Jiangdong Province against 51365 candidates nationwide. Remember, only the top 100 will qualify for admission to Qingyan University. Next, the National Chief Supervisor Shirtai will address all candidates nationwide. On the 9th level, the 898 candidates felt the scenery shift before their eyes as the buildings of Jiangdong Province vanished. Their surroundings turned pitch black with only the steps beneath their feet remaining clear. Simultaneously, 58 paths of ascension appeared around them, gradually converging toward the center. Eventually, they merged into a single path of ascension. Lin Bufang looked up and saw the boundless starry expanse at the path's end. Countless shimmering stars gathered together like an inverted river in the night sky, dazzling and magnificent. The figures of his fellow candidates gradually came into focus, all of them gazing at the river of stars at the end of the night sky with hope and longing. Just then, Shirtai's bald head blocked the view of the starry river. This is the final level. Once you finish this wave, the college entrance exam is over. So let me first announce the national score ranking so you can see the gap in strength between you. National College Entrance Exam score ranking 1st place. Gao Xian 2122 points, level 25. Transcendent level Sagittarius 2nd place. Ding Shui 2120 points, level 24. SS rank Sorrowbringer 3rd place. Lin Bufang 2119 points, level 19, rank gunner. Lin Bufang glanced at the scores, feeling that the top 2 were nothing special. A transcendent level profession was merely so-so. At this moment, the popularity of Jiangdong Province's live stream began to wane as all provincial streams were switched to a national broadcast. Everyone could enter the national live stream and see the candidates' disparities through the introductions of the nation's top host. This ranking is quite interesting, don't you think? The 3rd place surprises me greatly. For an rank gunner to achieve 3rd place nationally is already astonishing. This year's exam is purely a test of strength, so don't question Lin Bufang's abilities. If he weren't strong enough, he would have been eliminated long ago. Therefore, his 3rd place position is unquestionable. Confirming this makes the situation truly remarkable. His 3rd place holds more substance than 1st or 2nd. After all, he's only level 19. Ahead of him are a level 24 and a level 25. As you all know, each level higher adds 1 point directly to the score. So in reality, the top 2 have a base score advantage of 5 and 6 points over Lin Bufang respectively. Thus, if we calculate it this way, assuming we subtract the level-based points from the 1st and 2nd places, they would both be completely crushed by Lin Bufang. Then Ding Shui in 2nd place would be 4 points lower than Lin Bufang, and Gao Xian in 1st would be 3 points lower. Remember, within the top 100, a single point can mean a difference of several, even a dozen ranks. Every candidate is a top-tier genius of Daxia. Nearly everyone achieved perfect scores in the first 9 levels. So after accounting for level factors, Lin Bufang is the true 1st place. Hearing this analysis, Jiangdong Province erupted in excitement. So Lin Bufang isn't just the top in our province. In terms of strength, he even surpasses the national first. Haha, there's not a single worthy opponent nationwide. In the night sky, Shirtai began explaining the rules. As is well known, although Daxia's territory is safe from the undead army, the undead race still looms over us like a dark cloud. Therefore, on the 10th level, you will face undead starting from level 20. Each of you will take a separate path, either alone or in a team, to confront a wave of undead. The power of the undead is immense, but when you go to the battlefield, you will face undead 100 times stronger than in this simulation. This is your chance to encounter the undead race. I recommend you form teams. If you don't, even the top 100 might be eliminated early. Never underestimate the power of the undead. Undead units include stealth units and even units that obstruct your vision. Imagine fighting blind. You'll have to rely entirely on your teammates. Don't worry about accidental death. After taking fatal damage, you'll have 5 seconds of invincibility to click and teleport out of the path of ascension. Each person has up to 3 chances. As for choosing to die voluntarily, don't be greedy. Staying alive is what matters. A 15-minute countdown begins now. Start forming teams. Killing one undead adds 1 point to your score, and there are other rewards for high-level players that I'll introduce later. The 15-minute countdown began. All 51365 candidates were teleported to the 10th level of the Path of Ascension. Compared to the first 9 levels, the space on the 10th level was excessively vast, enough to accommodate a battle of 100,000 people. At the start, all 500 candidates stood together, able to form teams with one another. The system provided chat and quick team formation options. After all 500 people was a massive number, and 15 minutes of on-site team formation wasn't nearly enough. In the built-in chat box, everyone's names were verified. S-rank mage looking for S-rank teammates only. S-rank warriors seeking teammates of equal strength. Lin Bufang looked around, but couldn't find Su Ran. He opened the chat box and typed, "Su Ran, come here. I'll carry you." Soon Su Ran saw the message and sent 3 private replies in quick succession. "I really can't let you carry me this time. You still have a score gap with 2nd and 3rd place. If I join you, it'll just be a burden. Lin Bufang, keep pushing. Aim for 1st place. Go forward on behalf of me, on behalf of the 898 candidates of Jiangdong Province, on behalf of everyone in Jianghai City, on behalf of everyone in Jiangdong Province. Go forward. 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 Forward." Lin Bufang naturally chose to go solo in order to achieve a higher score. Teaming up would mean sharing the score with others. As for danger, he was indifferent. The number of Ming Dao Si Ming 196790. The Ming Dao Si Ming was his trump card. However, he would never use it unless absolutely necessary. At this moment, the 1st and 2nd place began to argue in the chat box. The two planned to team up together. They chose to form a duo with a clear goal to stabilize their positions in the top 3. However, they encountered a disagreement regarding score distribution. "Gao Xian, I'm in 1st place, so I should get 60 of the score. You're in 2nd place. 40 is already very generous of me." Ding Shui was naturally unwilling to back down. "You're only an extraordinary level profession. I'm SS level, which isn't that far apart. We agreed on a 5,050 split. Why are you reneging on our agreement?" "Gao Xian, because I'm stronger than you. Stronger individuals should obtain more resources. That's the iron law of this world." The two argued for 5 minutes before ultimately choosing to part ways. In the end, Gao Xian decided to team up with a defensive warrior ranked 4th. He didn't forget to mention Lin Bufang. "You might as well team up with that, a rank gunner. His strength is said to be universally recognized as the strongest. I'm curious if you being 2nd and 3rd can even beat me." The students were buzzing with discussion. So arrogant. How incredibly arrogant. The 1st place actually wants the 2nd and 3rd to team up against him. Not to mention whether they could defeat him. Just that level of momentum meant Gao Xian had already won. As for Ding Shui, she was rather stubborn, directly calling out to Lin Bufang in the public chat. "Lin Bufang, we could form a team and monopolize the 1st and 2nd places, forcing Gao Xian to accept his position as 3rd. Perhaps he wouldn't even secure 3rd place." Lin Bufang expressed that this was none of his business. After considering it, he edited a message and sent it out. "To be frank, both the 1st and 2nd places are quite weak. I'll go solo and surely secure 1st place." Upon seeing these words, 50000 students erupted. "Damn, this kid is even more arrogant. He's completely disregarding the 1st and 2nd places. Ding Shui is a stunning beauty, yet he directly rejected her offer to team up. How could he dare to go solo as an output-type character with low defense?" Hearing that Lin Bufang planned to go solo, the 1st place Gao Xian immediately raised the stakes and abandoned his team up with the 4th place. "Fine, I'll go solo as well. I want to see if the 3rd place is truly that strong. Today I'm not competing for the top 10. Let's just see who can score more." And let's not forget, if I score more than you once we reach Qingyan University, you'll have to call me Dad every time you see me. Of course, if my score doesn't exceed yours, I'll call you Dad. Lin Bufang, it's a deal. Just as the wager was set. In the public chat, Ding Shui also set a bet, with Lin Bufang clearly upset about him rejecting her team-up offer. Lin Bufang, I'll go solo too. If your score is higher than mine once I reach Qingyan University, I'll call you Dad every time I see you. If you lose, you'll have to call me Mom every time you see me. Compared to Gao Xian's comments, Ding Shui's statement directly ignited the chat box. While that's not a punishment, it's clearly a reward for Lin Bufang. Ding Shui, I'll bet with you too. Oh, I lost. Mom. Mommy. Watching the screen filled with Mom, Lin Bufang felt utterly speechless. Everyone present was among the top geniuses of the Great Xia, each having undergone the baptism of battle. Wasn't it still too abstract? Countdown 59 seconds. In the final minute, the stone platform finally announced the rewards aside from the scores. As everyone knows, the scores you obtain can be converted into credits at the university you enter, allowing you to exchange for various rewards. And there must be a highest score in the college entrance examination, which is a score of 3,000 that 99% of students cannot attain. Of course, there may be a very few students who can surpass this score. Scores exceeding 3,000 will also count as college entrance examination scores, and they can likewise be converted into school credits. Moreover, as long as your score exceeds 3,000, you can enter free mode, attacking the undead faced by other students to gain additional points. The information provided by the stone platform was undoubtedly a bombshell. In simple terms, after reaching the 10th stage, each team would have to face a wave of undead alone. Once you finish your own, that's it. If you manage to reach 3,000 points early, you can directly attack the undead of other students and snatch their scores. Such a maneuver is typically unattainable for average students, but many among the top 100 or even the top 1,000 can achieve it. Furthermore, the college entrance examination scores are not only reflected in rankings. There are substantial rewards. That is to say, after the college entrance examination ends and you enter the university, your scores will be directly converted into school credits, which cannot be exchanged for money, but can be exchanged for valuable items that money cannot buy. 3,000 points is the upper limit, a score that 99% of students cannot reach, representing a total score as symbol. Truly strong students can surpass this score, obtaining more university credits and more rewards. Lin Bufang's ambition was already insatiable. Of course, initially, he planned to test the waters with his loyal M1919 to save on costs. On the other hand, Gao Xian and Ding Shui were already regretting it. Although going solo can yield higher personal scores, the upper limit is lower. It's much harder to reach 3,000 points in a short time when going solo. Even if one hits 3,000 points, snatching scores from other students is even harder. If I had known, I wouldn't have gone solo. This round will cost us so many points. In reality, at the 1-minute countdown, all students had already been teleported to different locations. Basically, they were separated by an invisible wall. Each team had its own space, yet different teams could still observe each other's performances. From a bird's eye view, one could see a circular defense formation composed of 500 people. The details were divided into countless individual lines, somewhat resembling a simplistic drawing of the sun, with many lines representing light. Countdown. The moment the countdown reached 0, under the pristine and flawless moonlight over the boundless Gobi, skeleton soldiers marched in formation from every direction. Flanking the skeleton soldiers were blue ghosts floating in midair. From a distance, details were indiscernible. As the skeletons drew nearer, the students collectively gasped in awe. These were far from the tattered skeletons of their imagination. Each skeleton soldier stood over 5 meters tall, with deep blue soul flames flickering in their eye sockets. Those wielding massive shields formed the front line. In the rear ranks were ranged skeleton soldiers, some holding staffs and others drawing bows. This was an army. Moreover, the attributes of every skeleton soldier were staggeringly formidable. 10 million health at the very least. 10,000 defense as a baseline. Their attack power isn't too high, still at 5,000 points. One skeleton soldier is manageable, but when a dozen charge in, who can withstand that? And there are ranged units. Plus that blue ghost stats are completely hidden. Who knows what abilities it possesses? At this moment, every student's heart was filled with trepidation. Especially those who, greedy for points and overconfident in their abilities, had formed teams of only half the maximum size, or even pairs, to earn more points. Their faces turned green with dismay. The undead army was still some distance from the defensive line. Nearly all the students were seeking optimal positions, preparing for a protracted battle. This included the first and second on the leaderboard. Gao Xian, clad in movement speed gear, planned to evade damage through agile footwork and deliver sustained output. Ding Shui, on the other hand, equipped herself with lifesteal and defensive gear intending to clear enemy damage dealers by attacking groups of monsters. Both of them, without exception, positioned themselves at the very rear, leaving the largest buffer zone for themselves. Only one person among the 50,000 examinees stood out as utterly incongruous. That was Lin Bufang. He carried a machine gun, but instead of waiting at the rear, he charged to the very front of the defensive line. Naturally, he wanted to test the machine gun's output. In theory, the M1919 fired 20 bullets per second, dealing far less damage than Sovereign, but with 5.0 physical attack, it was still quite decent. Moreover, the M1919's bullets cost nothing, virtually free, making it very economical. Next to Lin Bufang, on his left a 5-person team seemed tense, adjusting their formation. On his right a 10-person team, each within a rank or higher class, appeared completely at ease. The 10 of them coordinated perfectly, their offensive, defensive, and healing capabilities all top-notch. When they saw Lin Bufang, they also showed expressions of surprise. Their leader Ning Chao, an S-rank class and a top-tier defensive warrior, could tank damage so effectively that his teammates could output while lying down. He was quite resentful of Lin Bufang, the third-place holder. He felt that if he himself were an S-rank offensive class, the third-place spot would have nothing to do with Lin Bufang. And a rank gunner probably just lucky, and with good skills. Ning Chao shouted towards Lin Bufang, "Hey, you the one called Bufang, or whatever, don't rush. After we finish off our own undead army, well, come help you kill yours, ha." Several female members of his team covered their mouths, giggling. Ning Chao had no real intention of helping Lin Bufang. His meaning was clear. He was certain Lin Bufang wouldn't be able to finish off his own undead. Once Ning Chaos team finished theirs, they would come and steal Lin Bufang's undead, thereby claiming the extra score rewards. Looking at Ning Chaos' prematurely balding hair, Lin Bufang replied with a polite smile, "Classmate Mediterranean, it'll definitely help you all after I finish mine too. Classmates should help each other." The 5-person team to Lin Bufang's left watched the scene, feeling that only one phrase could describe it: a scene of such vibrant vitality and thriving competition. Ning Chao snorted coldly, believing Lin Bufang was just boasting. "Here they come, the skeleton soldiers. Everyone get ready. They'll tank the damage." Priest watched the damage dealers' positions. "My defense is very high, I can be healed last. Don't let the damage dealers get taken down. Damn, this skeleton soldier's damage is so high, heal me. This thing's defense is insane too." At the very front, there was only a single skeleton soldier. Ning Chao raised his shield to block the damage while his teammates fought desperately to output. The 5-meter skeleton soldier was overwhelmingly imposing. With each swing of its blade, it made Ning Chaos' legs tremble. His team's damage dealers were all equipped with superb gear, yet even so they struggled immensely, only managing to take down the first skeleton soldier after 10 seconds. They had to give it their all. If they didn't eliminate the skeleton soldiers entering their line, more would follow, including ranged units. If they didn't kill them one by one, they would soon be crushed by an entire army. Everyone understood this logic. After killing the first skeleton soldier, Ning Chao wiped the sweat from his brow. He turned around, wanting to show off in front of the girls, "See how solid my defense is." Nobody got hurt, right? But none of his teammates paid him any attention. Everyone was staring in the same direction. "Captain, look over there." Ning Chao followed his teammates' gaze towards Lin Bufang. By now, Lin Bufang had already stepped out of his own defensive line and charged directly into the skeletal army that had yet to reach his position. The machine gun in his hand roared, each bullet striking like a cannonball against the skeleton soldiers, shattering their bony frames. A single magazine later, only a pile of skeleton soldier corpses remained. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Damn, he took down over a dozen skeleton soldiers in an instant. This damage output doesn't add up. I want to report him. He's cheating. On Lin Bufang's side, the M1919's performance was quite impressive. Although it couldn't instantly kill a skeleton soldier, it was devastating. A few aimed bursts were enough to destroy one. Lin Bufang simply swept the gun back and forth, not needing to aim precisely. Facing the endless tide of skeleton soldiers, the roar of the machine gun echoed in his ears, bullets shattering one skeleton after another. These skeleton soldiers were tough, but not overly so. They were just tough enough. Each bullet was incredibly satisfying. Score 1, score 1, score 1. The sound of bullets thudding, the crunch of bones shattering into pieces. The sheer pleasure was beyond words. On Ning Chaos' side, he noticed a detail: a blue ghost was charging up its power. He glanced at its stats panel. The blue ghost's damage and defense weren't high, but it could dodge some attacks. It had a rather subtle skill called vision pollution. This must be the ability the platform examiner mentioned. It can make its target unable to see. Even if half of our 10-person team can't see anything, we can still maintain our combat effectiveness. For a lone gunner like him, if he can't see, it's game over. Sure enough, the next moment, the blue ghost finished charging. Its body dimmed slightly, and at the same time a blue hexagram array appeared under Lin Bufang's feet following his movements. Soon his eyes turned deep blue and everything before him vanished, replaced by a pure blue void. However, after losing his sight, Lin Bufang's other senses became sharper. He sidestepped, dodging an arrow. Then he looked at the dense array of boxes before him. No, his first instinct was that something was wrong. He seemed to have missed a crucial detail. As everyone knew, Lin Bufang's X-ray vision required the target to be obstructed before boxes would appear, and shooting within those boxes greatly increased accuracy. Now in his state of complete blindness, the entire screen was filled with boxes. But when I closed my eyes before, I didn't get this effect. Maybe it's because of the light. Regardless, Lin Bufang activated his X-ray vision on the spot, and boxes appeared everywhere in front of him. He planned to try covering his eyes with a cloth or wearing dark sunglasses later. In short, to use physical means to completely block his vision. Could it be that he could have boxes appear all the time? Lin Bufang didn't know. For now it was time for slaughter. The large boxes were the skeleton soldiers. The slightly smaller ones were ranged units like skeleton archers. The smallest were the blue souls. Lin Bufang, clutching his M1919, began a targeted elimination of the enemy's rear units. The blue soul took over a dozen bullets from Lin Bufang before dying only because it dodged a few. Score 1, then came the skeleton archers and skeleton mages. Rat-a-tat-tat. When shooting at units hiding behind skeleton soldiers, since Lin Bufang could see them normally, he had to take out the front line first. Now with Lin Bufang unable to see anything, he could directly hit the back line. It made perfect sense. A stream of bullets flew towards the skeleton soldiers in front. They raised their shields, preparing to block the frontal assault and provide their rear units with room to operate. But then a very bizarre scene unfolded. The bullets pierced straight through the skeletal soldiers, inflicting no harm, as if they were merely passing through air. The bullets sped forward, passing through over a dozen rows of skeletal soldiers until they stopped upon striking the skull of a skeletal archer. With a crack, the bullet shattered half of its skull. A single bullet inflicted a fatal wound, but did not immediately obliterate the skeletal archer. Yet a second, third, fourth bullet followed relentlessly, as if an endless barrage struck the skull in unison. At last the blue soul fire dimmed, and the shattered bones scattered across the ground. This was but a glimpse of the assault faced by countless skeletal archers. Countless bullets had penetrated the front line, mowing down the rear ranks like ripe wheat. Bones crunched as they shattered, fragments strewn everywhere. The frontline skeletal soldiers were stunned, raising their shields in confusion, realizing they could protect nothing. Scores increased steadily. Within minutes, all enemy units in the rear ranks were wiped out. Thus far, Lin Bufang had only lost 26 famed blades named Siming. The frontline skeletal soldiers posed no threat to him. Locked attacks were unavoidable, yet he handled these close combat strikes with ease. Number of Siming famed blades 196764. It is worth noting that this simulated challenge did not enhance attack power or accumulate Siming blades, as these monsters were soulless shells rather than true beings. Soon Lin Bufang inserted the gun barrel into the mouth of the last skeletal soldier, pulling the trigger with ferocity. The bullet shot down its throat, shattering the sturdy spine. Score increased by 1. Current score 3119. Lin Bufang glanced at the time. This was only the first wave, with 2 more to come. One wave consisted of 1000 monsters, equating to 1000 points. Roughly, this allowed a team of 10 to distribute a decent amount of points. Reaching 3000 points was difficult. Therefore, some players adopted aggressive tactics, forming teams of 5, or even 2, aiming to quickly reach 3000 points and steal points from others. Free mode activated, effective only for you. Now you may freely infiltrate other players' defenses and attack their undead creatures. This prompt had appeared before and re-emerged after Lin Bufang eliminated the last skeletal soldier of the first wave. Lin Bufang moved toward the adjacent position, taking a close look. Due to the overwhelming number of skeletal soldiers, 3 warriors blocked the defensive line, forcibly holding back the undead. This was essentially the unified tactic of the teams still able to fight. After all, if the undead army broke through the rear ranks, would be utterly destroyed. There was simply no way to withstand it. Dozens of archers would volley at once, wiping out the rear ranks, effectively ending the game. The busiest were the 3 healers. Their hands nearly cramped from continuous healing of the 3 warriors, while also monitoring damage dealers. If a damage dealer was hurt, their health had to be instantly restored. After all, damage dealers focused solely on offense due to their high attack power, leaving their defense sorely lacking. In the front, Ning Chao and the other 2 warriors saw nothing but a sea of blue, countless arrows striking their shields. Amidst the fireball spells was an unsettling infusion of dark magic, like countless tiny insects tearing at their bodies. They could only watch their health bars fluctuate, dropping then rising. Hold on, brother, endurance is victory. Trust our damage dealers. Seeing their hardship, Lin Bufang felt deep sympathy. I must lend a hand to my dear comrades. It is both my duty and obligation. Lin Bufang pulled a great sword from his backpack. It was a white-grade weapon of little practical use, but aesthetically pleasing, far sharper than mass-produced or finely crafted blades. Lin Bufang had originally planned to use it for slicing watermelons. Do not ask why a good blade was for cutting watermelons. A sharp blade and used for cutting or destruction is meaningless. He tore a corner of his clothing to cover his eyes. A blurry square frame appeared before him. Perfect. Darkening the color would make the frame clearer. Of course, there was no need to blindfold now. Standing behind the undead army, he raised the machine gun and unleashed a relentless burst of fire. Countless skeletal archers and mages before him were pulverized by the torrent of metal. Wherever the bullets passed, the undead had no chance to retaliate, reduced to piles of shattered bones. Soon Lin Bufang assisted Ning Chao's team by crushing all undead creatures of their first wave. Current score 3812. At this moment, Ning Chao and his 3 warriors still held their shields, guarding their comrades. The deep blue gradually faded to light blue, yet they could still not discern what was happening around them. However, their health bars never dropped again. Ning Chao was deeply moved. Turning to his teammates, their shadows gradually became clear. Brothers, you did it. Our bond is invincible. I thank you for your damage output. At that moment, a faint voice came from behind him. No need to thank me. We're all on the same side. Turning around, he saw Lin Bufang. The only reason Lin Bufang appeared within his defense line was that he had surpassed 3 0 points, allowing him to attack other players' undead creatures. He glanced behind Lin Bufang, where fragments of shattered bones littered the ground. Ning Chao felt helplessly tearful. Those were all my points. Lin Bufang continued. Mediterranean classmate, you all are so kind. I'm a bit embarrassed to farm monsters for you, but since these points belong to you and you promised to help me, I naturally would not stand idly by. Counting on his fingers, Lin Bufang tallied the score. I can only accept these 693 points with tears. Ning Chao was already red with anger, but given the reality of strength having provoked Lin Bufang first, he could only obediently accept the boomerang return. Thank you, Lin classmate. No problem, don't worry. You need not rush. I'll come back to help with the second wave, so you won't have to struggle so hard. Lin Bufang clenched his right fist and struck his chest twice. With me here, you will suffer no harm. Ning Chao's mood collapsed, as did his teammates. Why pick a fight with the nation's 3rd strongest? Just look at how the rank profession took 3rd place. You know how broken he is. At this point, with 10 people neither willing to quit nor continue fighting, it was as if a stubborn mind had become blocked at both ends. At this moment, the 5 classmates to Lin Bufang's left encountered danger. This was truly perilous. Their team of 5 consisted of 1 warrior, 1 healer, and 3 damage dealers. On Ning Chaos' side, 3 warriors barely managed to withstand the onslaught. With only 1 warrior, how could they possibly endure the damage? A relentless barrage of arrows and fireballs struck during the warrior's skill cooldowns, causing his health to plummet perilously. It seemed he could not hold out much longer. At that moment, a mage donned defensive gear and stood beside the warrior. I wonder if I can withstand this, he muttered. A mage abandoning damage output to share the burden with the warrior. This was a desperate measure. The 2 resisted the damage together, but it only stabilized the situation briefly. A mage's defenses were inherently too low. Soon he could no longer endure. On the verge of death, he chose to retreat from the 10th tier. Losing 1 meant a total collapse. The undead horde surged through the breach in the defense line like a dark tide. It would not be long before the remaining 4 students were eliminated as well. Just then, the low rumble of a machine gun echoed from afar. The damage raining down on the warrior visibly diminished in an instant. Before long, he no longer had to worry about the enemy's backline assaults. For a figure had emerged amidst the undead legion, clutching a machine gun and sweeping through the surrounding skeleton soldiers. Score 1, score 1, score 1. Behind him, Lin Bufang noticed enemies closing in from all sides. He pondered for a moment. Since he had no recoil, accuracy was hardly a concern amid the monster horde. He simply raised the machine gun above his head and spun in place, sweeping in all directions. In the distance, Ning Chaos' jaw nearly dropped at the sight. Holy shit, I actually know that guy. Bro. He really did it. There's a cheat, folks, a real cheat. 5 minutes later, Lin Bufang had helped the student on his left eliminate most of the monsters, leaving a few behind deliberately. This was the finals of the college entrance exam. Lin Bufang represented not only himself, but also Jianghai City and Jiangdong Province. He could not afford to go too far. Further ahead, more scores awaited him. Time was tight, and the task was heavy. He had to end this swiftly. Exam scores could be converted into university credits, which, as Lin Bufang knew, were exceedingly difficult to obtain. The reason was simple: university credits could directly exchange for epic-grade equipment of one's class, highlighting their rarity. and this year's exam actually allowed scores to be converted into such credits. Moreover, the 10th tier offered extra scoring opportunities for top-tier professionals like him. Such a chance might come only once in a lifetime. He had to give it his all to secure more points. This round, Lin Bufang earned 500 points. Current score 43-12, then he dashed off into the distance. Behind him, heartfelt thanks echoed, "Thank you, bro." Lin Bufang had only one goal to claim both glory and reward, everything. By aiding classmates on the brink of elimination and slaying vast numbers of undead, he could amass substantial points without reproach. After all, if they were eliminated, their monsters would vanish too. Why not take them? As for those who could handle their own battles, Lin Bufang naturally levied a small tax. When passing by, it would be a disservice to himself not to take a little. In such cases, he took only a modest amount, a taste of 100 points. There was no need to waste time on conflict. Points were what truly mattered. But if he encountered those who rudely told him to leave or displayed hostility, Lin Bufang would offer thorough assistance, leaving not a single undead for them. Time passed swiftly. After an hour, Lin Bufang had only covered over 30 defense lines. Among them, 3 who had provoked him directly received a complete sweep, leaving them with 0 points. There were also many who could not cope, and Lin Bufang helped them secure more points later. For teams that could manage, neutral ones, he took only a little, avoiding unnecessary conflict. Thus, Lin Bufang inadvertently amassed 11580 points. Current total exam score 15901 points. This was just the beginning. The first wave allowed ample time for combat lasting 3 hours. If the wave was not cleared in 3 hours, all monsters would vanish, making way for the second wave. So even if one could not defeat them, surviving the 3 hours would still yield more points later. Each defense line fought independently. After an hour, some naturally ventured beyond their own lines to slay undead and others. But none could match Lin Bufang, who had penetrated over 30 lines. The fastest among the rest had not even left the third. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast, the camera had locked onto Lin Bufang. All viewers watched in awe as Lin Bufang weaved through the defense lines, machine gun raised above his head, his feet barely touching the ground, dashing from one spot to the next. Holy crap, Lin Bufang's speed is insane. How is he so fast? The camera can barely keep up. He's killed so many undead by himself. And he's not just killing randomly. He's prepared specifically, helping classmates who can't handle the monsters. What a mutual effort, especially when they saw Lin Bufang spinning with the machine gun above his head. The live chat flooded with question marks. Lin Bufang. He's spinning. I feel like these undead aren't enough for him to kill. With so many kills, I wonder what his score is. The 10th tier did not update scores in real time. The scoreboard would only reveal total points after the third wave ended, when the exam officially concluded, to prevent students from being distracted by rankings and affecting their combat performance. In the second hour, on the other side, Gao Xian and Ding Shui, previously ranked first and second in score, emerged from their positions. The broadcast gave them a few seconds of screen time. An extraordinary class and an SS class professional are truly terrifying. They actually fought their way out alone. But it's a pity Lin Bufang broke out 2 hours ago. Gao Xian, looking at his score of over 300 points, felt invincible. Why? He was soloing, so he didn't need to share points with teammates. This meant that although his early progress and score lagged, all subsequent points were his alone. As he left the defense line, his combat range expanded greatly. When the second wave of undead appeared, he could directly circle around to strike the enemy backline, saving considerable time. These were his advantages. Maybe I can still break into the top 10, or even the top 3 all by myself. Teaming up to secure the top 3 demonstrated strong teamwork. But achieving it alone would be a testament to his overwhelming personal strength. Honestly, Ding Shui in second place thought the same. Both of them even imagined that the live camera was now fixed on them, and they had to perform well, not letting the nation down. In reality, the camera only gave them 3 seconds before shifting its focus back to Lin Bufang. On Lin Bufang's side, he was already far from his own defensive line. Along the way, he collected every tax he could and was determined to help those he couldn't defeat. Anyone daring to provoke Lin Bufang would receive his full assistance. Due to time constraints, by the second hour, the undead army had dwindled significantly. With 10 minutes left in the third hour, Lin Bufang returned to his defensive line. After all, if undead creatures penetrated deep into the defensive line and survived for a certain period, they would also be deemed eliminated. Only then did Lin Bufang calculate the points he had earned. For 2 hours, he never paused, pushing his speed beyond 300 to its limits. The barrel of his M1919 remained red-hot, scorching throughout. Fortunately, this weapon wouldn't break, otherwise it would have been ruined long ago. As for the repair cost, to be honest, Lin Bufang didn't mind that small sum. Every bullet held value, all converted into points. In these 2 hours, Lin Bufang earned an additional 2,000 points, even reaching 25,000. Current total college entrance exam score 41707 points. With a total of 3,000 points available, Lin Bufang had amassed over 4,000. And this was only the first wave. The first wave has officially ended. All undead have vanished. The second wave will begin in 30 minutes. Please rest well. Completion reward for the first wave, 100 bonus points 100, total 41807. The second wave commenced immediately. This time Lin Bufang didn't rush to fight his own undead army. Instead, he directly teleported to Ning Chaos side next door. The faces of Ning Chaos group of 10 turned green. Since most of their first wave points had been taken by Lin Bufang, they couldn't possibly reach 300 points, thus unable to step outside their defensive line. So they could only watch helplessly as Lin Bufang slaughtered their undead. They could do nothing. Ning Chaos' eyes reddened, blazing with fury. He shouted with a heart-wrenching cry. "No, you can't do that. My dear skeletal mage, run. Skeleton soldier, why do you look so excited? This feeling is wrong. Tell me this isn't what you want. No. Skeletal archer, why are you cooperating with him in that pose? I can only watch. Just watch. Someone like me would be better off not being here. I'm sorry I can't do anything. Let him replace me and give you happiness." By the end, Ning Chao was sobbing uncontrollably, kneeling on the ground and crying loudly. He was literally beaten to tears by Lin Bufang. Beside him, his teammates were full of question marks. Wait, the more I listen, the more something feels off. These undead aren't your wife. Well, it doesn't seem that different. Ning Chaos group of 10 could only watch as Lin Bufang slaughtered all 100 undead without even having a chance to touch them. They didn't dare to quit the exam hall, even though if they did, the undead army facing them would automatically disappear and Lin Bufang wouldn't get those points. But if they did nothing, they could still get the guaranteed 100 points. If they left, they would get nothing. In contrast to Ning Chaos Agony, the other group of 5 stood in a row acting as cheerleaders for Lin Bufang. "My bro Fang is awesome. This gun is so cool. Lin Bufang, our undead army, is coming. Come help us. Take all the points you want. Look at them. Then look at Ning Chao." With that attitude, Lin Bufang would surely let a few more skeleton soldiers attack them. After clearing the skeleton soldiers on his left and right, Lin Bufang earned an additional 1857 points. Current total college entrance exam score 43564 points. With another flanking maneuver to hit the backline, Lin Bufang also wiped out his own skeleton army. Another full 1000 of them. That's another 1000 points. Then Lin Bufang repeated his previous steps, but this time he didn't advance blindly. He had figured out the students around him, who were neutral, who were hostile, and who were friendly. No need to waste any more time. Collect taxes. Annihilate completely. Help. All in one smooth motion. Therefore, during the 3 hours of the second wave, Lin Bufang broke through 30 defensive lines in advance, charging into other lines to fight. In the second wave, besides his own defensive line and those of his neighbors, Lin Bufang earned more points than in the first wave. 31756 points. Current total college entrance exam score 75320 points. 75000 points. Lin Bufang knew he had hit the jackpot, a truly massive gain. Not only that, but there was also the third wave, the final one. By now, the outside world had also recovered from the shock of Lin Bufang's output. They discovered that Lin Bufang not only had high output, but also possessed terrifying speed. Not only was his speed abnormal, but there were also 2 key issues. First, how did Lin Bufang maintain such high combat prowess even when his vision was lost? In fact, when he lost sight, his output became even more ferocious. Second, why was Lin Bufang's health bar always at its minimum? Due to Lin Bufang's attack speed, casting speed, and reaction speed being too fast, the live broadcast footage was difficult to analyze in real time. The host found these questions extremely perplexing. For the first question, it's possible that Lin Bufang has a skill to resist vision loss. This is easy to understand. Although such skills are rare, and almost no one prepares them in advance to counter this, the probability is not 0. For the second question, I think there are 3 possible answers. First, it's purely Lin Bufang's skill. He truly hasn't been hit once. Second, he might have a life-saving skill. Third, he is not only incredibly skilled, but also possesses a life-saving skill. As for the real answer, opinions varied. In the national examination room, Shirtai and Shan Chuan stared wide-eyed. Shan Chuan's expression was unreadable, but his candle flame flickered wildly. Shirtai's expression was truly exaggerated, as if he had seen a ghost. Damn it, this kid has died at least 1,000 times. How the hell did he manage that? What life-saving skill can be used 1,000 times? Lin Bufang glanced at the number of his Ming Dao Si Ming life-saving talisman. Number of Ming Dao Si Ming 195686. They wouldn't run out, not at all. At this rate, even if Lin Bufang used Ming Dao Si Ming every second, it would take him 2 days and 2 nights to deplete them. The second wave ended, followed by another half-hour break. Even Lin Bufang used this time to rest. Continuously running and shooting for 3 hours was extremely exhausting. Fortunately, it was all worth it. Second wave ended. Points 100. Current total 75420 points. When the second wave ended, the previous first and second place contenders Gao Xian and Ding Shui were silently calculating their scores. Their progress was similar. Over 2 waves and 6 hours, they had eliminated undead from approximately 15 nearby defensive lines. My score is close to 9000. My score is close to 9000. The advantage is mine. The advantage is mine. Lin Bufang might as well await his doom. Lin Bufang might as well await his doom. Oh, and Ding Shui too. Oh, and Gao Xian as well. The third wave begins, also the final wave. In the last wave, Lin Bufang's pioneering efforts laid a solid foundation for the second wave. By the third wave, he was even more adept, executing the entire operation with seamless fluidity. On Ning Chaos side, they hadn't left a single one for those 10 people. The latter were truly crying in desperation, but could do nothing about it. Taxation. Bro, you're here again. Thank you, classmate Lin Bufang, for clearing the blue souls and taking out the back line. Take care now, don't trip. Killing without mercy. Classmate, I was wrong. Look at this mouth of mine. Can you leave a few for us? Leave some leeway for future encounters, Lin Bufang. You're going too far. Helping classmates who couldn't keep up. Thank you, big brother, you've worked hard. Classmate, you've finally come. Oh, we've been waiting for you so long. You're such a kind person, classmate, even leaving a few for us. Could I get your contact info? They'll treat you to seafood when we get out. Soon the third wave ended. Lin Bufang was also searching for Su Ran's position, but she seemed to be far away. The third wave took Lin Bufang farther than ever, yet he still couldn't find Su Ran's defensive line. He hoped she was doing well. Gold coins 500, balance 4291865 Browning, M. 1919A, 4 machine gun durability restored from 02000 to 2002. Lin Bufang had repaired his machine gun's durability countless times, spending nearly 1,000,000 coins. The results were astonishing. In the third wave, Lin Bufang directly grinded his way to a score of over 5,000. This shattered the previous score records by a wide margin. The limit. It was already the limit. Current total college entrance exam score 128,689 points. Third wave and score 100. Current total 128,789 points. Finally, the last wave had also ended. Over 3,000 students were panting heavily, some utterly exhausted, lying motionless on the ground, as if they had already passed on. In the gray sky, the bald head on the stone platform emerged once more. The final wave is over. A total of 51365 candidates participated in the ultimate finals, and 26786 remain. Now the rankings will be announced. Televisions across the nation turned their lenses to the sky, all eager to capture the first image of the leaderboard. Everyone was filled with anticipation for the final score list. The previous first place Gao Xian and second place Ding Shui, along with all other students, gazed at the leaderboard with hopeful eyes. Gao Xian's expression was slightly relaxed as his total score had exceeded 1,000 points. Ding Shui's expression was also relatively at ease as her score had also surpassed 1,000 points. They believed that in the first wave they had fallen behind other students. In the second wave they had caught up. In the third wave they would surpass them. National College Entrance Exam score ranking first place. Lin Bufang 128,789 points, level 19, A-rank gunner second place. Gao Xian 14578 points, level 25, transcendent rank Sagittarius third place. Ding Shui 14569 points, level 24, Assistus rank messenger of sorrow. Seeing Lin Bufang in first place, Gao Xian and Ding Shui felt as if their scalps were about to explode. They even forgot to breathe. He surpassed us by 1,000 points. How on earth did he do it? The expressions on Gao Xian and Ding Shui's faces were extremely vivid. Before the finals, they had made a bet with Lin Bufang. The loser upon entering Qingyun University would have to call him dad every time they saw him. And in front of all the students. All 1,000 freshmen of this year had witnessed their bet. Gao Xian's mouth twitched uncontrollably, and he slapped himself with a sharp crack. Slap, slap, slap. He hit himself several times in a row. A nearby classmate couldn't bear to watch. Classmate Gao, don't do this. Don't do this. Classmate Gao. Ding Shui, on the other hand, stared blankly at the leaderboard, her mind completely blank. And on major television stations and live streaming platforms across the nation, Lin Bufang's name in the camera shots was incredibly conspicuous. Question marks and expletives flooded the live stream comments like a stampede of thousands of troops. They had watched the live broadcast throughout, and although they had guessed Lin Bufang's score, they never expected it to be this high. 6. The scores of the top 9 combined barely match his alone. These points can all be converted into university credits. Think of all the good stuff he can redeem. I'm drooling with envy. Inside the examination grounds, the stone platform had actually projected himself into this simulated examination ground. He noticed something strange. The exam had ended. Why were these students still standing here, not leaving? You can all go out now. What do I have to treat you to a meal or something? Many students laughed. They began looking for the exit option. However, they found that there seemed to be no such function at all. One student shouted into the sky, "Teacher, we can't find the exit option." The stone platform realized something was amiss. After confirmation, indeed, for some unknown reason, all the students truly could not exit the examination grounds. Everyone please stay calm. We are handling the situation. Outside the grounds, the stone platform and his team were running around frantically. They consulted with several elders of Qingyun University for a thorough investigation, but could not find any anomaly. So they began to analyze the underlying logic. The 10th tier corresponds to the world of the undead race. To accommodate over 500 candidates, this examination ground was designed to fundamentally replicate some of the underlying logic of the undead realm. So where exactly is the problem? Only Shan Chuan silently stared into the distant sky, saying nothing. 5 minutes later, inside the examination grounds, the space here was actually quite vast. However, at this moment, at the edge of their vision, an endless darkness began to devour the light from all directions, advancing towards the center. Feeling that dense, deathly energy, beads of sweat dripped profusely from the stone platform's head. This was a discarded logic from the examination grounds. In the second version of the 10th tier of the college entrance exam, a shrinking circle mechanic had been proposed for the exam. The idea was to retain only the strongest few in a final circle, thereby cultivating true powerhouses. However, this decision had ultimately been vetoed by Shan Chuan. One person's strength is far from enough. They had to cultivate enough powerhouses to overwhelm quality with quantity. The stone platform and others found this puzzling because Shan Chuan had once saved all of Daxia single-handedly. Logically, he would most want to see another person reach his heights. But only Shan Chuan knew how arduous his own journey had been. Everything was irreplicable. Not everyone could possess his abilities, nor did everyone have his vision. Although he was an idol for many professionals, he still didn't believe in individual heroism. From the current situation, it seems some bug has been triggered, activating the shrinking circle mechanism. When the circle is shrinking, those not inside the final ring cannot exit the examination grounds. The stone platform breathed a sigh of relief. He addressed the students. Everyone just needs to move towards the center, and you'll be able to leave. The mechanism was simple. Once the final circle was reached, the darkness would cease its spread, and a teleportation channel would open. Lin Bufang walked through the crowd toward the center. Along the way, he could still hear the laughter and chatter of his classmates. Some were discussing how strict the Qingyun University entrance exam would be. Others talked about the bustling capital city of Qingyun. Those who hadn't ranked within the top 100 wore expressions of disappointment. Those who were more optimistic or whose expectations hadn't been set on the top 100 were equally joyful. Entering the top 3000 still meant a bright and brilliant future. Soon all the students arrived at the final circle, packed tightly together. As luck would have it, Su Ran found Lin Bufang and sidled up to him. "Hey, I might not have made the top 100, but I'm in the top 1000. Pretty impressive, huh?" Su Ran was truly an enigma. She could have chosen a mainstream profession and lived comfortably with her family's modest wealth, yet she insisted on competing with Lin Bufang and picked the gunner class. However, fortune smiled upon her. She awakened and scrayed celestial punishment gunner. Had she chosen another path, she might not have achieved such a high quality. Who could truly explain the whims of fate? Lin Bufang still felt she was better suited to support roles. In his view, girls should stay behind and be protected, not engage in dangerous endeavors. Despite being scrayed, Su Ran's equipment was merely average, just a full set of divine artifacts. Still, securing a spot in the top 1000 amidst the terrifying prodigies was no small feat. Lin Bufang gave her a thumbs up. "Awesome." Su Ran beamed with joy. She realized this was perhaps the first time she had ever received his approval. "When we get to Qingyun University in a few days, I'll take you to Yin High Street. There are tons of delicious foods there, super tasty, you know." A look of longing filled Su Ran's eyes. She seemed to envision herself leading the bewildered Lin Bufang through bustling streets and admiring the moon by the lantern-lit river. She would explain everything he didn't understand or had never seen, though perhaps not too easily. She'd make him beg her first before revealing the answers. Listening to Su Ran's melodious voice, Lin Bufang found it hard to concentrate. He had brushed shoulders with death several times. Each trigger of his famed blade brought him one step closer to the end. Thus, his sensitivity to danger far exceeded that of ordinary people. The tide of darkness brought him an acute sense of crisis. Noticing his gaze, Su Ran's eyes crinkled with a hint of a smile. "Don't worry, Lin Bufang. The teacher said it will stop automatically." Lin Bufang remained silent. Su Ran fell quiet too. She also sensed something amiss. Soon the crowd grew restless as they too realized something was wrong. The darkness upon reaching the final circle did not stop. Instead, it continued to creep toward the center, even accelerating. Lin Bufang grabbed Su Ran's arm and pulled her behind him, shielding her. As she watched the encroaching darkness in his back, a suffocating, inexplicable emotion swelled in her chest. Outside, Shirtai clenched his fists so hard that his fingernails dug into his flesh, yet he could find no cause. Then Shan Chuan spoke. "This is the work of the undead race." Shirtai's expression froze in shock. "Impossible. Even a demigod-level undead cannot invade the simulated path of ascension." Shan Chuan said nothing. He placed his right hand on his left arm, and with a gentle twist wrenched it off. Then he hurled it into the void before him. The white bone arm vanished into the void, only to reappear above the 10th tier of the examination grounds. It shot down into the very center of the final circle, embedding itself deeply into the ground, leaving only 5 ghastly white fingers exposed. A faint milky white radiance spread in all directions. When it met the encroaching darkness, it held it at bay, stopping its advance completely. Shirtai's face darkened instantly. Could it be? An undead god has invaded the simulated path of ascension. Shan Chuan nodded. Yes, the 10th tier is the domain of the undead. They exploited the loopholes in our rules to forcibly activate the poison zone, and its power has grown stronger. What does that mean? This time Shan Chuan wasn't addressing Shirtai. His voice echoed across the 10th tier of the path of ascension. "Old friend, since you are here, why skulk in the shadows?" Sure enough, the next moment, 3 massive gates slowly materialized before the 26786 examinees. The students couldn't find words to describe the appearance of these gates. They seemed to emanate from the very antithesis of life, with a dense aura of death washing over them. Each gate evoked a distinct sensation, yet they all shared a common thread. The first represented darkness and eternity. The second embodied gravity and corruption. The third symbolized howls and death. From behind the gates, 3 deities emerged. Erebus appeared as a humanoid figure formed from boundless murky black mist, his outline hazy and void-like, faceless and featureless. Enlil resembled a towering mountain. From afar one felt as though their body was crushed under 1,000 peaks, unable to move. Nurgle took the form of a massive ear. At its tip, countless blood-red veins formed a grotesque, indescribable monstrosity, as if composed of myriad vengeful spirits. Even from a distance, the air was filled with piercing shrieks. Outside, Shirtai's eyes blazed with fury. The undead race has clearly been plotting this for a long time. Their goal is to wipe out the top geniuses of Daxia. If all 26786 examinees perished, Daxia's fresh bloodline would be severed. The impact wouldn't just affect a single year. It would take many years to recover. Initially, Shirtai wasn't worried. But when he learned that even Shan Chuan couldn't enter the 10th tier, only despair remained. If Shan Chuan couldn't handle it, who could? Shan Chuan briefly introduced the 3 enemies to the students. Simply put, they were 3 gods. Students, this is a new trial. You will face 3 deities from the undead race. You must hold out for at least 1 hour. After that, we can rescue you. The students were utterly dumbfounded. Us, at a maximum level of 25, fight gods. And hold out for an hour. Do you think the gods are fools? Fortunately, there was good news. They entered using the exam rules, so they are also bound by the restrictions of the 10th tier. Currently, their maximum level is locked at 20. Moreover, these are not their true bodies, but avatars. Therefore, their actual strength is not that formidable. Lin Bufang checked the status panels of the 3 gods. Name: Enlil, level Lv1, HP 100, physical attack. Armor. Magic resistance. Skills. Description: simulated ultra-powerful BOS level undead creature on the path of ascension, unregistered system error. Defeat yields 1000 points instantly. Dude, I can't even see the stats, and you call this not that strong. Yet Lin Bufang's attention inevitably lingered on the description. It could drop 1000 points. Suddenly, he developed a keen interest in taking down the god's avatar. Shan Chuan quickened his speech, introducing the abilities and weaknesses of the 3 gods. Their power is also their weakness. As long as someone among you meets the corresponding standards, there is still a glimmer of hope. Erebus will plunge you into darkness, leaving you unable to see your surroundings, and even plunging you into hallucinations. Nurgle, as long as a sound is made, even the sound of an attack against him, you will be instantly killed. Of course, the probability is only 50. Enlil possesses a power similar to gravity. For warrior class professions with attack power below 100, it is extremely difficult to lift their weapons. The same applies to archers and gunners, but these two professions are even more constrained. You will be unable to knock new arrows or reload your firearms. Furthermore, if your speed does not exceed 200 points, you will essentially be unable to move. Moreover, when you attack, you may suffer several times the damage and recoil. Think of it as a rebound effect. In summary, Enlil will prevent you from lifting your weapons, reloading ammunition, and moving. Now the countdown begins. 59 minutes 59 seconds. Good luck. Upon hearing that they were only avatars at level 20, many students breathed a sigh of relief, some even feeling a hint of excitement. How fun it would be to challenge a high-level boss, especially a god. However, upon hearing the rest, they were all plunged into despair. They seemed to truly understand what it meant to be a deity. They could see nothing and would be plagued by hallucinations. Just making a sound meant a 50 chance of death with no exceptions. Instant annihilation. The third one, named Enlil, was even more monstrous, possessing 3 terrifying abilities: immobility, inability to lift weapons, and inability to reload ammunition. How are we supposed to play this? They might as well just declare victory. After fighting for 9 hours, the students were utterly exhausted. Now they had to face the avatars of 3 gods with no chance of victory. Many students simply lay on the ground surrendering. Lying still and making no sound might buy them a few more moments of life. Amidst the boundless despair, only one person seemed unconcerned, even a little excited. That person was Lin Bufang. Darkness. Sorry, he had X-ray vision. The darker it was, the better he could see. Unable to move with speed below 2000. Sorry, Lin Bufang's speed exceeded 3000. Can't lift weapons with attack power below 1000. Sorry, Lin Bufang's attack power was 5000. Can't reload new ammunition. Sorry, Lin Bufang had auto-reload. Recoil infinitely amplified. Sorry, Lin Bufang had no recoil. Death upon hearing a sound. Sorry, Lin Bufang had a silencer. Besides, even if he couldn't withstand some of those effects, Lin Bufang still had over 1900 blades of fate. Therefore, while the others were in chaos and despair, Lin Bufang told Su Ran to wait where she was and stealthily approached the 3 gods. The 3 gods seemed in no hurry. They strolled leisurely, as if toying with their prey or savoring the despair of lower beings. Enlil's gravity field engulfs the world. In an instant, all 267A5 examinees were pinned to the spot, unable to move a muscle, because at this level, no one had allocated free points to speed. Moreover, that threshold was 2000 speed points. Only a few had skills to increase their speed, and even then they could only move sluggishly. With just one skill, the game was effectively over. The students lost all ability to counter. How could they fight if they couldn't even move? Erebus darkness engulfs the world. At that moment, everything returned to darkness. Without exception, none of the students could see a thing. Their vision was filled only with pitch-black darkness. As for Lin Bufang, he was already within arm's reach of the 3 gods, and he didn't stop. The 3 gods simply watched him, a look of amusement on their faces. They sensed no threat from Lin Bufang at all. It was like looking at an ant underfoot. Outside the arena, everyone was astounded that Lin Bufang could still move. Holy crap, his speed is over 2000. Right, he did show incredible speed before. Does that mean there's still hope? No, he can't see anything now. Hallucinations will follow, and he won't even have a chance to reach the 3 gods. At this moment, even Shirtai felt a deep sense of despair. Facing an enemy this powerful, facing a god, not even being worthy of standing before them. How utterly insignificant that was. On the screen, Lin Bufang continued forward. That's it. Wait, is Lin Bufang heading in the right direction? Everyone was astonished to find that Lin Bufang's path had never deviated. Even Shan Chuan was surprised. How is he finding his way in the darkness? Soon Lin Bufang was right in front of the 3 gods. But then he stopped. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Lin Bufang has entered the illusion. In this state, even if he closes his eyes, he can't reject the scenes in the illusion. He can see everything. In the examination monitoring room, Shirtai thought an illusion was no big deal. He's right next to the gods. With his damage output, he might still stand a chance. But Shan Chuan shook his head, and his next words sent chills down everyone's spines. What if in the illusion the 3 gods transformed into the people you love, most the ones you once swore to protect? Would you still be able to strike them down? Lin Bufang's eyes were open, but he saw nothing but endless darkness and 3 rectangular frames. Suddenly, a dim light flickered from the ceiling in the darkness. Gradually, everything around him was illuminated. On the pristine white bed sheets, his younger sister Lin Ying sat cracking sunflower seeds while his parents stood on either side smiling at him. Bufang, you did it. You came first in the college entrance exam. You are our pride. We are so proud of you. Lin Bufang felt a bit dazed, trying to find flaws in this seemingly real scene. Outside the window, a tree full of blossoms swayed gently, their colors soft and harmonious. The air carried a faint fragrance of flowers, involuntarily relaxing the mind and making one want to sit down and bask in the beauty. Looking at the scene before him and listening to the praise, Lin Bufang thought that if the end of one's life led to such a beautiful world, it wouldn't be so bad. But such a scene could never happen in reality, at least not in Lin Bufang's reality. His parents never spoke like that, and those flowers were far too gaudy. Lin Bufang closed his eyes, but he could still smell the flowers. Outside the arena, countless eyes were fixed on him. Then, Erebus seemed to want to raise the stakes, projecting Lin Bufang's illusion onto the live broadcast as a real image. Seeing the three gods transformed into Lin Bufang's parents and sister, everyone fell silent. Damn it, if they're going to fight, just fight. Why pull this disgusting trick? What kind of god is this? They're beasts. The undead are all beasts. So Lin Bufang. What will he do? In the scene, Lin Bufang clenched his right hand, and a sharp katana slowly materialized. He tore a strip from his clothes and tied it over his own eyes. At that moment, whether in the illusion or reality, he could see nothing. Before his eyes, there were only 3 dark golden frames. Lin Bufang instantly switched to sovereignty. Click. The bullet was chambered in an instant. The 3 deities were astonished, stunned that Lin Bufang directly ignored the illusion, and also amazed that he could lift his weapon, reload, and that all the effects they had created seemed to have no impact on him. By the time they realized this, it was already too late. Lin Bufang aimed first at Nurgle, who had a 50 chance of instantly killing any opponent upon hearing a sound. Currently, his opponent was overly arrogant and hadn't even activated his ability. Lin Bufang possessed a life-saving item, but the others did not. He had to eliminate Nurgle first. Bang! A single shot reduced Nurgle's health bar by 1/3. Nurgle immediately perked up his ears, attempting to counterattack. However, while firing, Lin Bufang had already loaded the next 12-gauge shell into the chamber. Bang! The second shot was followed by the third, already chambered and ready. Bang! Nurgle fell dead. Attack 3x, 3 Mingdao Siming count, 3 killed, special boss, unknown bug score, 0, current total exam score, 228,789 points. He was too confident, not even revealing his abilities before his death. After killing Nurgle, Lin Bufang suddenly felt his body grow heavy. Mingdao Siming 1, invincibility effect triggered for 1 second. It was clearly Enlil's gravity ability intensifying. And there was also immense damage. Without a word, Lin Bufang fired 3 shots at Enlil in quick succession. Bang! 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 As the gravity reached its limit, Enlil's health bar was emptied. Dead. Killed, special boss, unknown bug score, 100, current total exam score, 328,789 points. The last deity was named Erebus. He was the god of darkness and illusions, but now he seemed utterly powerless. Although targets around him would suffer continuous necrotic damage, causing Lin Bufang's life-saving item to trigger repeatedly. But then, don't you have any other abilities? Erebus' figure visibly froze for a moment, and then 46 pellets struck his vital points. 649,76646. 2 shots and he was dead. Killed, special boss, unknown bug score, 100, current total exam score, 428,789 points. The moment Erebus died, the surrounding darkness receded like a tide, and the students gradually emerged from their illusions, staring blankly at Lin Bufang's distant silhouette. At his feet lay the corpses of 3 deities. The students gaped, 1,000 expletives racing through their minds. They hadn't even had a chance to stand up before Lin Bufang had already taken down 3 gods with his shotgun. Above, the numbers on the leaderboard flickered, and Lin Bufang's score increased by an additional 300 points. Yet none of the students felt jealous. It was what he deserved. However, a few who thought their classes were excellent and their damage maximized muttered discontentedly, he was just close to the 3 gods. If I were that close, I could have taken them out too. Just then, a 2-meter-tall gate slowly materialized before the students. Its frame was woven from countless writhing flesh, and in its center a brownish red vortex turned slowly. Outside, the examination monitoring room was empty. If one looked down from outer space at Daxiao, they would see countless top-tier professionals across the land flying and teleporting toward Qingyun City by every means possible. All because above Qingyun University and Qingyun City, a massive vortex formed of what seemed like coagulated blood was slowly taking shape. Then the undead deity Enlil, propelled by countless pieces of flesh, rushed at full speed toward the path to godhood simulation at Qingyun University. Faintly they could hear Enlil's curses, "I will kill him." 3 gods, all taken down by a level 19 E-rank gunner. This was an immense humiliation. The 3 gods had originally planned to come together, but the other 2 were slightly more rational. They had been beaten badly by Shan Chuan before and feared they might not return if they entered Daxia. But Enlil was unafraid because he was mad. The moment he appeared, he found himself surrounded by people, and immediately a barrage of skills rained down on him. Shanchuan, the first to arrive from another city, wielded his staff like a club, striking through Enlil's head and causing a penetrating wound. With the cooperation of other top-tier professionals, not only did Enlil's health plummet rapidly, but he was also completely controlled, unable to move. Soon he might even be captured by Daxiao like a pokeball and imprisoned forever. At that moment, Enlil chose an even more reckless fighting method. Sensing the devastating energy emanating from him, Shanchuan shouted, "Everyone scatter. He's going to self-destruct." The other top-tier professionals were stunned. To kill Lin Bufang, Enlil had gone completely insane. He intended to use the energy of his self-destruction to obliterate the path to godhood at Qingyun University. Fortunately, Shanchuan's warning was timely. Everyone coordinated to minimize the impact on the path to godhood. With a deafening boom, Enlil self-destructed. The sheer force leveled half of Qingyun University's campus. It was only because of the recent holidays and timely evacuation that the university didn't suffer catastrophic casualties. After self-destructing, he has little combat ability left. Let's all work together and restrain Enlil. If we can seal him in Daxiao, it will be a tremendous boon for our nation. Everyone flew toward the center of the explosion. Yet there was nothing there. Shanchuan immediately understood what had happened. He fused all his level's power and skills into that self-destruction. In reality, he didn't fully self-destruct. He used the power of the explosion to forcefully enter the path to godhood. That means he's already inside. Inside the 10th stage of the path to godhood, the teleportation gate had just opened. Shanchuan's voice echoed simultaneously in every student's ears. Everyone be careful. Enlil's true body is about to enter the 10th stage. He has no skills, only basic attacks. However, he also possesses absolute control over gravity, an ability that can crush any creature to the ground, rendering them unable to move. Even Enlil himself cannot cancel this effect. Not even a god could shift that gravity. This effect can only target a single entity. If the target doesn't die, he cannot lock onto a second one. Hold on for 45 minutes. Just 45 minutes. The teleportation gate slowly opened. The student who had earlier claimed Lin Bufang only succeeded because he was close to the three gods, fell silent, quietly sneaking to the back of the group. But the other students wouldn't let him off. Enlil's back. Time for you to shine. What a fool, now you're too scared to step up. Is it so hard to admit that Lin Bufang is exceptional? Flustered and red-faced, the male student blurted out, "Final go. Who's afraid? If he can do it, so can I." He braced himself, gripping his dagger as he charged toward the teleportation gate. What's a mere Enlil? Just some roadside trash. Watch me take him down in 3 strikes. As they approached the teleportation gate, an overwhelming pressure descended upon them from above. With a dull thud, that student in the distance didn't even have time to let out a groan before being flattened from a 3-dimensional being into a 2-dimensional one. There was little hope of saving him. Many students were already in tears. Regardless, Enlil was a god, and this was the true incarnation of a deity descending upon them. Even without any skills, even top-tier professionals stood no chance against him, let alone them. Yet in the direction everyone had overlooked, Lin Bufang seized the moment when that student had just absorbed 1 instance of damage. He dashed straight to the teleportation gate, spun around, and sealed it shut with his own back. Not only that, he bound his hands and his sovereignty to his waist with tape, securing it firmly to prevent it from being knocked off. Sovereignty continued its relentless assault on Enlil. To be honest, Shanchuan's words weren't directed at the other students, but at Lin Bufang. He knew that Lin Bufang was the only one with some kind of death-defying ability. The description of Enlil's ability was also very clear. It was a single target effect. If that target didn't die, Enlil would be rendered useless, unable to cast this effect on anyone else. Moreover, this gravity effect was irreversible, and no one, no matter who, could move the target even an inch. Shanchuan hadn't made it too obvious because he was worried Enlil would catch on and cast the gravity effect on Lin Bufang first. If that happened, Enlil would still have his basic attacks. If Lin Bufang was completely immobilized, the other students would also suffer. There was only one way to both defeat him and ensure the others survived. Lin Bufang blocked the gate. Fortunately, perhaps because Enlil as a god remained arrogant even in dire straits. Or perhaps it was because the student who had been crushed into a 2-dimensional form earlier had insulted Enlil, calling him a mere street dog, successfully diverting his attention. In any case, it worked. Lin Bufang successfully blocked the teleportation gate. From that moment on, the students, including the viewers in the live stream, could no longer catch a glimpse of Enlil's true form. Simply because he couldn't even get out of the gate. His own gravity effect pinned Lin Bufang there so firmly that even he couldn't push him away. Mingdao Siming 1, Mingdao Siming 1, Mingdao Siming 1. The Mingdao Siming on Lin Bufang were slowly depleting. Mingdao Siming count 195176 and Lil was attacking with full force. Lin Bufang couldn't see him, but he could feel his attack speed. It was incredibly fast, but no matter how fast it was useless. The Mingdao Siming was too stable. One was consumed per second, not a single one more. No matter how much damage was dealt in a second, the result was the same. Although Lin Bufang's body had become nearly unrecognizable, blood, flesh, tissue, and even bones shattering and reforming. The process of shattering was gruesome. But the effect of Mingdao Siming not only prevented death, but also maintained Lin Bufang's full combat capability, even if it looked terrifying. Moreover, when Mingdao Siming was triggered, Lin Bufang's sense of pain was also diminished. So while it was excruciating at first, he gradually grew numb. He even started to feel a bit uncomfortable. The force was too weak. Hey, little N, put some more effort into it. I can take it. Behind him, and Lil had gone completely berserk, his attack speed suddenly increasing tenfold. Feeling a piercing pain in his back, Lin Bufang couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. Ah, that's more like it. The closer he got to death, the more he felt his spear Dao surging. 3 years, 1095 days and nights. He vaguely sensed that his comprehension of the spear Dao was slowly rising with each activation of Mingdao Siming. At first it was hard to notice, but as the number increased, this feeling became more and more pronounced. He had never encountered such a situation before. Perhaps it was because Enlil was a god. Lin Bufang had a feeling he was absorbing the power of a deity. Spear Dao Stage 00. 2 segments Spear Dao Stage 00. 25 segments Spear Dao Stage 00. 28 segments. Put your back into it. Didn't you have lunch? Lin Bufang grew increasingly excited because sovereignty was still dealing damage to Enlil. This damage was chipping away at Enlil's dwindling health. At this rate, it might actually be possible to kill him within 45 minutes. Of course, as a god, Enlil couldn't be killed by conventional means. Lin Bufang was just hoping he could get something to drop from him. Under the absolute gravity effect, he couldn't move at all. Fortunately, there was auto-reload. And with the silencer and no recoil, no one could see what Lin Bufang was doing. They couldn't even see Enlil's health bar slowly decreasing inside the gate. The cost of repairing sovereignty's durability was high, and Lin Bufang hoped this investment would yield its due value. However, he had overlooked one thing: the looks others were giving him. He glanced into the distance and saw his classmates all in tears. Lin Bufang. He's using his own life to block the gate of death for all of us. Their tears streamed down endlessly. Some students tried to step forward, but Lin Bufang stopped them, just in case Enlil had any tricks left up his sleeve. But one person still rushed over recklessly, gun in hand. Sue ran. Her eyes were filled with tears, but she could do nothing. She even realized that Lin Bufang couldn't speak. He tried to communicate with her through his mind, but Sue Ran wasn't a god. She didn't have an antenna on her head. He opened the private chat and typed, "I'm fine, it's nothing. Go back." Sue Ran shook her head, refusing to move. "Be good. What you need to do now is not get in the way." Okay. It was only 45 minutes. At most, it would consume 2,700 Mingdao Siming. Rounding it up, it was practically free. Outside, the TV hosts were all silent, their eyes red, not saying a word. In the live stream, there were no other comments, only the words "Stay strong," filling the entire screen. At Qingyun University, numerous top-tier professionals floated beside the simulation ground of the path to divinity. They could see the internal scene of the 10th tier before them. Everyone was silent. The scene before them was something they had never witnessed before. One person blocking Enlil, preventing the proud god from even stepping out of the gate. They seemed to see a reflection of Shan Chuan in Lin Bufang. Many looked toward Shan Chuan. He floated quietly in midair, his back to everyone, his thoughts unknown. Lin Bufang, hold on. Shan Chuan had already made up his mind. As long as Lin Bufang survived anything in this world that he wanted, even the stars in the sky, he would pluck them down for him. Shan Chuan remained motionless. Beside him, however, a bald head was hopping and jumping around. At some point, Shirtai had put on sunglasses which could block his eyes, but not the tear stains beneath them. Lin Bufang is still smiling. He's actually still smiling. Regardless of how others felt, Lin Bufang was genuinely happy. He was truly happy, not pretending. He could roughly understand the feelings of the classmates in front of him. He could also guess the mood of everyone outside. But it was really hard for him to empathize. It was also hard to explain. Just 2,700 death-defying instances. What if all 2,700 were used up? Did he have to tell them? He still had 192476 more. On Enlil's side, at first, he let out a sinister laugh now, and then thinking it was impressive that Lin Bufang could survive once. Surviving twice made him a man among men. After surviving this many times, he must be at his limit, right? At the 1-minute mark, he was confident of victory. At 5 minutes, he thought the advantage was his. At 10 minutes, he was full of doubt. At 20 minutes, he was sweating profusely. At 30 minutes, he went completely insane. At 40 minutes, he was at peace with everything. Seeing Enlil giving up, Lin Bufang panicked. It was a problem if Enlil became hopeless and stopped attacking him. Lin Bufang's spear Dao was still a bit away from officially reaching the first segment. Although he didn't know what effect the first segment would bring, leveling up was always a good thing. Moreover, upon reaching the 0.9 segment, Lin Bufang seemed to hit a bottleneck. The rate of increase slowed down several times, and he needed more deaths to break through the shackles. So he started spinning tails for Enlil. I can't hold on much longer. Just kidding. I really can't hold on this time. I was kidding again. No jokes, I'm really at my limit. Fun, isn't it? Enlil, driven into a frenzy by Lin Bufang's provocations, pummeled him with a ferocity dozens of times greater than before. Seeing the agony on Lin Bufang's face, he felt it was all worthwhile. Until at the 44th minute and 50th second, Lin Bufang's aura abruptly transformed. A violent gale surged around him, as if the very forces of heaven and earth were being drawn into his body. It seemed the air of the 10th tier held no energy. Lin Bufang's flesh was unsatisfied, or ravenous hunger compelled him to uncontrollably devour any energy he could consume. Yet there was nothing around him. So in the deepest recesses of his being, at the very end of his genetic chain, the instinct for evolution ignored the instinct for survival and began to consume the energy potentially lurking within his own body. First to be consumed was fat, then muscle, followed by blood bone. In an instant, Lin Bufang's body collapsed inward, but was violently yanked back into shape by Enlil's gravitational force. Yet protected by the Mido Sukiyaki, the contorted body was reborn once more. The instinct of the gun, Dao, physical energy, gravity, and the Mido. The four forces twisted against each other. Physical strength was the weakest, utterly dominated. Its energy was too meager to even support the gun Dao's ascension. Thus the gun Dao redirected its focus onto the Mido Sukiyaki. But the Mido itself possessed no energy. It was like a sugar-free drink, sweet in taste, but offering no substance. Consequently, the gun Dao instinct could only set its sights on gravity, and so it began to devour. To be honest, gravity was no easy prey, even gods could not sway it. However, with the Mido's cooperation, the gun Dao managed to snatch a sliver of gravitational energy the moment Lin Bufang triggered the Mido's protection. But this energy was too intense, causing the gun Dao some indigestion. Yet this was no time to worry about digestion. It simply kept devouring. This entire process occurred in an instant, spanning the duration of a dozen or so Mido activations. Gun Dao ascended to level 1. The gun Dao successfully advanced, expelling the indigestible gravitational energy. However, Lin Bufang had withered into a skeletal frame, resembling a skin-draped skeleton. His flesh felt deeply aggrieved. The gun Dao consumed it, and then rejected it. Gravity crushed it and ignored it. So it turned its attention to the residual energy spat out by the gun Dao. I cannot devour gravity itself, but can I not devour your leftovers? Thus the flesh consumed the dregs expelled by the gun Dao, absorbing most of the remaining gravitational power. It successfully restored Lin Bufang's bones, blood, fat, and muscle. Lin Bufang had no time to ponder the implications of this transformation. He could feel that his entire body had been upgraded, as if reborn from the marrow. The gun Dao sharpened his 5 senses. He had an illusion. Each finger seemed to possess its own brain, capable of 10 distinct actions, yet moving with an eerie coordination. Lin Bufang sensed that this was not merely a comprehensive enhancement, nor just an overall boost when entering the gun Dao state. It even amplified his control over firearms. He had a peculiar feeling if this ability were elevated to a certain stage, he could break the limit of wielding a single weapon and dual-wield 2 primary arms. Perhaps that was merely a side effect. Before he could fully grasp the gun Dao, another prompt appeared before Lin Bufang. Congratulations, you have awakened the gravity instinct. Effect unknown, acquisition, method unknown, gravity instinct level 0 is 0. 1. What is this? Behind him, Enlil's voice was thick with astonishment. You have ascended. Then a wave of even greater fury erupted. But he ceased his attacks, realizing that his relentless assault had caused Lin Bufang's breakthrough. Moreover, he sensed that a vital part of his own power had been devoured by Lin Bufang. And you deserve to die. Lin Bufang chuckled. Whether I die or not can wait. But you truly need to die once. By now, Enlil's health bar was nearly depleted. In truth, Lin Bufang's funds were also nearly depleted. Balance 107568 gold coins. Moreover, the sovereign shotgun's durability was nearly gone. 17,100. Boom, boom, boom. With a few consecutive blasts, Enlil's health bar hit 0 for the first time. The moment his health bar emptied, it abruptly surged back to 100, as if triggering a second phase or some other mechanism. Regardless, Lin Bufang had no intention of truly killing him. Whoosh! A golden light burst from Enlil's body. Lin Bufang couldn't see the light, but he noticed a new item in his inventory. Whoosh! Another flash of blinding white light erupted, and this time, even Lin Bufang sensed an aura of annihilation. He also heard in Lil's desperate roar, "No! How could you possibly drop him?" Then another item appeared in Lin Bufang's inventory. The first item was equipment. Lv1 nuclear missile silo epic weapon imbued with divine aura gunner class level 2 low to view stats. Holy crap, a golden legendary. Lin Bufang felt that despite spending over 40 million, it was totally worth it. Dropping a level 100 epic and a nuclear missile silo no less. It sounded utterly absurd. Lin Bufang looked at the second drop. In Lil's egg mythical grade pet currently incubating. Incubation period is long, please wait patiently. Head dropped in Lil's son. Awesome. Lin Bufang grinned from ear to ear. At that moment, the 45 minutes were up. The sky of the 10th tier suddenly split open with a massive crack, and Shan Chuan and the others swarmed over like a dark cloud. Without a word, hundreds of elders frantically layered buffs onto Lin Bufang, as if releasing pent-up energy. Many buffs were redundant. Immune to all damage 10 seconds, immune to all control effects 15 seconds, revival armor ready, rapidly restoring HP, rapidly restoring MP, rapidly restoring physical condition, cell activity, increased muscle fatigue, decreased immunity, boosted external cleaning in progress. Most were one-time buffs, but the one called revival armor was permanent with a priority lower than the Mito. If Lin Bufang exhausted his Mito charges, the revival armor would activate automatically. Seeing Lin Bufang still grinning foolishly, the crowd's hearts ached. Look, the pain's driven him silly. Maybe we should transfer him to another hospital. Soon enough, Lin Bufang was swiftly carried away to the best hospital in Jiangdong province for top-tier treatment, primarily to check if his brain was injured. Despite Lin Bufang repeatedly insisting that he was fine, he could not resist the crowd's insistence. "Let's check, let's see you." "Alright, stop laughing. I truly don't understand why you are laughing so joyfully. The more you laugh, the more it pains this old heart." And Lil, on the other hand, could not be taken away. Coincidentally, he had reached the 10th tier of the Ascension path and was now bound by its restrictions. Under normal circumstances, sealing him would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, he had delivered himself right to their doorstep, cutting off his own escape route. Now the group had just executed a perfect coordination, sealing him right there at the 10th tier of the Ascension path. He was completely locked inside, unable to escape for at least 5,000 years. Sealing a deity was unprecedented in the history of the Great Xia. Moreover, the cost of sealing him was almost negligible. All the students were alive. Lin Bufang was also alive. The only loss was to Qingyun University, with a large portion of the campus reduced to rubble. That was the least of the costs. Anything that could be solved with money was trivial. It was truly a cause for great celebration. Enlil carries many secrets within him. If uncovered, they could dramatically enhance the power of all professionals in the Great Xia. Moreover, in-depth research on the undead race would be greatly advanced by this. And all of this, aside from our collective efforts, cannot forget one person, Lin Bufang. At midnight, candidates from all provinces were arranged to rest on the spot. This year's college entrance examination was rather special, encountering numerous unexpected situations. Fortunately, the final outcome was good. The college entrance examination had long concluded, and the reason why the 8 million candidates were still waiting was that all teachers nationwide, including the provincial chief examiner Pei Jin and the chief inspector Shi Tai, were waiting for one person. Lin Bufang. In the hospital, Shan Chuan stood by Lin Bufang's side, guarding him throughout. After the physical examination concluded, the doctor reached a conclusion. In a physical sense, Lin Bufang seemed fine, but in reality, there were significant issues. Other aspects appeared normal. His neural cell activity exceeds that of normal individuals by hundreds of times. Such a level of activity cannot occur in an ordinary human. We have administered several tons of glucose to him. Do you understand what that means? Shan Chuan merely hummed in response. Being able to hold Enlil for 45 minutes was a detail that could easily be overlooked. Secondly, his weight is also quite strange. What's strange about it? He weighs 120 gene. That seems normal. But sometimes it changes to 120 grams. Is the discrepancy really that vast? Is there something wrong with the scale? I initially thought so too. Just moments ago, he crushed the scale as if it had been compressed by a hydraulic press. Do you know what that entails? Forget it, these details aren't important. Shan Chuan pulled the doctor aside, seemingly wanting to keep the next part from Lin Bufang. Does he have any issues with his mind? The doctor sighed. There are no physical problems, the scans are normal, but based on his performance in the exam, I think a test is necessary. Go ahead and test him. The doctor approached Lin Bufang. I'll ask, and you answer. All right. First question, why is it said that beautiful women often have short lives? Because no one cares when ugly people die. The doctor fell silent for a moment and marked an X on this question. Perhaps the first question was too difficult. Let me ask a simpler one-second question. What have the older generations eaten that is more than what you have eaten? Salty. The doctor. He helplessly marked another X on the second question. For the last question, please take it seriously. I am not joking with you, I answer earnestly. Okay. Seeing Lin Bufang ready to jump in with an answer, the doctor quickly reminded him, this is an emotional question designed to assess your ability to distinguish right from wrong. I will remind you, think about the rays of the sun. In reality, the moon does not emit light. It is merely a figment of people's desires. The answer has already given you half the clue. Third question, moonlight is the reflection of sunlight. So what does the white moonlight that people yearn for symbolize? The sun. The doctor. The last X was marked with particular force. Shanshuan's tone was somewhat worried. Should we transfer him to another hospital? The doctor quickly shook his head. No need, he is perfectly normal. Then why are you marking X? He is too normal, making him seem somewhat abnormal. Think about it, how would you answer these 3 questions? Shanshuan thought for a moment, and indeed found it to be true. For the first question, a normal person would analyze the reasons behind the beauty and short life, such as being more prone to danger due to looks. For the second question, it is simple to conclude that the salt consumed is definitely more than the meals eaten. For the third question, Shanshuan did not expect Lin Bufang to directly say sun. Therefore, Lin Bufang answered all 3 questions correctly. The third question also articulated what most people would hesitate to say. Indeed, that is the essence of it. He is very clever, very quick to respond, and has a righteous view of the world. But his speed is too quick. I suggest hospitalization for further observation. Lin Bufang stood directly opposite the doctor. Don't talk nonsense. Hospitalization was out of the question. Doctor, let me ask you a question. Sure, go ahead and ask. Why is it that people often lose one sock? The doctor pondered seriously and cautiously replied, because sometimes it's easy to wear the wrong color. Because you won't notice when you lose both. Lin Bufang waved at the nurse. I think he needs to admit me for observation. When he was discharged, it was exactly midnight. The Ascension Path, all TV stations nationwide, were broadcasting Lv1, all focused on the Immaculate Steps. Now let's announce the college entrance examination results again. First, Lin Bufang eliminated 3 bosses that shouldn't have existed. A reward of 3 points will be duly awarded to Lin Bufang. Secondly, the arrival of Enlil has also revealed some outstanding students who have shown great courage and fearlessness in the face of death, such as Su Ran. Thus, we will also grant these students some additional performance points. Additionally, based on Lin Bufang's excellent performance, and after communication with Qingyun University, we will award Lin Bufang an extra 66666 points. Shi Tai smiled and raised his right hand, forming the number 6. 6666666. Voices of astonishment echoed from various provinces. Even many teachers privately marveled. Lin Bufang's total score might have surpassed 1 million. If all converted to university credits, this wealth would ensure his carefree life for the latter half of his days. He could exchange for several pieces of epic equipment. If it were me, I would exchange those credits for valuable tradable items and sell them, becoming instantly wealthy. I wonder what Lin Bufang will choose to exchange for. Candidates from all provinces lifted their heads, their gazes refocusing on the leaderboard. The updated National College Entrance Exam rankings were displayed. First place, Lin Bufang with 1095455 points, level 19. A-rank gunslinger. Second place, Su Ran with 22158 points, level 19, strength, celestial punishment gunslinger. Third place, Gao Xian with 2130 points, level 25, transcendent strength Sagittarius. The re-release of the leaderboard sent tremors through the crowd. Seeing Lin Bufang's score of over 1 million, nearly 50 times that of the runner-up, everyone was awestruck. Yet no one felt envy. The organizers were thoughtful that 660 points is the best testament to Lin Bufang's contribution. I suspect this is just the beginning. Qingyun University's resources will also be tilted toward him. And General Shan never left his side throughout. I reckon he might make an exception and take on a disciple. Now please invite the top 10 to the stage for a speech so the nation can get to know you. Starting from 10th place down to 3rd. Soon the speeches ended. Gao Xian in 3rd place and Ding Shui in 4th wore complex expressions. They had each dropped another rank. Still, there was nothing to complain about. Both had gained additional performance points, and everyone's overall scores had increased. As long as they hadn't fallen behind panicking or playing dead. They all received a significant boost. Honestly, it was quite good, with their base of 200 points entering university, placed them at a decent starting line. 20,000 points could exchange for many valuable items, such as permissions and services, laying the groundwork for them to earn even more points in the future. But what would they do if they encountered Lin Bufang at Qingyun University? That was a question. A sorrowful one. Next up, classmate Su Ran, also a gunslinger. Quite impressive. Su Ran bounced onto the stage, adjusted the microphone, and cleared her throat. I have so much to say, let me start with 100 points. First, before she could begin, Sure Tai quickly led the applause. Su Ran was about to praise the bald man for his perceptiveness. Classmate Su Ran spoke brilliantly, everyone applaud her. All right, classmate Su Ran, you may step down. Su Ran pointed a finger at Sure Tai, mouthing a curse, but dared not utter it. She truly couldn't defeat him. Even her father wouldn't stand a chance. Next, classmate Lin Bufang, please come on stage. Lin Bufang's figure gradually appeared on the steps. People from all provinces, including those watching the live stream, raised their hands in applause. Everyone had witnessed the immense difficulty of securing first place. He had come within a hair's breadth of death. The first thing Lin Bufang mentioned on stage was the martial god ring. He elaborated on the ring's importance, emphasizing its terrifying enhancement of physical damage. Look, I only had one of these. Without it, my output would be lackluster. It played a significant role in taking down the three gods. This thing is truly remarkable. The reason Lin Bufang kept praising the martial god ring was naturally that he still had 8 more in his possession. Excluding the one he equipped, there were 7 left. This relentless promotion of the ring was intended to elevate its value even further. When he eventually sold them, he could fetch a higher price. He'll head back to Shanghai City later to farm more martial god rings, because this thing is truly amazing. Everyone is welcome to visit Shanghai City. The scenery is beautiful, and there are many lovely people. Finally, I broke my promise, folks. I said I'd let the first place winner have a taste of my bullets. But I ended up being first. Thank you, everyone. Leaving aside the national recognition of Lin Bufang's open and confident demeanor. Back in Shanghai City, there were many tears of joy. At the city government office, the mayor pounded the table excitedly. That 5 million was worth more than 500 million. Look at Lin Bufang. He even brought good publicity to his hometown. I expect a surge of tourists in Shanghai City soon. All departments must coordinate to leave a good impression on visitors. By the way, the underground transport line to Dawn Temple should be completed soon. I must say Dawn Temple scenery is unmatched nationwide. Lin Bufang descended the steps, and the perspective returned to Jiangdong province, where candidates were orderly evacuating the venue. Follow me. I can see you're in a hurry. It'll only take a minute. Provincial Chief Examiner Pei Jin led Lin Bufang to a secluded spot in the examination monitoring room. Pei Jin got straight to the point. He said not to see him as a leader or the most authoritative figure in Jiangdong province. His purpose in seeking Lin Bufang was to act as an intermediary, a bridge between Lin Bufang and General Shan. There were things General Shan couldn't say directly, and Lin Bufang couldn't address him openly either. Since Pei Jin and Lin Bufang were from the same province, they could speak without too many reservations. The reason for this roundabout approach was that Lin Bufang's performance was simply too outstanding. Had it not been for Enlil's dissent, General Shan felt he could have made the decision directly, taking Lin Bufang as his disciple without considering his opinion. Now, however, he believed he should prioritize Lin Bufang's perspective. If he was willing, so be it. If not, General Shan wouldn't force it. His strength is unparalleled, and he may seem intimidating, but don't be afraid. He's a good person, especially to those on his side. He'll ask you just one thing: what's your impression of him? General Shan has been very busy lately, and you happen to have a 7-day break. After that, you'll officially report to Qingyan University. If you're willing to let him be your mentor, in 3 days he will come find you. If not, just tell me, and he won't disturb you. Lin Bufang was about to speak. Pei Jin smiled calmly. Even if you refuse, he said, he won't stand idly by if you encounter any trouble. Having multiple mentors opens more paths. Exiting the exam hall, Lin Bufang saw Su Ran waving her right hand dramatically. Over here. Su Ran asked what Lin Bufang planned to do next. I still want to farm a few more martial god rings, see if I can unlock any hidden achievements. In truth, Lin Bufang also wanted to stack more attack power and more fate blades. The college entrance exam had made him realize the outside world was too dangerous. He had started with over 1900 fate blades, but after the exam, only that many remained. Su Ran warned him to be careful. Whether it was a first stage or second stage boss, a moment of carelessness could reset his level to 0. She felt that too much had happened in the past 2 days, leaving her mentally exhausted. I don't plan to waste this 7-day break. What are you going to do? I'm going to Qingyan University. Lin Bufang was impressed, thinking Su Ran had changed her ways and decided to work hard. I'm going shopping with my bestie for 7 days. Opportunities for breaks are too rare. I need to enjoy myself to the fullest. Lin Bufang was speechless. She's from the Shin family. You know the Shin family, right? One of the top families in Daxia. They're incredibly powerful. Su Ran looked proud of her connections. Lin Bufang felt a strange sense of familiarity. The surname Shun was rare. Could it be that person? What's her name? Shinhire, it really was her. How's your relationship? Thicker than water. Great. It really was her. How's your relationship? Thicker than water. Great. It really was her. How's your relationship? Thicker than water. Great. It really was her. How's your relationship? Thicker than water. Great. It really was her. How's your relationship? Thicker than water. Great. Upon returning to Jiangdong province, a welcome ceremony from the city leaders was inevitable, with banners everywhere proclaiming a grand reception, jubilant celebrations, and flags fluttering in the wind covering the entire landscape. The mayor personally greeted him, rushing forward to embrace Lin Bufang, refusing to let go as if clinging to the future of Zhanghai City. He asked Lin Bufang what he needed, urging him to name it without hesitation. Just don't line up a bunch of events for me. I'm really busy lately. When I have free time, we can take it slow. All right. No buts. There is a but. The mayor sighed helplessly. He had previously assumed that given Lin Bufang's personality, he would be interested in such public engagements. So he planned to use this opportunity centering on Lin Bufang to capitalize on the potential surge of tourists in the coming days, not only to ignite local residents' enthusiasm, but also to boost tourism. However, it seemed he had misjudged. It's too late today. Tomorrow evening, there's a celebration banquet specially prepared for you. You must come. Then the mayor leaned in and whispered, "At least show your face." Lin Bufang agreed, promising to at least make an appearance. At the hospital, his sister's ward had been moved, and Lin Bufang almost couldn't find it. The new ward was spacious and quiet with an excellent environment. It had 3 beds, allowing Lin Bufang's parents to stay by her side around the clock. Lin Ding mentioned that the city had arranged accommodation nearby, close to both the hospital and the workplace. The 3 of them showed little reaction to Lin Bufang's first-place achievement. Even Lin Bufang's sister was no exception. She simply couldn't stay awake and had fallen asleep. Or perhaps the excitement had worn off. Within just a few hours, at least a dozen people had come bearing gifts to pay their respects. Why don't I see any gifts? Lin Ding pointed to the adjacent ward they're piled up over there. Meanwhile, Lin Bufang's mother Wang Xianing was beaming with joy. She had gone home specially to cook and brought the meal over. Lin Bufang took a bite and declared that it tasted just right, not a single detail off. Gazing around the ward, he still thought it would be better to buy a house nearby. No matter how nice the outside world was, it wasn't truly his own. But he had no money left. The 900 yuan saved for his sister would just have to serve as her pocket money. The next day, Zhanghai City was livelier than ever before. Every inn near the city's high-speed teleportation array was fully booked. Early in the morning, Lin Bufang arrived at the East Gate. The place was teeming with people. Many were queuing for shuttle buses to head to the Dawn Sanctuary. Staff members used loudspeakers to maintain order. Everyone, don't rush. Line up one by one. A shuttle departs every 10 minutes with 10 buses per trip. Everyone will get to the Dawn Sanctuary, so please rest assured. As for the God of War ring, it's not just the Dawn Sanctuary that can drop this ring nationwide. Everyone be rational in your spending and don't blindly follow the trend. As Lin Bufang passed through the crowd, he overheard dismissive remarks. Zhanghai City is just hiding the truth. Lin Bufang already got one. What does that tell you? It means the drop rate at the Dawn Sanctuary is sky high. Lin Bufang also noticed scalpers selling bus tickets at several times the original price. As for security concerns at the Luyu Bell and the sanctuary entrance, there was little to worry about. Not only had several nearby cities dispatched numerous experts for support, but the tourists themselves were no pushovers either, with many skilled individuals among them. Today, Lin Bufang kept a very low profile, wearing a mask and a cap, and changing into a set of colorful clothes. Everyone in Zhanghai City knew he favored all-black attire. He didn't want anyone to discover his whereabouts too soon. The reason was simple: he wanted to test his newly acquired ability. At the city gate, the same guard glanced at Lin Bufang with a hint of familiarity, finding him somewhat oddly dressed, all flashy like that level 19. Get going. Once outside the city, Lin Bufang found a secluded spot. He could still take a shuttle to the Dawn Sanctuary if he wished. If he just took off his mask, people willing to offer him a seat would stretch from the East Gate to the West Gate. This was Lin Bufang's backup plan. After all, walking was far too slow. A large unknown bird soared across the sky, its wings flapping gently before vanishing into the haze. Watching the bird glide through the air, Lin Bufang's eyes were filled with longing. Gravity Instinct Stage 0, Segment 0. 1. Compared to the Gun Dao, the Gravity Instinct brought Lin Bufang a transformation that was equally monumental. It had virtually reshaped his body. At this moment, Lin Bufang's physical form, from the inside out, from the macroscopic down to the fundamental logic of his genes, had undergone a change. Simply put, he could control the weight of his own body. This was an utterly astonishing feat. If anyone had told Lin Bufang that he could arbitrarily alter his own weight, he would have deemed them insane. It defied the laws of physics. Yet this very thing was happening to Lin Bufang. How intriguing. As the saying goes, there are two things I despise most. The first is when others violate physics. The second is when I'm not allowed to violate physics. Lin Bufang took a deep breath, gradually establishing a connection with every organ and part of his body. Under normal circumstances, such a connection was impossible to achieve. In other words, if Lin Bufang had acquired the gravity instinct before advancing the gun Dao to segment 1, he would still have been unable to harness this power. After the gun Dao advanced to segment 1, his control over his body had been greatly enhanced, allowing him to barely wield this formidable force. Gradually, Lin Bufang entered a peculiar state which he called unity, a fusion of spirit and flesh. His spirit conjured a version of himself, overlaying and merging with his physical body. In this state, he could make every part of his body, even each individual pore, perform entirely different actions independently, without any strain on his mind. Because every part seemed to possess its own consciousness, as if Lin Bufang's main thoughts were split into countless fine threads, each capable of independent control and mutual coordination. Thus, the gravity instinct was activated. The ground beneath Lin Bufang's feet suddenly sank, pressing the yellow sand down by 20 centimeters. I got it backwards. Lin Bufang remanipulated the gravity instinct, reversing the previous steps, and soon felt as if his entire being was floating. In reality, he hadn't moved. Whoosh! A gust of wind caught Lin Bufang off guard, sending him tumbling backward, flipping several times until the wind passed before he came to a stop. He pulled out a scale and stepped onto it. 120 grams. Lin Bufang's actual weight was 120 jin, meaning his real weight had dropped by a factor of 500. He had already tried this a few times at the hospital. Back then, his first thought was only one thing: speed. Lin Bufang's speed attribute had already reached over 3,000. However, speed was also built upon the foundation of the physical body. If Lin Bufang were overweight and a glutton, his speed would be severely impacted. Conversely, now that Lin Bufang's weight had decreased by 500 times, it meant his reaction speed and movement speed could also increase by countless times. This was a colossal enhancement, essentially taking off like a rocket. Of course, the second thing that came to Lin Bufang's mind was taking off in the literal physical sense. Flight. This was a feat achievable only by high-level professionals requiring years of training. Someone like Principal Wang Pan had only managed to fly after a stroke of incredible luck, an encounter that granted him some flying ability. For Lin Bufang, at level 19, flying was as difficult as reaching the heavens. But if he could fly, whether stacking attack power or stacking his Ming blade, his efficiency would skyrocket. Combat power would soar. Maneuverability would soar. In short, he would be a mobile attack helicopter. Abbreviation Lv1. Yet he possessed the gravity instinct, 120 grams equivalent to 2 eggs, a carton of milk, and orange. A mobile phone. However, to make a phone fly, propulsion was also required. Lin Bufang pondered this driving force for a long time, unsure where to begin. He thought he could buy a hairdryer, but the battery was too heavy, inconvenient, and even hindered takeoff. He also considered finding a teammate to throw him into the sky, but sustaining flight was difficult, it depended on the weather. With strong winds, he could fly farther. With light winds, he would fall shortly. Moreover, if the wind direction was unfavorable, Lin Bufang might not even know where he was heading. If he encountered turbulent air currents, he could only perform Brownian motion. Lin Bufang opened his backpack and took out a pile of pre-prepared items, over a dozen small fans, lightweight, but with mediocre battery life. Several hydrogen balloons, a giant plastic bag with a few candles, a bedsheet, an umbrella, 2 pieces of cardboard. Lin Bufang tried them all. The hydrogen balloons were poor in both speed and directional control. The hot air balloon modified from the plastic bag ascended faster, but direction was equally hard to control, and it had almost no maneuverability. In the end, the 2 pieces of cardboard proved more reliable. By binding them to his arms and using small fans attached to his body for assistance, as long as Lin Bufang could find someone to make a control panel, he could achieve short-distance individual flight. But Lin Bufang was unsatisfied. These methods were ultimately unreliable. If he got into a fight, the experience would be terrible. Until Lin Bufang took out an M1919 machine gun and accidentally fired a shot at the ground. He didn't move because the M1919 weighed 50 jin. However, he came up with a brilliant idea. Although the firearm was heavy, if his hand speed was fast enough, he could instantly switch it to the equipment slot and bear the recoil with empty hands. The theory was feasible. Time to practice. Right. Recoil disabled, he first tried a pistol. Lin Bufang aimed at the ground. Bang. After firing, he instantly switched to empty hands. His body floated up, reaching only a meter or 2 before falling back down. This kind of recoil would be more effective on flat ground, but it was still insufficient to counter gravity. Continuous firing was needed, but that would reduce cost effectiveness. A rifle. The recoil was stronger, but still unsatisfactory. A shotgun. Average performance. A machine gun. The machine gun's recoil was indeed fierce. A single shot propelled Lin Bufang over 10 meters high. If he kept firing, he could truly achieve flight. Moreover, by firing in different directions, he could adjust his posture and direction. Because pistols and other weapons as well as different models had varying recoil, he could exploit these differences to control flight angle direction or fine-tune his posture. It was quite perfect. However, continuous firing wasted a lot of ammunition, and Lin Bufang was still somewhat dissatisfied with the flight speed. The machine gun had strong recoil, but for flight he needed a weapon with the strongest instantaneous recoil, a sniper rifle. So Lin Bufang searched the trading house for a while and found a godly weapon. This weapon wasn't of godly rarity, nor rare, nor blue exquisite, nor green fine. It was the most ordinary white equipment, a level 10 white equipment. The firearm type was a sniper rifle. The model was the Barrett M99. In fact, Lin Bufang had started searching for godly weapons knowing sniper rifles had high recoil, but godly ones optimized structures with various buffers to minimize recoil. Sniper rifles provided high output, but if recoil was too great to handle, there was no output. Blue sniper rifles had simpler structures, and green ones were also much optimized, until the white ones. White sniper rifles came in many types. Lin Bufang's eyes immediately settled on the Barrett M99. No other reason. Its integrated ultra-hard receiver maximized the overall rigidity of the body, almost no deformation to absorb force, almost no buffer structure, with 100 of the recoil impact directly jamming into the shoulder. Level 10 Warren Barrett Sniper Rifle White Gunner Class, extremely slow fire rate, high weight, requires manual loading. Warning: this gun has extremely high attack power, but the cost is tremendous recoil. Those with average physical fitness may face fatal danger. Attack 1 5500, durability 1010. This gun cost 2 gold coins. And you couldn't be picky. Lin Bufang had a hard time finding one for sale. White equipment was too cheap, and such an abstract weapon was simply not sold by anyone. This sniper rifle was probably listed by some professional taking a chance. Gold 2 balance, 61.25 gold. The next moment, a Barrett that looked like it had just been unearthed appeared in Lin Bufang's hand. The gun's surface was worn beyond recognition, but as long as it wasn't deliberately damaged, it wouldn't break under normal use. Lin Bufang changed into a tight-fitting one-piece cycling suit to minimize air resistance. He had thought before that outfits like Superman's or Batman's seemed similar. Presumably, there might also be a factor of reducing air resistance involved. Then he put on a custom-made helmet that cost a lot of money. Its shape resembled a bullet head, greatly reducing air resistance, and it was comfortable to wear. Internally, it displayed data like initial speed and flight speed along with positioning and navigation functions, though the navigation wasn't very accurate, only determining approximate location with poor signal in the wild. Then, holding the Barrett, he aimed at the ground. Just before firing, he had a distinct sense of danger. He thought for a moment, took out a piece of clothing, and placed it on the buttstock. If this shot triggered his invincibility frame, that would be a problem. He pulled the trigger sharply. Lin Bufang instantly switched to empty hands. A loud boom was heard. The sudden deafening noise made his eardrums ring. At the same time, he felt as if a heavy hammer had struck his chest. Not an iron hammer, but a rubber mallet-like force, yet with immense power. This was because Lin Bufang's physical constitution had become stronger through the promotions of gravity instinct and gun dao, enabling him to withstand the Barrett's recoil, even without buffers. And because Lin Bufang's current weight was too light and his density was also decreasing, the recoil hitting him was like striking cotton. The recoil was almost entirely converted into propulsion. On the contrary, the impact force Lin Bufang endured was extremely low, and it felt quite comfortable. This was easy to understand. The impact of recoil largely depends on a person's weight. If the impact hits a person who doesn't move, the force is absorbed by the body, naturally causing discomfort. But Lin Bufang simply flew away. The recoil was entirely transformed into propulsion, and the force actually absorbed by Lin Bufang was minimal. All in an instant. Lin Bufang only felt himself violently launched into midair, and a speed display appeared before him. At the moment of firing, the initial takeoff speed was 150 milliseconds. Folks, I'm really flying. The ascent speed then rapidly decreased under the influence of air resistance, gravity, and other factors. After 0, 5 seconds, 121. 6 milliseconds. After 0, 1 seconds, 97. 70 milliseconds. After 0, 2 seconds, 63. 63 milliseconds. After 0, 3 seconds, 41. 45 milliseconds. In a flash, Lin Bufang had soared to a height of 246 meters. After a brief pause, he began to descend. Under the influence of the surrounding wind, it began to drift irregularly. 246 meters. This took Lin Bufang by surprise. The Barrett was indeed formidable. However, Lin Bufang was not limited to firing just one shot. Barrett's bullets were incredibly cheap. Repairing them 10 times cost only 1 gold coin, meaning 100 bullets cost merely 1 gold coin. Rounding up, it was practically free. Lin Bufang continuously loaded rounds and fired downward without pause. Boom, 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 boom. At this moment, air resistance was also intensifying. The faster the ascent, the greater the air resistance. Theoretically, it would be difficult for Lin Bufang to break through 30 meters per second, but the recoil of the Barrett was immense, coupled with Lin Bufang's lightning-fast hand speed, allowing him to empty the magazine at nearly the speed of light. Switching to empty hands was a breeze. Consequently, his ascent speed directly exceeded 100 meters per second, and this speed was still increasing. 150 meters per second, 200 meters per second, 260 meters per second. At this speed, it had reached its limit. The air resistance was simply too great. Fortunately, Lin Bufang's goal was not to escape Earth's gravity and fly to the moon. His goal was to break through the wild haze, reach high altitudes, and in the slightly thinner air, where air resistance would drop drastically, his linear flight speed would also increase. 500 meters. 1,500 meters. At 1,800 meters, Lin Bufang felt as if he had burst forth from a hazy sea with mist-like splashes scattering around him. Lin Bufang found it difficult to describe the awe-inspiring sight before him. Leaping from the choking haze into the clear, transparent sky, gazing at the rising sun and the boundless blue firmament, at that moment it felt as if even his heartbeat had ceased. He felt as if he were experiencing the scene of the first fish in ancient times breaking the water's surface to see the sky, or the first ape lifting its head to gaze at the stars. Around him, white clouds drifted gently. He could see currents of white air swirling within them. Beside him, a bird with beautiful red and purple feathers landed on his shoulder. A perfect moment. Splat. The bird left a dropping. That's my new clothes. Bang. A gunshot rang out, and the bird was dead. Floating in midair, descending slowly, Lin Bufang lost all sense of direction. The navigation in the wild was intermittent, though it pointed the way, he still couldn't regain his visual orientation. He looked around, spotted the clear dividing line between the haze and the city, and determined the cardinal directions. Lin Bufang turned off the erratic navigation, raised his Desert Eagle pistol according to his memory of the direction, and fired a few shots around him to adjust his posture and head orientation. Then he raised the Barrett M99, fired a shot westward, instantly switched to empty hands, and pressed his arms tight against his body. The powerful recoil propelled him eastward. Subsequently, as Lin Bufang continued firing, his speed kept increasing. And as speed increased, air resistance rose exponentially. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult for his linear flight speed to reach extremely high levels due to the immense resistance, but as the saying goes, sufficient force can make anything fly. The recoil of the Barrett M99 was extremely strong, and combined with Lin Bufang's rapid hand speed and high firing frequency, his speed directly smashed through air resistance. Coupled with the thin air at high altitudes, Lin Bufang's flight speed exceeded 260 meters per second, reaching 300 meters per second. This was also equivalent to 1,080 kilometers per hour. This speed was the limit. Going further, Lin Bufang thought he might need to alter his body structure or further enhance his gravity instinct. The improvement of the gravity instinct was slow, though every use of this ability brought only a minor enhancement. Of course, whether it was the gravity instinct or the gun path, each enhancement consumed a significant amount of stamina, requiring large quantities of food to replenish. This improvement also enhanced Lin Bufang's physical constitution. However, there was actually a simpler way to increase speed. The same principle of sufficient force makes anything fly. Find a weapon with even stronger recoil. Weave through the clouds. Pierce through the sharp, howling wind. Soon enough, the Dawn Sanctuary, which originally took several hours to reach, even by shuttle bus nearly an hour, Lin Bufang covered in less than 3 minutes. Arriving at the Dawn Forest, the view was wide open. He could see the vast forest below, and from high above, a hazy light shield covering the entire woodland. Soon the colossal tree covered in dark green vines was right before him. At this moment, the entrance to the Dawn Sanctuary was more bustling than a college entrance exam. The stalls had expanded several times over, densely packed with people like countless ants gathered together. A sudden idea struck Lin Bufang. What if he fired at the exam site? Could he achieve a lightspeed descent? Falling from a high place would theoretically be faster, and with such immense impact, if Lin Bufang crashed to the ground, he would inevitably be bruised and battered. Triggering a life-saving ability like Mingdao Siming would be quite normal. Of course, Lin Bufang thought of a slick move if his hand speed was fast enough. Clicking to enter the sanctuary interior at the moment of impact would completely nullify all the force. He decided to go for it. After all, style is a lifelong pursuit. With a thunderous gunshot, Lin Bufang hurtled diagonally toward the Dawn Sanctuary. During the acceleration, he kept firing. In an instant, his speed broke through 300 meters per second, 320 meters per second, 330 meters per second, 350 meters per second. In the blink of an eye, Lin Bufang's speed surpassed the speed of sound. As he continuously pushed through the air ahead couldn't disperse in time, forced to compress layer upon layer, stacking to form shockwaves. A rumbling roar, the explosive sound of air violently compressed, and then rapidly expanding. Below at the Dawn Sanctuary, countless people jerked their heads up, hearing a sharp, high-speed whistle, a screech tearing through the air. Before they could react, a dark shadow slammed into the entrance of the Dawn Sanctuary and then vanished. In the stalls, many people stepped out of their tents, gazing up at the sky, but seeing nothing. However, in the distant clouds, one could faintly see scattered fluffy fragments. Soon the clouds refilled and merged as if nothing had happened. Strange, did something just fly over? Not just something. There really was something. The sound was loud. I saw it was a person. Why would such a top-tier professional come to the Dawn Sanctuary? And how did he just disappear into thin air? Could he have entered the sanctuary? Impossible. The sanctuary's maximum level is 20. He couldn't have entered. So he must have used some special method to hide among the crowd. Right. Having such a big shot around means we can safely farm the sanctuary. At the entrance, many noticed something. On the sanctuary challenge list, a new name appeared. One person challenging hell mode. That's something, but not much. Does he really think he's Lin Bufang? Look at the top-ranked Lin Bufang. I thought he was bluffing, but he actually cleared the Dawn Sanctuary on hell mode, even if it was with 2 people. No, he soloed it before. If the other person is his daughter. Oh, he has a daughter at just 18. Absolutely true. I saw it with my own eyes. Their father-daughter relationship is pretty good. He called her so affectionately. While the crowd was still discussing that formidable figure, he had already stood upon the first floor of the Dawn Sanctuary's hell difficulty. Having challenged the Dawn Sanctuary countless times, he was truly more familiar with it than even Lin Bufang's own home. However, Lin Bufang also recalled Su Ran's words. Although he could instantly obliterate everything along the way, he still needed to tread carefully when facing the boss and the Light Guardian. If he failed to eliminate them in one strike, his level risked being reset to 0. Lin Bufang checked his balance, over $6,000. He inspected the durability: Sovereign's Endurance, 10100, War God Ring's Endurance, 158500. This bit of durability was still sufficient for use. Unless he encountered the second phase, Lin Bufang had no intention of using both pieces of equipment, as repairing them would be costly. On the first floor, he cast a Dispel magic on the goblin, clearing all its buffs at once. Damage reduction, defense toughening, everything was wiped clean. Such a situation was rather rare. Normally, only 1 or 2 buffs could be removed. Clearing all of them was a first. He raised his loyal M1919 and fired a single shot. Bang! The bullet struck the goblin's brow with pinpoint accuracy. 472,894. Bang! Another shot. 557,556. 2 shots and it was done. The goblin had high defense, but Lin Bufang's level far surpassed it, and the level difference granted additional damage bonuses. This was even without Lin Bufang wearing any damage-enhancing equipment. He was still clad in a full blue speed set. The second floor was even simpler. The witch had virtually no defense, and a single Dispel magic rendered her useless. On the third floor, Lin Bufang still refrained from using Sovereign. The damage from the M1919, combined with his physical attack exceeding 900, was more than enough. He first whittled down the Light Guardian's health without needing to push it to the extreme as before. Lin Bufang's damage was already formidable. A simple measured reduction of health, then eliminating either Orander or the Light Guardian, and finally taking down the other. Thus, even hell difficulty was cleared with ease. This run brought decent luck. 2 purple pieces of equipment dropped along with a skill book that could be used to fill experience values. In truth, Lin Bufang's Bullet Bloom had been upgraded from 11 stars to 15 stars, and the over 40 million spent was not in vain. Bullet Bloom 15 stars increases the number of pellets fired from a shotgun by an additional 24 next level 25. In reality, Lin Bufang's total pellet count had reached 50. With a shotgun, each pellet could independently trigger the upgrade of his God-tier talent offense, only granting 50 experience points per shot and 150 attack points. Thus, Lin Bufang's talent had also improved considerably during that battle. Talent God-tier offense, only 3 stars, 20558010000. Consequently, the change in his attack power was extremely pronounced. Physical attack, 926786. It was already very close to 1 million. These gains seemed like mere side rewards compared to that epic equipment. The Enlils egged the promotion of Gun Dao to the first rank, the comprehension of gravity instinct and the physical transformation. Lin Bufang opened his backpack and listed the 2 purple pieces of equipment for sale along with 2 units of carbon. After the college entrance exam, purple gear would lose its value, selling for at most 300 to 500. Still, it was decent. The carbon fulfilled its role as a safety net, a single-held difficulty run guaranteed at least 2 gold coins. Short on funds, Lin Bufang did not set the carbon price at 11 gold coins, but sold it all at 10 gold coins for a quick clearance. Your listed carbon 20,000 had 100 purchased auto-credited 100 gold coins. Current balance 106286 gold coins. Your listed wind-chasing shoulder guard had 1 purchased auto-credited 1980 gold coins. Current balance 126086. Your listed carbon 10,000 had 100 purchased auto-credited 100 gold coins. Current balance 226086. Swiftly, Lin Bufang's pockets went from comfortably empty to a cold 200 balance. He continued to look at his backpack. In the first slot of the first row was Isis hairpin. The second was the Golden Vulcan Gatling. The third and fourth were the epic level Orander's ring and bracelet. The fifth and sixth were 2 collected Lv1 epic equipment pieces. From the 7th to the 15th slot were all War God rings. The 16th slot held the Barrett M99. The 17th slot contained the Lv100 nuclear missile silo, an epic weapon imbued with divine power. The 18th slot was Enlil's egg. It was currently incubating. Lin Bufang checked the progress bar. It was advancing very slowly and would not hatch anytime soon. Lin Bufang recalled that Qingyun University would teach some knowledge about accelerating pet egg incubation, so he had refrained from tampering with the egg. He had initially considered tossing it into a microwave for a few days to test, but thought better of it. He should learn new knowledge first before acting rashly. As he stepped out of the Dawn Sanctuary, the rankings had shifted once more. With Lin Bufang's increased attack power, his clear time was compressed to 29 seconds, breaking his own record yet again. The moment he emerged from the sanctuary, many recognized him. Lin Bufang. He broke his own record again. 29 seconds. What the hell? Lin Bufang hadn't even reacted yet, engrossed in studying the treasures in his backpack, only to realize he had forgotten to wear a mask after stepping out. What's more, he was clad in a skin-tight suit, Under so many stares, Lin Bufang felt goosebumps rising all over his body. He couldn't fathom how those so-called superheroes wearing nothing but briefs could stand before such a crowd without embarrassment. If you're not embarrassed, it's the others who are. Lin Bufang admitted his mindset was still too narrow. He was still too conservative. He quickly raised the Barrett M99 and fired a shot at the ground. What kind of move is that? Shooting at the ground. With a boom, Lin Bufang stood rooted to the spot. Beads of sweat abruptly trickled down his forehead. Damn, he hadn't activated gravity. The surrounding professionals froze for a moment, but no one laughed. Instead, they frowned deeply, studying intently. Could this maneuver be linked to how Lin Bufang clears held difficulty? Everyone learn well. Learn from the pro's technique. Lin Bufang thought, what is all this nonsense? He took a deep breath, trying to enter a state of unity with his body, but the crowd was too large. This state required absolute silence, at least for him at present. Fortunately, through effort, Lin Bufang managed to reduce his weight to 1200 grams. Flying was out of the question. Lin Bufang simply decided to let go and give up, greeting everyone with a smile before sprinting off into the distance, as if fleeing. He had stage fright. Although he had spoken and given speeches in front of larger crowds before, back then he wasn't wearing a skin-tight suit. Arriving at the hotel, Lin Bufang slipped into a pair of jeans and pulled on a tracksuit, finally feeling much more comfortable. Gurgle, gurgle. He felt a gnawing hunger in his stomach. The path of the spear showed no signs of activity, but each use of the gravity instinct consumed physical stamina. He had eaten a lot in the morning, roughly 10 sesame cakes, 5 xiaomai, 3 bowls of 8 treasure porridge, and 10 boiled eggs. By the way, when he left, he also packed half a kilogram of savory scallion pancakes, which he devoured entirely while flying at high altitude. In just 10 minutes, he had already digested most of it. He didn't know whether such a diet was harmful to his health. It certainly would be for a normal person. But for him, with a body strengthened by the path of the spear and reshaped by the gravity instinct, this was actually quite disciplined. He had actually brought some food with him. Most of the food available at the trading post consisted of compressed biscuits or dried meats, which were durable, filling, and affordable. The only downside was that they tasted terrible. Lin Bufang naturally wouldn't skimp on this expense. The reasoning was simple: since he earned so much money, there was no need to waste it recklessly or squander it. Why be so frugal with food then? So Lin Bufang casually ate an Lv1 purple tire piece of equipment. He didn't touch the main dishes at all, instead eating whatever he came across at the stalls along the way. The meal was finished in 5 minutes. Of course, he also rented a hotel room for 3 days, spending 1,000 yuan, even though the owner repeatedly insisted it was free. Because of his arrival, the hotel was packed to the brim, even after adding several hundred temporary rooms. Lin Bufang naturally wouldn't waste the cooldown time of the instance. During the cooldown, he could venture deep into the Dawn Forest, kill some minor monsters, and loot junk materials, carbon equipment, and so on. But the main goal was to stack his attack power and accumulate more fame blades. The unexpected events during the college entrance exam made him realize that this world was filled with too many powerhouses. 1900 fame blades was still too conservative. Rounding up, that meant he would die in about 2 days and 2 nights. Who could endure that sense of impending death? In a secluded spot, Lin Bufang turned on the silencer, fired a Barrett, and flew low toward the depths of the Dawn Forest. During the low-altitude flight, Lin Bufang adjusted the helmet's view. Suddenly, a multitude of frames appeared before him. At that moment, it felt like he was playing a shooting mini-game that was not only poorly made, but also extremely demanding in terms of skill. The game started with a black screen. The monster models had never been created by the developers, and they had no plans to do so in the future. There were only 3 types of frames: white, green, and blue. Hitting a white frame granted 3 attack points, and 3 small red hearts with occasional small surprises. Hitting a green frame resulted in an invisible penalty. Hitting a blue frame had the same effect as a white frame, but offered more surprises. The reason they were the same was because Lin Bufang had turned on a certain feature. The reason it was said to test one's skill was that beneath Lin Bufang was a red line. If his character touched this line, the game would declare it over. This required switching to the Barrett M99, firing rhythmically at the ground, while simultaneously turning off the recoil compensation and instantly switching to an unarmed state. At the same time, during stable flight intervals, he had to switch to attack weapons and aim at the white frames to shoot. To avoid being pushed backward by the recoil, he also had to turn on the recoil compensation while firing. Then repeat the previous steps endlessly. If anyone in the real world were bored enough to create such a shooting mini-game, nobody would play it. The skill requirement was too high. Lin Bufang was having a great time playing, because only he could play this way. And this wasn't a mini-game, it was reality. Each shot represented the instant kill of a white frame, granting 3 attack power and 3 fame blades. Of course, at first Lin Bufang used the M1919, which was highly efficient and quite accurate. However, he eventually chose to use a shotgun instead, as it allowed him to simultaneously stack proficiency in the Petal Blossom skill. He bought a bunch of white-tire shotguns from the trading post and indiscriminately sprayed the targets below. Even with an ordinary Lv1 white shotgun firing 10 pellets combined with the 14 pellets from Petal Blossom, that made 24 pellets in total. With nearly 1 million physical attack power reduced by a factor of 24, the damage was still terrifying. Just the splash damage alone was enough to instantly kill ordinary monsters, and even tougher ones could barely withstand 2 pellets. Because he was firing from high altitude, those minotaurs didn't even have time to raise their shields before Lin Bufang took them down. Thus, the adventurers roaming the Dawn Forest would occasionally hear a thunderous roar from the sky. If they looked up, they would see a rain of black pellets shooting down. Non-stop shotguns with depleted durability also fell from the sky. An hour later, Lin Bufang returned with over 1500 attack power and more than 1000 fame blades. There was no helping it. His flight speed was too fast. With his flying ability, Lin Bufang was like a mobile reaper, farming physical attack and stacking fame blades at an incredible pace. There weren't many goblins in the surrounding area. To kill more goblins, he had to venture deeper into the forest, so Lin Bufang traveled over 50 kilometers inward. Going any farther wasn't necessary, time couldn't be wasted on travel. The goblin population was fixed, so Lin Bufang planned to switch directions for the next wave and continue killing. Transcendent, great offense, only no defense, 3 stars, 25599 physical attack, 108383, fame blades count, 28133. Finally, Lin Bufang's physical attack broke through the 1 million mark. Reaching such a value at level 19 was theoretically impossible for any member of the human race. If one were to rank the difficulty of a level 19 human, challenging Lin Bufang would require at least choosing Hell mode. Returning to the Dawn Sanctum, Lin Bufang began his second run of the Sanctum. Basically, it took about 29 seconds each time. Unexpectedly, his luck was decent this time. Though no equipment dropped, he encountered the second phase Arendo. Lin Bufang instantly switched to Sovereignty. With 1 million physical attack power, the Light Guardian could only withstand 1 shot from Lin Bufang before its health bar went wild, jumping from 100 to 0. 1. The second bullet finished off Arendo. Lin Bufang quickly switched to the M1919 and fired continuously, also taking down the Light Guardian. He saved 1 sovereignty bullet. After all, each bullet cost 1,000 yuan. Saving where possible was wise. In the second phase, as expected, Lin Bufang obtained the 10th martial god ring. Apart from the one given to Su Ran, Lin Bufang now had 9 martial god rings on him. After that came the arduous work of repetitive assembly line operations. The workflow was simple: enter the Dawn Sanctum on hell difficulty, exit immediately after clearing it, then fly deep into the Dawn Forest. Since Lin Bufang had become a mobile attack helicopter, he had already slaughtered all the goblins and minotaurs within a 50-kilometer radius to the east on the very first day. In the short term, these monsters couldn't respawn. To kill more, he would need to go deeper. Therefore, the efficiency of stacking attack power and fame blades on the first day was maximized. He had merely stacked over 1 million attack power and over 1 million fame blades. Lin Bufang made a quick calculation: under extreme circumstances, if he were to suffer fatal injuries every moment, he could barely hold on for 396 hours, equivalent to 16 days and 16 nights. To be honest, he still felt a lack of security. 16 days. Rounded up, it meant Lin Bufang's life was down to just 16 days. Of course, he had taken down quite a few elite monsters in the wild. As for bosses, he hadn't encountered any. On the first day, a total of 3 martial god rings dropped. Thus, Lin Bufang had 12 rings in all, and after setting aside Su Ran's, he carried 11 on him. The gold coin gains were also enormous. From the baseline carbon alone, he had amassed over 3 million gold coins. Purple and pink equipment had dropped in abundance too, but their prices at this time couldn't compare to the college entrance exam period. Many hoarders also chose to sell off now to recoup some losses. The more goods on the market, the lower the prices. The lower the prices, the more goods flooded in. This defied normal market laws. Under typical conditions, the pattern should be overproduction leads to a price crash, causing merchants to halt production and voluntarily reduce or destroy stock, which then reduces supply. But equipment wasn't an industrial product, and monopolizing it was difficult. It was only during the college entrance exam period that market demand surged beyond that even the wealthiest couldn't withstand the entire nation churning out equipment. Especially for high-level players like Lin Bufang, who faced higher drop rates in the difficult sanctum. Many players like him didn't hoard items, no matter the price. Selling meant profit. On the second day, with the monsters around the Dawn Sanctum cleared, Lin Bufang chose to venture deeper into the forest after finishing the sanctum, seeking more monsters. Lin Bufang calculated that due to the extended distance, his travel time would increase from 10 minutes to about 20 minutes. As kills mounted, the travel time would gradually grow. The second day ended quickly. It had 6 more hours than the first day, so the gains from the dungeon increased significantly. 5 martial god rings dropped, bringing the total to 17. After setting aside Su Ran's, Lin Bufang still had 16 rings on him. From baseline items and equipment, he earned over 6 million gold coins. Repairing the sovereignty and martial god rings cost a fair amount. Of course, many items remained unsold. In truth, quite a few skill books had been collected over these 2 days. But Lin Bufang hadn't used a single one. He later realized that while the auto-leveling speed of Bullet Bloom was very slow, his massive monster kills caused a shift from quantity to quality. In 2 days, Bullet Bloom had already reached 18 stars, just 1 star short of catching up to Lin Bufang's level progression. The attack power and name engraved katana stacking on the second day weren't as high as the first. It was merely an increase of 3,000 attack power and 3,000 name engraved katanas. There was no choice, everything was already slain. Going further would delay Lin Bufang's sanctum runs. He only managed to stack some here and there. Attack power was nearing 2.5 million. With such attack power, even without equipping the martial god ring, Lin Bufang could handle the second phase of the Dawn Forest hell difficulty without the previous struggle. Of course, the martial god ring remained overpowered. Without it, he truly couldn't one-shot the Light Guardian. The second day's luck was somewhat awkward, as he didn't trigger the second phase until noon. By 2:30 p.m., the second phase triggered again. However, this time it was slightly different. Lin Bufang didn't pay attention at first, accustomed to the grind. He equipped the martial god ring, raised the sovereignty, and fired a shot at the Light Guardian, only to realize the damage was off. The health bar only dropped by 12. Sensing the anomaly, Lin Bufang immediately perked up. This wave was going to be big. In truth, over the past 2 days, Lin Bufang had also collected quite a few epic items. 5 epic pieces had dropped. 4 were accessories for other classes, indicating that the Dawn Sanctum's epic equipment only yielded weapons and accessories. 1 weapon. Lin Bufang wondered if this wave would reward him with good gear. 52 pellets all struck the Light Guardian. Lin Bufang's speed had reached 3,370, incredibly fast. Moreover, Lin Bufang instantly entered a low-gravity state, boosting his hand speed by several levels. It could be said that a light guardian with a 3-second holy light domain in the second phase was an unbeatable foe for any level 19 party. But before Lin Bufang, he unleashed over a dozen shotgun blasts within a single second. The light guardian was instantly obliterated. Turning around, Lin Bufang fired a few more shots at Orinder, whose defense was far lower than the light guardian. 4 shots finished him off. The moment Orinder died, the room began to flicker, windows opened automatically, and fierce winds blew in from outside. The wind carried rain. Orinder's collapsing body gradually disintegrated into a pool of blood. Then a faint shadow rose above the corpse, vanishing in the light, revealing its silhouette in the rain, a slender girl with a red magic hat. The moment the rain broke apart, the shadow disappeared. As the rain blew before Lin Bufang, the shadow came face to face with him. Startled, Lin Bufang raised the sovereignty and fired a shot. The powerful impact blasted the shadow out the window. It vanished. With the first piece of carbon falling, a pinkish red light blazed, and the martial god ring slowly floated from the ground toward Lin Bufang. Right after the ring dropped, 3 consecutive golden lights flashed. 3 epic items fell to the ground. Among them, a striking shape, a heavy machine gun exuding mechanical beauty and power. Lin Bufang grabbed the fresh martial god ring. So the 18th ring is the last guaranteed drop. He mused with some regret, wishing he could grind a few more days for more rings. Who would ever tire of too many martial god rings? The moment he held the ring, a prompt appeared before him. Congratulations. You have unlocked the hidden achievement, Liberate Orinder, unlocking the portable vault function. The vault can store items you don't frequently use with an initial space of 64 slots. There is a delay, typically allowing access once per second. When you are killed, vault items won't drop. You can designate an heir, and upon your death, all vault items will automatically fly to the heir. You are the first professional to have accumulated 18 martial god ring drops in the Dawn Sanctum Hell difficulty second phase. Congratulations. You have obtained the title Martial God Ring Wholesaler. Congratulations. You have obtained the title Martial God Ring Wholesaler. A title. Lin Bufang's heart stirred. Titles were extremely rare, typically only attainable by the most elite professionals. Not only did they provide a prestigious name prefix as a symbol of status and power, but they also granted various overpowered attribute bonuses and even special abilities. Lin Bufang opened his panel to inspect his newly acquired title. Martial God Ring Wholesaler. Godly artifact title increases the effect of martial god rings by 100. Words could hardly describe Lin Bufang's joy. Perhaps only a resounding holy shit would suffice. The title's description was straightforward. Lin Bufang could now equip 2 martial god rings, and their effects would stack. And the 100 meant that equipping 1 martial god ring now equaled wearing 2. Double the burst power, double the pleasure. If before others could replicate Lin Bufang's output through special means, since they all used the same martial god rings, now with the title's enhancement, his output was utterly irreproducible. The difficulty of obtaining this title was akin to ascending to heaven on the spot. One had to not only defeat the hell difficulty, but keep fighting, but also conquer the second phase, not only consistently beat the second phase, but vanquish the boss in its final stage. Moreover, Orindo's soul was an enigma. Whether hostile or benevolent toward Lin Bufang remained unclear. Silence usually implied hostility. Thus it was safe to assume that if Lin Bufang hadn't resisted temptation and instead shot Orindo's soul, in return trouble might have ensued. Only by combining all these factors could one earn this title. Its difficulty rivaled that of America achieving another manned moon landing. The fresh title swept away all of Lin Bufang's exhaustion. He turned his gaze to the 3 newly dropped epic items. 3 epics, all usable. This might be a blessing of the final stage, guaranteed epic drops for one's class. Both were Orindo's Enlightenment accessories, a bracer which was a duplicate. 1 necklace unique. That meant Lin Bufang could complete the Orindo's Enlightenment 3-piece set. Each piece granted 1,000 points. 3 pieces catapulted Lin Bufang's speed to 6,370 points. And there was a set bonus. Orindo's Enlightenment set actual speed 50. Lin Bufang tested this effect on the spot. He discovered it didn't boost the panel stats, but enhanced real-world performance. In other words, this set could even synergize with low gravity. What did that mean? It could increase flight speed. It could enhance thought speed. It could boost any conceivable speed. It elevated physical actual speed itself. How could one word, overpowered, even begin to describe it? With this, Lin Bufang believed his maximum flight speed could directly break the sound barrier. A monumental upgrade. The only downside was that epic equipment consumed durability rapidly. Unless in extreme situations, Lin Bufang would refrain from using the Orindo 3-piece set lightly. Finally, Lin Bufang turned to the freshly crafted machine gun. Its name was the Ripper. Its design was extravagant with a barrel wide enough to fit an egg. It was twice the size of an M1919. Lv1 Ripper 2 Malawian Quaches, heavy machine gun, epic gunner class, high fire rate, 3,600 rounds per minute. Hitting a target has a very high chance of tearing its body apart, dealing an additional 30 physical damage. Each bullet creates a small area splash damage, 10 of physical attack. Attack 785, 1580. Durability 7200, 7200. Lin Bufang gave it a quick look. It was decent, boasting the highest damage among his machine guns. But it still fell short against Sovereign. Lin Bufang mused that if paired with certain skills, this weapon could unleash tremendous potential. However, it consumed too much stamina. For now, Lin Bufang specialized in shotguns. Currently, his backpack was stuffed to the brim with many useful items that wouldn't see immediate use. Fortunately, he had just unlocked the portable vault feature. The vault functioned as a second backpack but was inferior in utility due to opening delays, making it unsuitable for combat. Its primary purpose was to store surplus items. He tossed all useless epics into the vault. Things like the Golden Gatling Isis hairpin in Lil's egg, and even the 16 martial god rings, clearing out his backpack. Suddenly the backpack felt much cleaner. Relieved. Before leaving the temple, Lin Bufang took out 9 martial god rings and slipped one onto each finger. Never mind how many actually worked, just look at the extravagance. In the following days, Lin Bufang continued flying toward Dawn Forest. This time distance wasn't an issue. His supremely divine talent offense only was close to reaching 4 stars, and he intended to push it all the way. At the same time, he no longer needed to lock his experience. Since the second phase no longer required dropping martial god rings, farming Dawn Forest would be pure drudgery. Lin Bufang's equipment remained unchanged for now. A full set of Lv1 blue gear with one swap to a relatively better blue speed set. Partly for economy, and partly because he planned to switch to Lv20 gear after arriving at Qingyun University and challenging other temples once preparations were complete. Soon enough the talent didn't level up, but Blooming Bullet was upgraded to 20 stars. Indeed, Lin Bufang had previously reached 19 stars. After 19 stars, the skill's proficiency stopped increasing. Yes, a skill's level cap was essentially tied to the professional's level cap. Around Dawn Forest, Lin Bufang had already slaughtered most of the monsters. He roughly estimated that to raise offense only to 4 stars, he would need to venture deeper and spend several days at least. Monster density was inconsistent, and deeper in the forest, it was actually quite low. The closer to the temple, the higher the density. At 4 p.m., Lin Bufang's luck suddenly turned. He discovered a cave teeming with numerous frames. Faintly, he glimpsed a massive red frame flickering deep underground. A boss. I've hit the nest, Lin Bufang thought as he opened fire with his M1919. He didn't even know if those frames were goblins or minotaurs. He just kept shooting. After half an hour of firing, Lin Bufang lowered his aching fingers. As for where the boss was, he noted it was a bit tough. It took over 200 bullets to die. Congratulations. Supremely Divine Talent Offense only has been upgraded to 4 stars. Perspective range increased to 800 meters. Recoil greatly reduced. Now can reverse recoil. Enhancement auto-reload speed increased with better coordination during manual reloading. Silencing effect greatly enhanced. Now can amplify sound. Each kill permanently grants 4 name slayers. Each shot permanently increases attack by 4 points. Offense only 4 stars. 1275 500 0000. Name Lin Bufang. Occupation E-rank gunner. Level Lv21. 0 billion 1 billion. HP 55,000 55,000 MP 12 10 2600. Physical attack 3215 magic attack 580. Physical defense 56 15 magic defense 32 26. Armor pierce 0 magic pierce 0. Speed 3700 luck unknown. Free points 0. Comprehension gun Dao 0 th order first stage gravity instinct 0 th order 0. 15th stage. Talent God tier offense only no defense 4 stars 1275 500. Equipment Browning M1919 A4 machine gun Sovereignty War God Ring Gale set etc. Skills Eat My Billion Strike 20 stars Dispel Magic 2 stars Mana Spring 9 stars Bullet Bloom 20 stars. He was just shy of reaching level 21. Attack power had surpassed 3 million. Speed had reached 3,700. Gravity instinct had improved slightly, but Lin Bufang could clearly feel greater control. The experience required to upgrade the talent to 5 stars was not high. Notably, Lin Bufang had used all the skill books on Eat My Billion Strike. He had successfully raised it to 20 stars. 10 skill books remained. Lin Bufang had no intention of using them for now, planning to save them for leveling up new skills. Thus, Lin Bufang's bullet count was fully stacked at this level 20 stage. Sovereignty's fixed 20 bullets, eat my billion strikes, 20 bullets, bullet blooms, 29 bullets, mint Lin Bufang could fire 69 bullets with a single shot. With pure physical attack, not counting the War God Ring, one shot dealt 220 million damage. If combined with the War God Ring, Lin Bufang couldn't imagine who at level 20 could withstand his output. Finally, Lin Bufang checked the number of life-saving blades. Life-saving blade count 2529178. With this number, in theory, Lin Bufang could remain immortal for a continuous month. If hammered by high-level professionals, Lin Bufang could simply lie down and sleep for 10 days before fighting again. Lin Bufang walked toward the cave. There were still some drops inside that hadn't been picked up. Since they were a bit far away, he needed to get closer to collect them. Soon he dashed to the deepest part of the cave. A dense mass of junk materials flew into his backpack. Materials like bone fragments and flesh chunks had already piled up to over 1 million. These junk materials could sell for at least 2,000 to 3,000. Items like carbon and rare materials had also dropped quite a bit, potentially worth 2 to 3 million. Not a single pink tier item dropped. Yes, not a single one. Lin Bufang reached the deepest part where the ground was littered with corpses, and in a foul-smelling straw nest lay a large-bellied goblin. Its hands were raised, clutching at the air, as if it had been raging helplessly before death. On the spot, a golden skill book flew over. Lin Bufang took a look. I pierce through gunner profession, passive skill when wielding a machine gun. If the damage achieves a laceration effect on the target, the bullet can penetrate the target and then attack the next target behind it. Not bad. Pretty good. Learning successful. Obtained new skill, I pierce through. This skill didn't need leveling. It was a passive skill that took effect upon learning. After learning this skill, the machine gun received a significant boost. Bullets could penetrate targets, and with luck a single bullet could achieve the effect of 2, doubling the attack power and life-saving blades. More economical. Moreover, this wasn't necessarily tied to using the lacerator. The machine gun itself had a laceration effect. The lacerator just enhanced it, providing extra damage and splash damage. The M1919 could also benefit from this passive, because Lin Bufang's base physical attack had already exceeded 3 million. Against those minor monsters, he could achieve full penetration. Of course, it could only penetrate once, and since it was a passive, there wasn't much to fuss about. Having it was a win. So how many skills could a person learn at most? It depended on individual constitution. Generally, one could learn 2 extra skills every 10 levels. At level 20, that meant 4 skills. At level 25, a 5th, and at level 30, a 6th. There wasn't much to it. Those with strong constitutions could learn a few more, while those with weaker ones had a baseline. Lin Bufang had already learned 5 and felt no pressure, able to continue. Upon exiting the cave, it was already 5:30 p.m. The sky was still bright with the sun beginning to set. Lin Bufang was currently about 130 kilometers from Dawn Sanctuary. A bit further flight would take him to the neighboring city. He listed all the items from his backpack for sale, preparing to dump everything. He estimated that either tonight or tomorrow Shan Chuan would come to take him out. Rumor had it there would be some fun activities. Let me test the enhanced recoil. With his talent upgraded to 4 stars, various effects had been significantly amplified. Not to mention the silencer could now amplify sound. This minor function might have clever uses in certain techniques, but its obvious effect was to lure monsters. The most important change was in the recoil. Recoil could be adjusted in both directions. A gear-like lever appeared before Lin Bufang. When left stationary, the recoil was at standard level. Pushing it forward 1 gear reduced the recoil. There were roughly 10 gears, with recoil decreasing from 10 to 100, the exact effect, depending on the talent level. Pulling it backward increased the recoil. Also 10 gears. However, a warning label appeared on the 6th gear indicating that the recoil of the Barrett M99 was already extremely strong. If set to gear 6, a Lin Bufang would be instantly killed. What if I increase my defense? Lin Bufang checked his balance. The items hadn't sold out, yet just reaching over 8 million gold coins. He immediately bought a blue-tier physical defense set. He looked at the gear again. Now he could pull it to gear 7. Let's test the power. Lin Bufang shifted the lever with a click to recoil gear 7. Then he instantly switched to the Barrett M99 and fired a shot at the ground. A thunderous roar echoed, the sound of a sonic boom. In an instant, Lin Bufang's speed broke the sound barrier. At that moment, Lin Bufang felt as if an immense mountain was pressing down on his head, the pressure spreading through his entire body. He felt as if his skull might split. The paint on his helmet was stripped clean away, revealing the alloy beneath. In the blink of an eye, he had flown to a height of 500 meters. Lin Bufang's entire body went numb, a warmth spreading from his nose. Removing his helmet, he saw blood gushing out. This recoil was too intense. Lin Bufang tried other gears and found that at gear 5, combined with the blue defense set, it was the limit without harming his body. However, he also noticed that when on gear 6 or 7, the act of firing caused the gun Dao to slowly improve. Lin Bufang finally understood the way to advance gun Dao by pushing the limits. Then he'll stick with gear 7. Lin Bufang felt both joy and pain. This extreme pressure defied human instinct, but it was precisely this extreme environment that allowed gun Dao to advance, which in turn enhanced his physical constitution, enabling him to withstand even greater recoil. Boom, boom, boom. High in the sky, even though Lin Bufang had activated the silencer, the sonic boom was impossible to conceal. His speed continuously broke new heights. The sound barrier, once an insurmountable limit for him, was now effortlessly shattered. After that, his speed kept climbing. 400 meters per second, 500 meters per second, 600 meters per second. 700 meters per second was the current physiological and psychological limit that Lin Bufang could withstand. Beyond that, he truly did not know which would collapse first. At this speed, his marksmanship could also improve gradually. As the saying goes, slow and steady wins the race, and gradual development aligned with objective laws. If the speed increased further, Lin Bufang would break down. Each acceleration used Barrett's bullets as fuel and the recoil as propulsion. Although Lin Bufang had become adept at this, he still found this method of flight utterly abstract. Soon, in about 5 or 6 minutes, Lin Bufang had covered nearly 200 kilometers and arrived near the city gates of Shanghai City. Taking a taxi to the vicinity of the hospital, the materials and equipment Lin Bufang had listed for sale were mostly sold out. Current gold coin balance 100693996 coins. Nearly 3 million of these coins had been spent on repairing the sovereignty and the God of War ring. So he contacted an agent and bought a house behind the shopping mall across from the hospital. It wasn't a new house, but a second-hand one. Lin Bufang took a brief look. The decoration was excellent with no strange odors, and the furniture and facilities were complete. The previous owner's family was moving to another city to accompany their child in school. Thus, there was no issue of a soul ring. The house had 3 bedrooms, 1 living room, and 2 bathrooms covering 135 square meters. Quite spacious. Since the area near the hospital was an old district, the style wasn't particularly avant-garde, but it was solid and reliable. When Lin Bufang paid $1.85 million in full, the owner was stunned, never expecting such generosity. Just as the owner reached the door, he overheard Lin Bufang chatting with the agent. "Yes, I want a house near the middle school." "All right, boss. You look so young. You're not still in middle school, are you?" "No, it's for my little sister." "Impressive. It doesn't matter if it's remote, as long as it's close to my hometown, get one there too." Thus, Lin Bufang bought 3 properties in a row. One was near the hospital, where he'd stay temporarily. The second was for his sister's schooling, likely for a longer stay, so he picked a larger one for over 3 million. The third was close to Lin Bufang's hometown, convenient for moving back, and he set aside 2 million gold coins for it. He also planned to buy 2 more in the city center, but after checking his remaining balance of over 3 million, he temporarily held off. Buying a house didn't mean no further expenses were needed. Things like property fees, utilities, and new furniture all required money. For now, Lin Bufang had no intention of selling the God of War rings. They held their value well. After monitoring the trading hall for a few days, he saw some God of War rings being sold with transaction prices generally ranging from 110 million to 150 million, showing a slow upward trend. The 17 God of War rings could be considered fixed assets. If he was particularly short on funds, Lin Bufang would choose to sell a few. Leaving the house across from the hospital, Lin Bufang received a phone call. Seeing the contact named Zhuang Qi, he felt a headache coming on. Right, he had forgotten something. Mayor Zhuang Qi had invited him to a banquet 3 days ago, and he had completely forgotten about it. "Hello, Lin Bufang, I hope I'm not disturbing you. I saw you were busy grinding in the sanctum, so it's fine. You've already helped me and helped our Shanghai City a great deal at the sanctum. So when I was at a meeting at the South Gate today, I happened to see you return. I was wondering if you'd be free for dinner tonight." Lin Bufang said he really had to go this time, and besides, he was genuinely hungry. 2 hours later, Lin Bufang returned. Once there, he just ate nonstop. He didn't know anyone, but many wanted to get to know him. Prepared, Lin Bufang had printed his WeChat QR code and stuck it on his back. Add him, they could all add him, but whether had approved depended on their skill. Lin Bufang ate his fill and went to the hospital, finding his sister asleep again. This was a good thing. Since his sister woke up, Lin Bufang hadn't spoken a word to her, but now there was no time. Outside the door, another person had arrived. Lin Bufang placed 3 sets of keys on the table, each key on each set labeled with text. "If it's uncomfortable staying here, you can go to the place across from the hospital. I've already bought it." "All right." Lin Bufang took out a bank card with over 1.5 million in it, enough to ensure his parents wouldn't be short of money in the short term. Balance 1586530 coins. As Lin Bufang left with Shan Chuan, his mother Wang Xianing instructed him, "Take care of yourself." Formally confirming the master-disciple relationship, Lin Bufang respectfully went through the procedures. Compared to before, Shan Chuan had changed his attire. He seemed to be wearing a bionic mask with glasses and a mask on it. Without careful inspection, it was hard to discern his true appearance. He wore gloves, the ends of which were made of nylon coated with silver, allowing operation on a phone screen. If I touch the screen with bone, it won't work. Shan Chuan's words carried a hint of self-deprecation, making Lin Bufang realize that Shan Chuan was not only the lofty General Shan, the only true god who intimidated the undead race, but also a living, breathing human. He could have flown Lin Bufang to Qingyun University in no time, but it seemed he had something to say to him. So he hailed a taxi and headed toward the high-speed teleportation array in Qingyun City. The driver seemed busy answering several calls as soon as he got in. Some invited him for a late-night snack or drinks. Can't help it, I know too many people, ha. Others urged him to quit driving taxis and work with them. Can't help it, I know too many bosses, ha. However, once Shan Chuan started speaking, the driver ignored all subsequent calls. Shan Chuan introduced Lin Bufang to Qingyun University. The university gathered the best teachers from across the country, and knowledge base accumulated over generations, and top-tier professionals could be seen everywhere. The students who could enter were the cream of the crop from all over the country. But even they were divided into ordinary students and outstanding ones. Initially, all students were in the outer school. To enter the inner school, one had to work hard and pass a series of rigorous assessments. This granted access to more privileges and resources. Students who graduated from the inner school were generally active in the top power networks of major provinces. But this doesn't concern you much. You're my disciple, so even if they are top students from the inner school, you don't need to pay them any mind. As for the teachers and elders of Qingyun University, even less so. The elders of Qingyun University were not ordinary people. For instance, the national examiner Shi Tai was one of the elders, showing just how formidable these elders were. So Lin Bufang's master was telling him not to bother with them either. Lin Bufang felt he might have underestimated his master's true power. What's useful for you there right now is the points. Don't be too frugal with your over 1,000,000 points. Exchange them for whatever you want. Lin Bufang found this very comfortable. With his master backing him, he didn't need to curry favor with anyone. If trouble arose, someone would clean up the mess. But to the driver's ears, these words took on a different meaning. He looked at the rearview mirror inside the car. The two people in the back were bundled up like dumplings, making one wonder if they were some kind of celebrities. With that kind of power, you come to ride in my taxi. You're really something when it comes to boasting. Shan Chuan pondered for a moment. He had already prepared how to nurture Lin Bufang when they arrived, but when it came time to speak, he still had some doubts. You at your current age are still young and need more experience. Everything you desire I can give you with a flick of my finger, but giving it to you might not be a good thing. Adversity and hardship temper one into greatness. Lin Bufang naturally understood it meant that the master's help would be guidance, not a shortcut to force growth. But Shan Chuan's next words left Lin Bufang bewildered. 3 years from now, regardless of your strength, if you like, the position of principal of Qingyun University will be yours. The principal of Qingyun University. What a concept that was. The sole existence above the elders. What did it mean to be highly respected, to wield immense power, or to trespass into the celestial realm? Is the principal a woman? I meant the position. For an ordinary person, reaching the position of principal of Qingyun University was the pinnacle. No matter who from the Great Xia came, they would have to respectfully address Lin Bufang as big brother, no principal. This position isn't suitable for a young person. It won't command respect. Though Lin Bufang verbally declined, he couldn't hide his smile. Whether he would take the position in 3 years was another matter. But the master was genuinely offering it. Up ahead, the driver couldn't take it anymore. You don't brag like this. With a flick of your finger, you can give him whatever he wants. And you directly make him the principal of Qingyun University. Why don't you just fly to the sky? After getting out of the car and paying the fare, watching the two walk away, the driver couldn't help but call a friend to complain. I've never seen anyone so good at boasting. I didn't dare say a word just now, afraid they'd casually appoint me as a general. However, he also vaguely noticed something unusual. The one wearing gloves walked very awkwardly, as if stepping on air or in a semi-floating state. Teleporting from Jianghai City to Jiangdong Province, and then from Jiangdong Province to Qingyun City, the capital of the Great Xia, it was a place that couldn't be described merely as bustling. Shan Chuan led Lin Bufang as they flew into the sky. This was the first time he witnessed a glimpse of the master's true power. The flight was completely silent, with no sound of wind, and without any sense of gravity. It was as smooth as walking on flat ground. Looking down from the sky, Lin Bufang realized that Qingyun City was essentially a city composed of over a dozen floating islands suspended in midair and moving slowly along the trajectory of the stars. Below was Qingyun University, coiled like a winding dragon atop the mountain range. Above was the pristine path of ascension simulation. The scenery was breathtakingly beautiful. Lin Bufang wondered how stunning the night sky would look from below. Shan Chuan explained, "This is one of the most dangerous places in the Great Xia, especially at night. But within the danger lies opportunity." At night, Qingyun City and Qingyun University automatically ascend into the sky. By day, they settle back down like a carrot fitting into its hole. "All right, we've arrived." At the entrance of Qingyun University, Shan Chuan arranged Lin Bufang's tasks for the next day. Before introducing the tasks, he first described the rewards. "Is leveling up your skills very difficult? I have something good here. You don't need to know what it is. All you need to know is that once you obtain it, as long as your skill level matches your personal level, you won't need to upgrade that skill anymore. It will automatically increase with your level." Lin Bufang was deeply shaken. The reward Shan Chuan offered was incredibly extraordinary. Simply put, if Lin Bufang's skill Bullet Bloom were to be upgraded later, it would require significant effort, massive slaughter. As the skill level increased, the needed proficiency would grow exponentially. Before long, Lin Bufang's level would rise, but the skill level would be severely bottlenecked. The required proficiency was too high. The reward Shan Chuan gave would directly open a new world for Lin Bufang. Once the skill level reached 20, it could be upgraded without any effort or skill books. When Lin Bufang rose to level 21, a Bullet Bloom would automatically rise to level 21. It would be the same from then on. So what exactly was the task? Tomorrow morning, the school will arrange for some students to explore the corpse locking hall. I've secured a spot for you. Just go along with them. Your mission is to obtain a personal weapon. You'll learn the details then. Lin Bufang thought, is this a task? Isn't it all a benefit? Shan Chuan was about to arrange accommodation for Lin Bufang and introduce some details. From a distance, Lin Bufang saw Su Ran with sparkling eyes. When Shan Chuan saw Su Ran, he immediately asked a question. That stone platform. It was an elder of Qingyun University. Why did you refuse to take him as your master? Su Ran's lips curled up sharply. I don't need a disciple. Shan Chuan. Lin Bufang. They'll take care of him. You go ahead. All right. Shan Chuan vanished into thin air. Su Ran rushed over and grabbed at the air, so it's not invisibility. Lin Bufang. Come on, I'll take you to the dormitory. I've been hanging around for a few days and came by to check things out. And I happened to learn about the situation at Qingyun University. I conveniently got you a single dormitory card. I conveniently got you a meal card. Su Ran had conveniently learned a lot about Qingyun University. There were still 4 days until the start of the semester. On the 4th day, Qingyun University would hold a welcome ceremony for new students. Then some top students will show off their skills. Su Ran's eyes were full of disdain. She twirled her fingers, spinning a gun around. Isn't this just a show of force? Watch me teach those oldtimers a lesson. When they reached the dormitory, Su Ran wanted to go up for a drink of water, but the guard at the door chased her away. She said that once she entered the inner school, the first thing she'd do was fire the guard. Secondly, seeing that Lin Bufang could enter the corpse locking hall tomorrow, she agreed to take the bald man from the stone platform as her disciple, because he would also secure a spot for her. By the way, my good friend is going tomorrow too. We can't let Jianghai City down. In the evening, Lin Bufang tried to connect to the school network and open the Points Exchange Mall. The mall was only half open. Behind the announcement board, everything was uniformly golden legendary items. All were epic. There were also special back-to-school gift packs and the like. But the announcement couldn't be closed. Announcement: the Points system server was destroyed by Enlil's self-destruction and is under emergency repair. It is expected to reopen on the first day of school. Through the announcement board, Lin Bufang barely glimpsed a small line of text: epic exchange spear. He couldn't see the rest. It seemed that Lin Bufang's extra epic equipment could also be exchanged for other good things in the Points Mall. By the way, I wonder how Sister and Mingmei are doing. Lin Bufang had tried to contact both of them earlier, but never received a reply. Mingmei had sent him many cute emojis and expressed immense surprise and joy at his top score in the college entrance exam. After that, she went silent. Lin Bufang contacted the master on weak signal to see what was going on. His WeChat name was simply his own name, Shan Chuan. Lin Bufang figured that the number of people across Daxia who could add Shan Chuan on WeChat could be counted on one hand. Lin Bufang inquired about his elder sister and younger sister. The other side replied immediately, I forgot to tell you about this. They met before and after confirmation. Their professional traits can combine to produce a combo skill with incredibly powerful effects, highly beneficial for the opening of a certain forbidden land. Therefore, they have been temporarily sent to a classified department for rigorous training. Don't worry, this department is actually part of Qingyun University. If they can enter, they will receive the best protection. Moreover, once they come out, they will enjoy top-tier treatment, even surpassing the top graduates of the inner school. Lin Bufang finally felt relieved. He had originally intended to help his sister, but it turned out she was also rising. An hour before sleep, Lin Bufang studied the locations of various areas in Qingyun University. The cafeteria was the first thing he researched. The dormitory was the second. As the top scorer in the college entrance exam, Lin Bufang had all his fees at school waived, including, but not limited to, tuition, miscellaneous fees, meal costs, accommodation, and so on. Of course, if he wanted to enjoy more luxurious residences, services, or cuisine, he would have to spend his own money. Some sought-after items even required gold coins plus points to access. Besides that, Qingyun University's main campus had several sanctums that could be challenged after the semester started. No need to traverse maps. An unfamiliar bed, familiar blankets, and pillows, anticipation for the future. Amidst a myriad of thoughts, Lin Bufang fell asleep. The next morning, Lin Bufang met Su Ran at the cafeteria, as agreed. Beside her stood a girl in a white belted dress. In contrast to Su Ran's casual and unrestrained demeanor, Shen Haier seemed like a noble from a classical painting. Her slightly curly hair rippled like waves in the breeze, and she exuded an air of elegance, confidence, and composure. Su Ran, holding Shen Haier's hand, smiled and greeted Lin Bufang. "Come here, you country bumpkin from Jianghai City. Let me introduce you. This is..." Su Ran was only halfway through her sentence. Shen Haier said, "Hello, Lin Bufang." Lin Bufang replied, "Hello, Shen Haier." Su Ran was deeply shocked. How can you two possibly know each other? The two began to compare notes. When they went out shopping, Su Ran described a very detestable person to her. Shen Haier described a very adorable person to her. Su Ran, wait, so we're talking about the same person? Shen Haier blinked. It certainly seems so. After confirming, the atmosphere among the three became awkward. Since they could both talk about the same person while shopping, they naturally shared some opinions about him. Given their personalities, they might have even revealed some remarks that were hard to censor. Su Ran and Shen Haier silently let go of each other's hands. The moment they entered the cafeteria, amid the interplay of sunlight and lamplight, they shifted from walking side by side to sandwiching Lin Bufang between them. Seeing the food-serving windows, both shot forward like arrows released from a bow. Su Ran, 1 portion of this. Shen Haier, Auntie, give me 10 of these. Su Ran, sister, give me 100 portions of this. Shen Haier, miss, give me 1,000 portions of this. Su Ran, girl, please give me 10,000 portions of this. Take your time, I'm not in a hurry. The cafeteria auntie was dumbfounded. You two young ladies might as well just contract the whole cafeteria. 10,000 portions. You'd have to chop off my hands to finish serving that. Soon enough, a mountain of various delicacies piled up before Lin Bufang on the table. Lin Bufang raised 2 fingers. First, I'm the top scorer in the exam, so my meals are free. It's a buffet, what are you two showing off for? Second, I think there might be some misunderstanding between you two. Just talk it out. Su Ran immediately started yelling with traces of bright red jam still at the corner of her mouth. How could there be any misunderstanding? We're best sisters. Blood is thicker than water. Shen Haier remained very calm, delicately cutting a small piece of cake with her knife and fork right. Su Ran was amused by Shen Haier's behavior. Shen Haier, are you acting reserved with me now? Lin Bufang, she's not usually like this. She's crazier than me. Shen Haier's face flushed slightly. I'm only like that around people I know well. Lin Bufang stopped their bickering. Let's eat first. We assemble at 8 o'clock sharp. There's plenty of time ahead. Then he performed a feat of devouring like a glutton. Gulping down everything, he cleared the mountain of food in front of him. This truly stunned the two girls. Su Ran leaned in and touched Lin Bufang's stomach, finding it not swollen at all. Are you a Tao Tai, or what? Across the table, Shen Haier's eyes showed a hint of envy. Being aloof didn't seem so great after all. At least she couldn't touch Lin Bufang's belly for fun. At 8 o'clock, they arrived at Qingyun University's long-distance teleportation station, where over a dozen people were already waiting. Lin Bufang recognized 2 of them, the 3rd and 4th place finishers in this year's college entrance exam. One was Gao Xian with the superclass profession Sagittarius. The other was Ding Shui, an SS class sorrowful envoy. The 2 had taken different elders as their masters. In fact, the top 100 were all assigned different activities. 99% of people set off on the first day after the exam. Only the top 5 from the exam were eligible to join this group of 15. The other 10 were either special existences like Shen Haier or outstanding seniors from the year above Lin Bufang, who had performed exceptionally well to earn the right to go to the corpse locking hall. They had originally planned to depart the day after the exam ended, but due to special reasons it was delayed for 3 days. No one knew why. All they knew was that it was an order from above. If Lin Bufang knew about this, he would probably understand his master had pulled some strings. Ding Shui and Gao Xian, seeing the 5th place also here, naturally realized that the top 2 would come too. That included Su Ran and Lin Bufang. They hoped Lin Bufang wouldn't come. Really, they hoped he wouldn't. This time, they would rather Lin Bufang participate in a higher reward activity than go to the corpse locking hall. If they ran into him. Lin Bufang is the national champion, he probably won't come. He should have better activities waiting for him. But speak of the devil, and he appears. At the entrance of the long-distance teleportation array, 3 people walked in side by side. The man looked like he was carrying a shotgun poised and ready. The girl on his left had 2 thin braids adorned with various cute decorations and hairpins, making her appear lively and demure. She looked both refined and quiet. On his right, Shinhire wore a white long dress with a cinched waist outlining her figure with precision and clarity. It was as if all softness had been stripped away, leaving only a stark, resilient grace. Her brows held a sharp edge, her aura was lofty and unrestrained, and beneath her gentle attire lay a body full of killing intent. Who's that? So cocky. 2 beauties around him. Shinhire is there too. The murmurs of the crowd drew Ding Shui and Gao Xian's attention. The moment they saw, they almost simultaneously covered their faces. He really came. He really came. Beside him stood a tall figure clad in a suit of gleaming silver armor resembling a knight from the Middle Ages. He cradled his helmet in his hands, his bald head shining brilliantly. It was as bright as a light bulb. Observing their reactions and casting a glance at Lin Bufang, he sensed there was more to the story. To be honest, even without any conflict between Ding Shui Gao Xian and Lin Bufang, Gao Xian already disliked Lin Bufang. He was simply too handsome. The moment Lin Bufang appeared, all eyes in the room turned to him. Gao Xian had originally planned to show off in front of the junior students like Su Ran. He found Su Ran incredibly beautiful with a demeanor that seemed both gentle and adorable, surely sensible and well-behaved. Beside her, Shinhire, whom Gao Xian had seen a few times before, could only be admired from afar with no chance to approach. And then there was Ding Shui by his side, also quite attractive though she appeared rather unhappy. She wasn't very tall, but if one regarded her as a lowly, she had a unique charm. Having heard that Shinhire and Su Ran would both participate in the corpse locking hall, he had intended to put on a stellar performance. Yet in just one encounter, all the limelight had been stolen by an unknown Lin Bufang. Unbearable. Gao Tsong looked at Gao Xian. Brother, what's going on? Has that Lin Bufang been bullying you? Gao Xian shook his head repeatedly. I can't say. This I absolutely cannot say. What exactly is Lin Bufang's background? What connections does he have? Lin Bufang might have a background, but it's unlikely he truly has one. As for what the nationally third-ranked Gao Xian looked like, he resembled his brother Gao Tsong, and their personalities were very similar. The Gao family was also teeming with talents. From a young age, they subjected their children to intense, reckless training, which granted the younger Gao generation's physiques far beyond ordinary people. But everything has its consequences. As the Gao family members aged, their mental faculties declined severely, sometimes leading to incoherent ramblings. And Gao Xian, who had secured 3rd place nationally, and might have been first without Lin Bufang, seemed to exhibit signs of this condition manifesting prematurely. Gao Tsong patted Gao Xian's slightly pointed head and sighed. Don't worry, big brother will handle it for you. And you little Ding Shui, don't be afraid. Your big brother Gao Tsong will protect you. With that, Gao Tsong clenched his right fist, the muscles in his arm straining his armor until it creaked. Ding Shui looked even more displeased. Didn't you watch the National College Entrance Exam live broadcast? Gao Tsong dismissed it with disdain. Why bother watching that? Even if he's first in the country, so what? This time the first place is really different. Gao Xian dared not lift his head, covering his face in embarrassment. He was truly and thoroughly beaten by Lin Bufang. The thought of being trapped by Enlil for 45 minutes made him feel that calculating the surface area of his head would be an impossible task. Gao Tsong was somewhat surprised. Even his fearless brother Gao Xian showed a hint of timidity in his eyes when looking at Lin Bufang. Hey, you have no idea what a true top student is. The corpse locking hall has an entry level between 15 and 25. I've been stuck at level 25 for a long time just to participate in this event. I've maxed out all my skills to level 25 and fully optimized every upgrade. Even if that Lin Bufang is level 30, he can't beat me. As he spoke, Lin Bufang approached. Yo, what are you 3 up to? Don't you know to greet me when you see me? Gao Tsong was startled. Don't you make any sound when you walk. Meanwhile, Gao Xian and Ding Shui's mouths twitched at the sight of Lin Bufang. Even worse, the other students participating in the corpse locking hall had also turned to look. Gao Xian took a deep breath. I'll do as I said no matter what. Lin Bufang, I'm telling you, I've only lost to you temporarily. I will catch up to you one day. Gao Tsong smiled with approval for his brother. Good brother, you've got spirit. Yet the next moment Gao Xian shouted with resolute force, Dad. Gao Tsong's head was filled with question marks. Brother, you kneel that fast. The next moment Ding Shui beside him also struggled to lower her hand, staring at Lin Bufang with watery eyes. Dad. Lin Bufang expressed great satisfaction. This was the treatment befitting the nation's top student. What a thrill. He raised a hand lightly. Keep it low-key, you've shown your filial piety. Beside him, Shinhyer was stunned. When she arrived, she thought there might be conflicts within the team, as few people knew each other. She had been pondering how to unite the students. Unexpectedly, the moment Lin Bufang appeared, he directly subdued two troublemakers, a third-place and a fourth-place national student calling him dad. Suddenly, she heard bursts of laughter like honking geese nearby. It was Su Ran cackling wildly. Having been part of the college entrance exam, she naturally knew what had happened. But Su Ran, with an air of enjoying the spectacle, hopped lightly in front of Lin Bufang and shouted even louder than Gao Xian and Ding Shui dad. All the students gaped in astonishment. Gao Cong was completely thrown off. Ding Shui and Gao Xian were utterly bewildered. Isn't this poaching our act? Shinhyer was deeply shaken. She hesitated, her lips parting slightly. Do I have to call him dad too? Lin Bufang quickly pulled Su Ran aside. Please, my dear lady, don't join in the fun. With so many people around, isn't this embarrassing? Is this something to celebrate? Nevertheless, Su Ran's cry of dad eased the awkward atmosphere. As they learned the story, everyone came to understand the reason behind it. Their impression of Lin Bufang shifted somewhat. He had some real strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have subdued the third and fourth-ranked students. Of course, the extent of his abilities remained to be seen. After entering the teleportation array, everyone found their berths and began to rest. The interior of the teleportation array resembled a series of interconnected rooms, each linked to the others. It was somewhat like a train, but not in a straight line, more like a mosquito coil. In any case, the array was circular, designed to save space and allow more people to be transported. Lin Bufang was a bit disoriented by the bunk beds. Su Ran and Shinhyer sat on the berth opposite him, pulling out their phones as if to take some pretty photos. Oh, Lin Bufang, I forgot to tell you, Shinhyer put down her phone. This is an ultra-long-distance teleportation array. Our destination is a planet where the corpse locking hall is located. From an astronomical and geographical perspective, it's situated in Mercury, within our solar system. The journey takes about 3 days round trip, so we only have roughly 8 hours for actual combat. But during teleportation, we don't have to wait for a day and a half. The perceived time is only about 3 hours. You can rest for a while, we'll arrive soon. Mercury. Lin Bufang posed a soul-searching question. Is there air there? The area around the corpse locking hall is fine, including the temperature, which is within a normal range. But it's a bit hot though. 3.5 hours later, the teleportation array gave a jolt like a sudden break, and they had arrived at the corpse locking hall station. Passengers from level 15 to 25, please disembark in an orderly manner. Other rank professionals do not leave the teleportation array to avoid missing the next stop. Over the 3.5 hours, none of the 15 students had managed to sleep. At the transfer station of the corpse lock hall, only a single guard was present, resembling an elderly gatekeeper in a military green cap, sweeping the ground around the teleportation array. As the 15 students stepped out, he advised the monsters around the corpse lock hall are not high in level, so there's no need for excessive worry. However, this is a public area, and the corpse lock hall is only open today. You've arrived rather late, so be mindful of professionals from other countries and try to avoid conflicts. If a conflict does arise, do not hold back. A dead enemy is the gentlest kind. If you encounter danger, run back here. Exiting the station, the group stepped onto the hard black ground, gazing curiously at the sky. There hung a colossal blinding sun, strikingly set against a pitch-black sky, where stars dotted the expanse with crystalline clarity. Such a sight is impossible to see on Earth. Mercury has no atmosphere, so you can see both the sun and the stars in the night sky. But don't stare too long lest you hurt your eyes. As the first step toward the corpse lock hall began, Gao Cong stepped forward. We'll encounter people from other countries at the corpse lock hall. As far as I know, the rule there is simple: only the strongest nation is allowed to challenge it. So we must unite. Therefore, my suggestion is that we must elect a captain to take command. The moment Gao Cong finished speaking, Su Ran raised her small hand. I choose Lin Bufang. Shinhyer curled her thin lips into a smile. I also choose Lin Bufang. Simultaneously, the student ranked 5th in the college entrance exam raised both hands to also choose Lin Bufang. He didn't know the strength of the others, but he had witnessed Lin Bufang blockading a deity for 45 minutes. Who else would he follow if not Lin Bufang? With 3 students leading the charge, nearly half raised their hands, all choosing Lin Bufang as captain. Gao Cong's face darkened. Are you all blind? He's only level 20, while I'm already level 25. Are you courting death by choosing him? As he spoke, Ding Shui beside him silently raised her right hand. I also choose Lin Bufang. Gao Cong, young lady, I advise you to see reason. Wait. Suddenly, to his astonishment, his own younger brother slowly raised his right hand. I also choose Lin. Gao Cong slapped him across the face. You useless fool, shut up. Gao Xian turned to face the crowd, his expression stern. Everyone, I urge you to reconsider. What is our goal here? to enter the corpse lock hall. Without a sufficiently strong captain, we won't even make it inside. Why else would we be here? To sightsee. That Lin Bufang level 20 and a rank gunner. What strength could he possibly have? I'll give you one last chance to choose again. Lin Bufang glanced at Gao Song, but made no move. He was waiting. He didn't want to lead so many people, especially when he couldn't discern their true intentions. Those who were not steadfast would only become a burden to him. At this, many hesitated. Some began to move toward Gao Song. In an instant, only Shun Haier, Su Ran Ding Shui, and the nationally ranked 5th remained by Lin Bufang's side. Once everyone had made their choice, Lin Bufang equipped the martial god ring. In his hand, he instantly switched to sovereign. Whoosh! The group only felt a gust of wind pass by. The next moment, Lin Bufang stood before Gao Song, the muzzle of the sovereign shotgun pressed against his helmet. What do you really want to go head-to-head with me, Lin Bufang? With a click, a round was chambered. Gao Song originally intended to counter, but he felt a premonition of death, a sensation he had never encountered in low-level professionals. Coupled with his brother's reaction and the sight of the martial god ring on Lin Bufang's middle finger, his mind cleared considerably. Lin Bufang, I admit my words were too harsh. I'm sorry. We're from the same school. There's no need for conflict. Lin Bufang smiled a radiant smile. He then raised Gao Song's greatsword and placed it against his own neck. Hold it steady. Gao Song's body trembled as he instinctively gripped the greatsword. Seeing his own blade at Lin Bufang's throat, he was dumbfounded. Why did he do this? He had only mouthed off. He lacked the nerve to actually kill a teammate. Lin Bufang grasped the blade of the greatsword and pressed it firmly against his own neck. Listen up, Gao Song. They'll count to 3, just 3. 3, 2, 1. Lin Bufang spun around and kicked Gao Song to the ground, sending him sprawling. I gave you a chance and you chickened out. Everyone saw it. You can't blame me. By now, Gao Song's mental defenses were shattered. He only wanted this to end quickly. But Lin Bufang wasn't about to let him off so easily. He pressed sovereign against Gao Song's gleaming forehead. Now I have one small request. Kneel and call me grandfather. The students were stunned into silence, their mouths agape. They realized Lin Bufang's vengeance was severe. For a single insult, he ground Gao Song's pride into the dirt. Gao Song glared at Lin Bufang in fury, veins bulging on his forehead. Lin Bufang, say that again. In response, Lin Bufang placed his finger on the trigger. He'll count to 3 again. If you don't kneel, he'll blow you away with one shot. 3, 2, 1. Sweat dripping from his head, the level 25 elite student, fully trained and equipped, thudded to his knees before Lin Bufang, grandfather. Lin Bufang grinned from ear to ear. Excellent. Remember, every time you see me, you call me grandfather. Understood? Gao Song forced a bitter smile. Understood, grandfather. Lin Bufang laughed heartily and patted his bald head roughly. You know when to show respect. He turned and waved at Su Ran and the others. We'll be one team. The rest of you can stick with your big brother Gao Song. Oh, and if Gao Song fails to secure the corpse lock hall, no worries. We're all classmates. Once I get it, I'll let you in too. But since we worked hard to earn that spot, you'll have to pay a little fee. The amount. Let's call it a matter of fate. With that, Lin Bufang's group of 5 and Gao Song's group of 10 parted ways, splitting into 2 teams, heading toward the corpse lock hall, keeping a short distance between them. After all, this event still offered Qingyun University points based on overall performance, including survival rates. Lin Bufang didn't care if disloyal teammates died, but losing points would make him very unhappy. On Gao Song's side, his teammates wore grim expressions. Though they weren't sure who was stronger between Lin Bufang and Gao Song, the current situation showed Gao Song had already cowered, utterly defeated in spirit. Gao Song's younger brother Gao Xian approached him with a strange look, hesitating. Still, he couldn't help but ask, Brother, what is it? Spit it out. Gao Xian gently tapped his index fingers together. You call Lin Bufang grandfather, and I call him dad, so what should I call you?